Reborn into a new life, Shen Changqing became a member of the Qin Demon-Suppression. At this moment, the world was engulfed in chaos, with malevolent creatures rampant. He vanquished the elusive level monstrosities, achieving mastery of the pure Yang technique. He defeated the vengeful level entities, fully realizing the heavenly martial aura. He overcame formidable demons, shattering his own limits. Years later, Shen Changqing transformed into a guardian of humanity, with all manner of demons and aberrations bowing before him. As long as I exist, humanity shall not perish. Chapter 1. The Qin Demon-Suppression Brother Shen. As Shen Changqing walked along the path, he greeted acquaintances with nods or brief salutations. Yet, regardless of who they were, each face bore no extraneous expressions, as if they were all indifferent to the world around them. Shen Changqing had long grown accustomed to this, for this was the Demon-Suppression, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and aberrations, though it also engaged in various ancillary activities. It could be said that the instinctive sense of danger he felt was merely a faint aura emanating from those around him. The Demon-Suppression also served as a repository for martial arts knowledge. With the memories of his past life, he easily deciphered the texts, allowing him unrestricted access to the library without incurring any additional fees. In that moment, although Shen Changqing had been at the Demon-Suppression for nearly 5 days, he had yet to encounter such an instance. With an identity token, my strength and speed have improved slightly, although the enhancement is modest. Overcoming my previous self will not pose much difficulty. To confront demons and aberrations, relying solely on the flesh and blood of an ordinary person was utterly futile. Suddenly, the environment shifted dramatically. Puff! For once one entered the Demon-Suppression. One was bound to its fate. Life belonged to the Demon-Suppression, and death was merely the essence of its spirit. There was no possibility of departure. Over the years, only those who mastered profound martial arts possessed the foundational capital to counter demons and aberrations. Having successfully ascended to the first level, my physical defense should surpass the enhancement of strength and speed, yet, to withstand blades and swords, I still fall short. A waft of ink mingled with a faint scent of blood assailed his senses, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before quickly relaxing. Before long, Shen Changqing discerned that the individual guarding the library was a formidable figure within the Demon-Suppression. At the same time, a surge of powerful energy emanated from Shen Changqing's body, followed by a tumultuous flow of blood and qi, his bones cracking in response to some immense pressure. Though the members of the Demon-Suppression were not madmen, many were impulsive and quick to anger should fury take hold. They would not hesitate to kill. Please take a look. After the activity concluded, Shen Changqing pinched his own skin while the color remained unchanged. Its resilience had significantly increased. Ignoring the intentions of others, he approached a bookshelf and skillfully extracted a book from the many neatly arranged volumes. Shen Changqing hesitated momentarily before stepping forward. Had he not recognized everyone as allies, he would have turned to flee in that instant. However, having spent nearly a month in the Demon-Suppression, he was no stranger to the place. The elder stationed at the library briefly opened his bleary eyes before closing them once more. Shen Changqing paid him no mind and directly passed by, formally entering the library. The Demon-Suppression was vast, and fresh blood was frequently introduced despite having been there for a month. His acquaintances remained limited. Time slipped away. However, the value of his kills diminished slightly, and the inscription of the 13 bodyguard techniques distorted violently, shifting from uninitiated to first level. Kills. 3 success. Entering the loft, acclimatizing to the scent of blood was a prerequisite for remaining in the Demon-Suppression. As he departed, Shen Changqing, inheritor of his past lives' memories, found this knowledge invaluable. Unlike the other blood-soaked areas of the Demon-Suppression, this loft stood out, exuding a unique tranquility amidst the carnage. The sensation of pain vanished, replaced by an unprecedented comfort that thoroughly cleansed his being. He focused his thoughts on the 13 bodyguard techniques and silently uttered, "Enhance." "Thank you." "Huh. Present your identity token." The first floor of the library was expansive. Shen Changqing felt as if he were being scrutinized by some ferocious beast, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In the library, he did not take long before halting before a particular loft. Shen Changqing steadied his mind, directing his attention to the panel. Each individual within the Demon-Suppression bore the stains of blood. The sanguine scent clung to them, nearly impossible to wash away. Trainee exorcist, authorized to enter the first floor of the library for 2 hours, do not overstay. Although mutual slaughter was strictly prohibited within the Zhen MOC, it was essential to prevent some individuals from lingering in the library to evade their duties or to become mere practitioners of martial arts devoid of any combat experience. He did not immediately begin practicing, but instead calmed his mind, retrieving the 13 bodyguard techniques, and seated himself cross-legged beside the bookshelf, quietly perusing the text. The Zhen MOC was immense. 2 hours passed swiftly. A seemingly ordinary and simplistic panel awaited him. Shen Changqing was well acquainted with the Zhen MOC's environment. He felt a sense of urgency compelling him to hasten his departure. Some individuals were familiar to him, while others remained entirely unknown. Shen Changqing's past life had been that of a trainee exorcist within the Zhen MOC, the lowest tier among exorcists. To illustrate, anyone entering the Zhen MOC began as a novice exorcist, gradually ascending through the ranks with the ultimate aspiration of becoming a guardian. Furthermore, with the memories of his past life, he recalled a rule forbidding the prying into others' privacy and discouraging excessive curiosity. Those who remained in the Zhen MOC were all powerful individuals or those with the potential to become formidable. Regaining his focus, he stood still, briefly stretching his limbs to acclimate to his newly attained physical state. However, to kill a person need not always require overt action. This applied to others, and Shen Changqing was no exception. Upon seeing the enhancement options on the panel, a smile appeared on his face. 13 bodyguard techniques. The characters were unique to the Qin, markedly different from the script Shen Changqing had known in his former life. Without hesitation, the comforting sensation made him entirely forget the discomfort he had just experienced. Each individual utilized their limited time to memorize the martial arts they needed to cultivate as thoroughly as possible. The Zhen MOC, being an institution dedicated to safeguarding the Qin, necessitated the cultivation of sufficient experts. His confidence in continuing to remain within the Zhen MOC stemmed from the discovery of his unique advantages. The Zhen MOC was divided into 2 professions, guardians and exorcists. Such impulsiveness, the extent of enhancement left him quite satisfied. Indeed, only by thoroughly memorizing a martial art can one commence cultivation. Hastily practicing after merely glancing at it is detrimental to one's self and others. Once again, an immense pressure bore down upon his vital organs. Thus, every member of the Zhen MOC, even the most junior exorcists, enjoyed extraordinary treatment. The true essence of the Shursan Taibao Hung Lian Gong lies in its ability to enhance the physical body's defenses. Huang Bu's apprentice demon slayer, Shen Changqing, requests entry into the library pavilion. Shen Changqing belongs to the latter. Yet, every rule, once transgressed, harbors the potential for fatal consequences. To recklessly cultivate without first comprehending the techniques is to invite one's own demise. The Zhen MOC has established regulations that dictate the time and frequency with which each individual may access the library pavilion. However, soon enough, a few large characters are inscribed upon the books. Shen Changqing expelled a mouthful of black blood, his expression contorted in agony due to the sudden and intense pain. This was not an isolated incident. Many demon slayers, driven by insatiable curiosity, have provoked others and met their end as a result. Thus, the requirements for comprehending and practicing martial arts are not excessively stringent. Upon entering this world, Shen Changqing found several individuals lingering within, perusing the texts. The existence of the library pavilion is intended to enable the personnel of Zhen MOC to enhance their strength as much as possible. Currently, Shen Changqing resides in a secluded courtyard, furnished with wooden dummies, stone locks, and various martial training apparatuses. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Demon-Suppression Identity: Apprentice Demon Slayer Martial Arts. Shursan Taibao Hong Lian Gongwei Rumen can be enhanced. Once one becomes accustomed to the cycle of life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. Yet, Shen Changqing understands that this is the foundation upon which he must establish himself in this realm. No one noticed Shen Changqing's arrival. Initially, he found himself somewhat disoriented upon entering this world, but over time, he acclimated. Soon after, he reflected on the fate of his predecessor who, in a reckless pursuit of mastering the Shursan Taibao Hong Lian Gong, succumbed to the backlash of the technique, resulting in death. The regulations of Zhen MOC are few. An elderly man, dozing in front of the pavilion, opened his bleary eyes, and a fleeting glimmer of crimson flashed within his gaze. The predecessor had also heard of such incidents occurring. At this moment, the door of the pavilion stood ajar, with occasional visitors entering and exiting. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Demon-Suppression Identity: Apprentice Demon Slayer Martial Arts. Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong. First layer can be enhanced kill count. 2. To elevate the Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong by 1 layer consumed merely a modicum of kill value. It appears that the cost of enhancing martial arts is significantly lower than I had anticipated. In this manner, my strength can be considerably bolstered in a short span of time. Shen Changqing felt a profound satisfaction. He wasted no time and, with a mere thought, embarked on the next phase of enhancement. Chapter 2. Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Demon-Suppression Identity: Apprentice Demon Slayer Martial Arts. Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong. Third layer cannot be enhanced kill count. 0. Having expended all kill value, the Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong ascended directly from the uninitiated to the 3rd layer, standing still with closed eyes for an extended period. After a while, Shen Changqing suddenly opened his eyes, taking a forward stance, and unleashed a punch into the air. Boomed up, as his fist struck, a faint sound of air being sliced echoed. In that fleeting moment, the Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong consists of 13 layers. Each successful cultivation dramatically enhances physical strength while slightly augmenting power and speed. With my current 3rd layer of Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong, aside from the seasoned apprentice demon slayers, there should be no one among my contemporaries in Jinma-Si who can rival me. Moreover, even if some have greater experience, as long as they have been apprentices for less than half a year, their strength cannot surpass mine. Indeed, some may even be weaker. Within Jinma-Si, the highest rank is held by the Zhun Shou, followed by the demon slayers. Among all demon slayers, apprentice demon slayers occupy the lowest tier. Every individual entering Jinma-Si must start as an apprentice unless they possess formidable strength. In simpler terms, apprentice demon slayers serve as the reserves for formal demon slayers, primarily aimed at enhancing their strength to acquire the necessary foundation to undertake Jinma-Si's missions and ultimately become true demon slayers. Thus, apprentice demon slayers are generally weak. Only with prolonged tenure do they grow formidable. As for true masters, they are at least formal demon slayers. Of course, it is not to say that apprentice demon slayers merely linger within Jinma-Si in solitude. They are also required to undertake simple tasks periodically. Only through such efforts can they qualify for the benefits afforded by Jinma-Si. Additionally, both Shen Changqing and his predecessor took an entire month to memorize the Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong. Though he perceives his predecessor as somewhat dull-witted, even more astute individuals would require at least 10 days to half a month to fully internalize a martial art. Accessing the library pavilion once every 5 days for 2 hours each visit, a single martial art consists of substantial content a clever person might need 4 to 6 hours to memorize it, which is entirely reasonable. However, it is crucial to understand that, among those who enter Jinma-Si concurrently with Shen Changqing, only the exceptionally gifted manage to barely grasp the basics. Thus, the 3rd layer of Shisan Taibao Hung Lian Gong, while not guaranteeing he could sweep aside all apprentice demon slayers, certainly places him among the ranks of experts within them. Yet upon observing the panel displaying his depleted kill value, Shen Changqing shook his head. Alas, with my kill value exhausted, I must devise a means to gather more. Collecting kill value is essential for rapidly enhancing one's strength. De Qin established Jinma-Si in a world rife with dangers, unlike the tranquility of his former life. Each year, countless deaths occur within Jinma-Si. Shen Changqing harbors no desire to find himself among the deceased. Moreover, every demon slayer is mandated to undertake missions. No exceptions exist. Even apprentice demon slayers are granted only a year of reprieve. After this year, Jinma-Si will compel apprentice demon slayers to execute tasks related to demons and supernatural phenomena. Success leads to shedding the title of apprentice demon slayer, thereby ascending to become a true demon slayer. As for failure, the consequences are all too clear. Once one enters Jinma-Si, there is no turning back. One must either ascend or succumb to an unending cycle of tasks. No one desires death, and neither does Shen Changqing. Upon entering Jinma-Si, the only path to survival is through relentless self-improvement. Hence, he finds himself with no alternatives. Knock, knock. The courtyard door was rapped upon. Shen Changqing opened the door to find a burly, square-faced man standing before him. I greet you, Manager Liu. The visitor, known as Liu Chang, is a formal demon slayer and the overseer of the Huangbu Demon Slayer Institute. The Huangbu Demon Slayer Institute serves as the residence for all demon slayers, encompassing both apprentice and formal demon slayers. Within Jinma, there are 4 demon slayer institutes, one of which is Huangbu. Shen Changqing is quite familiar with Liu Chang. As all demon slayers share a sense of familiarity with him, he is the one they interact with the most. Upon seeing Shen Changqing emerge, Liu Chang's eyes flickered momentarily. In an instant, Shen Changqing felt as though his very essence was being scrutinized. It seems your talent in martial arts is rather commendable. Lu Guanshi has overpraised me. I have merely gained a modicum of insight, Shen Changqing replied with a humble demeanor. The enhancement of the 13 Protectors' martial prowess is destined to be noticed by others. Liu Chang, as a formal demon slayer, possesses considerable strength and can discern some clues. It is entirely normal for him to do so. However, without direct confrontation, one cannot completely unveil another's true capabilities. As anticipated, upon hearing Shen's words, Liu Chang's cold expression softened slightly. In about a month, you will grasp the fundamentals of martial arts. Your talents surpass those of many demon slayers. With additional effort, you may have the opportunity to become a formal demon slayer. Mastery of martial arts requires a balance of tension and relaxation to reach the pinnacle. This succinct praise, albeit brief, indicates Liu Chang's recognition of Shen Changqing's potential to become a true demon slayer. After all, few can master the basics of martial arts within a month. Those who achieve this milestone, provided they do not falter along the way, invariably become genuine demon slayers, and not merely of ordinary caliber. Just as Shen Changqing had contemplated, without actual combat, Liu Chang could not fully discern his true depth based solely on visual observation. After pausing momentarily, Liu Chang's demeanor returned to its previous indifference. The deadline for your task has arrived. You must now undertake a new assignment. What is this new task? Shen inquired. There are not many tasks for apprentice demon slayers. Your current assignment mirrors the last. You are to patrol the Jinma prison, Liu Chang stated matter-of-factly. Patrol the Jinma prison. Shen Changqing's expression shifted slightly, a flicker of joy igniting within him. His previous task had indeed been to patrol the Jinma prison, and it was during that very task that he had officially activated the panel. He had been pondering how to seek an opportunity to enter the Jinma prison without raising suspicion, yet unexpectedly, the opportunity had presented itself before him. Noticing the change in Shen Changqing's expression, Liu Chang mistakenly assumed he felt apprehensive and offered reassurance. The Jinma prison is not as perilous as you might imagine. The demons and monsters contained within are secured by powerful seals. As long as you do not trespass into restricted areas, you will encounter no issues. The boundaries of these restricted zones are clearly documented in the Jinma prison manual. Additionally, remember to treat any sounds you hear within the Jinma prison as if you have not heard them at all. In the past, he would not have elaborated further. However, given that Shen Changqing could master the basics of martial arts in about a month, he evidently possesses great potential. Offering a few words of explanation now serves as a favor to him. Even in the unlikely event that Shen fails to flourish or forgets Liu after achieving growth, it would bear little consequence for Liu. There is little risk in offering a few extra words. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, Liu Guanshi, for your guidance. Here, take this. Liu Chang produced a manual approximately a foot long from his sleeve and handed it to Shen Changqing. The Jinma prison manual contains records of each area, the demons and monsters sealed within, and their respective states. Should you notice anything unusual, or if something attempts to escape, do not venture into the cells yourself, simply report it to the personnel stationed at the Jinma prison. Moreover, any anomalies must not be concealed. Should you attempt to hide such matters and be discovered, it will be regarded as collusion with demons and a betrayal of humanity, leading to certain death. Rest assured, Liu Guanshi, I fully understand this matter. Shen Changqing replied solemnly, accepting the Jinma prison manual. The rules of the Jinma division are stringent. Any infraction, however minor, could result in severe injury or even death. Although his strength has increased somewhat, he is not reckless enough to challenge the regulations of the Jinma division. Off you go, understood. With Liu Chang's command, Shen Changqing promptly made his way toward the Jinma prison. The Jinma division comprises several distinct areas. The demon slayers reside in the outermost region, known as the Chumo Courtyard, while the location of the library is classified as the second area. The Jinma prison itself lies within the third area, and the fourth area is designated for the residence of the guardians. This layout is meticulously designed, as the Jinma prison holds great significance. If a sealed demon or monster were to escape, it would spell catastrophic consequences for ordinary people. The presence of demon slayers in front and guardians behind serves to prevent such occurrences. Any entity attempting to exit the Jinma prison would trigger an immediate alarm. At that moment, any demon or monster confined within the Jinma prison would be one that had been subdued by the powerful forces of the Jinma division. Therefore, there exists no possibility of encountering an insurmountable foe. After his rebirth, Shen Changqing had visited the Jinma prison once before, and since the apprentice demon slayer tasks are spaced 3 days apart, this marks his second visit. With the experience from his first encounter, while he is not yet entirely familiar with the Jinma prison, he certainly does not feel like a stranger. Before long, the Jinma prison came into view. Reborn into this world, Shen Changqing becomes a member of the Qin Demon-Suppression, a time marked by chaos and the rampant presence of monsters. He successfully vanquishes ghostly creatures of the U level, achieving perfection in his pure Yang technique. He then slays ghostly beings of the Yuan level, attaining mastery in the Tian Wu Gang Qi. Confronting formidable demons, he shatters his own limits. Years later, Shen Changqing transforms into the human race's guardian, compelling all demons and monsters to bow before him. As long as I exist, the human race shall endure. Chapter 1. The Qin Zhen Mo C. Brother Shen. As Shen Changqing strolls along the path, he encounters familiar faces, exchanging greetings or nods. Yet, irrespective of who it is, each countenance bears no excess expression. Seeming indifferent to all, Shen Changqing has grown accustomed to this, for this is the Zhen Mo, an institution dedicated to maintaining stability in Qin, primarily tasked with exterminating demons and monsters, although it also engages in various auxiliary pursuits. The instinctual sense of danger he perceives emanates merely from the slight aura of those around him. This place serves as a repository of martial arts knowledge. Thanks to the memories of his former self, deciphering the inscriptions poses no challenge, allowing him unfettered access to the library without incurring additional fees. In the 5 days since his arrival at the Zhen Mo, he has yet to witness such a phenomenon. As long as one possesses an identity token, their strength and speed have seen a modest enhancement. While the increase may not be substantial, surpassing his previous self will not be overly arduous. Confronting demons and monsters with the frail body of an ordinary person is, naturally, an impossibility. The atmosphere shifts abruptly. Puff! Shen Changqing returns the book to its rightful place and rises to head outside. Once one enters the Zhen Mo, life belongs to the Zhen Mo, and death is the soul of the Zhen Mo. The possibility of departure is non-existent. Over the years, only those who have mastered profound martial arts possess the capital to initially contend against demons and monsters. Upon reaching the first level of cultivation, his physical defense should improve more significantly than his strength and speed, yet to withstand blades and swords remains a considerable challenge. A waft of ink mingled with a faint metallic scent assaults his senses, causing his brow to instinctively furrow before swiftly relaxing. Not long after, Shen Changqing realizes that the individual guarding the library is a formidable presence within the Zhen Mo. Simultaneously, a powerful force surges from within him, and his blood and qi surge violently, his bones cracking as if under immense pressure. Though the members of the Zhen Mo are not madmen, many possess impulsive tempers. If their rage boils over, they may resort to violence without hesitation. Please take a look. After the event concludes, Shen Changqing pinches his skin, while the color remains unchanged. Its resilience has significantly strengthened. Ignoring the intentions of others, he approaches a bookshelf, skillfully extracting a volume from the neatly arranged tomes. Shen Changqing hesitates momentarily, but strides forward. Before he can ponder further, had he not known that everyone here were allies, he would have turned to flee. However, having spent nearly a month within the Zhen Mo, he is familiar with the surroundings. The elder stationed at the library briefly opens his weary eyes, only to close them again. Paying him little mind, Shen Changqing passes by and officially enters the library. Upon returning to his quarters, He realizes that the Zhen MOC is vast, and the influx of new blood is frequent. Despite his month-long stay, the number of individuals he truly knows remains limited. Time passes. However, the reduction in his kill value causes the title 13 Great Protectors to twist dramatically, transforming from novice to first level. Kill value: 3 success. Entering the loft, acclimatization to the scent of blood is a prerequisite for remaining within the Zhen MOC. As he departs, carrying the memories of his past self, Shen Changqing remains discreet about his awareness. Unlike the other grim locations within the Zhen MOC, this loft stands out, presenting a unique tranquility amidst the blood-soaked institution. The sensation of pain dissipates, replaced by an unprecedented comfort that thoroughly cleanses his body. He focuses his thoughts on the 13 Great Protectors cultivation technique, silently whispering, "Enhance. Thank you." He presents his identity token. The library's first floor is expansive. Shen Changqing feels as though he has caught the attention of a fierce beast, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. In the library, it does not take long before he halts before a certain loft. Shen Changqing calms his mind, directing his attention to the panel. Each individual within the Zhen MOC is stained with blood, the scent nearly impossible to cleanse entirely. As a probationary demon slayer, he is granted access to the first floor of the library for a duration of 2 hours, with no allowance for overstaying. Although mutual slaughter is strictly prohibited within the Zhen MOC, this regulation is in place to prevent individuals from becoming complacent, hiding within the library to evade the responsibilities of the Zhen MOC, or becoming mere martial arts experts devoid of combat experience. He refrains from immediate cultivation, instead centering his thoughts as he retrieves the 13 Great Protectors technique, settling cross-legged beside the bookshelf and quietly perusing the text. The Zhen MOC is vast, and 2 hours swiftly elapse. A seemingly ordinary and simplistic panel reveals itself. Shen Changqing is well acquainted with the Zhen MOC's environment. He feels a sense of pressure at his back, urging him to quicken his pace. Some faces are familiar, while others remain entirely unknown. Shen Changqing's former self was merely a probationary demon slayer, the lowest rank among them. Every individual entering the Zhen MOC starts as a novice, gradually ascending the ranks with the hope of becoming a guardian. Furthermore, with the memories of his past self, one rule stands out: do not pry into others' privacy, nor harbor excessive curiosity. Those who remain in the Zhen MOC are either powerful experts or possess the potential to become one. Regaining his focus, he stands still, lightly stretching his limbs to adapt to his newly enhanced physical state. However, to kill a person does not necessarily require overt action. Others may operate this way, and so does Shen Changqing. Witnessing the potential for enhancement on the panel, a smile spreads across Shen Changqing's face. 13 Great Protectors. The script is unique to the Qin, markedly different for the characters he recognized in his past life. Without hesitation, Shen Changqing retrieves his token, while the elder resumes his slumber, appearing to be in deep sleep. The sensation of comfort causes Shen Changqing to forget the discomfort he previously felt. Each individual strives to memorize the martial arts they need to cultivate within the limited span of time they possess. Due to the very nature of the Zhen MOC, which serves as a guardian of the Qin, it is imperative to cultivate a sufficient number of adept individuals. The confidence that allows him to remain within the Zhen MOC stems from his discovery of his unique abilities. The Zhen MOC is divided into 2 distinct professions, the Zhenshou Shi and the Qumo Shi. His impulsiveness was remarkable. The extent of his improvement left him immensely satisfied. Indeed, it is only by thoroughly memorizing a martial art that one can truly commence its cultivation. Attempting to practice without a complete understanding will only lead to self-destruction. There exists a formidable pressure exerted upon the internal organs. Therefore, every member of the Zhen MOC, even the most junior Qumo Shi, enjoys extraordinary treatment. The primary function of the Shi, Santai, Baoheng Liangong, is to enhance the physical body's defenses. Huangbu, the apprentice Qumo Shi, requested entry into the library. Shen Changqing belonged to the latter category. However, any breach of protocol could result in dire consequences. Without having fully comprehended the techniques, one cannot recklessly engage in practice without risking fatality. The Shen MOC has established regulations that limit each individual's access to the library in terms of time and frequency. Soon, upon observing the books, he noticed a few prominent characters inscribed. Shen Changqing coughed up a mouthful of black blood, his expression contorted in agony from the sudden pain. Curiosity had led some Chu Mo Shi to pry into matters that angered others, resulting in their demise. Such occurrences are far too common. Thus, comprehending the martial arts within is not overly demanding. After arriving in this world, when Shen Changqing first came, he found several individuals lingering within, perusing the texts. The library's existence serves to enable the members of the Shen MOC to enhance their strengths as much as possible. He then returned to his residence. Currently, Shen Changqing resided in a secluded courtyard, furnished with wooden dummies, stone locks, and other martial training tools. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Shen MOC. Identity: Apprentice Chu Mo Shi. Martial arts: Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong. Not yet initiated, can be enhanced. When one becomes accustomed to life and death, many matters begin to lose their significance. However, Shen Changqing understands that this is the foundation upon which he will establish himself in this world. No one noticed Shen Changqing's arrival. Initially, he found it challenging to adapt to this world, but over time, he grew accustomed to it. Shortly thereafter, contemplating the misfortune of his predecessor, who had recklessly practiced the Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong and perished due to the backlash of the techniques, Shen Changqing could only shake his head in resignation. The regulations of the Shen MOC are not numerous. An elderly man napping before the loft opened his bleary eyes, a fleeting glimmer of blood flashing momentarily within. The predecessor had indeed heard of similar cases occurring. At this moment, the door to the loft stood ajar, with individuals occasionally entering and exiting. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Shen MOC. Identity: Apprentice Chu Mo Shi. Martial arts: Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong. First level can be enhanced. Kill count: 2. Enhancing the Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong by 1 level cost him merely a fraction of his kill points, indicating that the consumption for martial arts enhancement is less than he had anticipated. Consequently, his strength could significantly increase in a short period. Shen Changqing felt a sense of satisfaction. He wasted no time and, with a thought, embarked on the next phase of enhancement. Chapter Hai, Si Santai Bao Heng Lian Gong. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: Da Qin Sen Montag Zi. Identity: Apprentice Chu Montag Shi. Martial arts: Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong. Third level, cannot be enhanced. Kill count: 0, having expended all his kill points. The Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong soared from an uninitiated state to the 3rd level, standing still with closed eyes for a considerable time. Shen Changqing suddenly opened them, taking a forward stance, and delivered a powerful punch into the air. The force of his fist created a faint sound reminiscent of something tearing through the air. In an instant, the sound faded as Shen Changqing withdrew his fist. The Shi Santai Bao Hong Lian Gong consists of 13 levels. Mastering each level significantly enhances the physical body strength while marginally augmenting power and speed. With his current attainment at the 3rd level, aside from the seasoned Chu Mo Shi, no one among the newly inducted apprentices could rival him. Moreover, even those with slightly longer experience, provided they had not been practicing for over 6 months, would not surpass him in strength. Some might even be weaker. Within the Shen MOC, the Zhenshou Shi occupies the highest position, followed by the Chu Mo Shi. Among all Chu Mo Shi, the apprentice ranks lowest. Anyone entering the Shen MOC, unless exceptionally powerful, begins as an apprentice Chu Mo Shi. In essence, an apprentice Chu Mo Shi serves as a reserve for formal Chu Mo Shi, primarily aiming to enhance their strength and attain the requisite foundation to undertake the tasks of the Shen MOC, ultimately becoming a true Chu Mo Shi. Therefore, most apprentice Chu Mo Shi possess limited strength, with only those who remain longer developing significant prowess. True masters are at least formal Chu Mo Shi. However, being an apprentice Chu Mo Shi does not equate to idly honing skills. Aside from self-cultivation, they are also expected to regularly complete simple tasks. Only then do they qualify for the privileges that the Shen MOC affords. Furthermore, Both the predecessor and Shen Changqing took a month to fully memorize the Shi, Santai, Bao, Hung, Liangong, though he deemed his predecessor somewhat dull-witted. Even those of sharper intellect require 10 to 15 days to fully commit a martial art to memory. Accessing the library once every 5 days allows 2 hours of study per visit. Given the extensive content of a martial art, it is reasonable for a clever individual to need 4 to 6 hours to master it. It is essential to note, however, that memorization is one thing, while successful cultivation is another. According to Shen Changqing's understanding, among those who entered the Zhen MOC within the same cohort, even the most gifted barely scratched the surface. Thus, achieving the 3rd level of the Shi, Santai, Bao Hung, Lian Gong positions him as a formidable figure among apprentice Chu Mo Shi. Yet, upon noticing his depleted kill points, Shen Changqing shook his head in disappointment. Regrettably, with his kill points exhausted, he must devise a means to amass more. Collecting kill points is vital for swiftly enhancing one's strength. The establishment of the Zhen MOC by Qin reflects the perilous nature of this world, starkly contrasting the tranquility of his previous life. Countless individuals perish within the Zhen MOC each year. Shen Changqing harbors no desire to find himself on the list of the deceased. Furthermore, every Chu Mo Shi is mandated to undertake missions. No one is exempt. Even apprentice Chu Mo Shi are granted only a year of grace. After this period, the Zhen MOC will compel apprentice Chu Mo Shi to engage in tasks concerning demonic entities and strange occurrences. As long as one succeeds, they can shed the identity of a novice demon slayer and ascend to the status of a true demon slayer. As for failure, the consequences are all too clear. Once one enters the Shens, there is no turning back. One must either continue to rise or succumb to the unending tasks. No one desires death. And Shen is no exception. To survive within the ZHNMS, he must continuously enhance his abilities. Thus, he finds himself with no choice. Knock knock. The door to the courtyard was rapped upon. Shen opened the door and was met by a burly middle-aged man with a square face standing before him. Greetings, Manager Li. The visitor, Li Ing, is a formal demon slayer and the manager of the Hu Ingbi Demon Slaying Academy. The Hu Ingbi Demon Slaying Academy is the residence of all demon slayers, encompassing both novice and formal demon slayers. Within the ZHNMS, there are 4 demon slaying academies, and Hu Ingbi is one of them. Shen is quite familiar with Li Ing. In fact, all demon slayers feel a sense of familiarity with him, as he is the person they interact with the most. Upon seeing Shen emerge, in that instant, Shen felt as though his secrets had been laid bare. It seems your aptitude in martial arts is commendable, Li Ing complimented. You flatter me, Manager Li. I have merely made some modest progress. The enhancement of his martial arts under the guidance of NTIB is not something that can easily be concealed. As a formal demon slayer, Li Ing possesses considerable strength and can discern such nuances, yet without direct confrontation, he cannot fully ascertain Ng's true capabilities. As anticipated, Li Ing's expression softened slightly upon hearing Ng's response. In about a month, you will grasp the fundamentals of martial arts. Your talent surpasses that of many demon slayers. With a bit more time, you may have the opportunity to become a formal demon slayer. The realm of martial arts emphasizes balance and control in order to reach the pinnacle. A mere acknowledgement from Li Ing indicates that he sees potential in Nging. For few can master the basics of martial arts in such a short span. However, as Nging had contemplated, without genuine combat, Li Ing could not entirely uncover his secrets. After a brief pause, Li Ing's demeanor turned indifferent again. The time for your mission has arrived. You must undertake a new task. May I inquire what this task entails? The missions for novice demon slayers are not numerous. Your current task is the same as last time. To patrol the ZHNMY, Li Ing replied coolly. Patrol the ZHNMY. Ng's expression shifted slightly, yet his heart swelled with joy. The previous mission was indeed to patrol the Zeech NMY, which was also the catalyst for activating his panel. He had been pondering how to discreetly seek an opportunity to enter the Zeech NMY, but unexpectedly, the chance had presented itself. Noticing the change in Ngqing's expression, Li Changqing mistakenly assumed he felt intimidated and explained. The ZHNMY is not as perilous as you might think. The demons and strange creatures contained within are largely bound by powerful seals. As long as you do not trespass into restricted areas, you will encounter no issues. The restricted areas are already documented in the ZHNMY manual. Furthermore, remember to treat any sounds you hear within the ZHNMY as if you have not heard them at all. In the past, he would not have offered such explanations. However, Ngqing's ability to grasp the fundamentals of martial arts in about a month clearly indicates his potential. Thus, offering this advice serves as a favor to him. Who knows, when Ngqing matures, he may return the favor. Even if, by some misfortune, Ngqing fails to thrive or forgets him after his own growth, it would not significantly affect Li Changqing. Offering a few words bears no loss. Upon hearing this, Ngqing clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you for your guidance, Manager Li. Here is the ZHNMY manual. Take it with you, Li Changqing said, producing a roughly foot-long booklet from his sleeve and handing it to Ngqing. The manual details each area within the ZHNMY, the demons and strange creatures sealed therein, and their current states. Should you detect any anomalies, or if something attempts to escape, do not enter the cells to investigate on your own. Simply report it to the personnel stationed at the ZHNMY. Moreover, any unusual occurrences must not be concealed. If one is discovered to be hiding such information, it will be regarded as collusion with demons, tantamount to betraying humanity, leading to certain death. Rest assured, Manager Li, I am well aware of this matter. Ngqing replied solemnly, tucking the manual away. The regulations of the ZHNMS are stringent. Violating any rule could result in severe injury or even death. Although he has recently increased his strength, he is not reckless enough to provoke the rules of the ZHNMS. Off you go. Yes, with Li Changqing's directive. Ngqing promptly set off towards the ZHNMY. The ZHNMS is divided into several regions. The Demon Slaying Academy, where the Slayers reside, is situated at the outermost perimeter, while the library occupies the second region. The ZHNMY is located in the third region. The fourth region is where the Guardians reside. This layout is crucial because the ZHNMY holds great importance. Should any sealed demons or strange creatures escape, it would spell disaster for ordinary people. With demon slayers ahead and guardians behind, they are there to prevent the escape of these entities. Should anything leave the ZHNMY, alarms would be triggered immediately. At that point, the ZHNMS would swiftly suppress the escaped demons or eliminate them on the spot. All creatures confined within the ZHNMY have been subdued by the formidable powers of the ZHNMS. Therefore, there is no possibility of encountering something insurmountable. After his rebirth, Ngqing had visited the ZHNMY once before, and given that the tasks for novice demon slayers occur every 3 days, this was his second visit. With the experience of his first encounter, his second venture into the ZHNMY, while not entirely familiar, would be far from awkward. Soon, the ZHNMY came into view. Chapter 3. Strange Creatures. The ZHNMY is part of the ZHNMS. To be candid, as a place dedicated to the suppression and sealing of demons and strange creatures, the ZHNMY is considered a significant stronghold within the ZHNMS. From the outside, it resembles an ancient fortress, its walls constructed of blue bricks, marred with mottled bloodstains, exuding an aura of bloodshed, solemnity, and antiquity. A rectangular gap exists at the base of the walls, flanked by 2 stone lions. Ngqing understood that this gap is, in fact, the entrance to the ZHNMY. The entire Zhen MOU possesses but a single entrance and exit. At first glance, it appears that this entrance is not heavily guarded, lacking the strict security one would expect of a place housing formidable entities. In terms of layout, Zhen MOU resembles the prisons from his past life, featuring individual cells designed to isolate the entities that require confinement. The handbook detailing the Shen MO serves not only as a record of important precautions, but also as a pass for entering the facility. Outside Shen MO, there are no heavy troops stationed, just a few individuals clad in iron armor and helmets, their faces obscured, wielding swords at their sides. The atmosphere is simple yet laden with a chilling aura that, while formidable, does not significantly affect him. As for the alluring woman, she simply stepped aside to allow passage. Truthfully, he had little interest in her. I am Shen Changqing, a trainee demon slayer from the Huangbu, dispatched to inspect Shen MO. Here is my handbook. Within these walls, there is indeed a malevolent entity of the grudge category, yet unlike the alluring woman, this entity manifests as something else. The last time he visited, he had barely crossed the stone lion when a nauseating wave of bloodlust surged towards him, nearly suffocating him, plunging him into an icy abyss. Shen MO consists of 5 levels, the uppermost of which houses no demons or monsters, only soldiers stationed for guard duty. There is no need for excessive military presence to secure Shen MO, as noted in the handbook. He felt compelled to study it further, as his proficiency in the 13 Guardians martial arts had sharpened his senses. During the onslaught of bloodlust, a powerful surge of vitality within Shen Changqing dispelled the chilling sensation. In the eyes of the gentleman, he wondered if his appearance would be pleasing. The dark corridor did not stir his heart too much. Each formidable individual within the Shen MO division would inevitably confront demons and monsters, and many terrifying scenes would arise, necessitating a strong disposition for support. Shen Changqing was not inclined to waste time on the individual before him. After all, there were countless monsters confined within Shen MO, and it was unnecessary to become fixated on one. He noticed oil lamps illuminating the surroundings, dispelling the darkness. Turning to the next page of the Shen MO handbook, he examined the recorded information before proceeding towards the next cell. The woman ceased her grooming, turning back to smile, her beauty captivating. Through the reflection in the bronze mirror atop the vanity, Shen Changqing beheld her enchanting visage. However, this visit evoked a different feeling within him. Given the circumstances, he bypassed the preliminary notes in the Shen MO handbook and delved straight into the official content. Anyone tasked with patrolling Shen MO would receive a handbook. Shen Changqing had also heard rumors. Name, Mayan. Thus, he was not entirely aware of the soldier's origins. But anyone who could remain in Shen MO for an extended period was certainly not ordinary. Shen Changqing closed the handbook and approached the first cell on the second level. Should any demon or monster emerge from Shen MO, they would undoubtedly be sensed by the powerful individuals within the Shen MO division, with no chance of surviving outside its confines. Behind the armored figures lay a reservoir of potent vitality. Shen Changqing decisively moved on to the next cell. In truth, the handbook in Shen Changqing's possession bore the image of a woman. The section concerning the kill value showed no immediate changes. He continued forward until he reached the first cell. Rank, Grudge entity. Since then, it is possible that the enchanting woman he perceived was seen differently by others. Despite her alluring appearance, most entities lack a tangible form, presenting only illusions. Description: skilled in mental attacks, often using feminine allure to ensnare souls. She had drained the life essence of nearly 10,000 souls from 5 villages before being captured and imprisoned within Shen MO. The likelihood of obtaining kill value from AN was rather slim. It seemed he must conduct further inspections. At this moment, Shen Changqing could distinctly sense that what should have been a frigid cell appeared to him as a warm boudoir, with a long-haired woman seated at the vanity. Her back turned to him. Shen Changqing found himself on the uppermost level. Compared to his previous visit, it was highly probable that the entities housed within had escaped for some reason. As he departed, Shen Changqing silently shook his head. Despite the darkness of the corridor, it did not take long for him to glance briefly before flipping to the back, where no illustrations existed, only written records. It indicated that the kill value existed within the demons and monsters, yet there was no need to slay them. Merely being present in their vicinity sufficed. The Shen MO handbook detailed the types of demons and monsters confined within each cell. Shen Changqing tucked the handbook away, clasped his hands in greeting to a few individuals, and then entered. Mei En rose from the vanity, gracefully approaching him, her ruby lips parting to release a fragrant breeze. With no issues arising from Mei En, it was time to assess the next cell's conditions. He had stood outside the cell for quite some time, yet had garnered no kill value. 13 Guardians Martial Arts. His footsteps faltered momentarily. During his last entry into Shen Mou, he had not yet mastered the 13 Guardians Martial Arts, remaining stagnant for nearly half an hour before slowly acclimating. Shen Changqing felt little connection to the soldiers stationed within Shen Mou. Who goes there? Please present your identification. Shen Changqing remained silent, standing still. One individual stepped forward, blocking his path. As Shen Mou exists within the Shen Mou division, the division itself is an indomitable prison. However, for the experienced Shen Changqing, these matters were of little concern. He immediately opened the panel to take a look. Shen Changqing's expression shifted abruptly. Even with his mastery of the third tier of the 13 Guardians Martial Arts, it was highly probable that he would not be a match for these soldiers. Upon descending to the second level, it seemed that no matter how Mei-En transformed, it would bear no significance for Shen Changqing. It appeared that extracting kill value from her would be impossible. After a brief pause, he quickly realized that ordinary trainee demon slayers could navigate the second level with ease, let alone someone like Shen Changqing. Otherwise, it would inevitably lead to a dead end. If an average person were to traverse such a corridor, feelings of trepidation would surely arise. After each completed task, the Shen Mou handbook must be returned. Suddenly, it dawned on him that the possibility of this matter was still quite significant. Why does the gentleman stand outside without moving? It would be better to come in and take a seat. As the lady spoke, she suddenly threw a flirtatious glance, and the garment draped over her shoulder slipped slightly, revealing a glimpse of her snow-white shoulder. It is evident that Shen Changqing turned to leave, leaving the lady momentarily stunned. She stood there for a few seconds. With the exorcist in front and the guardian behind, Shen Changqing took a deep breath and stepped into the Jinma prison. This brief pause allowed him to regain his composure. However, Shen Changqing's pace did not falter. This was not his first visit to the Jinma prison, and he had previously experienced the bloody shock within. At the end of the dark corridor, a faint light flickered into view, gradually becoming more pronounced. Shen Changqing maintained an expressionless demeanor. Unsurprisingly, he, like any other trainee exorcist, possessed a strong disposition. The entrance to the Jinma prison was a long corridor, devoid of wall lamps on either side, casting an eerie darkness. Upon seeing Shen Changqing's arrival, he reached the front of the second cell. Shen Changqing studied it carefully and ultimately concluded that the next cell also contained a vengeful spirit. The task of patrolling the Jinma prison required that the contents of the cells correspond with the manual. With this in mind, Shen Changqing felt a renewed confidence in his own abilities. Fortunately, someone had explicitly explained this on the first day of entering the Jinma division. However, there were soldiers stationed within the Jinma prison. Once he fully emerged from the darkness, the scene transformed entirely. If there were supposed to be entities imprisoned according to the manual, but the cell was empty, that would warrant caution. Without sufficient mental fortitude, one would not qualify to enter the Jinma division. The woman depicted in the painting appeared bewitching and alluring, as if capable of ensnaring hearts. Upon descending to the second level, a chilling aura immediately surged forth. The appearance of the kill value was first triggered within the Jinma prison. Shen Changqing halted his steps and presented the Jinma prison manual given to him by Lu Chang. The kill value showed no change. The entities were categorized into several tiers, with the lowest being the ghost level and the vengeful level. The ghost level was the weakest, typically eliminated directly by the Jinma division, while only entities of vengeful level or above qualified for imprisonment. Soon, he reached the last cell on the second level. Shen Changqing's footsteps also paused. At the end of the second level was a cell, but unlike the others, this one did not contain a spirit. Instead, it housed a single arm. An arm covered in dark, scaly skin, unrecognizable as human. The arm was pierced by iron chains, suppressed in the deepest part of the cell. Standing before the cell, Shen Changqing's expression grew serious. In his line of sight, he could clearly see the arm still pulsating with life, as if it were a living being. At the same time, he recalled the information he had seen. Name, unknown. From the remnants of the demon's flesh, one could indeed obtain a certain amount of kill value. He began the next round of his enhancement. If given the opportunity, he could ascend to the fourth level. From his perspective, Shen Changqing speculated whether the kill value could only be acquired from demons. There was no task within the Jinma division that was absolutely safe. Returning directly, Although he had completed the task for the Jinma Division, he lamented the lost opportunity to acquire kill value from the Jinma prison. After making his decision, Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. The last time he obtained kill value was at the final cell on the second level. Feeling the icy aura approaching, he did not exhibit any wariness. Instead, his expression bore a hint of delight. What kind of existence could achieve such a degree? The scenery of the third level unfolded before Shen Changqing's eyes. Without the ability to gain kill value, he could not elevate his strength to a sufficiently powerful realm in a short time. After all, abundant vitality could help one resist the disturbances of illusions to a certain extent. A trainee exorcist was not qualified to engage with matters of a higher caliber. The flesh appeared somewhat different from normal, not only stained with crimson, but also adorned with bluish patterns, as if someone had etched designs upon it. Shen Changqing's understanding deepened. His gaze sharpened. Although he withstood the impact of the third level, Shen Changqing understood that his vitality was depleting with each passing moment. He focused his mind, observing his status panel. He needed to verify. As he just entered the third level, an overwhelming chill surged forth. He could hardly imagine how the vital energy within him surged to dispel that coldness. Without sufficient strength, one would not even qualify to walk freely in the Jinma prison. A few seconds later, the kill value read 3. The last time he obtained kill value was from the demon's arm. This time, it was from the demon's flesh. The appearance of all these phenomena left him frozen in place. Soon, under normal circumstances, glancing at the information above, a smile surfaced on Shen Changqing's face. A familiar, icy aura emanated from within the cell, swiftly infiltrating his body. He would choose this martial art. With so many tasks ahead, without sufficient strength, how could he ensure his survival? Only by ascending higher could he attain greater treatment within the Jinma Division, and his strength would also increase more rapidly. That chill threatened to freeze Shen Changqing's very flesh. Soon, a haunting wail echoed in his ears, transforming into soft sobs, as if someone were quietly weeping. This indicated that acquiring kill value within the Jinma prison and accumulating strength before undertaking other tasks was far preferable to embarking on other missions without any preparation. Had he not advanced the Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong to the third level, he would have succumbed to illusions the moment he entered the third level. Although it was anticipated that the third level would differ greatly from the second, the consumption of kill value caused Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong to rise to the fourth level. He concentrated his mind, as if plunged into a bottomless abyss, surrounded by countless demons and eerie beings. Conversely, it was also due to the guidance of an elder upon entering the Jinma Division. Name: Shen Changqing. Faction: Daqin Jinma Division. Identity: Trainee Exorcist. Martial art: Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong. Third level can be enhanced. Shen Changqing could not help but speculate. However, he initially believed that although the Jinma prison posed some dangers, as long as he did not recklessly enter restricted areas, there would be no issues. Regrettably, throughout the entire process, the kill value on the panel showed no increase. In a world rife with demons and spirits, there was no so-called pure land. Only through one's own strength could one carve out a path. Looking back now, without the value of slaughter, it would be exceedingly difficult for me to distinguish myself within the Jinma SI merely through my innate talents. Even in the absence of assignments from the Jinma SI, Shen Changqing would find a way to venture into the Jinma U. Thus, he felt an overwhelming impulse to ascend to the third level. Subsequently, among all the apprentice demon exterminators, many were dedicated to the study of the Shisan Tai Bao horizontal training technique, a pathway to the third level. However, the probability of becoming ensnared in place, with one's body frozen by an icy chill, leaving no escape, was significant. Nevertheless, accomplishing tasks for the Jinma SI was merely a secondary consideration. At that moment, having just acquired slaughter value, he needed to conduct some research which quelled his impulse. The rhythmic beating of flesh was akin to that of a living being. As the chill dissipated, the myriad sounds and phenomena around him vanished simultaneously. Shen Changqing's wariness toward the Jinma Yu escalated several notches. He refrained from retrieving the Jinma Yu manual, as the one given by Lu Chong was incomplete, containing only information pertaining to the second level. The Shisan Tai Bao horizontal training technique served as an introductory martial art for apprentice demon exterminators, primarily aimed at establishing a foundation and enhancing one's physical defenses. He harbored no intention of hoarding his slaughter value. It would not be long before he could no longer endure the pressure. Once the phenomena vanished, it became evident that not venturing into the third level had undoubtedly saved his life. With this realization, he returned, yet received not a single point of slaughter value. Despite the myriad of supernatural creatures, he found himself unable to extract the desired slaughter value from them. Name: Shen Changqing Faction. The Qin Demon-Suppression Identity: Apprentice Demon Exterminator Martial Art. Shen Changqing Horizontal Training Technique. Level 6, non-upgradable, slaughter value 0 at the 6th level. Unless fortune smiled upon him, he would remain undiscovered by others. After a brief respite, tasks such as patrolling the Jinma Yu were among the least perilous, yet still carried the risk of death. The dangers associated with other tasks were readily apparent. It was now clear that even avoiding those areas posed a threat to life. At this moment, Shen Changqing, gazing at the increasing slaughter value, fell into deep contemplation. Inside the Jinma Yu, his expression was grave. Otherwise, during his initial visit to the Jinma Yu, upon completing the patrol at the second level's end, he could have returned directly. After approximately 15 minutes of standing motionless, Shen Changqing's body suddenly trembled, a surge of formidable vitality emanating from him before swiftly dissipating. Resolutely, he stepped forward toward the third level. However, within a prison cell, he might only obtain a single point of slaughter value. What constituted a demon was not entirely clear to him. Rank: low-rank demon. He beheld a pulsating mass of flesh, which, in truth, was the severed arm of a demon. The introduction was starkly simple compared to the previous supernatural beings. Shen Changqing had two purposes for entering the Jinma Yu. He exhaled deeply, maintaining a calm demeanor, though the astonishment in his eyes had yet to fade entirely. Was it possible that every location only yielded a single point of slaughter value? Drawing from his prior experiences, Shen Changqing gradually adapted to the accompanying pains of martial arts advancement. His task merely entailed patrolling the second level, and Liu Chong had never anticipated that he would venture into the third level unbidden. At that moment, as long as he refrained from reckless actions, the Jinma Yu was a safe haven. It housed both supernatural beings and demons. Shen Changqing resolved to proceed, casting a glance at the slaughter value above him, and with a thought, he initiated the next round of enhancement. He lingered before the prison cell for quite some time. Severed limbs did not die outright. Rather, they required confinement by the Jinma Si. Therefore, from any perspective, enhancing one's strength was paramount. The second level was permeated with a formidable chill. Newly arrived apprentice demon exterminators, lacking any significant martial achievements, could barely navigate the second level relying solely on their vitality. The advancement of the Shen Changqing horizontal training technique had exceeded his expectations, revealing a stark disparity between the two levels. The third level and beyond were realms traversed by seasoned apprentice demon exterminators tasked with patrols. Shen Changqing remained vigilant, monitoring the changes on his panel. The simplest explanation did not imply that the demon's arm was weak. Rather, it was the terrifying strength of the demon's arm that rendered it formidable. With this thought, he directed his gaze toward a dark passage behind the prison cell. The first time he beheld the demon's arm, he was taken aback. The prison cells of the third level were identical in size to those of the second level. The third level of the Jinma Yu was an essential destination. Shen Changqing advanced toward the nearest prison cell. This time, by enhancing his strength, he hoped to endure longer within the third level. The apprentice demon exterminators were only required to patrol the second level. One objective was to acquire slaughter value, while the other was to discern the patterns of slaughter value. Firstly, there was no documentation whatsoever. If the last prison cell of the second level held a demon's arm, then the flesh before him must, by deduction, belong to a demon. Only by excelling within the Jinma Si could one qualify to ascend further. Presently, only slaughter value could expedite the enhancement of his capabilities. The Shen Changqing horizontal training technique, recognized as one of the foundational martial arts for apprentice demon exterminators, despite its limited rank, was certainly not to be underestimated. Upon reaching the 6th level, Shen Changqing perceived that the chill of the third level had significantly lessened. Chapter 5: Breaking Limits, Vitality, Self-Generated. The Shen Changqing horizontal training technique had reached its perfected state, yet a considerable gap remained when compared to formal demon exterminators. Despite his breakthroughs, Shen Changqing did not allow himself to become complacent. The 6th level of the Sure San Tai Bao horizontal training technique could only showcase his prowess in the presence of apprentice demon exterminators. He had no qualification to compare himself to formal demon exterminators. With a focused mind, he turned his gaze back to the flesh within the prison cell. Once he confirmed that the entity could no longer provide him with slaughter value, Shen Changqing proceeded to the next cell. In the subsequent cell, he encountered yet another remnant of a demon. However, unlike the previous arm and flesh, this time the prison held an eye. Yet, as he lifted his foot to step forward, Shen Changqing suddenly reacted. Advancing through the channels within a year was a testament to normal talent. His previously furrowed brow relaxed. Yet, 2 points of value were preferable to none at all. Delving into the reasons, the first 2 encounters yielded 3 points, yet this time only 2 points were acquired, possibly due to the demon's strength. As he gazed at the panel, the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training had already reached the 15th level, and the previously available upgrade option had transformed into one that was no longer accessible. Just a day prior, after the birth of his true energy, he had achieved a state that was no less formidable than that of a formal demon exterminator. His physical form was now perfected. However, he was not yet at a stage where he could fear no one. He did not wish to become the target of envy too quickly. Shen Changqing inhaled sharply, and in an instant, a wave of intense dread surged within him, disrupting the fragile calm he had managed to attain. If he could progress in a month, he would indeed be considered a prodigy. As long as he refrained from acting rashly, the illusions would vanish, and no one would discern that he had achieved the completion of the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training. Yet, upon seeing the upgrade option, he chose to enhance his abilities. Even the formidable blood vitality of Shen Changqing was momentarily frozen in the face of such chilling dread. Fortunately, the true energy surging from his dantian managed to dispel that coldness. A single ink green eye appeared. In that moment, Shen Changqing broke out in a cold sweat. Fearing to meet the gaze of the demon within the cell, he steadied his mind and glanced at his panel. The instant he beheld that eye, he found himself ensnared in an illusion. His kill value plummeted to 0. Although his meridian realm was merely the beginning, he had already outstripped his contemporaries among the demon exterminators. By the time he entered the 4th level, Shen Changqing was nearly certain that the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training indeed only had 13 layers, and his ability to advance to the 15th layer was likely due to the advantage of his kill value. Upon completing the enhancement, the 3rd layer, unlike the 2nd, housed no monsters. Only the remnants of demons were confined there. As soon as this thought crossed his mind, his kill value diminished by 3 points, and immediately thereafter, an overwhelming force surged from his body, sweeping through him with haste. Was it over? His blood vitality was boiling. His bones groaned. His flesh trembled. Yet it unmistakably conveyed to him that the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training still possessed room for further enhancement. True energy. If the enhancement requirements for the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training remained unchanged, then with 15 points of kill value, he could elevate this martial art to perfection. With ample surplus remaining, Shen Changqing stood still, closing his eyes to sense the changes within himself. As demons pierced through him, he felt no intense pain. According to the records in the manual, once the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training reached the 13th layer, the physical body would attain a state of completion. Achieving such a level in a mere day would undoubtedly raise suspicions, so he had to be cautious not to reveal too much. Having harvested all the kill value from the 3rd layer, he could only seek new kill value by venturing into the 4th layer. Moreover, if demons were to attack, based on his current strength, escape would be impossible. It was all an illusion. Yet, it now seemed he had underestimated the situation. There were classifications among the monsters, and similarly, the warriors of the Demon-Suppression Division were also categorized by rank. Observing his remaining 9 points of kill value, he noted the transformation. Unlike the agonizing enhancements of the past, as his physical form began to settle, a warm aura emerged from his dantian, delicate as a strand of hair, swiftly spreading throughout his limbs. True energy was born. Instantly, a terrifying chill surged forth. This must be the true energy that arises only after the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training is perfected. 2 points of kill value had transformed into 15. As a martial art designed to temper the physique and establish a foundation, it would generate a faint true energy upon reaching true perfection. 1 point of kill value consumed. The 13 Tai Bao horizontal training ascended to the 7th layer. 1 point of kill value consumed. The 13 Tai Bao horizontal training ascended to the 8th layer. Furthermore, compared to the 2nd layer, the number of cells in the 3rd layer was indeed fewer. In that moment, Shen Changqing felt a transformation akin to a rebirth coursing through his entire being. After traversing the last cell, he reassured himself, standing still as he watched the demons approach. Boom! With 3 points of kill value remaining, the option to enhance still lingered behind the martial arts. In other words, Shen Changqing's physical defensive capabilities had reached an impressive level, with both his passive strength and speed significantly enhanced. With a desire to bolster his power, Shen Changqing did not hesitate long and chose to enhance once more. Sensing the warm aura in his dantian, when the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training reached the 15th layer, it had expanded from its original size to nearly 1.5 times larger. The warm aura returned to the dantian, falling silent. Yet, the upgrade option on the panel remained. Realizing he had cultivated true energy, he understood that excessive concealment would hinder his progress within the Demon-Suppression Division. This enhancement was not only devoid of pain, but rather quite comfortable. Despite the fear that gnawed at his heart, he remained steadfast and did not waver. Shen Changqing gazed at the martial arts section on his panel, his heart racing. His power was fundamentally at the Meridian realm and above. In the next moment, he believed. He glanced at the now empty kill value and then at the entrance to the 4th layer. What an overpowering chill. Recalling the risks of entering the 3rd layer, he refrained from entering hastily and instead began to digest his gains on the spot. The 15th layer of the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training. The highest level of the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training was indeed the 13th layer. He had never heard of a 14th layer existing. Possessing 15 points of kill value was a considerable achievement in Shen Changqing's eyes. Yet, he understood that to accomplish such feats in 2 to 3 months would mark one as a peerless genius. The remnants of some demons only yielded 1 point of kill value, or even less, which resulted in his exploration of the 3rd layer yielding only 15 points in total. Shen Changqing emerged from his state of breakthrough. 3 points of kill value consumed, and the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training progressed from the 13th to the 14th layer. However, he need not conceal too much. He could find an excuse to seclude himself for a month or 2 and then demonstrate his breakthrough in the Meridian realm. After all, any prodigious figure would not be treated uniformly. He continued onward, proving that he had crossed the threshold from the body-tempering realm into the higher Meridian realm, officially becoming a demon exterminator. At this moment, Shen Changqing's smile faded, quickly transitioning the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training into the 12th layer. Within the demon suppression prison, all demons and monsters were sealed. How could there be any demon attacks now? Shen Changqing, filled with uncertainty, returned to his senses, a smile gracing his face. With a slight furrow of his brow, he examined his information. Name, Shen Changqing Faction. The Qin Demon-Suppression Division Identity. Apprentice Demon Exterminator Martial Arts. 13 Tai Bao Horizontal Training. 13th Layer. Upgrade available. Kill value. 6. Without hesitation, he directly chose to enhance. Stepping into the realm of Tongmai is merely a new beginning. Compared to the formidable figures within the Jinma Sea, this level holds little significance. In the early moments, as he approached the threshold of the 4th layer, he had already formulated an estimate of what awaited him. Time passed. Was it only 2 points? He dared not gaze into the eyes of the demons and proceeded directly to the next cell. Instantly, once his vital energy was born, standing at the entrance of the 4th layer, it was as expected. In less than an hour, Shen Changqing traversed the entirety of the 3rd layer. To claim he was unhappy would be utterly false. The scenes were too vivid. However, if merely one day defined him, he was still someone who had yet to cross the threshold of the body refinement realm. Yet now he had directly entered the Tongmai realm, akin to a formal demon slayer, having attained the full mastery of the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training. The initial apprentice demon slayers. Some had not even crossed into the body refinement realm, while others lingered there. Shen Changqing shook his head. Such individuals could no longer be described as mere prodigies. Achieving this in half a year marked one as a genius. The slaughter value that had reset on the panel had now increased to 2 points. While it is prudent not to attract undue attention, there is no need for excessive concealment. As long as explanations can be provided, all is well. Should his talent be revealed, it would earn him certain privileges within the Jinma. He could even perceive every scale upon the demons and the nauseating stench of blood that permeated the air. Did the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training indeed possess subsequent layers? Shen Changqing glanced at the panel. His flesh trembled. Could it be that I find myself within the Jinma prison? He activated the panel to inspect. A fearsome demon was lunging toward him. An overwhelming terror surged from the depths of his soul, compelling his body to flee. Had it not been for the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training reaching the 15th layer, he would have perished upon stepping into the 4th layer. Even though he could resist with his vital energy now, temporarily unfazed by the chill, Shen Changqing sensed he could not hold out for long. Chapter 6. Tongmai, have you noticed anything unusual? Not at all. The individual who conversed with Shen Changqing at the exit of the 1st layer of Jinma prison was the one who had intercepted him earlier. After brief inquiry, Shen Changqing handed over the manual of Jinma prison to the other party, as the manual served as proof of entry. Any demon slayer leaving Jinma prison must present the manual to those stationed there to ensure it does not get lost. If the means of attack were concerned, the increase in slaughter value likely stemmed from comprehensive familiarity with the methods. However, this does not imply that the body would adapt instantaneously. No demon slayer would squander time cooking for themselves, nor did the Demon Slayer Academy possess such conditions. After satisfying his hunger, Shen Changqing departed contentedly. Merely visiting Jinma prison had elevated his 13 Tai Bao horizontal training from the 3rd to the 15th layer. The pinnacle of the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training is the 13th layer. Once it reaches perfection, the body approaches completeness and is less likely to reveal its vitality. The provisions within the Jinma are genuinely commendable. Even apprentice demon slayers enjoy hearty meals, complemented by broth made from unknown animal bones. Based on his understanding of such matters, he could only describe it as superficial. The elder returned the token and casually mentioned some precautions before closing his eyes again. Shen Changqing generally kept a low profile. However, after Lu Chang's reminder, he noticed several prominent characters inscribed. King Kong, Iron Crotch Skill. Shen Changqing is destined to become a true demon slayer. Upon returning to his residence, he resolved to first enhance his martial arts before addressing other matters at a later opportunity. By the 5th day, Shen Changqing gauged that he had purposefully revealed some aspects merely to avoid raising Lu Chang's suspicions. Only after satisfying his hunger could he possess the confidence to cultivate. The apprentice demon slayer, Shen Changqing from the Huang department, requested access to the library. Similarly, employing more advanced martial arts would undoubtedly amplify his strength. While the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training is commendable, as others have stated, it remains merely an introductory level, the most basic among all martial arts. Shen Changqing was certain. Subsequently, the increase in slaughter value became evident. A stone lock weighing around 300 to 400 pounds could be effortlessly lifted, and his physical strength had reached an exceptionally formidable level. Before him, Shen Changqing exuded a surge of vitality, clearly demonstrating significant mastery over the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training. Previously, he could hardly lift even a fraction of the heavy stone lock. Consequently, he casually pulled a book from a shelf. However, different books were categorized into distinct sections. Shen Changqing secured the token, expressed his gratitude, and proceeded toward the shelves brimming with books. Not to mention, once one enters the Tongmai realm, the probability of becoming a formal demon slayer significantly increases. Upon seeing Shen Changqing for the first time, Lu Chang sensed something amiss. In less than an hour, the apprentice demon slayer, although the Demon Slayer Academy served as the residence for all demon slayers, also established a cafeteria. Lu Chang patiently explained, if the body refinement realm still falls within the realm of ordinary individuals, Shen Changqing returned to the Demon Slayer Academy. After departing from Jinma prison, he had not anticipated the other party's breakthrough to the 15th layer. Shen Changqing exited Jinma prison and made his way to the library. Lu Chang arrived as scheduled. It is worth mentioning, of course. Haha, it is commendable that you are thoughtful. Shen Changqing promptly presented his identification token to preempt any inquiries from the other party. Having no intention of seeking slaughter value, he utilized it to enhance his abilities. Merely stepping into the 4th layer nearly cost him his life. This was solely for the supply of demon slayers. Not only does it contain martial arts records, but there are also numerous peculiar anecdotes and accounts of demonic oddities. It is evident that the so-called Tong Mai, therefore, based on his current prowess, he had no qualification to retrieve slaughter value from the fourth layer. Although he yearned to gain further insight into the demonic strange phenomena, Shen Changqing remained secluded for 2 days before finally opening the courtyard door and heading toward the cafeteria. He did not request a change in tasks. Shen Changqing smiled. A few days of seclusion yielded slight insights, which are insignificant before Lu Guanshi. Lu Chang, generally indifferent to the usual apprentice demon slayers, merely adhere to the regulations. You have visited Jima prison several times, and I believe you are quite familiar with it. This time, you shall continue your patrol of Jima prison. The other party consistently assigned him the same task, which was relatively low in difficulty, indicating a degree of favoritism. Upon hearing Lu Chang's inquiry, even Shen Changqing, who had experienced a significant breakthrough in the 13 Tai Bao horizontal training leading to an increased appetite, sensed a feeling of fullness. The process of forging the body is merely the beginning. Once you have established a solid foundation, you may consider venturing into the Tsangshu Gu to exchange for a martial art that transcends the Tongmai realm. The time for an apprentice demon slayer to enter the Tsangshu Gu is also set at intervals of 5 days. Throughout this duration, no one has perceived his peculiarities. After obtaining the Jinma Yu manual and bidding farewell to Lu Chang, he proceeded directly towards the Jinma Yu. Although the manual is not featherlight, it is certainly manageable for him. Moreover, the standard of food he consumes remains that of an apprentice demon slayer. A formal demon slayer would require a higher standard. Shen Changqing did not refuse and accepted the Jinma Yu manual, storing it with care. According to Shen Changqing's conjecture, all individuals who have reached the Tongmai realm possess a certain understanding. With a sense of clarity, he finished his meal. However, he pondered what kind of formidable demons and strange creatures were imprisoned on the 4th level of the Jinma Sea. It became evident that he needed to supplement his knowledge regarding these entities. Otherwise, he would be utterly unprepared for any encounters. Lu Chang smiled slightly, a rare expression of joy gracing his face. Aside from the necessity of dining at the cafeteria daily, he remained in his quarters, continuously familiarizing himself with his rapidly increasing strength. Observing the current situation, it was clear that the Tongmai realm was not occupied by exceptionally powerful beings, yet they enjoyed unrestricted access to sustenance. The cultivation of true energy allows warriors to possess extraordinary powers. In the past, should one wish to dine on a similar meal outside the Jinma Sea, it would require a considerable sum of silver, which commoners could scarcely afford. This also prevents any unauthorized individuals from entering the Jinma Yu after acquiring the manual to engage in nefarious activities. Upon reaching the 1st level of the Tsangshu Gu, he found it to be just as he suspected. However, such an endeavor would demand an inordinate amount of time. It could be inferred that strength would be significantly enhanced. Presenting his identification token, Shen Changqing easily entered the cafeteria. Entering the Jinma Sea, he would inevitably have to interact with demons and strange creatures in the future. The transformation from an apprentice demon slayer to a formal demon slayer was fraught with challenges. The elimination rate was exceedingly high, and few managed to reach this stage. Lu Chang would also benefit from any apprentice who successfully transitioned into a formal demon slayer. Thank you, Manager Lu, for your guidance. Should I achieve success in the future, I will surely not forget, he expressed as he filled his plate and sought an empty seat. Among all apprentice demon slayers, none could rival his realm. As the manager of the Demon Slaying Academy, he remained unperturbed even without utilizing true energy. Have you made breakthroughs in the Shursan Tai Bao horizontal training? Returning to the courtyard, he simply aimed to elevate his martial arts. However, compared to last time, the elder seated at the Tsangshu Gu opened his eyes, and that familiar glimmer of blood was fleeting. Reflecting on the 4th level, Shen Changqing could only shake his head in resignation. Observing the stone lock in the courtyard, he felt a sudden impulse and grasped it. His current strength was formidable. Consequently, this inspection of the Jinma Yu proceeded swiftly. By the time the other party observed, they maintained an ordinary standard. Indeed, the other party had not misjudged him. In just 5 days, he had made commendable progress in the Shursan Tai Bao horizontal training. This visit to the Jinma Yu yielded significant gains. Compared to 5 days prior, the establishment of the cafeteria was indeed necessary. Having seen this, Lu Chang assigned a task, which he was obliged to execute. Provided there were no unforeseen circumstances, his realm had already evolved from the forging body stage to the Tongmai realm. Every 5 days, a task needed to be completed. Although once the Shan Bao horizontal training reached perfection, warriors could naturally transition into the Tongmai realm. Releasing the stone lock, he realized that mastering foundational martial arts was essential. When the time was right, he could switch to a more advanced martial art, facilitating a quicker ascension into the Tongmai realm. All were formal demon slayers. Now, when he met the Elder's gaze, the fear had diminished considerably. The slaughter value was temporarily depleted, and all potential slaughter values from the 2nd and 3rd levels of the Jinma Yu had been collected, with the possibility of even greater values on the 4th and 5th levels. The cafeteria established by the Jinma Si provided food that met the standards of warriors, sufficiently replenishing daily consumption. Suddenly, he became aware of a significant realization. Standing before the bookshelf in the martial arts section, he regarded Shen Changqing as a prodigy. However, he acknowledged that the martial arts he possessed were still far too few. Thus, the Tongmai realm represented a transformation for warriors towards the extraordinary. He retrieved the Jinma Yu manual once more. With a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth, Shen Changqing returned the book to its place. The King Kong Iron Crotch skill was also an entry-level martial art, akin in nature to the Shan Bao horizontal training. However, in comparison, the former fell drastically short of the latter. Chapter 7. Harmonizing internal and external cultivation. When the Shan Bao horizontal training reached completion, the physical defense experienced a comprehensive enhancement, which included protection for certain vital areas. Beyond the 15th level, the defensive capacity became even more formidable. Martial arts like Iron Crotch skill could only singularly augment a specific vital area, rendering further study unnecessary. After returning the book, Shen Changqing pulled out the next one, which was still an entry-level martial art, slightly superior to the Iron Crotch skill, but still not worth learning. With limited time, he dare not squander it. In the end, good advice is hard to heed when faced with death. After a brief shock, Shen Changqing clasped his hands in respect. He paid little mind to the situation. Of course, the Jinma Si did not restrict demon slayers, nor did it prohibit apprentice demon slayers from leaving the Jinma Si at will. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Jinma Si. Status: Apprentice Demon Slayer Martial Arts. Shen Bao Horizontal Training, 15th level, cannot be enhanced. Pure Yang Skill, not yet initiated. Cannot be enhanced. Slaughter value: 0. Without having thoroughly studied a martial art, the information pertaining to it would not appear on his panel. Moreover, those several locations were primarily within the Demon Slaying Academy. Manager Liu, utilizing an opportunity, Shen Changqing memorized the Pure Yang skill, eliminating the need to spend approximately a month mastering a single martial art as he had in the past. Among these individuals, some prodigies, even unparalleled geniuses, were hidden. In just 2 months, Shen Changqing had committed the entirety of the Pure Yang skill to memory, with a 2-hour time limit. He was destined not to linger in the Zangshuge for long. Aside from dedicating a little time every 5 days to complete tasks, the remaining time could be devoted to cultivation. If I'm not mistaken, you have only been at the Jinma Si for just over 3 months, not even 4. He noted, I have been quietly cultivating the Pure Yang skill and have recently made some progress. To break through into the Tongmai realm within approximately 3 months is undoubtedly the hallmark of a genius, and arguably a peerless one. Time passed swiftly. Shen Changqing could never have left the Jinma division of his own accord to waste time elsewhere. Contemplating this, he recognized that the Jinma division was located in the capital of the Great Qin, and he, not originally from the capital, had been selected by the Jinma division from another place. The inability to enhance his combat value did not imply that he should squander his days in idleness. It was important to note that Liu Chong was about to nod in agreement when a sudden change in his expression revealed his scrutiny of Shen Changqing, leading to a look of uncertainty. His extensive discourse had already provided significant consideration. Knock. The courtyard door was sounded. All apprentice demon exterminators had not yet been in the capital for 2 hours, and thus Shen Changqing, inheriting the memories of his former self, felt equally unfamiliar with the capital. Go. Your task today remains to patrol the Jinma prison. Remember, although you have reached the Tongmai realm, do not trespass into other areas of the Jinma prison. Simply patrol the 2nd level. Beyond the Jinma division, few places offer such a conducive environment for cultivation. Shen Changqing swiftly examined the martial arts available, merely glancing at their names and discarding those he deemed unsuitable. He promptly seated himself and diligently perused the Chunyang Gong. As an apprentice demon exterminator, the locations available to him were limited. With your talent, I believe you will achieve considerable gains in the remaining 7 to 8 months. Despite Shen Changqing's limited understanding of this world, possessing true qi set him apart from ordinary martial artists. According to convention, if the other party insisted on continual persuasion, then death would be deserved. Since entering the Jinma Division, regardless of how much he tried to fill the void, the Demon Extermination Institute remained perpetually underpopulated. Though unparalleled geniuses astonished many, the Jinma Division was not devoid of them, as it was a powerful institution of the Great Qin, attracting numerous promising individuals. Upon opening the door, Shen Changqing immediately saw Lu Chang standing there. Simultaneously, Lu Chang, slightly nodding, felt an overwhelming sense of astonishment. I understand this matter. You need not worry, Lu. In just a few days, Shen Changqing had successfully transformed all his true qi into Chunyang true qi. The library also imposed time restrictions. Thus, it was evident that Shen Changqing had already memorized the Chunyang Gong. Fortunately, it was clear that the fate of others, whether they lived or died, bore little consequence to him. However, it was never considered that Shen Changqing, having calculated the time, revealed parts of his background, leading to the other party's awareness. Rather than waiting idly, it was more prudent to rely on his innate talent for internal cultivation. Should he achieve something, he would save considerable resources when utilizing combat value in the future. Compared to the 13 Tai Ba horizontal training, Chunyang Gong evidently had a higher ceiling. If one truly disregarded counsel, then death would indeed be deserved. Otherwise, he would follow in the footsteps of others. One must possess the Jinma prison manual to enter openly. Lu Chang earnestly cautioned Shen Changqing, fearing that having just broken through, he might develop some undesirable thoughts. Should he disregard the manual's warnings and intrude into other areas, he might never return. Chunyang Gong emphasizes both internal and external cultivation, balancing stillness with motion, internally refining the organs and externally training the sinews and skin. This technique, embodying utmost rigidity and positivity, is suited for males. For females, it must ensure a harmonious flow of yin and yang, or they risk life-threatening consequences. Rather than stepping outside the Jinma Division to engage in meaningless pursuits, it would be better to remain within and diligently cultivate. Remember, although the Tongmai realm is not weak, it is still insignificant before true power. One must not grow overly complacent. The primary distinction between Tongmai and body tempering lies in the true qi. Days of earnest cultivation always pass swiftly. He returned directly to his residence, but in the face of Shen Changqing, he opened a back door. Likewise, the former self's willingness to enter the Jinma Division stemmed from already being a solitary figure. Compared to formal demon exterminators, he did not need to undertake excessively perilous tasks. Martial arts supply was constant, and meals were provided according to martial standards. After a long while, 3 months and 5 days, there have always been individuals who perished in the Jinma prison due to their own recklessness. Lu Chang wished to prevent Shen Changqing from meeting the same fate, as it would be a significant waste. Chunyang Gong. Opening the first page, he could see the contents. Shen Changqing courteously clasped his hands and then vanished into the first level of the Jinma prison. After all, apart from Lu Chang, whom he knew, he had no other acquaintances. Shen Changqing nodded, acknowledging the absence of familiar faces. He extracted a martial art, his gaze lingering upon it. Now, with the Huangbu Demon Extermination Institute finally producing such a talent, Lu Chang also hoped that he would not perish prematurely. In daily life, they remained inconspicuous. Some areas posed dangers. Even if one was in the Tongmai realm, there were still life-threatening risks. However, upon truly arriving at the Jinma Division, one would gradually radiate brilliance. For instance, in the Jinma prison, practicing Chunyang Gong would undoubtedly yield significant results. His words echoed the instructions written in the Jinma prison manual. Upon breaking through the Tongmai realm, you will qualify as a formal demon exterminator. However, as an apprentice, you have a 1-year grace period, allowing you to choose to continue cultivating within the Jinma Division. The panel before him displayed the information. Responding to Lu Chang, he noted 3 months and 5 days. I have genuinely broken through. Though he had long understood that Shen Changqing possessed extraordinary talent, many apprentice demon exterminators could not compare to him. The rapidity with which he had cultivated his Chunyang true qi was remarkable. Time was drawing near. Inside the room, indeed, the presence of the 13 Tai Ba horizontal training's true qi provided a foundation. Moreover, this martial art emphasized both internal and external cultivation, echoing the principles of his current practice. The Jinma division had extended considerable privileges to apprentice demon exterminators. Consequently, Shen Changqing promptly made his way to the Jinma prison. Yet, leaving the library, the number of deceased demon exterminators was not insignificant. What once required prolonged observation to memorize could now be retained with just a few glances. Nevertheless, he had reason to believe that due to the absence of combat value, Shen Changqing could not take shortcuts. Observing this, Lu Chang ceased his remarks. The former self had not ventured an inch away. Receiving confirmation, Lu Chang could not suppress his astonishment. He too glanced at his panel. Perhaps due to the successful mastery of the 13 Tai Ba horizontal training, he found that his thoughts became clearer while perusing martial arts. In Shen Changqing's eyes, he had broken through to the Tongmai realm. While the Jinma division boasted some unparalleled geniuses, they were certainly not numerous. Furthermore, upon entering the second level, the demon exterminators proved to be a highly mobile profession. Within 2 months, Shen Changqing witnessed many newcomers arriving to fill the ranks of the Huangbu Demon Extermination Institute. After reviewing the manual, he stepped aside to allow passage. Due to his frequent visits, the guard stationed at the Jinma prison had become quite familiar with him. Thus, he bid farewell to Lu Chang. Due to the constraints of time and being in an unfamiliar place, he managed to regain his composure. It was only when he truly began to practice Chn Ying that he realized the interconnectedness of this technique with the 13 Taibao's martial arts was far greater than he had previously imagined. Lu Chang spoke in a low voice as he sat cross-legged on the bed, recalling the principles of Chn Ying. Shen Changqing, on the other hand, was disinclined to waste time. Typically, when a novice demon slayer achieved a breakthrough, he would immediately send them off to undertake a promotion task, thereby becoming a true demon slayer. Shen Changqing expressed his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Manager Lu." After perusing the first page, Shen Changqing understood that this was the martial art he had been seeking, which he had concealed for so long without revealing it lightly. The only true course of action was to enhance his own strength. A familiar chill enveloped him. As the cold approached, a searing warmth surged from his dantian, swiftly coursing through his limbs and driving away the encroaching cold. Throughout the encounter, Shen Changqing did not falter in his steps, making his way directly to the first cell. Chapter 8. The 31st year of Daqin, Shen Changqing was quite accustomed to the enchantress. He visited the demon suppression prison 6 times a month, and each time he entered, the first sight that greeted him was this peculiar figure. Strangely enough, the appearance of the enchantress had not changed from previous encounters. Over time, Shen Changqing almost began to believe that the alluring woman was indeed the true form of the enchantress. For 2 months, he had been punctual in visiting the library every 5 days. Enduring the onslaught of cold, the Chn Ying true qi automatically circulated within him, dissipating the chill as he approached the first cell. Shen Changqing also admired the Demon Suppression Division's hands-off approach. According to what he learned from the library, any related area could yield similar content simply by pulling a book from the shelf. He understood that newcomers were also novice demon slayers like himself, and he had no intention of prying too deeply into their circumstances. Strangely, am I not scheduled to patrol the 3rd level today? Why are there novice demon slayers present? Shen Changqing pondered the implications, withdrawing his focus from the panel to observe the demon before him. A simple greeting was exchanged. The figure before him was impaled by sturdy iron spikes, forcibly anchored in place. The Huangbu Demon Suppression Institute was vast, yet Shen Changqing did not know any formal demon slayers, leaving him unable to inquire about certain matters. An uncontrollable surge of fear welled up within him. Shen Changqing shook his head slightly and departed from the cell of the enchantress. Both parties exchanged a brief nod before parting ways. However, Mengshan did not reveal much. Merely bowing slightly, "I am Mengshan, a novice demon slayer of the Xuanbu. May I inquire about your esteemed name?" The intense stench of blood overwhelmed even Shen Changqing, who was accustomed to it. The recent novice demon slayer from Xuanbu was of little consequence. Shen Changqing had already stepped into the 4th level. Although his gaze was fixed on the demon, his attention remained on his own panel. The remains of the demon could yield killing value. It was now the 381st year of Da Qin. As he pieced together the intricacies, Shen Changqing gained a substantial understanding of the panel before him. He was certain of one thing. Demons were a higher order of existence than the peculiar beings. While curiosity lingered in his heart, this time was different. Unless one were desperate, the Demon-Suppression Division was established only after the emergence of demons and peculiar beings. Despite its history being somewhat shorter, it still spanned over 300 years. Killing value could only be obtained from fallen demons, not from living ones. He had no intention of leaving. Proceeding directly to the 3rd level, a jolt surged through him. This matter would have to wait for another time. For over 300 years, he had believed that the so-called demons and peculiar beings emerged only after human death due to various circumstances. It seemed he had overthought it. Recruiting newcomers involved merely explaining basic protocols, leaving the rest to be explored independently. Each level of the demon suppression prison required only one person for patrol. In the 31st year of Da Qin, the sun and moon darkened, a meteor fell from the sky, and flames raged, coinciding with the chaos wrought by demons and peculiar beings, causing turmoil across the realm. The previous killing value he had amassed was due to his recent breakthrough in Changqing to the 3rd level. Achieving the 3rd level of the 9-tiered Changqing was indeed a modest accomplishment. The imprisoned demons and peculiar beings had long since escaped. Even now, he was merely a step away from the Meridian realm, but dared not approach the 4th level. There had to be some differences between the two that accounted for his inability to acquire killing value. Similarly, if killing value could not be derived from living demons, it certainly could not be obtained from living peculiar beings either. This explained why he had not accrued any killing value from the peculiar beings on the 2nd level. It had been quite some time since he had received any killing value, and he hoped the 4th level would not disappoint him. This scene lingered in his mind. Regarding Lu Chong, he was indeed a suitable candidate. Shen Changqing's expression hardened as he instinctively summoned his Changqing true chi while fixing his gaze on the shadow ahead. Regardless of the type, demons and peculiar beings were not entities that had existed since ancient times. They had appeared abruptly in the 31st year of Da Qin. The remains of demons, strictly speaking, were inanimate. Although they appeared alive, they did not qualify as living beings in a meaningful sense, other than seeking additional martial arts. The remainder of his quest was to uncover information concerning demons and peculiar beings. Upon arriving at the first cell, he was immediately assailed by a strong stench of blood. The remains of the demon were not alive, yet the demon before him was evidently a living entity. Though the cell appeared simple, it was intricately designed with various mechanisms for sealing and containment. Any demon, if left unchecked, could lay waste to an entire city. A novice demon slayer qualified to enter the 4th level indicated that their strength was far from ordinary. The question now arose. Mengshan silently noted this name in his mind. Shen Changqing had also gained considerable insight into demons and peculiar beings. Observing the attire of the individual before him, a novice demon slayer dared to act in such a manner. Time passed, and after a quarter of an hour, Shen Changqing had visited the demon suppression prison no less than 10 times. Yet he had never considered entering the 4th level. The killing value on his panel remained unchanged, and his expression grew increasingly grim. The demon before him stood at the exit of the 3rd level. Huangbu Demon Suppression Institute, Shen Changqing. Only then did he step into the 4th level. Mengshan could not help but glance back, only to see Shen Changqing's silhouette continue unwaveringly towards the entrance of the 4th level. Then a shadow caught his eye. He took a cautious step back, focusing on the interior of the cell. The other party is either seeking certain death or possesses formidable strength, rivaling that of a true demon slayer. This assertion is substantiated through experience. Gazing at the demon before him, Shen Changqing could distinctly perceive the aura of brutality emanating from it, alongside the nauseating scent of blood. Before him stood a creature, enveloped in green scales, roughly humanoid in size, yet with grotesquely elongated arms and a face devoid of discernible features, forcibly bound in place. Otherwise, it would have been able to articulate its joints. Observing the creature impaled within its confinement, Shen Changqing's expression shifted dramatically. Missing the alluring woman's cell, Shen Changqing traversed down the series of cells, completing his inspection of the second layer in under half an hour. Wait, remnants of the demon. Upon entering the third layer, he acknowledged that due to the peculiar demons within the Jinma prison, he lacked the authority to eliminate them, and with his current prowess, he was unable to vanquish the entities imprisoned therein. The situation was thus. However, the demon before him could not yield any killing value. Similar to the previous two layers, at least he had conceived a rough idea of how to acquire killing value. How could there be none? He could only rely on himself, having found some information in the library. Moreover, Shen Changqing's strength, in the eyes of Mengshan, was significantly superior. Although the demons were powerful, Huangbu's apprentice demon slayer, Shen Changqing, the Qin dynasty had yet to discern the origins of these beings, and despite his curiosity, he could not be privy to much knowledge. Consequently, as an elder who had lingered for over half a year, Mengshan was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked within the fourth layer of Jinma prison. This indicated that the demons had existed for over 300 years. On another front, to maintain stability, the Qin dynasty established the Jinma division, tasked with exterminating demons and suppressing aberrations to ensure peace throughout the realm. One day, upon becoming a formal demon slayer, he might very well engage with this entity. Logically speaking, consulting with some seasoned demon slayers would provide clarity. Yet, the cells of Jinma prison were not so easily breached. There remained a possibility. How strange! The shadow before him was not the anticipated demon, but rather a demon slayer. Gazing at the alluring woman before him, Shen Changqing recalled the information retained in his mind. Intruding upon the privacy of others within the Jinma division could lead to mortal peril. He had only seen images of demons in the library, but had never encountered a living demon. Regrettably, while the other's demeanor was somewhat softened, they never answered his inquiries, only uttering words of their own volition. Although there was a palpable struggle, not a single drop of blood flowed from the wound. All knowledge was gleaned from the remnants of demons. Otherwise, he would not be foolish enough to throw himself into the line of fire. Shen Changqing also returned the gesture respectfully. Regarding the tumultuous thoughts within him, Shen Changqing forced himself to remain composed. Fortunately, the library, though lacking in variety, possessed an abundance of records concerning the demons and aberrations. During his assignments, he had never encountered other apprentice demon slayers on the third layer. To dare venture into the fourth layer was no feat for an ordinary Tongmai realm practitioner. When did the Huangbu Demon Academy acquire such formidable apprentice demon slayers? He had not anticipated encountering someone from the Xuanbu Demon Academy here. Nevertheless, Shen Changqing understood that he currently had no means to verify this. The remaining matters. Observing Shen Changqing caused Mengshan to furrow his brow. Such matters. Alas, he noted Mengshan's name, but had no immediate plans. Shen Changqing sensed that the pure yang true qi within his dantian had deepened, nearly doubling the depth of the qi he had cultivated through the 13 Taibao's methods. This indicated that the Qin dynasty had long grasped the origins of the demons and aberrations, yet for various reasons, had kept this knowledge enshrined. Such matters were beyond the purview of a mere apprentice demon slayer, like himself. It could be discerned that the inspection was complete. Nevertheless, Shen Changqing took a deep breath, unwilling to concede defeat, and wandered through the other cells on the fourth layer. Regrettably, all that resided there were living demons. Ultimately, he could only depart with a sense of helplessness. Chapter 9. Once entering the Jinma division, life and death are no longer in one's hands after leaving Jinma prison. Shen Changqing did not return to his quarters, but instead redirected his path toward the library. The interval between tasks aligned perfectly with the time spent in the library. Each time he exited Jinma prison, Shen Changqing promptly proceeded to the library. Over the course of 2 months, he not only memorized the pure yang skill, but also devoted considerable effort to thoroughly researching matters concerning the demons and aberrations. As a demon slayer, lacking even a modicum of understanding regarding demons and aberrations would undoubtedly lead to a fatal outcome when executing tasks. True Qi. Time swiftly passed. In any case, the arrangement of tasks for apprentice demon slayers would not have a significant impact. Why provoke an unknown factor over trivial matters? Naturally, I am Jiangzhua, the new overseer of Huangbu demon slayers. Advocating for the cessation of killing through killing is quite suitable for demon slayers. Jiangzhua retrieved the Jinma prison manual and handed it to Shen Changqing. Jiangzhua's gaze shifted momentarily. The name struck a chord with familiarity. Based on Shen Changqing's estimations, his strength should surpass that of some formal demon slayers relative to the 6th layer of pure yang skill. The demise of others bore little significance to him. What truly warranted attention was his own transformation. Even someone as formidable as Lu Chang ultimately perished during a mission. Who are you? Shen Changqing continued toward Jima prison without glancing back. With 2 months remaining, he indeed had the opportunity to elevate the pure yang skill to the 7th layer. Once successfully achieved, his strength would increase substantially. Despite the lack of dialogue with those individuals, excluding the month wasted by his previous self in the remaining months, Shen Changqing's martial arts proficiency had significantly advanced. For this, he did not rely on killing value, but rather on his own rigorous training. In Shen Changqing's contemplation, attaining the 9th layer of pure yang skill took him nearly 9 months, successfully reaching the 6th layer. There existed only one possibility, that he had perished. After completing his task, Shen Changqing also visited the library to review the martial arts he needed to memorize before returning home. Within him surged a myriad of emotions. The pure yang skill's 9 layers, each 3 layers representing a division corresponding to the 3 stages of the Tongmai realm. Such gains. As for the missing individuals, Shen Changqing felt little impact, as he was not well acquainted with the demon slayers. Just 5 days had passed. Your task is to inspect Jima prison. He turned his head toward the tightly shut gate, involuntarily furrowing his brow. At this moment, it was only after Lu Chang had died. Lu Chang had died. Over the span of 8 to 9 months, however, as a fellow Tongmai realm practitioner, the remaining time, aside from the pure yang skill, would be devoted to the 7-kill blade technique. Within the first level of the Zangshu Gu, a formidable sword technique stands out. The opponent's deliberate consideration for Shen Changqing is a matter worthy of reflection. Although he does not believe his own talent to be lacking, he finds it hard to accept that it could reach such an extraordinary level. After assuming control of the Huangbu Exorcism Institute, he received comprehensive information about each apprentice exorcist and their respective missions. Shen Changqing nodded, introducing himself. I am Shen Changqing. Jiangguan Shi. You are here to assign a task, correct? May I inquire what kind of task I am to undertake this time? 10 months have passed. The remaining iron sand palm was chosen at Shen Changqing's discretion. 2 hours swiftly elapsed. The sense of self-satisfaction that arose from his cultivation advancement vanished in an instant. He had investigated Lu Chang's relationship with Shen Changqing and found it to be quite distant. Upon opening the door, Shen Changqing encountered an unfamiliar face. He remained calm internally, feeling little disturbance. It had already been 10 months since Shen Changqing entered the Jima. During this time, he had taken the opportunity to practice both a sword technique and a palm technique. Even he was surprised by the rapid progress he made while cultivating the Chunyang Gong. Shen Changqing's profile was notably unique. Lu Chang had perished at the hands of a sinister creature during a mission, leading the Jima to appoint him as the new manager. You must be Shen Changqing, right? Jiangguan Shi's understanding of Shen Changqing was limited, gleaned only from Lu Chang's records. However, since his power had increased, he recognized most individuals he had encountered at least once. Time flew by. Jiang Zhuo was no fool. The records indicated that Lu Chang had treated Shen Changqing with considerable care. The breakthrough in Chunyang Gong might have been influenced by the 13 Taibao's comprehensive training techniques. To be qualified as a manager of the Exorcism Institute, one's cultivation must be exceptional. The Jima divided the Exorcism Institute into 4 sectors: Tiandi, Xian, and Huang. The previously calm expression on Jiang's face suddenly darkened. Among all apprentice exorcists, he was indeed among the most seasoned. After all, Lu Chang had rendered personal favors to the other party, so why not reciprocate? Aside from necessary sustenance, he had remained within the confines of his quarters, diligently researching the martial arts he acquired from the Zangshu Ge. True Qi possesses varying degrees of strength. Noticing Jiang's gaze, he understood. Thus, after 10 months of advancement to the Tongmai stage, his talent could only be considered decent, not exceptional. The Jima rarely emphasized personal connections. Upon reviewing the panel again, he noted significant changes from the beginning. He was currently at the 6th layer of Chunyang Gong, having reached the pinnacle of the mid-Tongmai stage. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Jima identity, Apprentice Exorcist Martial Arts, 13 Taibao Comprehensive Training, 15th layer, non-upgradable. Chunyang Gong, 6th layer, non-upgradable. 7 kill, sword technique, second layer. Iron sand palm, first layer, kill count. 0 without any actual combat experience. He could not assert his prowess with absolute certainty. After studying the two martial arts, he recognized a pattern. Neither bore the inscription indicating they could not be enhanced, suggesting he could not utilize kill points for improvement. Suddenly, it dawned on him. It was also possible that he was concealing his true strength or had advanced to Tongmai earlier, which was plausible given the multitude of talented individuals within the Jinma Sea. All assigned tasks had primarily involved patrolling the Jinma prison, except for the first month, during which he executed some additional tasks. Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. I recall that the manager of the Huangbu Exorcism Institute is Manager Lu Chang. After all, possessing true qi necessitated corresponding offensive capabilities. Otherwise, one's strength could not be fully realized. The Chunyang Gong effectively provided a robust supplement, allowing for continuous enhancement of Chunyang true qi. An apprentice exorcist with no background earning Lu Chang's attention must possess some inherent advantage, most likely talent. However, easily defeating all apprentice exorcists was not a daunting challenge. Yet, successfully advancing to Tongmai was indeed commendable. Upon receiving the news, a wave of pressure surged within Shen Changqing. He refrained from further discussion, securing the Jinma prison manual and proceeding directly toward the Jinma prison. Regardless, he had elevated his Chunyang Gong from nothing to the 6th layer. It was indeed remarkable that he could reach such a level within mere months. He even owed Lu Chang a considerable debt of gratitude. As Shen Changqing gazed at the panel, he found himself contemplating deeply. This was entirely beyond his expectations. Lu Chang's strength must have reached an extraordinarily advanced level. Jiang's was sighed heavily, seemingly lost in thought, before departing the scene. In his view, Lu Chang's power far surpassed his own. The nature of the tasks remained unchanged, predominantly focused on patrolling the Jinma prison. At a glance, one could discern the nuances of Shen Changqing. After departing from the Cangshugu, he returned to his residence. Given his lack of kill points, he could not affirm his capabilities with absolute certainty. Lu Chang was the individual he was most acquainted with in this unfamiliar world, and they had exchanged much dialogue. Historically, numerous exorcists had vanished, and there were even rumors of exorcists meeting their demise. Thus, even with his Chunyang Gong at the 6th layer, he could not perceive any clues when facing Lu Chang. It is worth noting that Jiang's maintained a calm demeanor, though his gaze toward Shen Changqing revealed subtle changes. Jiang's pondered internally. He sensed Jiang's unwavering scrutiny from behind, but chose not to turn back. Thus, 10 months had passed. In 2 more months, he would be compelled to undertake a task. As the 13 Tai Bao comprehensive training reached its 15th layer, true qi would be generated daily in his Dantian, subsequently transformed by Chunyang Gong into a higher grade of Chunyang true qi. Most apprentice exorcists had already commenced their tasks, either advancing to true exorcists or disappearing without a trace during missions. Shen Changqing had limited knowledge of the other 3 exorcism institutes, yet he recognized many familiar faces that had vanished from his own. He needed time to ascertain the truth. Soon, Lu Chang returned once more. The Tongmai stage is defined by true qi. Any martial artist possessing true qi is considered a master at this level. Upon assuming the managerial role, Jiang's received the Huangbu Exorcism Institute's records, understanding that Shen Changqing was relatively seasoned among the apprentice exorcists. Such progress was beyond what could be described as mere talent. During the task assignment, Jiang's did not intentionally create difficulties for him. If Shen Changqing could elevate his Chunyang Gong to the 7th layer, his own cultivation would naturally ascend to the late Tongmai stage. In strict terms, as he observed Lu Chang's departing figure, Shen Changqing's ears perked up at the sound of a knock on the courtyard door. Thus, another chapter unfolds. Now that the adversary has perished, Shen Changqing experiences an indescribable sensation. Standing at the entrance of the Jinma prison, he exhales deeply, and a phrase surges within him. Once one enters the Jinma division, life and death are no longer one's own to command. Chapter 10. The yearly deadline approaches. The demise of Lu Chang has made Shen Changqing acutely aware that the mortality rate within the Jinma division is no trivial matter. The previously distant scent of blood now clings to him, unrelenting. Within the Jinma division, other exterminators may fall, and Lu Chang has also met his end. Though in the Tongmai realm, he is not weak. When confronted with life and death, he has no authority to sway the outcome. In an instant, the pressure on Shen Changqing intensifies. After returning from his Jinma prison, he refrains from visiting the library and heads straight back to his residence to commence a new round of secluded cultivation. Over the span of 10 months, Shen Changqing has visited the library no fewer than 50 or 60 times. The materials to be studied and the martial arts to be learned have all been committed to memory. There is little left of research value, unless he could access the second level of the library. However, entry to the second level is reserved solely for formal exterminators. Informal exterminators are confined to the first level. Possessing the skills of Shi San Tai Bao, Hung Yin Gong, Chun Yang Gong, Qi Sha Dao Fa, and Tai Shaz Hang, Shen Changqing believes he has reached a sufficient level. After all, a person's energy is finite. To simultaneously focus on several martial arts already consumes all his time. Yet, Shi San Tai Bao, Hung Yin Gong has reached an unprecedented 15th level, and further advancement can only be achieved through combat value. Thus, Shen Changqing concludes that it suffices to cultivate 3 martial arts. Among them, he prioritizes Chun Yang Gong. Practicing martial arts without cultivating one's qi is ultimately futile. True qi serves as the foundation of one's realm and the source of an exterminator's strength. When one's true qi is sufficiently potent, even barehanded, one can defeat others. In contrast, Qi Sha Dao Fa and Tai Shaz Hang serve as supplementary techniques. Within 2 months, Chun Yang Gong must reach the 7th level, ideally advancing to the 8th, while Qi Sha Dao Fa has nearly reached its limit at the 2nd level, with further improvement being arduous without practical experience. As for Tai Shaz Hang, there remains some potential for growth. Shen Changqing devises a plan for his future cultivation. First to break through Chun Yang Gong, followed by potential advancement in Tai Shaz Hang. Qi Sha Dao Fa, being a martial art centered on practical application, is divided into 7 levels, each subsequent level significantly enhancing its power. However, without practical experience as a foundation, achieving the 2nd level through self-cultivation is already a considerable challenge. Regarding Tai Shaz Hang, Shen Changqing feels confident in his capacity for improvement. Having made his decision, he remains within his small courtyard, only stepping out when absolutely necessary. In the initial month, Jiangzhou visited several times, solely to issue tasks, and the two engaged in minimal conversation. Shen Changqing is not well acquainted with Jiangzhou, and given his own reserved nature, he refrains from initiating discussions. The newly appointed Yellow Department exterminator in charge seems similarly taciturn. Thus, their exchanges were sparse. However, as the frequency of task assignments increased, the two grew somewhat familiar. Taking advantage of this familiarity, Shen Changqing inquired about Lu Chang's cause of death and received an answer from Jiangzhou. Moreover, he gleaned further information from Jiang Zui's words. A shale-level monster. Shen Changqing murmured softly. The entity that killed Lu Chang was a shale-level monster, a being that surpasses the wraith-level monsters, representing a more formidable existence. In the year 382 of the Great Qin, in February, monstrous disturbances led to widespread calamities, inflicting suffering upon countless lives. To stabilize the situation, the Jinma Division dispatched numerous exterminators across various regions to quell the disasters, successfully suppressing many monstrous entities and preventing the calamities from spreading. Although many disasters were quelled, the Jinma Division paid a heavy price, with numerous exterminators falling victim to the monsters, Lu Chang being one among them. Consequently, significant vacancies arose within the Jinma Division, necessitating the recruitment of suitable individuals from various locales to replenish their ranks, reflecting on the many unfamiliar faces he has encountered recently in the Yellow Department. Shen Changqing understands the situation. If the Jinma Division in the capital faces such challenges, the losses in other regions must be even greater. Shen Changqing sighs. The Jinma Division of the Great Qin is the collective term for all Jinma divisions. In reality, apart from the capital's Jinma Division, every significant provincial city in the Great Qin establishes its own Jinma Division to ensure local peace. Given the vastness of the Great Qin's territory, having a Jinma Division solely in the capital would render it impossible to respond promptly to calamities in distant areas. With the speed at which monsters kill, even a delay of a day or two could result in immeasurable losses. Therefore, Jinma divisions are established throughout the Great Qin, though they all look to the capital's Jinma Division as the primary authority. From Jiang's account, Shen Changqing comprehends the severity of the Great Qin's predicament. A single monstrous calamity has led to numerous exterminators' deaths. Although he is currently merely an apprentice exterminator, seemingly unaffected, he realizes that should the situation become desperate, even an apprentice exterminator would be required to step forward. In a situation where the nest is overturned, no egg remains unbroken. If monsters become uncontrollable, Shen Changqing feels certain that he would have no escape. With a sigh, he settles his mind and embarks on a new round of cultivation. His Chunyang Gong has now reached the 7th level. In other words, Shen Changqing has officially transitioned from the mid-Tongmai stage to the late Tongmai stage. Despite being merely a minor-level transition, during the breakthrough, Shen Changqing discovers that the true Qi of the 7th level is significantly more robust than that of the 6th. Moreover, there are considerable changes in quality. Previously, when he struck a wooden post with his true Qi, it would only leave a charred handprint. Now, he can almost burn through the post. Were he to strike a flesh and blood body, Shen Changqing is confident that unless one has perfected the Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong, one would either die or be gravely injured. As someone who has been within the Jinma division for nearly a year, he has come to understand many matters. Take Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong, for instance. Many practice it, but none have truly cultivated it to perfection. The time required to achieve mastery in external martial arts is not something that can be accomplished in just a year. Many apprentice exterminators utilize Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong to build their foundation, only to switch to other techniques when the time is ripe to break through the Tongmai realm. Without achieving perfection, they may never comprehend the benefits that mastery of Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong can bring. However, investing time in external martial arts can yield substantial gains if redirected toward internal cultivation. The gains and losses in this matter are entirely subjective. Currently, having reached the 7th level of CHNYing, SHNCHNGQ aims to continue his ascent. Time is of the essence. The prospect of breaking through to the 9th level appears dim. However, he possesses a certain confidence in surmounting the 8th level. As the night passed swiftly, dawn broke, dispelling the shadows of darkness. SHNCHNGQ deliberately stepped into the courtyard, gazing towards the rising sun. He commenced a new round of cultivation, following the pathway of CHNYing. Inhale, exhale. His chest rose and fell in a rhythmic manner. Suddenly, a faint purple hue shimmered on the horizon. SHNCHNGQ opened his mouth and directly absorbed the ethereal purple energy. As the purple energy entered his abdomen, it triggered a profound resonance within the CHNYing true Qi. The flow of CHNYing accelerated as if stimulated by an intense force. The sound of rushing waters echoed faintly as the Qi surged through his meridians, racing toward a specific point. With each surge, SHNCHNGQ's expression contorted slightly, as if enduring immense pain, causing his body to quiver gently. As time elapsed, beads of sweat formed on his brow. After half an hour, his body trembled violently, as if something had shattered within him, producing a subtle sound. This sound grew increasingly louder, akin to a torrent of water. With a deep breath, SHNCHNGQ opened his tightly shut eyes. He had succeeded in breaking through. The 8th level of CHNYing, which had long troubled him, was finally conquered. At this juncture, he stood but a step away from reaching the pinnacle of the Meridian realm. The success of his breakthrough alleviated the long-held tension in his mind. With the 8th level of CHNYing and the 13th layer of SHNTIBO's horizontal training, his overall strength could be deemed the zenith of the Meridian realm, with the only deficiency being practical combat experience. The completion of external skills brought about significant advantages, notably an enhancement in defense and an exponential improvement in various physical attributes. Moreover, the SHSNTIBO horizontal training had surpassed the 13th layer's limits. Advancing to the 15th layer, coupled with the 8th level of CHNYing, SHNCHNGQ estimated he possessed a considerable probability of overwhelming warriors in the Meridian realm. Yet, estimation alone could not guarantee success without actual practice. Suppressing his elation from the breakthrough, SHNCHNGQ glanced at his status panel. SHSNTIB, a horizontal training. 15th layer. CHNYing, 8th layer. QSHD of 2nd layer. TSHZHing, 2nd layer. The TSHZHing comprises 5 layers. Slightly lower than the 7 layers of QSHD of, yet the power of martial arts is not solely determined by the number of layers. Achieving the 5th layer of TSHHing to perfection may not necessarily be weaker than the completed 7th layer of QSHD of. In nearly a year, he had progressed from having no martial arts mastery to mastering 4 distinct disciplines. To exaggerate, one might say he was now qualified to sweep through the Meridian realm. SHNCHNGQing felt a sense of satisfaction regarding this. As an apprentice demon slayer, he had a year-long grace period, if memory serves. He had been with the ZHNMS for over 11 months now, and with the next mission approaching, he was on the verge of becoming a full-fledged demon slayer. With these thoughts, his heart ignited with anticipation. Chapter 11, Assessment Mission. Having entered the ZHNMS, there was no room for regret. The role of an apprentice demon slayer was merely the beginning. The pursuit of becoming a formal demon slayer and eventually a guardian was SHNCHNGQing's true aspiration. After his breakthrough to the 8th level of CHNYing, he chose to temper his pace. It was not that he lacked the desire to advance further, but rather that cultivation requires a balance of tension and relaxation. Relentless practice does not guarantee the desired results. In less than a year, achieving the 8th level of CHNYing from a novice was already remarkable. Prolonged, uninterrupted cultivation had caused SHNCHNGQing to feel somewhat fatigued. There is no room for second chances in the tasks assigned by the ZHNMS. After the 1-year grace period for the apprentice demon slayer, he understood Jiangzu's words. A few kind words would not incur any loss. Why provoke annoyance unnecessarily? SHNCHNGQing's weapon was a long knife. The eerie creatures kill through illusions. Once ensnared, escape becomes exceedingly difficult. The means to unravel such a trap depends solely on one's own capabilities. If the creature is slain by another, would that not imply his task has failed? Jiangzu insisted that the mission would only be deemed complete upon slaying the creature. Being a formal demon slayer was one matter. How Jiangzu executed his duties was another. Of course, there remain some distinctions when compared to an authentic demon slayer. Furthermore, as long as the creature perished within a 10-jong radius of him, the QingLing I would capture its essence. Before him lay a smooth stone. Jiangzu, observing SHNCHNGQing with his long knife at his waist, bore a slight smile. Holding the QingLing This was also the reason SHNCHNGQing had opted for the long knife. His expression remained serious. The QingLing Upon finishing his words, he likened the formal demon slayers to the 4 divisions of the Demon Slaying Academy, categorized into 4 tiers: Tien, Di, Suen, and Huing. The longer he interacted with Jiangzu, the more secrets he gradually uncovered about him. The more formidable the creature, the more challenging it becomes to confront. This alone reflects the immense resources of the ZHNMS. As SHNCHNGQing gazed at the jade pendant in his hand, he understood from Jiangzu's words that it was indeed a precious artifact. To become a formal demon slayer, one must complete the assessment mission. Jiangzu regarded him with a profound gaze before breaking into a smile. Once one reaches an advanced level, they can restrain weaker creatures. It appears you are well prepared. No one can extricate themselves from the ZHNMS. Even if you attempt to flee, they will pursue relentlessly. The variety of malevolent entities is vast. Relying on a singular method to combat them would be a certain path to demise. This state of affairs restored SHNCHNGQing to an unprecedented peak. He added one more remark. Upon hearing this, Jiangzu shook his head, elucidating SHNCHNGQing's confusion. Therefore, during missions, one should avoid taking shortcuts whenever possible. Grateful for the guidance. However, once you have entered the ZHNMS, there is no turning back. This mark serves as evidence of your completed mission. SHNCHNGQing smiled lightly. JiangguensH, there is no need for such words. Since I have entered the ZHNMS, I have never harbored regrets. The Huang-tier demon slayer is merely the beginning. Jiangzu's smile broadened, as such individuals are rare in any context. Each tier of Demon Slayer must fulfill corresponding tasks. No one can escape this obligation. He preferred not to expend excessive mental energy, but rather to adjust his state, preparing for the forthcoming mission. It would be either they perish or he does. Upon learning that the other party had been with the Jean MOC for 2 or 3 months and had already achieved the Tongmai stage, Jiang's understood why Lu Chang treated him differently. There is no need for excessive solemnity. It is our duty as the administrators of the Chumo Institute to explain these precautions. There are indeed hierarchical distinctions. The design of the long blade resembles that of a weapon from a dynasty he had known in his previous life. Noticing the other party's dawning comprehension, he proceeded to elucidate some necessary points of caution before handing a white jade pendant to Shen Changqing. Under normal circumstances, as long as you remain within the designated area, even if the eerie creature does not fall by your hand, you can still attain advancement. Routine matters can be resolved in the library at your leisure. After 2 days of rest, he contemplated sharpening his blade. Jiang's Wei sighed, lamenting that if not for joining the Jean MOC with your talent, you would undoubtedly be nurtured vigorously in any other sect and would not have to confront such challenges of the Tongmai realm. Were it not for the refuge provided by the Jean MOC, I might have perished in some desolate wilderness or become food for demonic creatures, and would not be standing here speaking. In fact, your chances of passing the assessment tasks are higher than most apprentice exorcists, as you specialize in pure Yangkong, a martial art of utmost fortitude. However, once a creature is slain, your task is deemed complete, yet without the Qingling you pay as evidence. Advancement to the Huang Jie exorcist rank would be impossible. He walked toward the courtyard gate, observing the situation. The tasks assigned to apprentice exorcists mostly involve dealing with ghost-level creatures. With some caution, it should not pose significant issues. Nevertheless, his heart remained unsettled. There are many matters I cannot elaborate on, as imparting too much experience may not necessarily benefit you. An unparalleled genius. Jiang's paused, stating that for the sake of potential future camaraderie, he would offer one more piece of advice. Sharpen your blade. Insufficient strength means you are destined to fall during the many tasks ahead. Each Huang Jie exorcist must possess the strength to contend with ghost-level creatures. Not to mention, just from an aesthetic perspective, the value is considerable. Suddenly, strictly speaking, even if you fortuitously complete the advancement task, it would be improbable to maintain such luck in subsequent assignments. The Jean MOC is not akin to other sections. Jiang Guanshi has arrived. Once the assessment task is completed, Shen Changqing will attain the rank of Huang Jie exorcist. As for failing the task, the repercussions need not be elaborated. There are still Xian Jie, Di Jie, and even Tian Jie ranks beyond. Huang Jie exorcists will face tasks related to eerie creatures, and without the strength to match them, even a reluctant advancement would lead to a dead end. Any formal exorcist is respected based on their strength. The long blade, unique to him, is now gripped tightly in Shen Changqing's hands as he presses down on the blade, gradually allowing its edge to rasp against the stone. Attempting shortcuts ultimately harms only oneself. Time flows slowly. In the courtyard, one should not easily trust what they see or hear during the task process. Simultaneous slaying of those creatures will leave corresponding marks on the Qingling you pay. Those sects would not dare to accept you once they learn you are a traitor to the Jean MOC. All attempts to take shortcuts are futile in the face of absolute power. Jiang's refrained from speaking further. The blade returned to its sheath. While the Jean MOC may seem unfair in the eyes of prodigies, others commend its impartial treatment. Shen Changqing's actions of sharpening the blade momentarily halted. The Jean MOC almost ensures each member possesses a weapon. If confronted, Shen Changqing also noticed the flaw in Jiang's words, which referenced the Tang dynasty's Mo Dao. He then stood up, channeling pure yang energy into the blade, causing the residual grime to vanish and allowing the long blade to reflect a chilling light. Even the most exceptional talents are not exempt. Every exorcist is equipped with a weapon, the type of which can be freely chosen based on individual circumstances. Given this, he knew the remaining time would likely not allow him to break through to the 9th level. It was a matter of surviving to complete the task. All exorcists encounter demonic creatures, which show no mercy. Seeing this, when the time comes to carry out the tasks, I must earnestly explain certain matters to you, which may mitigate some losses. How to respond in critical moments relies solely on one's own abilities. Shen Changqing rolled up his sleeves and sat on a bench. The path from apprentice exorcist to Huang Jie exorcist is significant. The Qingling Yu Pei is a treasure crafted by the Zhan Moc, which alerts its bearer to any presence of demonic evil. For instance, the length. The sound of the blades scraping against the whetstone pierced the silence of the small courtyard with a sharp and rhythmic echo. For instance, when did Shen Changqing first manifest his true energy, and what martial arts does he currently specialize in? Such weapons are the most lethal. Once the other party finished speaking, Shen Changqing clasped his fists in gratitude, expressing his thanks to Jiang Zhua for his guidance, and promising to repay him should the opportunity arise. Although he said so, he still dared not forget Jiang Zhua's instruction. He had conveyed all that needed to be said. The remaining insights could only be acquired through the execution of tasks. As he opened the courtyard gate, he happened to see Jiang Zhua standing outside. Upon joining the Zhan Moc, one must either survive to reach the pinnacle or perish during the tasks. Thus, as Shen Changqing gained understanding, Jiang Zhua transitioned to the main topic. According to intelligence, eerie creatures were causing havoc in the vicinity of Linen City in Guangyuan Prefecture. The Zhan Moc assessed that such creatures indeed exist there, though their strength would not be formidable, roughly at the ghost level. Your mission is to journey to Linen City and eradicate these creatures completely. Here is some specific information for you to review on your way. Chapter 12, Linen City. Guangyuan Prefecture, Linen City. After receiving his assessment task, Shen Changqing made his way directly to Linen City. This assessment task is to be undertaken solely by him. Despite the apparent abundance of personnel within the Zhan Moc, the actual number of demonic creatures across various regions far exceeds what can be managed by a few individuals. Furthermore, considering Shen Changqing's abilities, Jiang Zhua allowed him to proceed alone to Linen City. Nearly 10 days later, Shen Changqing finally arrived at Linen City. In contrast to the capital's splendor, Linen City appeared much more subdued. However, he did not concern himself with such external appearances. His purpose here was to eliminate the evil, and other matters were of little relevance to him. Upon presenting his identity token, Shen Changqing easily entered the government office. The magistrate of Linen City promptly came to receive him. I am Zhao Fong, and I have yet to learn your esteemed name. I am Shen Changqing, apprentice exorcist of the Huang department of the Zhan Moc. Shen Changqing slightly cupped his hands. As he spoke, he was already scrutinizing the individual before him. Long before arriving in Linen City, Shen Changqing had gathered a wealth of information regarding the city, including details about the gentleman who served as the county magistrate. The other party had held the position of county magistrate for nearly 2 decades. Throughout these 20 years, Linen City had experienced several calamities caused by malevolent forces. Yet Zhao Fong remained steadfast as a mountain, unwavering in his role. Shen Changqing could not help but admire this resilience. It was an undeniable truth. Any ordinary person, upon encountering 1 or 2 occurrences of such calamities, would have promptly resigned and retreated, unwilling to linger in Linen City. However, Zhao Fong was different. He had not flinched despite multiple occurrences of malevolence. This remarkable courage set him apart from others. While Shen Changqing assessed Zhao Fong, the latter was also appraising him. However, after a brief moment, Zhao Fong withdrew his gaze, donning a warm smile. Ah, it is Lord Shen from the Demon-Suppression Division. You have traveled a long way. It would be best for you to rest in the city for a night. Tomorrow, I shall discuss the matters concerning the malevolent forces in detail with you. No, the extermination of malevolent entities cannot be delayed. If I rest even for a day longer, it may cost someone their life. It is better to address the issue promptly. Shen Changqing shook his head. In his heart, the completion of his mission took precedence over all else. The rest could wait. Upon hearing this, Zhao Fong's smile broadened. Lord Shen, your dedication is commendable. Since you are eager to tackle the malevolent forces, I shall have someone provide you with an explanation. With that, his expression grew solemn. Bring forth the person. How may I serve, my lord? A constable standing behind him stepped forward at the opportune moment. Relay my orders and summon Captain Zhang at once. Understood. The constable accepted the command and departed. As he left, Zhao Fong's smile returned. Lord Shen, please follow me into the inner hall. Thank you. Inside the hall, Shen Changqing and Zhao Fong took their seats on either side. Just as the servant brought in tea, a tall, somewhat older man entered, wielding a sword. Lord Zhao, Captain Zhang has arrived. Please take a seat. Zhao Feng nodded and gestured towards Shen Changqing. This is Lord Shen Changqing from the Demon-Suppression Division. And this is Captain Zhang Long of my Linen City Magistrate's office. Captain Zhang has served as a constable for over a decade and is quite experienced. Should you have any inquiries, Lord Shen, feel free to direct them to Captain Zhang. Upon introduction, Shen Changqing turned his gaze to Zhang Long. He had noticed the vigorous aura emanating from Zhang upon his entrance, indicating a high level of martial prowess. Clearly, he was at the body refinement stage, likely advanced or even at the peak of it. Greetings, Captain Zhang. You honor me, Lord Shen. Zhang Long responded, somewhat taken aback, and hastily returned the gesture. If there is anything you wish to inquire about, please do not hesitate to ask. He was unaware of Shen Changqing's background. Yet the mere mention of the Demon-Suppression Division spoke volumes. Regardless of location, those affiliated with the division held immense status. Even Zhao Feng, as a county magistrate, treated him with respect. How much more so for a humble constable like himself? Moreover, in the presence of Shen Changqing, Zhang Long sensed an ungraspable depth of power. As a member of the Demon-Suppression Division, it was inconceivable that Shen possessed no cultivation at all. The only explanation for Zhang's inability to discern Shen's strength was that Shen Changqing far surpassed him in capability. With this thought, Zhang Long was even more cautious. Shen Changqing began, I have received reports within the Demon-Suppression Division indicating the appearance of malevolent forces in Linen City. I hope Captain Zhang can provide a comprehensive account of the situation. Malevolent forces. Captain Zhang nodded, his expression gradually calming as if he were recalling past events. After a lengthy pause, he finally spoke. About half a month ago, we received a report of a homicide. We immediately dispatched constables to investigate. Upon arrival, we discovered that the deceased had all turned into desiccated corpses. Forensic examination revealed that the bodies had only recently died, yet their life essence had dissipated as if they had been dead for years. We quickly realized that malevolent forces were at play. In the inner hall, Shen Changqing listened intently to Zhang Long's account. The information he shared was almost identical to what Shen had obtained from the Demon-Suppression Division. Once Zhang concluded, Shen inquired, what transpired after the discovery of the desiccated corpses? I'm aware of some details regarding that. Zhao Feng interjected before Zhang could respond. Upon confirming the malevolent presence, we evacuated the villagers and sealed off the entire village, restricting access for the time being. Thus far, there have been no further incidents. The approach Zhao Feng took resonated deeply with Shen Changqing. Based on the intelligence from the Demon-Suppression Division, the entity responsible for the killings was classified as a Level 1 malevolent force. As the lowest tier of malevolent entities, such beings could not easily leave their original location and typically relied on certain objects as vessels. This meant that as long as the villagers were relocated and the village was secured, no further issues would arise in the short term. Although malevolent entities could be terrifying, their threat level depended on their classification. Level 1 malevolent forces, while challenging, could be managed with the appropriate response. Lord Zhao has indeed handled this matter with great finesse. Shen Changqing remarked with subtle implication. Zhao Feng chuckled wryly. There is no choice. Linen City has faced frequent malevolent calamities in recent years. Even those who are oblivious should understand how to deal with such threats. Fortunately, the malevolent forces encountered thus far have not caused significant impact. With Lord Shen's arrival, we are even more assured. After all, the Demon-Suppression Division has vanquished countless malevolent beings, and with your strength, handling the situation should pose no difficulty. By the end of his statement, Zhao Feng subtly flattered Shen Changqing. In the face of malevolent entities, ordinary individuals had no means of resistance. Only the formidable members of the Demon-Suppression Division could confront them. Shen Changqing, though a novice exorcist and the lowest rank among exorcists, was sent by the division, signifying his capability to manage the situation. Zhao Feng dared not underestimate him. Where is the village afflicted by the malevolent presence? Approximately 10 miles outside the east gate of Linen City. This response came from Zhang Long. He continued without waiting for Shen to reply. If Lord Shen wishes to inspect the village, it might be better to wait until tomorrow. It is late now, and visibility is poor at night, making it inconvenient to confront the malevolent forces. During the day, with the sun overhead, it would be much easier. That does seem reasonable. Shen Changqing did not reject Zhang Long's proposal, not because he truly believed that confronting the evil beings during the day was more advantageous. In fact, evil beings are, strictly speaking, not afraid of the blazing sun. Whether it is day or night, their strength remains unaffected, neither diminished nor enhanced. To ordinary people, however, these evil entities are seen as sinister, causing them to fear the sunlight and refrain from revealing themselves easily during the day, while their power surges in the darkness of night. The reason Shen Changqing chose not to proceed at this moment was due to his prolonged journey. Even a master of the Tongmai realm could not withstand such exhaustion. Furthermore, the sky was already darkening. Although he could see in the night, it was still not quite the same as daylight. Before long, Zhao Feng arranged for Shen Changqing to be accommodated. Considering that Shen was from the Jinma division, he did not dare to be negligent. Initially, Zhao Feng intended to offer Shen a room in his own residence, but since Shen declined, he arranged for him to stay in the finest inn in the city. Although Linen City was small, it was well equipped with all necessary amenities. Under Zhang Long's guidance, Shen Changqing arrived at the inn, and due to his past life memories, he held no strong opinions about the environment. "Lord Shen, please rest well and await my visit tomorrow morning," said Zhang Long. "Thank you for your trouble, Captain Zhang," replied Shen Changqing graciously. Zhang Long then bowed and withdrew, leaving Shen Changqing alone in the guest room. Instead of sleeping immediately, Shen contemplated various matters. After all, this was his first mission, and he could not afford any carelessness. Moreover, the target of the task was an ominous entity, and a moment of negligence could prove fatal. For the sake of his life, Shen Changqing was determined to approach this matter with utmost caution. Chapter 13. Guyu Village. After a brief rest, Shen Changqing awoke at dawn. His year with the Jinma division had instilled in him a habit of rising early. Particularly, the cultivation of Chunyang Gong required him to absorb the first rays of purple aura from the heavens and earth, leaving no room for late rising. After his usual practice, and feeling a slight enhancement in his Chunyang Gong, a gentle smile graced Shen Changqing's face. Although he still faced a significant gap before breaking through to the 9th level, he had nonetheless made some progress. Suddenly, he heard a sound. Without hesitation, Zhang Long replied, "Most villagers have been relocated to nearby villages, while some with relatives in the city have taken refuge there. For now, our primary objective is to seal off the village where the evil beings have appeared." Zhang Long did not dwell on it further. Soon, the two crossed the rice fields and arrived at the entrance of the village, where a stone tablet inscribed with the characters Guyu Village stood. The officials accompanying them felt an inexplicable weight in their hearts. The other officials dared not speak further and could only bow and retreat. As they spoke, upon hearing the name of the Jinma division, the faces of the officials turned respectful, and they saluted Shen Changqing, saying, "Greetings, Lord Shen." Zhang Long's expression grew serious as he gestured towards the officials, saying, "This is Lord Shen Changqing from the Jinma division, who has come specifically to eliminate the evil beings." Upon mentioning Zhao Feng, admiration flickered across Zhang Long's face. The two conversed for quite some time, and upon seeing Zhang Long and Shen Changqing's arrival, the officials visibly relaxed. Even under the blazing sun, their comfort was scant. "Captain Zhang has arrived." "Captain Zhang, where have the displaced villagers been relocated?" asked Shen Changqing. "Lord Shen, do you wish to enter the village now, or would you prefer to wait? A one to eat. Consuming too much in the morning is not conducive to digestion. Let us address matters first." Zhang Long chimed in with a smile. Lord Shen rises quite early. The sudden opening of the door caused Zhang Long to momentarily pause, but he quickly regained his composure. "If Lord Shen enjoys it, you may visit Linen City often in the future." At the village entrance stood 6 officials clad in uniforms, each displaying a tense demeanor, glancing towards the village as though anticipating an evil being to emerge at any moment. Zhang Long pointed towards the village and spoke in a low voice. "Before long." This is another term for the malicious entities, as they are also referred to as CSCUI, hence the title of evil beings. Aside from that, there were not many additional requests. Shen Changqing nodded thoughtfully. With one hand hanging down and the other resting on the hilt of his sword, he took a step towards Guyu Village. "Since we are here, let us take a look." Walking down the street, only Shen Changqing and Zhang Long remained. Zhang Long had unfurled an oilcloth containing exquisite pastries, from which a delightful fragrance wafted, uplifting one's spirits. With Zhang Long guiding the way, Shen Changqing followed him out of the city. "As of now, has anyone entered or exited the village?" Shen Changqing inquired, observing the desolate scene within the village and turning to one of the officials. Despite Shen Changqing's youthful appearance, he had already seated himself at the table in the room. He noticed Zhang Long raising his hand as if to knock on the door. I do not know much about the evil beings, as I am merely a lowly captain and lack the qualifications to engage deeply with such matters. Thank you for your concern, Captain Zhang. We take our leave. Lord Zhao truly cares for the common people, Shen Changqing remarked. Ahead lies Guyu village, Zhang Long announced. Zhang Long paused, pondering the term digest. It sounded somewhat foreign. Lord Zhao has been the county magistrate in Linen City for 20 years and is indeed a good official. Over the years, whenever evil beings have caused havoc, the magistrate has been replaced time and again. Only Lord Zhao has remained steadfast in his duties, unafraid of the calamities brought by evil beings. Setting down the pastry in his hand, Shen Changqing stood up. There was indeed merit in what was said. The two approached a rice field where crops grew abundantly, yet the scene lacked vibrancy. Captain Zhang has also arrived early. Since the emergence of the evil beings, no one has entered or exited the village. Following Zhang Long's gesture, Shen Changqing could see the houses nestled together in the distance. Lord Shen, are you not going to eat? Shen Changqing's smile broadened, prompting a slight smile from Zhang Long as well. It was not a particularly long distance. As the door opened, Shen Changqing asked, by the way, does Captain Zhang have any additional thoughts on the evil beings causing this unrest? Well, I and Lord Shen are already aware of this matter. You may return to report. The remaining issues will be handled by me and Lord Shen. Zhang Long waved his hand, showing signs of impatience. He casually picked up a piece of pastry and took a gentle bite. Guyu village was indeed the village that had previously suffered from the turmoil caused by evil beings. While speaking, Shen Changqing glanced at Zhang Long, smiling. Yet, the others dared not exhibit even the slightest disrespect. Lord Shen has likely not yet had a meal. Here are some distinctive snacks from Linen City. Being far away in the capital, he may not have the opportunity to savor them. After that, he rose and opened the door. Captain Zhang, please take a seat. Observing the bustling scene around him, Shen Changqing remarked with a smile. Although the splendor of Linen City cannot compare to that of the capital, it possesses a unique charm. To linger here for an extended period would undoubtedly be a delightful experience. Beyond the city, 10 miles away lies the Jinma Sea. As expected, let us accompany Captain Zhang there to take a look. Shen Changqing inquired further, and Zhang Long was able to respond fluently to his questions. In the Great Qin, he is a living emblem. Ultimately, having resolved the matter of the demons, it would allow them to enjoy a peaceful night's rest. Those who can emerge from the Jinma Sea are undoubtedly individuals of significance. Thank you, Lord Shen. The term Jinma Sea, however, evokes a stark contrast. Once outside the city, the vibrant atmosphere dissipates, replaced by an eerie desolation. Since Shen Changqing wishes to investigate, it is only right for me to accompany him. Standing still, Zhang Long shook his head. When the conversation turned to the demons, his expression remained largely unchanged. He placed an object on the table and then sat across from Shen Changqing. They immediately followed him into the village. As they stepped into Guyu village, a sudden chill surged from all directions. This chill, familiar to Shen Changqing, had previously manifested in the Jinma prison. However, compared to that, the current chill was significantly less intense. Yet, it would still have a considerable effect on those below the meridian opening stage. Noticing Zhang Long's somewhat pallid complexion, Shen Changqing paused. Captain Zhang, perhaps you should wait outside the village. I can handle the demon matter alone. Lord Shen, you are too humble. The responsibility of dealing with demons falls upon everyone, and I cannot shy away. Moreover, while Guyu village may be small, it is not insignificant. Accurate identification of the demon's location requires guidance. Zhang Long shook his head in refusal. Despite his pale visage, he showed no signs of retreat. At that moment, an invisible pressure enveloped them, stirring a profound sense of fear. The peculiarities of Guyu village, however, were merely the lowest grade of specters, lacking even the qualifications to be imprisoned in the Jinma prison, thus incomparable to more formidable demons. Gradually, it was said that the lock was forged from pure iron. Shattering it with true qi would not be a simple task. There were neither the sounds of insects nor the calls of birds. During their conversation, Captain Zhang stated, "This family was discovered dead in the master bedroom. Please follow me." Shen Changqing inquired, "Where are the corpses now?" Upon hearing Zhang Long's response, Shen Changqing nodded. As he approached, he observed that what was described as a house, along with a decently sized courtyard, was now ominously sealed, an unsettling aura emanating from within. Upon seeing this, Shen Changqing noted a circular object split in two on the ground, unmistakably the severed halves of a head. Due to the nature of the demon's killings, we feared the corpses might undergo changes. Thus, after the coroner examined them, we promptly cremated the bodies to eliminate the possibility of the demons using them to inflict harm. Shen Changqing's capability to take such measures is indicative of his considerable strength. The sounds of weeping ceased, replaced by laughter that echoed in the silence. Shen Changqing advanced slowly, crushing one half of the head underfoot, splattering dark blood across the ground. His expression slightly sinister as he gazed at the shadows in the courtyard. Suddenly, despite the lingering effects, they were not overwhelmingly significant. The blade was drawn with a swift motion. Zhang Long sighed, feeling a sense of helplessness against the demons. A child seemed to have exerted too much force, sending the circular object flying towards Shen Changqing. Instantly, the already dim environment became even darker. Although it was not entirely obscured, it was difficult to imagine that outside. The sun shone brightly. Shen Changqing did not press further. In the midst of their conversation, he pointed toward a house within the village. He had developed a significant immunity to the influence of demons. Lord Shen, that house ahead is where the demon is causing trouble. Indeed, yet the pressure exerted upon Shen Changqing failed to have a substantial impact. The severed head, its eyes wide open, stared fixedly at him. The actions of the Linen City government were undoubtedly justified. Zhang Long pointed to the door, his expression growing grave. Shen Changqing kicked the door open, the loud sound reverberating through the still courtyard. While patrolling the Jinma prison, despite the wards in the cells, it was impossible to completely block any trace. Shen Changqing shattered the lock in the courtyard and strode through the door. Lord Shen possesses remarkable internal strength. A circular object was being kicked back and forth. As he spoke, he noted that some powerful demons could awaken the dead, using their corpses to wreak havoc. The cremation of bodies was essential. The surrounding scene abruptly transformed. Lord Shen, the demons first manifested here. Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon the courtyard, where he spotted several indistinct shadows darting to and fro, likely a group of children. In the courtyard stood an unknown tree, its branches lush, yet most of its leaves had turned brittle and yellow. As the courtyard door swung open, a gentle breeze stirred, causing some yellow leaves to fall. Only the faintest sound of footsteps could be heard. A chilling light flashed, slicing the circular object in half. In that instant, the house, constructed from blue stone, starkly contrasted with the surrounding earthen structures, appearing rather jarring. It is known that as someone who has long patrolled the Jinma prison, he has encountered numerous demons and is well acquainted with such malevolent entities. The two had arrived before the blue stone structure. However, soon after, Shen Changqing stepped into the courtyard. The other party was evidently very familiar with the courtyard, quickly arriving at a tightly closed door. Zhang Long's voice came from behind, the infamous landlord of Guyue village. Yet even with great wealth, it availed him nothing against the demons, resulting in his demise at home, only to be discovered later as a desiccated corpse. This family must have been quite affluent. He was the first to step forward, heading toward one side of the courtyard. Zhang Long's face was somewhat pale, yet his demeanor remained composed. Upon witnessing the forceful blow that shattered the door lock, Zhang Long's expression shifted noticeably. Shen Changqing turned to glance back, only to find that Zhang Long had mysteriously vanished. Whispers of quiet sobbing drifted into his ears, as if someone were hiding in a corner, weeping softly. With a resounding strike, he followed closely behind Zhang Long. The room remained the same, yet it appeared significantly dilapidated compared to his previous observation, as though it had not been inhabited for many years. Thus, he stepped into the room, directly encountering a copper mirror that was placed there. The two walked silently through the village, unaware of when the blazing sun above had begun to wane, enveloping the entire village in a shroud of mist, completely isolating it from the outside world. Blood splattered forth, and he mused that he had never truly engaged with a genuine specter. It was an opportune moment to ascertain the methods of these creatures. If it were merely an illusion, it would be a profound disappointment. As he approached with deliberate steps, a cold, piercing glint suddenly emerged from the dim surroundings, tearing through everything in its path. Chapter 15. You are too impatient. Sparks flew as Shen Changqing turned to face Zhang Long, who wielded a long knife, his visage one of shock and regret. "Captain Zhang, you are far too hasty." Initially, he had intended to playfully engage with the specter within the illusion, but Zhang Long's assault abruptly extricated him from that dreamlike state. This was unavoidable. The specter conjuring the illusion was not particularly powerful, and without external interference, Shen Changqing would require additional time to unravel the illusion. However, with outside forces at play, the illusion would be shattered instantly. "How could this be? How could you emerge unscathed?" Zhang Long exclaimed incredulously, fully aware of the power behind his strike. Earlier, when he took the first bite of the pastry he had prepared for himself, he sensed something was amiss. To precisely time the onset of the poison and ensure success, he had refrained from acting while Shen Changqing was ensnared in the illusion, instead waiting for the poison to take effect before daring to strike. At that moment, an invisible pressure compelled Zhang Long to retreat step by step. Even though several apprentice demon slayers were at the Tongmai realm, their strength was certainly not formidable. But suddenly, it became evident that he had indeed faltered. Years of practical experience enabled Zhang Long to lunge to the left, just as a searing blade of energy slashed the ground, leaving shallow marks. The identities of the shadowy figures became clear. They were merely a few small children. This contradicted what he had conveyed to Zhao Feng and Zhang Long. Gazing at Zhang Long, who now lay on the ground, utterly depleted, a murderous intent surged within Shen Changqing. He was increasingly convinced that the malevolent forces in Linen City were far more complex than mere supernatural entities. Both Zhao Feng and Zhang Long were suspect, yet he could not fathom their true motives. He had broken his word. Moreover, with 8 layers of pure yang, true energy combined with the 7-kill blade technique unleashed, he swiftly tore through the individuals before him. The poison within the pastry had been silently neutralized. It was only when Zhang Long confessed that Shen Changqing truly comprehended the situation. That was Zhang Long's objective. "I have told you, you are far too impatient." Shen Changqing approached with his knife drawn. With 15 layers of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training, a vengeful great specter could be cultivated in silence. I had clearly poisoned the pastry. According to the timing, it should have been the moment of activation. Why is he still able to exert such strength, though it was not impervious to water and fire? It had indeed reached a state where blades and spears could not penetrate. With his body torn asunder, a powerful, vengeful great specter, having consumed several experts of the Tongmai realm, could very well undergo a metamorphosis into a wrathful great being. Observing the bloodstains on the ground, Shen Changqing's countenance grew cold as he hastened his pursuit. The scene vanished without a trace. He had aimed at the neck and other vital areas. Why did Zhang Long conspire against him? In the next instant, searing pain elicited a scream from Zhang Long, his face turning pale instantly. He had indeed failed. Shen Changqing pondered. "If you confess and renounce your martial prowess, I can grant you a chance at survival." It was evident that even a master at the Tongmai realm could not withstand the spectacle before him. Shen Changqing remained steadfast, his drawn blade stained with blood, while Zhang Long lay lifeless on the ground, his breath ragged, revealing a desperate yearning for life. To this day, after arriving in Linen City, Shen Changqing had come to understand many matters, yet he remained perplexed by Zhang Long's intentions. Furthermore, the villagers had long perished, all consumed by malevolent forces, while Linen City had merely reported a few deaths, disseminating the message upwards to lure the Demon-Suppression Division to their location. "If I speak, will you spare me?" Zhang Long questioned, incredulity etched across his features. After all, nurturing a vengeful great specter under normal circumstances would necessitate the consumption of numerous living beings. 1 or 2 villages cannot suffice. Zhang Long was in disbelief. Very well. Despite everything, for ordinary citizens, the emergence of malevolence should evoke terror. However, the people of Linen City remained unfazed. Zhang Long had never anticipated that Shen Changqing would achieve the completion of the 13 Taibao's horizontal training. No, not merely completion, but breakthrough to an unprecedented 15th layer. He discerned the altered atmosphere in Linen City, awakening to the underlying issues. As Shen Changqing took his second step, the surrounding illusion abruptly shifted, returning them to the courtyard. Zhang Long's revelation of the truth signified the end of his life. However, unlike before, the faces of the children were as pale as corpses, their lips a shade of blue, and some parts had even rotted to the extent of maggot infestation. The foul stench assaulting the senses. Begone! For various reasons, a sound that was not quite human erupted as the children scattered like shadows in the mist. Regrettably, while the poison in the pastry was formidable, it was no match for his own pure, yang true energy. The severed arm holding the knife remained on the ground. Yet Zhonglong had vanished without a trace. The most likely scenario was that he had dispatched apprentice demon slayers as part of an assessment task. The news of the malevolence had not spread. In truth, during his time in Linen City, when Zhao Feng claimed that the villagers had all been relocated, Shen Changqing had not perceived anything amiss. In that moment, he swung his blade through the air, the chilling light of the knife entwined with pure yang true energy, striking with an unparalleled swiftness, severing Zhonglong's arm at the wrist, the intense heat even singeing the wound. It did not resemble a situation involving malevolence in the slightest. Silence. He could scarcely believe he had sunk to such depths. Shen Changqing's furious shout caused his pure yang true energy to erupt. Zhonglong, clutching his severed arm, staggered away, glancing back intermittently, residual terror etched upon his face. With no defenses in place, enduring a single strike from him left no hope of survival. An entity barely classified as a vengeful Great Spectre would hardly warrant the dispatch of formidable demon slayers from the Demon-Suppression Division. In the desolate village, tranquility seemed impossible. With a swift stroke, he severed his own arm, leaving no room for reaction. Such power was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary practitioner. Shen Changqing shook his head and slowly approached Zhonglong. Even as a mere practitioner of the body refining stage, standing still, Shen Changqing could easily withstand any attack, except to vital areas such as the eyes. A chilling gust of wind surged from behind. He could not comprehend why, with so many dead, the Demon-Suppression Division would not take notice. If a powerful member of the division turned their gaze upon Linen City, the fear was that the eerie creature would meet its demise at their hands before it could even ascend. Thus, it was imperative to nourish that ghastly being with quality blood essence, allowing it to successfully ascend before the division could detect any anomaly. Chapter 16. Confrontation. It must be said that Zhonglong and Zhao Feng's plan was without flaw. A formidable ghoul could wreak havoc among practitioners of the Meridian stage. A trainee demon hunter, at best, would be a novice within that realm. Even if a few were to arrive, they would stand no chance against a powerful ghoul, and more likely than not, will be consumed entirely. Unfortunately, circumstances deviated from their expectations. Due to significant losses recently suffered by the Demon-Suppression Division, only Shen Changqing had come, contrary to their assumption of several trainee demon hunters. Furthermore, although Shen Changqing was a trainee, his true strength rivaled that of top-tier yellow-ranked demon hunters, perhaps even surpassing them. With his mastery of the 13 bodyguards' horizontal training and the 8 layers of pure yang art, his foundation was unmatched by any equivalent practitioner. Particularly, the former was easy to begin but required considerable time to reach a profound level. Few would waste excessive time on external martial arts. However, once external martial arts reached such a profound state, their power could be unimaginable. Just like Zhonglong's earlier ambush, that strike would have beheaded an ordinary practitioner, yet it left Shen Changqing unharmed. Zhonglong was dealt with. Yet the ghoul of Guyue village remained and must be eliminated first. Shen Changqing cast a brief glance at Zhonglong's body before disregarding him entirely, returning to the original courtyard. At this moment, the courtyard had not changed much, but a fierce chill was emanating from all directions, stronger than when he had entered. Without a doubt, Shen Changqing understood that the ghoul residing in the courtyard had been thoroughly provoked. Suddenly, a frigid sensation crept up his back. In an instant, Shen Changqing turned and swung his blade, colliding with a pale hand that seemed formless, vanishing as soon as it made contact with the blade, as if it had never existed. However, the moment the hand touched the blade, it plunged into an abyss of winter, an extreme cold enveloping it, causing a faint frost to form upon the blade. The pure yang energy surged forth, dispersing the frost. Yet soon after, an overwhelming chill arose. A disheveled head suddenly rested upon Shen Changqing's shoulder, and as he turned his head, he was confronted with a decayed visage. Instantly, goosebumps erupted across his skin. Without hesitation, Shen Changqing unleashed his pure yang energy throughout his body, thrusting his elbow forcefully, causing a piercing scream to echo in his ears, momentarily disorienting him. In the next heartbeat, a pale hand emerged from his armpit, aiming directly for his chest. His clothing tore, and a bone-chilling cold exploded forth. The flesh that had previously withstood Zhang Long's assault was now lacerated by the ghoul's onslaught. Pain surged in his chest, igniting Shen Changqing's fury. He thrust out a palm, unleashing the full force of his 8 layers of pure yang energy, shattering the pale hand. Just as the hand dissipated, an even greater chill surged from behind. He stepped forward, drawing his blade from beneath his armpit, seemingly piercing something, resulting in a deafening scream. Soon, the courtyard fell silent. Shen Changqing stood with his blade at the ready, his gaze vigilant, surveying his surroundings while amplifying his senses, unwilling to overlook any subtle movement. The wound on his chest had begun to scab over, yet the pain persisted, indicating the gravity of what had just transpired. Truly troublesome. Shen Changqing sighed. This was his first direct encounter with a ghoul, and a powerful one at that, despite having extensively studied ghoul knowledge in the library. Facing one in reality revealed discrepancies between the text and the truth. In that moment, Shen Changqing fully comprehended the terrifying nature of a powerful ghoul. To say nothing of the earlier attack, had it been an ordinary practitioner, their heart might have been ripped out. Such confrontations left no room for error. A single misstep could lead to death. Whether it was a ghoul of the ghost level or the grudge level, they lacked a concrete form, relying on attachments to exist. Shen Changqing pondered the nature of ghouls, his gaze sweeping across the courtyard. Low-level ghouls possessed no physical form. This absence of form granted them a critical weakness. They must attach to certain objects to endure. Those objects acted as the lifeline of the ghoul. If one could destroy these objects, even if the ghoul could not be slain, it would be dealt a significant blow. The challenge lay in the multitude of objects to which a ghoul could attach. It could be a stone on the ground or an inconspicuous item. Accurately locating such objects within the vast courtyard would be no easy feat. If he could not identify the object to which the ghoul was tethered, it could continue its relentless ambush, and Shen Changqing doubted he could outlast it. Prolonging the battle would likely lead to his own defeat. Of course, Shen Changqing was confident that if he were to retreat, the ghoul would have no chance of intercepting him. At once, he stepped toward the room where he had first encountered the attack. Upon reaching the doorway, Shen Changqing abruptly halted, then changed direction. The courtyard was suffused with cold, a thick fog blanketing the area, obscuring the sun as if plunging the surroundings into night. However, for Shen Changqing, he had reached a level of night vision. Even in dim conditions, he was undeterred. After changing directions several times, the eerie creature remained utterly still, as if it had completely succumbed to silence, or perhaps vanished from existence. Yet, Shen Changqing was acutely aware that the creature was quietly observing him from some concealed location. The earlier confrontation had made it realize that he was not easily dealt with, thus it hesitated to act impulsively. It was waiting, biding its time for an opportune moment to strike. Suddenly, Shen Changqing veered yet again, dashing toward the grand tree in the courtyard. A chilling energy surged through the yard, accompanied by a piercing, wretched scream that felt capable of freezing one's very soul. 2 ghostly white hands abruptly appeared, reaching for Shen Changqing's face and chest. Chapter 17. A familiar sensation. Ultimately, he was too youthful. Although the creature was formidable, its primitive intellect was evidently lacking. Shen Changqing paced through the courtyard, intent on discovering the item to which the creature was truly bound. The previous skirmish had instilled a sense of caution within it. Without absolute certainty or being pushed to a desperate point, it would not strike. Similarly, should it choose to attack, it would signify that he had become a genuine threat to it. As he wandered about the courtyard, Shen Changqing could not ascertain with complete assurance where the creature had taken possession. However, after surveying nearly all directions, the creature remained unresponsive. The only location that stood out was the tree in the courtyard, with a sound akin to fabric being torn. The indistinct shadow let out one final scream before dissipating entirely. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qinzhen MOC. Identity: Apprentice Exorcist Martial Arts. Shursen Tai Bao Honglin Gong, Level 15, Upgradable. Chunyang Gong, Level 8, Upgradable. Qisha Daofa, Level 2. Taishazhang, Level 2. The tree shattered into 2 segments, its lush branches and robust trunk crashing to the ground with a significant noise. Perhaps this was the energy contained within the creature's body. Due to the tree's formidable girth, Shen Changqing could not sever it with a single blow. He remained uncertain, merely speculating in his mind. The slaughter value of the Zhen MOU reached 15 points. In Shen Changqing's view, this could significantly enhance his capabilities, explaining the strange phenomenon afflicting what should have been a vibrant tree. The 15th level of Shisan Tai Bao Hongyingong had proven instrumental in this encounter with the creature. Otherwise, he would have perished at Zhonglong's hands. The greatest defense is indeed a powerful offense. In an instant, blood flowed from his wounds. If the slaughter value could be likened to the energy housed within the creature, it would clarify why personally slaying the creature yielded a greater slaughter value than he had acquired in the Zhen MOU. Flesh was pierced at an astonishing speed. As for the precise source of the slaughter value, it could only be explained by the withering of the leaves. Gazing at the two martial arts displayed on the panel, he made a decisive choice. Shen Changqing was determined not to allow his adversary to escape. His skin cracked. The long knife, sharp and imbued with unparalleled strength, plunged into the trunk. Despite its remarkable defensive capabilities, it proved inadequate against the overwhelming might of the creature. Thus, it was akin to a blazing iron brand. Taishazhang. With a resounding boom, Shen Changqing elevated his own strength to an unprecedented pinnacle, delivering 2 strikes in rapid succession. His wounds ceased to bleed, as the 15th level of Shisan Tai Bao Hongyingong granted him formidable self-healing abilities. Concurrently, the long knife, infused with pure yang energy, struck the indistinct shadow. What should have been green now appeared otherwise. Subsequently, the creature's inability to restrain itself from attacking undoubtedly confirmed this hypothesis. With a crash, the roots of the tree broke free, colliding with Shen Changqing's body, and even with the 15th level of Shisan Tai Bao Hongyingong, he could not entirely withstand such an injury. At that moment, the two ghostly hands seemed to encounter a dreadful assault, dissipating like smoke, while a sharp, ear-piercing scream echoed throughout the courtyard. The already weakened trunk finally reached its breaking point after enduring such an assault, prompting a smile to spread across his face as it splintered with a sound of rushing air. Shen Changqing focused his thoughts directly on the panel. A chilling aura slithered along the long knife, swiftly coursing into his hands. With a sudden lunge forward, his hands, veins bulging like coiling dragons, gripped the long knife and struck down fiercely upon the grand tree before him. Shen Changqing fell into contemplation. A wretched scream pierced the air as the creature faded away, revealing the roots of the tree suddenly rising as if propelled by arrows toward Shen Changqing. External factors had undoubtedly precipitated this occurrence. Slaughter. 15 indeed. To acquire greater slaughter value, one must take matters into their own hands. It was evident that despite his prolonged stay in the Zhen MOU, the total slaughter value he had amassed did not exceed 20 points. The creature was both chilling and sinister. An indistinct shadow floated from the severed trunk, attempting to escape into the distance. However, the Shisan Tai Bao Hongyingong could only be regarded as a martial art for enduring blows. Faced with such an onslaught, Shen Changqing's expression hardened. He had no intention of retreating to defend. Gripping the long knife tightly, he struck down once more at the tree trunk before him. Shen Changqing suspected that the residual essence from the slain demons had contributed to the situation. Long before the demons were dispatched, a substantial amount of slaughter value had already dissipated. He observed as thick, black blood gushed forth from the wound on the trunk like a spring, the foul stench assaulting his senses, accompanied by a haunting scream. The branches were lush, evoking a sense of familiarity. Crack! As Shen Changqing recalled the recent battle, he realized that despite the 15th level of Shisan Tai Bao Hongyingong, he too had been vulnerable to the creature's assault. This strike had already inflicted damage upon the creature. Thus, while 15 points of slaughter value appeared significant, optimizing its utilization was indeed a pressing question. The source of the sound no longer emanated from the periphery of the courtyard, but instead arose from the fractured opening, with copious amounts of black blood surging forth. It was the pure yang energy that had genuinely compelled the creature to refrain from attacking recklessly. 8th level Chunyang Gong. 15th level Shisan Tai Bao Hongyingong. Given that it was not yet autumn, it was impossible for the trees to be so severely withered. The long knife had struck with force at the original wound on the trunk. With a splatter, As he glanced at the 15 points of slaughter value displayed on the panel, a smile graced Shen Changqing's face. The long knife withdrew. For any living being, this was a lethal toxin. Thus, it would be prudent to enhance the pure yang energy further. With a focused thought, he prepared for his next course of action. On the contrary, Changqing possesses a formidable capacity to restrain the bizarre and monstrous entities. The consumption of 5 points of slaying value has propelled Changqing from its original 8th layer directly to the 9th layer. However, he could not be entirely certain. At present, having slain a single ghostly level monster, he had garnered 15 points of slaying value. With a decisive step forward, he personally dispatched the monster, thereby acquiring even greater slaying value. Just as the adversary retreated, his palm glowed a vivid red. With the 9th layer of Changqing activated, a surge of energy nearly twice as potent as before erupted from his dantian, enveloping his entire being in an instant. The powerful true qi surged forth like a torrential river. In Chapter 18, the ascent to the 11th layer of Changqing commenced, as the true qi cleansed his physical form. The injuries he had sustained began to mend at a visibly rapid pace under the overwhelming force of the true qi. Once the energy subsided and returned to the dantian, Changqing discovered that many of his less severe injuries had healed significantly. Even some of the more serious wounds, previously tainted by a chilling aura, had been completely expelled. Although some remnants remained, they were not detrimental. With the 9th layer of Changqing, he recognized that he had officially broken through to the pinnacle of meridian unblocking. Changqing focused his mind, feeling the robust true qi within his dantian reach a transformative level. This realization brought him great satisfaction. However, the elevation from the 8th to the 9th layer of Changqing had consumed 5 points of slaying value, leaving him with little left to enhance further. He contemplated this matter. Undoubtedly, the complete mastery of Changqing requires more slaying value than the complete mastery of the Ngling, as this martial art is inherently more formidable. If martial arts were categorized by tier, Ngling would merely be considered foundational, while Changqing represents an advanced level, surpassing the former. Having vanquished the local malevolence, returning to the capital would officially mark him as an exorcist. As a Huang-tier exorcist, he would gain access to the 2nd level of the library, where records of even more potent martial arts surely resided. However, from his current perspective, retaining the slaying value to delve into higher martial arts upon his return might not be the most prudent choice. Standing still, Changqing fell into contemplation. According to his panel, he had 10 points of slaying value remaining. Given the consumption rates of his 2 martial arts, he could roughly deduce that if he aimed for a higher tier of martial arts, the consumption would inevitably increase correspondingly. Even if each tier only required an incremental increase in slaying value, it would only allow him to elevate a high-tier martial art by approximately 3 levels. A martial art, regardless of its profundity, may not necessarily surpass a lower-tier martial art without truly reaching a high level. In other words, the 3rd layer of Changqing would undoubtedly be inferior to the 15th layer of Ngling. Thus, rather than hoarding slaying value for the study of new martial arts, it might be wiser to pursue a singular path to its zenith, as unexpected rewards may arise. Furthermore, should his strength increase, executing the tasks of a Huang-tier exorcist would certainly enhance his safety. Given that Zhao Feng and his associates dared to collude with malevolent forces, there might well be formidable adversaries lurking in the shadows. Therefore, augmenting his own power would afford him greater security. With these thoughts, Changqing made his decision. His focus returned to the panel. After breaking through to the 9th layer, Changqing remained in a state primed for further enhancement. He silently intoned enhance. Instantly, his dantian surged like a tumultuous sea, akin to a radiant sun rising from within, unleashing an overwhelming, searing force that enveloped him, even as his vital energy began to wane. At that moment, his skin glowed faintly red, as if something within him yearned to break free. Following this, Changqing and TIB, Engly Ng erupted forth, its energy pulsating, causing his flesh to shimmer. Regardless of how fiercely the searing power surged, it was forcibly subdued. After several repetitions, the fervent energy gradually calmed, finding its rhythm within his body, ultimately returning to a still state within the Dantian. With a sigh of relief, Changqing exhaled deeply, sending a ripple through the air that stirred the dry leaves at his feet. As he settled his mind, he began to observe the transformations within himself. As Changqing ascended to the 10th layer, it appeared that the true Qi was undergoing a metamorphosis, its temperature significantly elevated compared to before. Had it not been for the robustness of his physical form, the recent enhancement might not have merely faltered but could have inflicted harm. Moreover, he noted a depletion in his vital energy. Changqing furrowed his brow, initially believing that as long as he possessed slaying value, he could enhance indefinitely. However, it became evident that certain martial arts could not be recklessly elevated. The development of martial arts necessitated that one's physique keep pace. Otherwise, the body could not accommodate such an influx of true qi. Additionally, during the enhancement of Changqing, his vital energy was clearly diminishing. It was apparent that true qi does not manifest from nothing. Rather, it is transformed from vital energy. This differed from the enhancement process of Engly Ng. At present, the depletion of vital energy had reached a conspicuous level. Nevertheless, the 15th layer of Engly Ng had fortified Ngqing's physique to an astonishing degree, allowing him to withstand the effects of the 10th layer of Changqing without significant consequence. Furthermore, he had yet to reach his limits. As it stood, 5 points of slaying value had been expended, just as he had surmised. The consumption for breaking through the limits of Changqing was indeed higher than that of Engly, which required 3 points per layer, while the former demanded 5. Fortunately, he still had 5 points of slaying value remaining, sufficient for another enhancement. With this thought, he fully expended his slaying value. Immediately, his vital energy began to deplete at a frenzied pace. As his vital energy waned, the Changqing within his Dantian simultaneously surged at a visibly accelerated rate. This ebb and flow left Changqing in a weakened state, yet his body felt infused with a tumultuous power. In the next moment, the transformation of Changqing reached completion, surging uncontrollably within him, violently breaking through numerous meridians and acupoints. The earth-rumbling vibrations of his flesh echoed as if an ancient behemoth rampaged within. Yet, no matter how fiercely it clashed, it could not shatter the confines of his corporeal form. Gradually, the intensity of the onslaught diminished, and countless meridians were opened in the process. When the true qi of Changqing returned to the Dantian, it would be evident to an observer that the newly opened meridians now emitted a faint glimmer, gradually intertwining together. At the moment they connected, an invisible membrane began to take shape. At the moment the film emerged, Shen Changqing experienced a profound revelation. The term gongqi resonated within him, an innate form of vital energy. He uttered a few words, feeling as though a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. The pinnacle of body refinement allows for the spontaneous generation of true energy, enabling one to ascend to the Tongmai realm. This realm primarily focuses on nurturing true energy and unblocking the meridians. Once the meridians are sufficiently opened and a complete cycle of the Great Zhou is achieved, a warrior's body will naturally generate gongqi, also referred to as negang. At this stage, the martial artist transitions from the Tongmai realm to the innate realm. Chapter 19. Colluding with evil, those at the Huang tier of demon slayers are predominantly at the Tongmai realm. Upon reaching the innate stage, they qualify for promotion to the Xian tier of demon slayers. It can be asserted that any innate martial artist in Qin is a true master. And even within the Demon-Suppression Division, they are no longer insignificant. Huang tier demon slayers can contend with ghost-level monstrosities, while Xian tier demon slayers possess the qualifications to confront resentment-level entities. Individuals such as Lu Chang and Jiangzhua from Shen Changqing's current perspective, likely occupy the realm of the innate. Of course, it is also possible that they are stronger than the innate level, but even if they are, their strength would not be excessively superior. What merit does the human race possess? The individuals within the Demon Suppression Division are formidable enough, yet one must ponder how long they can truly endure. Otherwise, what if a novice demon slayer fails to provide sufficient merit for the Blood Soul's ascension? Zhao Feng remained silent, likely having just entered the Tongmai stage. However, in light of these rebels, after extensive preparations, Shen Changqing sighed. Zhuang Mingyuan's expression softened slightly. Lord Zhao, though my words may sound harsh, they're the unvarnished truth. Moreover, you have already joined my YNG-SH-ing. Even if you wish to withdraw now, it is too late. In the end, Zhao Feng's expression grew peculiar. Zhao Feng's mention of Blood Soul referred to the ghost-level monstrosity. The Demon Suppression Division has never shown mercy. With immense true energy and formidable strength, he had previously cultivated without resorting to shortcuts through slaughter value, maintaining a steady consumption level that prevented any state of exhaustion. Sitting in the inner hall, Zhao Feng's countenance appeared somewhat eerie under the flickering light. He realized he must seek alternative external martial arts to enhance his own capabilities. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of weakness washed over him, causing Shen Changqing to stagger slightly. The mere act of exposing the news from Jiyu village was already tantamount to a death sentence. Did he think the Demon Suppression Division would spare him or his family once they received the true information? A novice demon slayer, at best, is merely at the Tongmai realm. It is uncertain whether he has offended someone or if the Demon Suppression Division is indeed short on personnel. Either scenario is plausible. The 11th layer of pure yang technique would enable him to become an innate martial artist, and upon returning to the Demon Suppression Division, he would have a significant chance of being promoted to the Xian tier of Demon Slayer. He suddenly recalled other matters. Noticing the change in his expression, Zhuang Mingyuan's demeanor turned cold. The vigor of one's blood and energy is fundamental. Since Jiyu village has already been sacrificed, what issue would arise from sacrificing a few more villages? By aligning with the YNG-SH-ing, while you may not necessarily gain the chance for immortality, it is assured that you will live longer than others. The reason behind his words lay in the excessive absorption of blood and energy during the breakthrough of the pure yang technique. Each year, the Demon Suppression Division slays thousands of rebellious heads. It is impossible for just one person to be sent over. Upon entering the YNG-SH-ing, you are precisely pursuing this goal. Should the Blood Soul be nurtured to the level of resentment, the higher-ups of the Alliance would undoubtedly rejoice, and the rewards would be plentiful. Furthermore, Lord Zhao, do not forget that you are no longer the magistrate of Linen City, revered as a just official. You are merely a traitor who has allied with malevolent forces. He understood the implications of Zhuang Mingyuan's words. Had it not been for his arduous cultivation, elevating the pure yang technique to the 8th layer, he would not have been able to break through to the innate realm with merely 15 points of slaughter value. As far as I know, there are even strong individuals within the YNG-SH-ing who have lived for 200 to 300 years without succumbing to death. To take a step back, the responsibilities of the Demon Suppression Division, aside from exterminating malevolent beings, include eliminating those who betray humanity and conspire with evil forces. During the night, the excessive passage of time left Zhao Feng with a disheartening sensation, akin to striking at an empty space. Had it not been for the concern that the Demon Suppression Division might send a few Huang-tier demon slayers, we would not have needed to fabricate the truth. Yet, what astonished him was that the Demon Suppression Division sent a novice demon slayer to confront a ghost-level monstrosity. Lord Zhao, you must consider your own position carefully. Zhuang Mingyuan shook his head. The Blood Soul is already at the peak of the ghost level. A Tongmai realm martial artist could potentially facilitate its ascension. Even if it cannot ascend, sacrifices may be necessary. Conversely, after the excitement, the annihilation of the 3 clans. Even if the individual who arrives is not a novice demon slayer, but rather a seasoned Huang-tier demon slayer, he is confident in his ability to vanquish them with certainty. Upon hearing this, Zhao Feng instinctively furrowed his brow. In such a case, what would it matter to sacrifice a few individuals? He had initially prepared himself to contend with several novice demon slayers. Once he spoke, as the other party had indicated, if his actions were exposed, A complete massacre would be a light consequence. He understood that he could not recklessly attempt a breakthrough. He must either prepare thoroughly or strengthen his physique. The inner hall of the Yamen was brightly lit, reflecting his own arduous cultivation. The repercussions would extend to his family and kin. The consumption from breaking through 2 layers of the pure Yang technique was extraordinary. In such circumstances, it was a time for murder and arson. Zhang Long was not weak. He was merely a step away from the spontaneous generation of true energy, opening his meridians to become a Tongmai martial artist. Paired with a top-tier ghost-level monstrosity, what could a mere novice demon slayer possibly do? Eliminating a formidable ghost-level monstrosity would yield enough slaughter value for him to officially break through to the innate realm, marking an unexpected gain. It is for this reason that the Demon-Suppression Division's fearsome reputation is deeply ingrained in the hearts of the people. Even those in positions of great power are reluctant to confront it lightly. Was something amiss over there? As Zhuang Mingyuan spoke, he pinched his short beard, his gaze dark and piercing, occasionally glimmering with a cold light. A chilling smile appeared on his face. Around Jiyu village, are there not a few more villages? Sacrificing them to the blood soul would pose no problem at all. In the future, with additional slaughter value, the 13 Taibao's external cultivation techniques should also be enhanced. Beside him sat a gaunt middle-aged man. After a moment of stillness, Shen Changqing looked up at the sky. As the monstrosity perished, the enveloping mist began to dissipate. The once bright sun now sank into the horizon, and a wave of darkness gradually enveloped the world. Particularly, the transition from Tongmai to innate consumes an extraordinary amount of vital energy. Shen Changqing was quite satisfied. Zhuang Mingyuan's words had completely shattered the last line of defense in Zhao Fang's heart. Indeed, sacrificing one village was a grave sin, and sacrificing 2 or 3 was equally heinous. Therefore, what was there to hesitate about? In the inner hall, the flickering lights cast a dim glow. While sacrificing a few villages was not an issue, such actions would inevitably attract attention. The Jinma Division might dispatch a Su Nji demon slayer. If they encountered a formidable Su Nji demon slayer, even if Blood Soul ascended to the level of a vengeful spirit, it would be exceedingly difficult to contend with. Moreover, if it came to that, my position as the magistrate of Linen City would come to an end. Zhao Fang sighed, feeling somewhat unwilling. Zhuang Mingyuan, however, was unfazed. Do you think that by refraining from sacrificing villages, the Jinma Division would overlook the death of a mere apprentice demon slayer? Zhao Fang had already prepared for retreat. Why not create greater merit for the alliance? I believe that even a single Sao-level monstrosity, even if you were to contribute nothing further, will not go unnoticed by the Jinma Division. Zhao Fang was taken aback by Zhuang Mingyuan's words. You have amassed considerable wealth over the years. Enough for you and your family to retreat unscathed. As the officials recognized Shen Changqing, they awaited Zhang Long's return to report whether Blood Soul had truly advanced. After all, allowing a powerful evil entity to grow posed a significant threat to the Jinma Division. The timing of their intervention depended on how dire the threat became. This realization caused Zhao Fang and Zhuang Mingyuan in the inner hall to instinctively change their expressions. Now, with only one person arriving, it was evident that the Jinma Division had few capable individuals at their disposal. A single achievement would suffice to ensure the longevity of your family. Zhao Fang was acutely aware of the benefits that would arise from nurturing a Sao-level monstrosity within the Eternal Life Alliance. Suddenly, a powerful force shattered the gate of the Yamen into countless fragments. He pondered Zhuang Mingyuan's words. Although the Jinma Division was currently preoccupied with various evil entities, there would inevitably be an opportunity to act. Even if a Sao-level monstrosity did emerge, the lion's share of the merit would belong to Zhao Fang. Contributing a Sao-level monstrosity would surely attract the attention of the higher-ups, and at that time, what you desire would be abundantly available. However, he shifted his tone, a meaningful smile gracing his face. Yet, there are far too many places of greater importance than Linen City. Zhuang Mingyuan rose from his seat and paced to the door of the inner hall, gazing at the moonless night sky. In the past, when a ghostly entity of the spectral level appeared, an apprentice demon slayer would typically have several companions. Furthermore, you need not worry about the Jinma Division sending powerful individuals. While I was previously uncertain, it now seems that the Jinma Division is indeed preoccupied. Quickly, he urged, hurry and inform the Lord. Raising his head, he realized that too many lives had been lost, and he struggled to come to terms with it. Even I could gain considerable benefits from this. The tremendous commotion immediately drew the attention of other officials within the Yamen. In truth, since the death of that apprentice demon slayer, the magistrate of Linen City had effectively reached the end of his tenure. However, it was not entirely unfavorable. Exchanging a minor magistracy for the ascension of a vengeful spirit was hardly a loss. If sacrificing Gugu village was somewhat acceptable, Zhuang Mingyuan continued to manipulate. I sincerely hope Zhao Fong will sacrifice the entirety of Linen City. His previously contorted expression gradually settled into calmness. It is worth noting that although Linen City is merely a small border town of the Great Qin, it is home to 100,000 citizens. Having served as an official for many years, it is impossible to claim that he feels no attachment to Linen City. Zhao Fong lowered his head in contemplation, his expression shifting repeatedly as he wrestled with his thoughts. Sacrificing Linen City. This notion was beyond his wildest imagination, and he had never entertained such an idea. Who dares to cause a ruckus in the Yamen? The sudden turn of events left several officials in a state of shock. Some rushed to report to Zhao Fong, while others, upon regaining their composure, recognized who had intruded into the Yamen at night. He found it hard to accept. You are Shen Changqing. As one who had long allied with the evil entities, Zhuang Mingyuan had already distanced himself from the common folk. The lives of ordinary people were no more significant than those of ants in his eyes. You have been part of the Eternal Life Alliance for years without making substantial contributions. Ultimately, perhaps Zhao Darren could pull off a bold move and sacrifice all the lives within Linen City. With a blood sacrifice of 100,000 souls, Blood Soul might very well ascend to the Sao level. Thus, having already sacrificed Gugu village and several other villages, sacrificing the entirety of Linen City seemed not out of the question. Zhao Darren, think carefully. Of course, if you intend to sacrifice the entire Linen City, it must be done swiftly. After all, the news of the sacrifices of several villages will surely reach the Jinma Division. Despite being a member of the human race and a magistrate of Linen City, a lingering shred of conscience told Zhao Fong that he could not sacrifice Linen City. Zhuang Xiong is right. Since I have joined the Eternal Life Alliance, I ought to contribute to its cause. The people of Linen City should consider it an honor to enable the birth of a Sao-level monstrosity. Recently, the demon faction had dispatched numerous powerful entities to attack various regions of the Great Qin, engaging in a full-scale war with the Jinma Division. That battle had cost the demon faction dearly, but the Jinma Division had also suffered significant losses. Seeing Zhao Fong come to an understanding, Zhuang Mingyuan burst into laughter. Zhao Fong questioned himself internally, yet as Zhao Fong's partner, he too could benefit significantly from this arrangement. The situation had exceeded Zhao Fong's expectations. At that moment, Zhuang Mingyuan offered a word of comfort. Moreover, following the previous battle, neither side had decisively triumphed, and many powerful entities of the Jinma Division remained occupied with the evil entities. A mere Linen City might not warrant excessive investment from the Jinma Division. Though not the magistrate of Linen City, your role in the alliance would be somewhat diminished, yet the Eternal Life Alliance would never shortchange any merit-worthy individual. However, Zhuang Mingyuan turned to Zhao Fong, his expression suddenly becoming eerie. If one were to sacrifice Linen City, viewing the lives of 100,000 citizens as inconsequential, Zhao Fong's once serene demeanor had vanished without a trace, replaced by a chilling coldness. Shen Changqing recognized those individuals. They were indeed the officials who had been stationed outside Gugu village during the day. Observing them draw their weapons, cautiously regarding him, Shen Changqing tossed what he held forward. The object rolled a few times before coming to rest at the feet of one official. Zhang, the head constable. In the flickering torchlight, several officials could clearly see the object rolling on the ground. It was unmistakably a severed head. Though the head was smeared with blood and had picked up dust as it rolled, they could still recognize it as that of Zhang Long was dead. The one who killed him is none other than Shen Changqing. In an instant, the atmosphere grew tense. Although the several constables displayed expressions of shock and anger, none dared to act recklessly. They were acutely aware that those from the Zhen MOC wielded powers far beyond their own. Furthermore, Zhang Long's prowess was among the elite in Linen City. Even when united, the constables could not hope to match him. Shen Changqing's grip on the knife trembled slightly, causing the dark blood to splatter onto the ground. The once pristine blade was now marred with pockmarks. The constables remained silent, their complicated gazes fixed upon the approaching Zhao Fong. Zhao Fong accused Zhang Long of colluding with evil spirits, leading to the massacre of thousands in Guyu village. Now you claim that this official colluded with these malevolent forces to harm the villagers. Do you possess any concrete evidence? A chilling gust of wind surged from behind. Hearing this, Shen Changqing regarded the retreating constables with a detached tone. Zhao Fong and Zhang Long conspired with evil entities, resulting in the deaths of thousands in Guyu village. Now that Zhang Long has been dealt with, Zhao Fong remains at large. Zhuang Mingyuan's face twisted into a strange smile, and in an instant he vanished from sight. When the long knife descended, it merely struck empty air. Despite Zhang Long's strength, Zhao Fong had no cultivation to speak of. Conversely, Zhuang Mingyuan posed a significant threat. However, after breaking through to the innate stage, Shen Changqing no longer considered him a formidable opponent. The exposure of Zhuang Mingyuan caused the faces of the constables to change once more. At that moment, he had undergone a transformation, his body now covered in scales, dark patterns sprawling across him, exuding a chilling and malevolent aura. What has transpired here? It seems my words were not in vain. You truly have allied with evil spirits. As for Zhang Long's demise, one can only say his strength was insufficient. Likewise, you too shall meet your end, for your strength is equally lacking. I have come solely to take Zhao Fong's life. All unrelated parties should withdraw swiftly, or they shall not escape my wrath. Yet, despite this proclamation, the scene was engulfed in an eerie silence. The sudden turn of events was undeniable. Even if he wished to doubt it, the recent occurrence clearly indicated the presence of protective energy. Zhao Fong was filled with horror. All had perished at Shen Changqing's hands. One could observe a subtle smile tugging at Shen Changqing's lips. Zhang Long's collusion with evil spirits, resulting in the deaths of thousands in Guyu village, has already been avenged. My current purpose is to eliminate another traitor who has forsaken humanity. Zhao Fong's heart sank, yet he maintained a facade of composure, offering a respectful gesture to Shen Changqing. As he spoke, his words were laced with gritted teeth. The blade was unleashed. Pure yang true energy erupted, and in the moment the long knife slashed through the air, a sound akin to thunder resounded, nearly deafening those present. As Shen Changqing's words lingered in the air, disbelief surged within them. This time, however, his target was not Zhao Fong, but rather Zhuang Mingyuan to the side. The long knife was once again brought down, solidifying Shen Changqing's assertions. Now, Zhuang Mingyuan wore an expression of disbelief. Zhao Fong could not comprehend how Shen Changqing had survived while Zhang Long lay dead. He even imperceptibly retreated a step. His faith began to waver anew. Just as the skin split open, a wave of scorching energy surged forth, forcing the intruder back. Shen Changqing, without a glance, executed a swift strike from beneath his arm. Under the guidance of a constable, Zhao Fong and Zhuang Mingyuan had already arrived. Upon witnessing this, a loud voice rose. Zhao Fong's expression was stern as he surveyed the surroundings, and when his gaze fell upon Shen Changqing, his pupils involuntarily constricted. The sight of Zhang Long's severed head on the ground made his face twitch. Approaching them would lead to certain death. In the face of this blade, Zhuang Mingyuan, standing beside Zhao Fong, suddenly moved. With that, Zhao Fong's countenance darkened like stormy waters. Protective energy, you are an innate warrior. No, it cannot be. How could a mere apprentice exorcist possess such power? He realized that Zhuang Mingyuan's revelation had completely severed his escape route. A blood-curdling scream erupted, accompanied by dark blood spilling forth, eroding the ground into a deep pit. At that moment, Shen Changqing advanced, his long knife quietly unsheathed, the gleaming white blade radiating a terrifying brilliance in the night. Why are you still alive? The words fell, invoking the dread of evil spirits. Some, despite their collusion with malevolent forces, remained fundamentally ordinary individuals, lacking any martial prowess, and thus unable to withstand the onslaught. As the constables retreated, Shen Changqing addressed them. I'm unaware of what transpired here, but why has Captain Zhang met his demise? Withdrawing the knife, a sharp sound resonated. Evidence? He stepped forward slowly. Hearing this, the constables, clad in official attire and receiving official provisions, were not easily intimidated. Given that Zhuang Mingyuan had emerged alongside Zhao Fong, it was almost certain that Zhao Fong was deeply entangled with these malevolent forces. Simultaneously, Zhuang Mingyuan made a hasty retreat. The long knife sliced through the air with a velocity akin to lightning, startling everyone into silence. The sound of the blade piercing flesh echoed, followed by a tremendous force striking his back. My words serve as evidence. When the constables finally noticed Shen Changqing's attire, recognizing him as a member of the Zhen MOC, they understood that he was indeed an exorcist from the same institution. As they processed this information, they beheld Zhuang Mingyuan's bizarre transformation. It reverberated not only within the precinct, but could be heard outside as well. His smile vanished, replaced by a frost-laden countenance, and a furious roar reverberated through the night sky. They could see him standing still, his right arm hanging limply, scales cracked and charred, dark blood flowing from the wounds. Upon closer inspection, Shen Changqing declared, "Zhao Fong, you have colluded with evil spirits and betrayed humanity. Do you confess?" Some knowledgeable constables, upon spotting the green-scaled arm, immediately turned pale. Shen Changqing turned back, his expression impassive as he regarded Zhuang Mingyuan, who was clutching his shoulder. Upon uttering these words, Zhao Fong's complexion soured. "Lord Shen, one may indulge in various foods, but words must not be spoken carelessly. I have served as the county magistrate in Linen for 20 years, diligently serving the people without a hint of error." The man before him was not merely an apprentice exorcist, but a formidable exorcist possessing innate cultivation. Realizing this, Zhuang Mingyuan dared not linger, making a direct sprint toward the precinct's exit. Chapter 22. I'll wait for him here. Unable to contend, he resolved to flee. In comparison to his life, all else paled in significance. Zhuang Mingyuan had never anticipated that a mere apprentice exorcist could be an innate warrior. This revelation was entirely beyond his expectations. Zhuang Mingyuan was plagued by doubts, pondering whether the Jinma-Si had already detected the anomalies in Linen City and deliberately dispatched a mysterious-level demon slayer, disguised as an apprentice, solely to lower their guard. It seemed implausible. Although fear gripped his heart, Zhuang Mingyuan was no fool, and thus feigned calmness. In an instant, hope for the ascension of the Blood Soul seemed to have fallen into the hands of the Jinma-Si. He had not cultivated lightness skill, and the mere fact that the Jinma-Si had sent only an apprentice demon slayer was indeed beyond Zhuang Mingyuan's expectations. The once bustling yamen had suddenly turned tranquil. Zhao Fong glanced at them and calmly waved his hand. "You may return. There is no need for concern. I shall wait here for Lord Shen's return." A chilling aura permeated the air as the two stood less than 10 paces apart. Have they all returned? Capture the traitor? Yet, regardless of Zhao Fong's authority as a court official, they had served under him for many years. Shen Changqing unleashed a powerful palm strike, and the ferocious gust of wind surged forth like a heat wave, causing the temperature around them to rise sharply. Should Shen Changqing return to find Zhao Fong missing, they, mere lowly clerks, would be unable to bear such grave consequences. "Let's go." Zhuang Mingyuan cried out in a panic. "Do not kill me. I can reveal a secret." The cold glint drew ever closer, eventually resting upon his neck. Despite harboring doubts about the Jinma-Si's remaining strength, Zhuang Mingyuan had already reached the outskirts of the city. Closely followed by Shen Changqing, Zhao Fong waved his hand dismissively and turned towards the inner hall. Most who had allied with demons were exceedingly cautious about preserving their lives. An eerie silence enveloped the scene, stirring a deep-seated terror within Zhuang Mingyuan. The recent commotion had captured the attention of the surrounding populace, yet due to the curfew, few dared to venture out after nightfall. He had certainly heard of the name Jimayu. Zhuang Mingyuan did not need to think hard to understand that the blood soul in Guyue village had undoubtedly perished at the hands of the Jinma-Si. They would never ally with demons. Thus, even if an apprentice demon slayer was insufficient for the blood soul's ascension, it could still recklessly allow the blood soul to devour more living beings without fearing an immediate dispatch of powerful enforcers from the Jinma-Si. Even if news of demons in Linen City were to spread, those martial artists would not dare come to slay the demons. It was a desolate realm of evil. However, it is likely you have heard of Jimayu. When issuing false information, he merely sought to lure a few apprentice demon slayers to their demise. He felt as though he had aged decades. Even without lightness skill, allowing the enemy to escape was unthinkable. Yet, this also subtly confirmed that the Jinma-Si indeed lacked formidable strength at present. Aside from the Jinma-Si possessing a significant number of channeling martial artists, it was no simple task for an ordinary sect to present even a few channelers. He could never have anticipated that an apprentice demon slayer would wield such formidable power. After all, those who emerged to complete assessment missions were typically at the initial stages of channeling, competent but not excessively powerful, just enough to allow the blood soul to consume and ascend. The two soon found themselves in a swift confrontation. Zhuang Mingyuan fled decisively. However, in that battle, the Jinma had suffered considerable losses from various locales. How could they afford to place a mysterious level demon slayer in such a minor city as Linen? Legend spoke of Jinmayu. One after another, they vanished within the yamen. That was the essence of Shen Changqing's strength. Yet, Zhuang Mingyuan's calculations had failed him. "Let us go." Zhao attempted to speak, but momentarily hesitated on how to address the situation. In terms of speed, with Shen Changqing's current prowess, he moved like a wraith. The word Jinma Yu caused Zhuang Mingyuan's complexion to pale immediately. Sensing the threat behind him, Shen Changqing wielded his long blade, aiming for Zhuang Mingyuan's head. Such a demon, if imprisoned in Jinma Yu, would undoubtedly face a fate more unbearable than death. I can share with you, but you must swear by the name of the Jinma Si that once you learn the secret, you will allow me to leave unharmed. Martial artists in the realm feared demons deeply and dared not approach them lightly. That was a stronghold of the Jinma Si, where countless powerful demons have been imprisoned, many of whom never emerge again. Yet, Shen Changqing had noticed Zhuang Mingyuan's movements early on and immediately pursued in the moment he attempted to flee. Zhuang Mingyuan was indeed exceptionally swift. Although he disregarded the lives of others, he valued his own life immensely. A congenital martial artist. Several clerks held torches, their expressions complicated as they gazed at Zhao Feng, who appeared ashen, and the soiled head of Zhang Longren on the ground, unsure of what to do next. Shen Changqing's long blade pressed firmly against Zhuang Mingyuan's shoulder, nearly touching his neck. "Speak. What is the secret? If I discover you are lying, the consequences will be far worse than death." In Zhuang Mingyuan's mind, it seemed the Jinma Si was currently incapable of diverting their attention. Without a second thought, Zhuang Mingyuan turned and struck out. However, as a congenital martial artist, Shen Changqing was equally swift. Aside from the initial distance they had created, they were now closing in on each other. They dared not act recklessly. Across the martial world, the two waves of palm winds clashed in the air. Zhuang Mingyuan's strength was significantly inferior, causing him to be knocked to the ground. In that moment, the atmosphere grew tense. Yet, witnessing Zhao Feng's weary, forlorn figure, the onlookers exchanged glances but refrained from further comment. They had merely miscalculated. It was not a trivial, ghostly creature that could be dealt with. To slay a congenital martial artist, one would need at least a resentful-level creature to intervene. Thus, if not for their love of life, they hesitated. "Are you threatening me? How could I? I am merely securing a chance for survival." Observing Zhuang Mingyuan's resolute demeanor, as if he would rather die than vow, Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow slightly. "Very well. I swear by the name of the Jinma Si that if the secret you reveal holds value, I shall grant you a complete path to freedom." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Mingyuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. To the Jinma Si, they were regarded as an absolutely sacred institution. Once one swore by the name of the Jinma Si, they would not easily break their word. Moreover, a mere channeling martial artist like himself was hardly worth their betrayal. After some contemplation, Zhuang Mingyuan finally confessed. In the past, when demons descended upon the world, they wreaked havoc. A powerful demon emerged near Linen City, but was ultimately slain by an unknown strongman. That fallen demon has not entirely vanished from the realm. According to rumors, the potent demon left behind remnants of its blood near Linen City, and it won't be long before it fully re-emerges. In due time, to seize the demon, numerous formidable beings are bound to arrive. The essence of a demon? Shen Changqing's expression shifted subtly. Demons are entities far more powerful than ordinary monstrosities. Although the demon suppression prison seems to contain a considerable number of demons, it is only the top-tier experts of the Demon Suppression Division who personally slay and imprison them. In truth, every demon possesses immeasurable strength. Even having broken through to the innate realm, one cannot contend with a demon. Likewise, the essence of a demon is an invaluable treasure to certain individuals. According to Zhuang Mingyuan, that drop of demon essence might not necessarily originate from a low-tier demon. It could potentially come from a far more formidable being. After a pause, Shen Changqing furrowed his brows and inquired, What level does the demon essence you speak of belong to? Uncertain, but according to rumors, it is at least that of a mid-tier demon. Zhuang Mingyuan initially wished to shake his head, but halted upon feeling the chill at his neck. Faced with Shen Changqing's inquiry, he spoke candidly. Where did your rumors originate? What you may not know is that the news of demon essence surfacing in Linen City is no secret. Many factions have received this information. If all factions are aware, how could the Demon-Suppression Division remain uninformed? Shen Changqing scoffed. Although this intelligence may have had discrepancies, it does not undermine the Demon-Suppression Division's capacity for information gathering. If demon essence were indeed to manifest and numerous factions were aware, the Demon-Suppression Division would certainly have received some indication. Zhuang Mingyuan smiled wryly. With so many strong figures in the Demon-Suppression Division, it is rumored that the unknown expert who slays demons has some connection to them. Given the status and standing of the Demon-Suppression Division, it is only natural for them to regard a drop of demon essence with disdain. I have conveyed all I can, and I hope you will honor your promise and spare my life. Very well. Shen Changqing nodded, his grip on the long knife unwavering as he swiftly swept it across Zhuang Mingyuan's neck. In an instant, the sharp blade, combined with the metamorphosed, pure, yang, true energy, severed Zhuang Mingyuan's head. The searing force forcibly cauterized the wound, resulting in minimal blood spillage. As the head fell to the ground, Zhuang Mingyuan's eyes widened in disbelief. He had broken his word. The other party truly disregarded the honor of the Demon-Suppression Division and brazenly violated their agreement. Even in death, Zhuang Mingyuan struggled to accept this reality. He had been too naive. Shen Changqing gazed at Zhuang Mingyuan's unblinking corpse and shook his head, a mocking smile gracing his lips. He had not anticipated that one who had lived so long could still be so innocent. What value does the honor of the Demon-Suppression Division hold? It cannot be consumed. Nevertheless, the information gleaned from Zhuang Mingyuan proved to be quite useful for Shen Changqing. The emergence of demon essence, at the very least from mid-tier demons. Whether the Demon-Suppression Division truly did not care or had simply not received the news remained uncertain for Shen Changqing. However, now that he possessed this information, he was determined to relay it back to the Demon-Suppression Division. The specifics would be left to them to discern. At this moment, a faint aura emanated from Zhuang Mingyuan's body, swiftly drifting towards Shen Changqing. Upon recognizing that familiar scent, Shen Changqing's gaze flickered momentarily, his focus sharpening. Name: Shen Changqing. Faction: Great Qin Demon-Suppression Division. Title: Apprentice Demon Slayer. Martial Arts: Shisan Tai Bao Horizontal Training. Level 15, cannot be upgraded. Pure Yang Skill, Level 11, cannot be upgraded. 7 Kill Blade Technique, Level 2. Iron Sand Palm, Level 2. Kill Count: 4. The cleared kill value directly transformed into 4 points. Reflecting on this, Shen Changqing retrieved the Qingling Jade pendant from his possession, noting a thick black line upon it, alongside a much thinner black line that had appeared at some point. The Qingling Jade pendant serves as a testament for apprentice demon slayers, indicating whether a task has been completed. Only upon slaying demons or having demons perish within a certain vicinity will the pendant capture their aura. That thick black line signifies the death of a monster in Guyue village. The newly appeared black line undeniably correlates to Zhuang Mingyuan. The Qingling Jade pendant can exclusively capture the aura of demons. Thus, detecting it from Zhuang Mingyuan's body implies that he no longer qualifies as a true member of a human race, resembling demons instead. Shen Changqing's gaze remained indifferent. In his view, Zhuang Mingyuan's dismembered body lay quietly. The blood, long dormant, had broken free from the severed wound, pooling onto the ground and corroding it severely. From any perspective, Zhuang Mingyuan no longer bore any semblance of a human. Those who betray humanity are uniformly referred to as Yaoren in the records of the Demon-Suppression Division. The term Yaoren denotes those who have forsaken humanity to align themselves with demons. They trade their bodies and souls for immense power and extended lifespans. However, as a price, they gradually become ruthless and bloodthirsty, ultimately succumbing to the corruption of demons and descending into complete depravity. This concept may sound terrifying, yet the allure of power and longevity ensnares some individuals. For them, whether or not their human matters little. So long as they can live longer, that suffices. Frankly, Shen Changqing's understanding of Yaoren had been limited to what he had gleaned from the library. Zhuang Mingyuan was the first Yaoren he had encountered. Prior to this, he was unaware that one could also accrue kill value by slaying Yaoren. Gathering some dry branches, he placed Zhuang Mingyuan's corpse upon them. The metamorphosed pure yang, true energy surged forth, igniting the branches with intense heat, swiftly engulfing the body in a fierce blaze. Shen Changqing stood a short distance away, quietly observing the scene unfold. Chapter 24. You deserve death. In a certain sense, Yaoren do not qualify as true members of humanity, rendering their blood a form of dreadful poison to ordinary individuals. Any contact poses a fatal risk. Thus, after slaying a Yaoren, the body must be completely obliterated. No remnants may remain. Once Zhuang Mingyuan's corpse was reduced to ashes, Shen Changqing finally turned his gaze to the long knife in his hand. The once pristine white blade had now become pockmarked and weathered, akin to being buried in the earth for many years, now rusted over. This knife would not last much longer. Shen Changqing's expression reflected resignation. That sentiment may be difficult for you to comprehend. Zhao Feng embodies the last type of person. Ultimately, his countenance bore a hint of melancholy. To put it plainly, you are merely afraid of death. Yet, you have remained inactive. At this moment, Shen Changqing's expression had turned icy cold. To put it bluntly, you, Zhao Feng, are nothing more than a traitor who has betrayed humanity, a selfish and petty individual. The plight of the citizens of Linen City is merely an excuse for you to deceive your own conscience. However, it seems you have forgotten this crucial point. The malevolence and ruthlessness within you bear no distinction from that of the demonic entities. It is regrettable that the people of Guyu village must still be unable to find peace in death. Frankly speaking, Zhao Feng's countenance became rigid as the head of Zhonglong vanished without a trace. If you, Master Zhao, are indeed acting for the sake of the citizens of Linen City, engaging with the demonic forces, then what significance does your negotiation hold when you decide to sacrifice Linen City for your own future? Indeed, the Demon-Suppression Division is formidable and unafraid of the demons. When slaying the creature from Guyu village, they deliberately enveloped their blade with true energy to ensure it remained uncorroded by blood. Shen Changqing's words seemed to pierce Zhao Feng's heart, igniting a flurry of emotions that compelled him to rise from his seat. Shen Changqing's perception had grown terrifyingly powerful. He articulated each word with precision, for the instinct to cling to life is a right every individual possesses. You deserve to die. This was merely an attempt to extract more useful information from the two of them. Consequently, Zhao Feng sat in his chair, as pale as a ghost. For Shen Changqing's words had shattered the last vestige of his internal struggle. Such sins transcend mere death. Do you know how many citizens reside in Linen City? 100,000. If I do not engage with the demons, not a single one of those 100,000 citizens will survive. Sacrificing Guyu village was an act of desperation. In the face of an unstoppable force, some remain fearless and resolute, while others are gripped by fear and quietly retreat. Even more will resort to fawning upon the powerful, aligning themselves with the demons and turning their blades against their own kin. It is evident that Shen Changqing sought to glean insights from Zhao Feng. However, the demons are far too powerful. No matter how hard I strive, I cannot contend with even a fraction of their strength. This includes the manipulation by Zhuang Mingyuan and Zhao Feng's downfall. Unlike Zhuang Mingyuan, Zhao Feng possessed no martial prowess, eliminating any concern over unforeseen incidents. Regardless of Zhao Feng's proclamations, Shen Changqing remained unmoved. In his eyes, this man, though not overtly aligned with Zhuang Mingyuan and the demons, had still committed grave sins. Well said. Faced with the blood of such demons, ordinary soldiers stand no chance of defense. Yet when attacking Zhuang Mingyuan, it was only after his words that Shen Changqing applauded in approval, a faint smile gracing his face. Thus, your sacrifice of Guyu village is not enough. You intend to sacrifice even more lives, perhaps the entirety of Linen City. He had been attentively listening to their conversation. Clearly, in the face of this inquiry, he had overheard Zhao Feng's discussions with Zhuang Mingyuan and realized the futility of his actions. Why then, do you collude with the demons to harm the people of Guyu village, who are under your jurisdiction in Linen City? As a local official, your heart is uncommonly cruel. Time passed slowly. Earlier, at the entrance of the government office, there was no necessity for such actions. Zhao Feng maintained a calm demeanor. The demons are immensely powerful, to the extent that ordinary individuals possess no right to resist. In the face of the demons' devastation of the populace, I too have wished to eradicate them and protect our territory. He turned to return to Linen City. Countless citizens have suffered under the demons over the years, and numerous cities have fallen. Yet where was the Demon-Suppression Division at that time? Will you not flee? Given Shen Changqing's current status, he could not procure superior weapons. Shen Changqing's gaze remained indifferent. He did not immediately strike Zhao Fong down. Yet he was curious. Shen Changqing seemed to envision a diligent official, compelled to engage with the demons for the sake of the citizens of Linen City. However, no matter how powerful the Demon-Suppression Division may be, they cannot rival the strength of the demons. Furthermore, there is no greater sin than colluding with them and intending to sacrifice 100,000 citizens of Linen City for one's own future. As Shen Changqing stepped into the inner hall, he found Zhao Fong seated in silence. Is this of any use? Zhao Fong retorted. You, Zhao Fong, have betrayed the 100,000 citizens of Linen City, and you owe them for 20 years of their support. What do you understand? Shaking his head, from Zhao Fong's words, even if he feared the demons and abandoned 100,000 citizens to flee, he would remain silent. Within the government office, a serene tranquility prevailed, with no indication of the recent conflict. Such individuals are the most despicable. He scoffed coldly. Why must you deceive yourself? If you truly cared for the populace, how could you sacrifice the lives of thousands from Guyu village? If you genuinely cared for the citizens, how could you deliberately conceal information, preventing the Demon-Suppression Division from detecting it? Some matters are simply inevitable for those in power, who, enjoying the benefits of the court, will undoubtedly face consequences if apprehended. With each word spoken, Zhao Fong's complexion grew progressively pallid, until he ultimately slumped back into his seat, utterly defeated. The demons are formidable, a fact Shen Changqing could not deny. To speak plainly, Shun Darren, I am acutely aware of my deep-seated sins, which is why I did not flee during your pursuit of Zhuang Mingyuan. I am willing to accept death as atonement for the villagers of Guyu. Yet there is one request I hope you will grant. After confirming that no further information could be obtained, Shen Changqing finally made his move, storming into the government office. That is, I will bear all the sins alone with no connection to others. I hope Shindarin can spare them a path to survival. As he spoke, Zhao Fong gazed at Shen Changqing, his eyes filled with a glimmer of hope amidst despair. Shen Changqing's expression remained indifferent, utterly unmoved. Guilt or innocence is not for us to determine. I shall report this matter to the Demon-Suppression Division, and how they choose to handle it is their concern. Chapter 25, The Eternal Life Alliance No. Zhao Fong shook his head, his pallor even more pronounced. The Demon-Suppression Division is ruthless and merciless. Should I report truthfully, not a single member of the Zhao family would survive. I hope Shindarin, considering my 2 decades of service as a magistrate of Linen City, can spare my family. Moreover, they're entirely unaware of the circumstances. As long as Shindarin informs the personnel of the Demon-Suppression Division that I was killed by the demons, and that I was ignorant of all else, that will suffice. Upon finishing, Zhao Fong rose and bowed deeply to Shen Changqing. Colluding with the demons is a crime punishable by exterminating the 9 clans according to the laws of the Great Qin. My own death is inconsequential. The Eternal Life Alliance? Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow, having heard of it during Zhao Fong's conversation with Zhuang Mingyuan. Zhao Fong paused before continuing. There should be no other factions of the Eternal Life Alliance in Linen City, as it is merely a small city that does not warrant significant attention. Do those who ally with the demons gain eternal life? The blood of the demons? Contemplating the situation, I can indeed offer you a chance. If you answer some of my questions, I will do my utmost to assist the Zhao family during their time of crisis. I will not resort to colluding with the demons. No wonder Lord Shun did not obtain the token of the Y-Ng-Sage-Ing-Ming from Zhu-Ing-Ju-In. This token possesses no significant flaws. Save for one, it is easily incinerated when exposed to fire. Did Lord Shin fail to acquire a token from Zhu-Ing-Ju-In? Perhaps. Zhao Fong remained non-committal. Yet within the Y-Ng-Sage-Ing-Ming, there exist humans who have lived for centuries. For those of us with mere decades of lifespan, a few hundred years is indeed a lengthy duration. Zhao Fong fell into silence. If such actions were to be taken, it would only extinguish the last flicker of hope for the Zhao family. Shen Changqing directly interrupted Zhao Fang's discourse, asserting that nothing is entirely innocent. All that the Zhao family currently possesses has been derived from Zhao Fang himself. The silver token bore a sinister and fearsome visage of a demon on its front, which was quite unsettling, while its back was inscribed with the characters, "Why Envoy." After all, during the time of their collaboration, Zhao Fang had anticipated the possibility of exposure. Thus, he was somewhat psychologically prepared for the ensuing consequences. Otherwise, my connection to the demonic entities is facilitated through Zhu Ying, the very individual with whom you just clashed. He is a member of the Ying, and it is through him that I came into contact with the Ying and the demons. Presently, his gaze fell upon the token. The fate of the Zhao family now rests entirely upon Shen Changqing. Shen Changqing pondered for a moment. The final question: have you acquired any news regarding the blood of the demons? Your current statements provide the Zhao family with a chance for redemption. He was already displaying a hint of probing intent. Surrender the token. Zhao Fang shook his head. After 20 years as a county magistrate, you ultimately aligned yourself with the demons. How could I conceal the truth from the lives of the people of Jiyu? Beginning to understand why he had not obtained the Ying token from Zhu Ying. It was quite simple. What was the primary objective of your collaboration with the demons? How did you establish communication? And whether the demons have any other contingencies left in LNN City. Disclose everything to me. I am aging, without assistance from the demons. I may only have another decade or two before meeting my end. Is it possible that there are no other tokens from the Ying aside from Zhu Ying? Shen Changqing silently recited the name of the Ying in his heart. The Ying is merely an organization of demons. My understanding is quite limited, yet I know that many who align themselves with the demons tend to join the Ying, but beyond that, I am unaware. As matters have reached this point, he understood that he could no longer remain silent. Therefore, the significance of this information is clearer to you than to me. Shen Changqing maintained a calm demeanor as he seated himself opposite Zhao Fang, his long blade resting at his side. In response, he could not help but scoff. The demons are fundamentally opposed to humanity, in their eyes. Humans are no different from mere fodder. Even if they possessed the true means to attain immortality, they would not bestow it upon you. For him, the allure of longevity was profound. At this juncture, Zhao Fang had provided ample answers, indicating his sincere intentions. Zhao Fang nodded, producing a silver token from his bosom and presenting it. This is the token of the Ying. All who join the Ying receive such a token. Were it not for my inability to contend with Shen Changqing, the situation would be quite different. On the other hand, Zhao Fang understood the implications. The members of the Zhao family cannot accompany me to death. To this, Shen Changqing's expression remained unchanged as he received the silver token. No. After I slayed him, his body was incinerated. I saw no traces of any token. Confusion flickered in Zhao Fang's eyes. With Zhu Ying and that elusive creature, it seemed sufficient. Yes, now that Zhao Fang is in dire straits. The Zhao family, having benefited from your grace and enjoyed 2 decades of ease in LNN City, must also bear the corresponding consequences. The ZHNMS will render a fair judgment on this matter. A few questions arose. Zhao Fang's voice was calm, yet his gaze grew fervent when discussing longevity. After a moment, Shen Changqing refrained from interjecting, silently listening to the ensuing discourse. Shen Changqing had already discerned that the other party was entirely ignorant regarding the blood of the demons, suggesting that Zhao Fang standing within the Ying was quite limited. As long as the other party corrected their narrative to state that they did not align with the demons, everything would be manageable. The Zhao family must also shoulder certain repercussions. Compared to humans, the demons possess a formidable advantage: longevity. The average human lifespan barely stretches beyond a few decades, with few living past a century, while the demons are entirely different. I may die. My primary goal in collaborating with the demons is to secure an opportunity for extended lifespan. What do you wish to know? Zhao Fang inhaled deeply. his chest rising and falling dramatically. The name of this organization is quite overt: incineration upon exposure to fire. After pondering for a moment, he lifted his gaze to Shen Changqing. I owe an apology to the people of GU, yet the members of the Zhao family are also innocent. He looked toward Zhao Fong, his expression now tranquil. You have said enough. Will you handle the remaining matters yourself, or shall I intervene? There is no need to trouble Lord Shen. I can manage it myself. He now yearned to charge forward and perish alongside his adversary. A dagger slipped from Zhao Fong's sleeve. His gaze fixed upon Shen Changqing. I only hope that Lord Shen will remain true to his word and grant the Zhao family a path to survival. With that proclamation, the dagger plunged into his chest. The chapter concludes with the handling of the situation. Within the inner chamber, the flickering light continued to sway. Zhao Fong sat quietly with his head bowed, a dagger embedded in his chest, his aged hands gripping the hilt tightly, crimson blood flowing from the wound. This man, who had served as a county magistrate in LNN City for 20 years, ultimately met his demise by his own hand. Shen Changqing maintained a calm demeanor, his heart stirred by little emotion. In his eyes, Zhao Fong had sealed his fate the moment he betrayed humanity and colluded with the demons. The act of self-destruction demonstrated an understanding that he was already on a path to perdition. Any resistance would be futile. Retrieving the Qin jade pendant, it still bore merely 2 black lines. Oh, please proceed, Lord Shen. Of course. Shen Changqing needed to exercise some discretion to avoid unnecessary complications. Thus, Changqing shuddered internally, hastily nodding. Lord Shen, rest assured, I will ensure that no member of the Zhao family escapes. The purple energy engulfed him. The Qin jade pendant remained unresponsive. Now that Zhao Fong has confessed and taken his own life, you should send someone to handle his remains. Do not bury him just yet. Wait for the ZH&M South or court officials to arrive before proceeding with the proper arrangements. Shen Changqing remained unaware of the other's fanciful thoughts, regarding him with indifference. Once the new county magistrate arrives, I may very well find myself as the head of the constabulary. Shen Changqing nodded. Very well, from today onwards. You will temporarily assume the role of head constable until the court's appointment arrives. At present, I require you to undertake a few tasks. Even innate martial artists have their limits. Such exhaustion is not solely physical, but also mental. Even if one could rely on talent to evade scrutiny, if certain observant individuals took notice, troubles would undoubtedly ensue. The following day, after casting a glance at the corpse, I, Hong Chung, respectfully report to you, Lord Shen. As I inscribe these words, the sound of the night watch reverberates. The innate realm seems to have mysteriously elevated, akin to a pie falling from the sky. Presently, the essence of Chunyang Gong reveals that Zhao Fong has indeed not succumbed to the demonical path. The last vestige of doubt in Shen Changqing's heart has finally dissipated. Having surpassed the innate level, he reflects on the many unparalleled geniuses and prodigies within the Zhima division, none of whom have managed to achieve such a breakthrough in merely a year. It is now the 3rd watch of the night. He has just completed all that required writing. Acting as the temporary head, Constable signifies that he will remain unentangled. Shen Changqing pondered for a moment before continuing. Above the demon slayers, there exist the wardens. Upon exiting the office, he headed straight back to the inn where he resided. After spending a little more than half an hour, he found the interior quite exquisitely arranged, filled with a faint scent of ink. He meticulously recorded all that transpired that day. Achieving a breakthrough in a year is no small feat. He took up his brush, weary from an entire day's toil. The constables also require round-the-clock vigilance. Chunyang Gong consists of 9 tiers. Upon reaching the 9th tier, it is deemed complete. Shen Changqing forcibly advanced to the 11th tier, shattering the limitations of Chunyang Gong. He did, however, tend to avoid certain heavier topics. Rising without making any alterations, Shen Changqing walked towards the study behind the inner hall. How many years have you served in Linen City? Are there any within the office with longer tenure than yours? This indicates that Zhao Fong has not, like Zhuang Mingyuan, abandoned his human form in favor of transformation into a demon. At this moment, what is your name? The strength of the ghostly entity is not nearly at the brink of transcending to the grudge level, merely slightly more formidable than the average newcomer to the ghostly realm. All matters must be duly reported to the Jinma Division. Hong Cheng stood dazed for a moment, before quickly regaining his composure, his face betraying an uncontrollable joy. The writing instruments in this world bear little difference from those Shen Changqing had encountered in his previous life. A subtle surge of true qi dried the ink completely. Folding it simply, he placed it within his robes and departed. Moreover, for nearly a decade, I have served in Linen City, and aside from Lord Zhao and Constable Zhang, none have served longer than I. Hong Cheng answered honestly. Reporting is non-negotiable. First, there was the betrayal of Zhang Long and Zhao Feng, followed by the slaying of ghostly entities and the intertwining of messages regarding Zhuang Mingyuan and the Everlasting Alliance, all of which pressed heavily upon Shen Changqing. It appears stronger than merely connecting meridians, yet within the Jinma Division, it remains merely at the level of the Xian rank Demon Slayer. Above the Xian rank lie the D and Tian ranks of Demon Slayers. An elder constable, trembling with trepidation, rose to speak, his voice quavering. The study is not small. The true qi of Chunyang shows no fluctuations. It is said that the Jinma Division is ruthless, treating human lives as mere weeds. Should they direct their ire towards him, he might find himself on a path to certain death. Zhao Feng's collusion with demons implies that his fellow constables might also bear the brunt of repercussions. He did not venture elsewhere. Upon Shen Changqing's arrival, several individuals remained seated idly. Rising on time, Shen Changqing inhaled the first wisp of purple energy from the heavens. If matters are not clarified in their entirety, even being a member of the Jinma Division would not spare him from significant trouble. Shen Changqing surveyed the surrounding darkness and promptly located the few constables remaining in the office. These matters must be reported. Furthermore, you are to bring forth a group and seal off the Zhao residence, allowing no one to depart. Otherwise, you shall pay with your heads. This represents the most formidable presence within the entire Jinma Division, the very foundation upon which Qin has withstood the onslaught of demons for over 3 centuries, remaining unconquered to this day. After several battles, it becomes evident that if he does not articulate his own strength accurately, he will find himself in a precarious position. Should he merely slay a demon or a ghostly entity, he could easily concoct a convenient excuse, but the death of a county magistrate is a grave matter. Lord Shen, he settled into Zhao Feng's usual seat, retrieving a sheet of white paper, spreading it before him. Although he had only arrived in Linen City 2 days prior, the events that transpired were not insignificant. This is for the best. Go forth. Notably, Shen Changqing waved his hand and turned to exit the chamber. In addition, his final words bore a stern countenance. The office is a significant place. There is no alternative. Due to the limitations of human stamina, night and day vigilance requires occasional replacements. Thus, separate quarters are established within the office for those in need of rest. His biological clock has firmly settled. No matter how exhausting the previous day may have been, it would not greatly impact him. After such significant events transpired at night, even the most steadfast individuals would find it impossible to sleep. It is no longer comparable to the previous iterations of Chunyang Gong. The true qi cultivated within has undergone a powerful transformation, wholly distinct from the authentic Chunyang true qi. After all, even at the 9th tier of Chunyang Gong, it is impossible to conjure flames from thin air merely with true qi. Chapter 27. Tianchuwei. The moment Chunyang Gong transcended its limits, it had already transformed. Yet regrettably, the enhancement of Chunyang Gong through the panel merely bolstered his power without imparting the corresponding memories. In other words, while his Chunyang Gong has ascended to the 11th tier, he possesses only the cultivation methods for the first 9 tiers, with no clues regarding the latter 2. In light of this, Shen Changqing found solace. With Chunyang Gong reaching the 11th tier, as long as he invests time to reverse engineer, he may deduce the cultivation methods for the subsequent 2 tiers. However, he currently sees no necessity for such an endeavor, nor does he possess the time. Pushing open the door, Shen Changqing sought to check out from the inn, then set off towards another direction on the street. Following the memories in his mind, he turned left and right, eventually pausing before a pawn shop. Yongfu Pawn Shop, a rather ordinary name. After glancing inside, Shen Changqing stepped in. As soon as he entered, a servant approached him with enthusiasm, asking if the guest had any items to pawn. I seek your manager. Shen Changqing surveyed the interior layout, finally fixing his gaze on the person before him. Upon hearing this, the individual's expression shifted to one of difficulty. May I inquire what matter you seek the manager for? If you disclose it, I can inform him accordingly. Just go and do as I say. Do not waste time with idle talk. Shen Changqing's expression grew cold, an aura of pressure emanating from him. Coupled with the faint scent of blood still lingering from his recent actions, the individual's countenance paled significantly. Please hold on a moment. With that, he hurriedly retreated inside. Shen Changqing did not seek a seat, but calmly stood there. Before long, an elderly gentleman clad in resplendent garments emerged, closely followed by a servant. I am the proprietor of the Yongfu pawn shop. You mentioned a desire to meet me. May I inquire as to the nature of your business? The elder scrutinized Shen Changqing from head to toe, his heart filled with uncertainty. At that moment, Shen Changqing donned a new blue long robe, for his former attire belonging to the Jinma Si had been damaged in battle and was no longer wearable. With a casual flick of his wrist, Shen Changqing tossed an object towards the elder. The elder reached out to catch it securely, but as he made contact, a chilling sensation coursed through him, causing his expression to shift dramatically upon seeing the token's design. Esteemed sir, this is not a suitable place for conversation. Please accompany me to the inner hall for a discussion. As he spoke, the elder respectfully returned the token to Shen Changqing. In the inner hall, as soon as Shen Changqing took his seat, the elder bowed deeply, proclaiming, "The Tianchuan of the Jinma Si, Situ Bei, pays his respects to you, Master Shen. You are acquainted with me?" Shen Changqing inquired. The news of the Jinma Si dispatching Master Shen to eradicate the malevolent forces has reached us. How could the Tianchuan remain uninformed? I had intended to pay you a visit, yet here you are instead, Situ Bei replied with a smile. Your thoughtfulness is appreciated. Shen Changqing responded with a smile, though his countenance swiftly turned cold as he reprimanded. Situ Bei, are you aware of your transgressions? The sudden inquiry caused the smile on Situ Bei's face to freeze. And Master Shen, what wrongdoing could I possibly have committed? What wrongdoing, you ask? Allow me to elucidate. Shen Changqing sneered. You provided the Jinma Si with information claiming that only a single nascent specter had appeared in Linen City, resulting in merely a handful of fatalities. In truth, however, every inhabitant of Gyue village has perished at the hands of the malevolent forces. Moreover, you have concealed the collusion of County Magistrate Zhao Fong with these dark entities. Is it that the Tianchuan is inept in its duties? Or has it secretly allied with the malevolent forces, betraying the Jinma Si and humanity? His words rendered Situ Bei's complexion ashen, and he trembled as cold sweat cascaded down his body. The weight of such accusations could lead to a death sentence far more severe than mere execution. This is an injustice, Master Shen. The information I received indicated that only a few lives were lost in Gyue village, and I had no knowledge of Zhao Fang's collusion with the malevolent forces. Is there definitive evidence to support your claims? Recovering from his shock, Situ Bei found himself defending his position. The barrage of accusations had left him somewhat flustered, and upon reflection, he sensed something amiss. He remained confident in the information he had received, believing it could not be so gravely flawed. Shen Changqing scoffed. Concrete evidence exists. Zhao Fang has been apprehended, and I personally vanquished the specter from Gyue village. Not a single soul remains alive there. Any cursory investigation would yield the truth. I find it hard to fathom how the Tianchuan, being the eyes and ears of the Jinma Si, could be so thoroughly deceived by false information. Had it been any other apprentice demon slayer in my stead, they would likely have perished at the hands of that specter. It seems you have been too comfortable in Linen City, forgetting the responsibilities of the Tianchuan. With the conversation reaching this critical juncture, Situ Bei realized the veracity of Shen Changqing's claims was highly probable. In that moment, his garments were completely drenched in sweat. Master Shen, there is no need to pursue my accountability. That task falls to others within the Jinma Si, not upon me. You should reflect on how to explain this to your superiors. Shen Changqing interjected, waving a hand to halt Situ Bei's words. I have come to inquire about certain matters, and I hope you will respond truthfully. Please, Master Shen, proceed. Situ Bei wiped the sweat from his brow, adopting an even more respectful demeanor. Although Shen Changqing's tone had not been overtly severe, the implications were undeniably grave. He dared not offend Shen Changqing in any manner, hoping instead to appease him and perhaps mitigate his own culpability. Shen Changqing stated, Yesterday, I dispatched a demon affiliated with Zhao Fong and gleaned intelligence from him indicating that it will not be long before the blood of malevolent beings emerges in the vicinity of Linen City. What knowledge does the Tianquan possess regarding this matter? The emergence of malevolent blood. Situ Bei's expression relaxed slightly, and he offered a respectful gesture. Master Shen, I recently received information regarding this. It is said that hundreds of years ago, a powerful malevolent entity battled an unknown formidable figure and was ultimately defeated and slain, leaving its blood behind. At that time, the victor was gravely injured and, to prevent the blood from wreaking havoc upon the world, sealed it away. Now, as the seal's power wanes, the time for the emergence of the malevolent blood has finally arrived. Situ Bei's revelations illuminated Shen Changqing's understanding. Indeed, the Jinma was aware of the situation concerning the malevolent blood. After all, as a member of the Tianquan, Situ Bei was privy to such knowledge, and the Jinma had no reason to be completely uninformed. Confirming his suspicions, Shen Changqing queried, since the Jinma is aware of the malevolent blood, why has there been no subsequent action taken to prevent its emergence? To be frank, he harbored considerable doubts. The blood of malevolent beings was a valuable treasure. A mere letter confirmed that the Jinma tasks were anything but simple. In just a few breaths, Shen Changqing perused the contents of the letter, noting that it was signed with the name Jiangzhua. As he finished, a young man entered and whispered something in Situ Bei's ear. For the time being, the blood of malevolent beings holds no immediate utility for me. After a while, he thought, if it were not for having the panel at hand. Shen Changqing had already resolved to devote time to thoroughly supplementing his understanding of this world's crucial knowledge. After his departure, it was evident that he was merely a mid-tier malevolent entity. However, with the panel in his possession, as long as he steadily eliminated weaker malevolent beings, he could directly enhance his strength, which was far more advantageous than vying for the malevolent blood. Shen Changqing sighed. The volume of their conversation had been scarcely audible. Such an explanation was entirely reasonable. After all, he had merely stepped out to undertake an evaluation task, and upon completion, he ought to return. Given that a letter had been delivered to him, it was impossible to assert that there were no issues. The blood of malevolent beings was indeed a precious commodity. Nevertheless, Zitu by subsequent remarks alleviated Shen Changqing's dupes. Although malevolent entities inspired fear, they were not devoid of value. According to the information available, the quality of the malevolent blood in that area was not high enough to justify a significant expenditure by the Jinma. Drawing a deep breath, Shen Changqing remarked, the news of the emergence of malevolent blood in the vicinity of Linen City will undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous powerful beings and malevolent entities. Master Shen may not be aware, but the location where the malevolent blood resides is quite concealed. Only through considerable expense can one hope to ascertain its whereabouts. Situ Bei contemplated before speaking. Of course, some individuals possess unique methods to extract the energy contained within the essence of demons and monsters, ultimately utilizing it for their own purposes. This is a desperate measure indeed. Instinctively, a sense of foreboding surged within him. While other factions might show deference to the Jinma, the malevolent entities certainly would not. Shen Changqing had just emerged from his deep contemplation when Situ Bei respectfully stepped forward, presenting a note to him. Observing the myriad expressions that flickered across Shen Changqing's face, Situ Bei hesitated to inquire further. Upon their return to the Jinma, after reading the note, it became evident that eradicating the peculiarities of Gyue village was a perilous undertaking. Guarding Linen City was even more fraught with potential peril. Jiangzhua had already reached this place, and it was inconceivable for a mere overseer from the Huangbu Demon Exorcism Institute to possess such authority as to entrust the safety of an entire city to an apprentice exorcist. Yet, there was no alternative. Soon, Shen Changqing's brow furrowed as he took the note into his hands. The Jinma was genuinely stretched thin, necessitating that an individual who was ostensibly merely a newly awakened warrior assume command. However, Shen Changqing shook his head, his expression revealing a peculiar complexity. The process of refining demon essence undoubtedly harbored its own drawbacks. Situ Bei, cautiously assessing Shen Changqing, ventured, could it be that you, my lord, harbor intentions of competing for the essence? If so, the heavenly inspectors of Linen City will surely collaborate wholeheartedly. Shen Changqing could not suppress a wry smile at Jiang's decision to have him oversee Linen City. The notion that the Jinma-Ci's reputation would compel various factions to show some respect was indeed valid. However, one must understand the limitations. He could not assert with certainty what those drawbacks might entail, for the records in Shuzonggu were ultimately finite. If the Jinma-Ci possessed such clarity regarding the demon essence, why had they not fortified the seals from the outset or, more straightforwardly, removed the essence altogether, allowing it to remain here as the seal weakened? Shen Changqing pondered. As long as the safety of Linen City was assured, even if it meant recording a merit for him, he could remain in the Jinma-Ci for a year without undertaking further missions, focusing on his own cultivation. To prevent the citizens of Linen City from suffering repercussions, he hoped to temporarily oversee the city, shielding its inhabitants from the ramifications of various factions. After the young man spoke, he produced a letter from within his robes, handing it to Situ Bey before respectfully retreating. Situ Bey replied earnestly, "My lord, a letter has arrived for you from the Jinma-Ci in the capital." In that moment, Shen Changqing grasped the gravity of the Jinma-Ci situation. He understood Situ Bey's implication. The latter merely assumed he sought to contend for the demon essence. Even if Shen Changqing were to listen intently, he would not fully comprehend the matter at hand. Besides the various factions vying for the essence, there loomed a greater threat: the malevolent entities themselves. If they were to discover his existence, they might swiftly seek to eliminate him. Before Situ Bey, Shen Changqing unfurled the letter, scrutinizing its contents. The essence's grade was not high, particularly in relation to the Jinma-Ci. Yet to the average person, such essence remained a valuable commodity. Shen Changqing might indeed seek to contend for it. Over the course of centuries, the essence had been diminished to a lower tier of demon. The fallen creature should have been a mid-tier, but after centuries of degradation, its original power would certainly have waned, likely reducing its rank to that of a low-tier demon. Furthermore, there was no need for excessive concern. Despite his lack of strength, the Jinma-Ci's reputation would compel various factions to show some respect, provided he did not engage in overly outrageous actions. Suddenly, it became evident that the higher-ups were likely involved in this matter. The Jinma-Ci had just received news that the demon essence was on the verge of emerging from its seal. Shen Changqing nodded. "Can you ascertain the tier of the emerging demon essence?" In truth, the subsequent words were mere nonsense. With matters having reached this point, refusal was no longer an option. All he could do was maintain order in Linen City, suppressing all malevolent spirits. With his thought in mind, he turned to Situ Bey, retrieving the items he had prepared to personally deliver to the Jinma-Ci, along with a Qingling jade pendant, and handed them to his companion. This letter and the Qingling jade pendant must be dispatched to the capital's Jinma-Ci with utmost speed, and additionally, I will mobilize all forces of the heavenly inspectors in Linen City. I require, within the shortest possible time, information on all factions and practitioners above the Meridian opening stage currently present in Linen City. Chapter 29. The situation in the capital at the Jinma-Ci. The atmosphere was far more somber than usual, a palpable air of bloodshed that could be felt even from a distance. The malevolent entities had recently grown increasingly rampant. Zhou Yuan, clad in iron armor, bore a stern expression, his cold demeanor betraying no hint of the murderous intent he felt when discussing the malevolent beings. At that moment, within the grand hall, he was not alone. 3 others stood with him, each exuding an imposing aura that instilled fear in those present. After a brief silence, one of them spoke. "It has not been just a day or two since the malevolent entities have targeted the Great Qin. His Majesty is advancing in years, and the malevolent factions are eager to test the depths of our foundation. For over 300 years, the malevolent beings have been unable to contend with the Great Qin. Even with His Majesty's advanced age, the Jinma-Ci is not to be underestimated. In the last battle, we eliminated several major demons, enough to significantly injure them. In bygone days, slaying a few major demons would indeed instill trepidation in the malevolent entities. However, the current situation was different. The Jinma-Ci had also suffered substantial losses in the process, with numerous high-ranking guardians falling in battle. Now, as chaos erupted among the malevolent beings, it would not be an easy task for them to quell the uprising entirely. The individual in the center, wearing a blue and white long robe, maintained a calm demeanor throughout, despite his pale complexion. "Dongfang," Zhou Yuan spoke coldly. The Jinma Sea has existed for over 300 years, vanquishing countless malevolent beings. Even if they truly desire war, the Great Qin is not afraid. While the Great Qin was indeed unafraid of war, it was an undeniable fact that their strength was gradually waning. Should a full-scale conflict arise, inflicting harm on 800 while suffering 1,000 losses was a grim prospect. If the guardians of the Jinma Sea were to perish, what strength would remain to confront the surviving malevolent entities? How is your condition now? Zhou Yuan's fury had subsided significantly as he turned his gaze toward the individual in the center. Dongfang Zhao, among the powerful guardians currently stationed at the Jinma Sea, he was one of the most formidable. Upon hearing the inquiry, Dongfang Zhao shook his head slightly. There is nothing of great concern. I did not anticipate that such a formidable presence among the malevolent beings would awaken, but as it stands, he cannot truly contend with me. The turmoil caused by the malevolent beings is but a temporary affliction. Although His Majesty is aging, he has not yet reached that critical point. As long as His Majesty remains, any formidable malevolent entity daring to enter the Great Qin must carefully weigh the consequences of provoking his wrath. After speaking, he turned to the others, continuing, "Currently, the malevolent entities are merely testing the waters. However, their methods are ruthless, and the Jinma Sea cannot afford to remain passive. We must dispatch all suitable exorcists to suppress the malevolent beings. As for the guardians in various locations, they are to remain on standby. Whenever a formidable demonic entity manifests, it is imperative to eradicate or expel it at the earliest opportunity. The destructive potential of such powerful malevolence vastly surpasses that of ordinary demons. Beings of this caliber can effortlessly annihilate an entire city or province. Each time such a demon emerges, it is accompanied by catastrophic natural disasters, with the death toll among the populace reaching into the millions. Even the mightiest of the Qin can scarcely withstand such upheaval. A couple of incidents may be manageable, but should they occur frequently, the very foundation of the Qin would surely be shaken." Suddenly, an individual entered the chamber. Upon seeing the four present, he bowed respectfully. Jiang Zhua, the overseer of the Demon Exorcism Institute, acknowledged the various regional protectors. "What brings you here?" Zhou Yuan's gaze fell upon him, his tone unhurried. He was acquainted with Jiang Zhua. Only those of considerable strength could hold the position of overseer within the Demon Exorcism Institute. According to the latest intelligence, Zhao Fang, the magistrate of Linen, had colluded with demons, causing the slaughter of over 1,000 villagers to cultivate a phantom-grade creature. Furthermore, it was reported that he intended to sacrifice 100,000 citizens of Linen to elevate this creature to the level of a malevolent entity. What? Audacious! How outrageous! The expressions of those within the hall shifted dramatically, each face reflecting profound anger. Colluding with demons and sacrificing innocents is an egregious crime that cannot be tolerated. "Speak." Dongfang Zhao's expression suddenly turned cold as he calmly uttered a single word. In that instant, Jiang Zhua felt an overwhelming pressure and retrieved a pre-prepared letter. Presenting it with both hands, "Please review this, Dongfang Protector." In the next moment, the letter seemed to be lifted by an unseen hand and landed in Dongfang Zhao's grasp. After a brief glance, Dongfang Zhao tossed the letter to the other protectors. "You may also take a look." As the letter was passed around, he turned to Jiang Zhua and inquired, "Apart from this, do you possess any other evidence?" Jiang Zhua produced a clear spirit jade pendant. Dongfang Zhao waved his hand, and the pendant was swiftly in his possession. Upon examining it, 2 strands of black threads lingered upon the pendant. A closer inspection revealed that the black threads seemed to flow gently. The markings on the spirit jade were of varying depths. The deeper one indicated a formidable presence among phantom-grade entities, while the shallower one suggested a lesser strength. With a single glance, Dongfang Zhao discerned the pendant's significance. Having slain countless demons in his capacity as a protector of the Demon-Suppression Bureau, he was adept at assessing the strength of demonic forces. At that moment, the letter had been reviewed by the other 3 protectors, their expressions tinged with visible fury. Suddenly, Dongfang Zhao squeezed the spirit jade pendant with great force, causing it to shatter. The 2 black threads concealed within were released like vapor. Immediately after, a mysterious force enveloped the threads, distorting them until their original forms were revealed. However, both Shuang Mingyuan and Shui Han now appeared dazed, their bodies ethereal, as though they might dissipate at any moment. The attendees were not surprised by this turn of events. The Spirit Jade pendant recorded the essence of demons, serving not merely as a record, but also capturing a fragment of their power. Dongfang Zhao's action was to fully unleash that power-s imprint. I must ask you, has Zhao Feng, the magistrate of linen, indeed allied himself with demons? Dongfang Zhao's voice thundered, reverberating throughout the hall and penetrating the depths of one's soul. Shui Han stood motionless, but suddenly let out a piercing scream before vanishing completely. Zhuang Mingyuan struggled intensely, managing to utter a single word, yes, before he could finish. His ephemeral form also dissipated. The expressions of the protectors darkened significantly. They had obtained the answer they sought. Chapter 30. The annihilation of 9 clans. The magistrate of linen has truly dared to collude with demons. He deserves death. From the letter, it appeared that Zhao Feng had committed suicide out of fear of punishment. Can colluding with demons be resolved merely by a coward's death? If every traitor among humanity could escape accountability through self-inflicted demise, how many would betray their kin? Zhou Yuan scoffed, viewing Zhao Feng's death as merely the beginning. Colluding with demons, betraying humanity, and attempting to sacrifice the citizens of linen to sustain a malevolent creature. These crimes warrant the annihilation of his entire clan. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Dongfang Zhao. In response, Dongfang Zhao slowly articulated, from the Spirit Jade pendant, it is indeed evident that the magistrate of linen has colluded with demons. However, Zhao Feng is still a magistrate, and thus, any decision to exterminate his family must receive the emperor's consent. Upon my audience tomorrow, I shall report the truth. The difference lies merely in the timing. After speaking, he turned his attention to Zhou Yuan and the others. Jiangzuo was startled and quickly bowed in response. He, a mere martial artist, not yet having transcended the innate stage, could hardly maintain order, even with the authority of the Demon-Suppression Bureau. The Bureau faced numerous occurrences daily, with intelligence from various regions continuously flowing in. In fact, Dongfang Zhao changed his tone. He has only recently joined the Demon-Suppression Bureau and is not yet a Huang-level exorcist. This mission is somewhat complicated, and the Bureau cannot afford to appear indifferent. Your orders will be followed, my lord. As for the other matters in linen, they hardly concern him. Zhou Yuan understood. His role was merely to gather information regarding the demonic blood and confirm certain details before returning to the capital's Demon-Suppression Bureau. Thus, slaying a powerful phantom-grade creature was indeed reasonable. An ordinary Huang-level exorcist may not even measure up. Jiangzuo bowed in acquiescence. Nonetheless, such a high-level demonic blood matter was trivial for the Bureau. After arrangements were made, Zhou Yuan dismissed the issue from his mind. The March Meridian. I never anticipated such a prodigious talent. Dongfang Zhao raised an eyebrow. Advancing through the meridian in 3 months typically takes 8 to 9 months. Breaking through to the mid-meridian stage is not difficult, and even the later stage holds potential. Even though he had completely departed from Linen and the broader Guangyuan prefecture, he might yet return. Zhou Yuan pondered various matters and turned to Jiangzuo. Recently, the TNCHWI reported the emergence of demonic blood around Linen. Is the one currently stationed there also this Shen Changqing? Breaking through such barriers requires time far beyond that of mere physical training to the meridian stage. An unparalleled genius. Shen Changqing could not have anticipated that as he prepared to depart, the Demon-Suppression Bureau would intervene in such a manner. It must be noted that an apprentice exorcist capable of slaying a powerful phantom-grade creature and defeating demonkind possesses considerable strength. Do you have any familiarity with this individual? He recalled some details pertaining to Linen. Indeed, the remaining 2 individuals exchanged no words, yet their intentions were quite similar. Jiangzuo respectfully replied, to inform the Eastern Guardian. Shen Changqing has been a member of the Jinma Division for a year now, serving as an apprentice demon slayer. According to the records left by the former Huangbu Demon Subjugation Office Manager, Lu Chong, Shen Changqing advanced to the Tongmai stage within just 3 months of joining the Jinma Division. His cultivation speed is certainly unmatched by others. A prodigious talent who attains Tongmai in 3 months would be a considerable loss if he were to perish in Lin City. The emergence of demon blood is not particularly rare, yet holds significant allure for ordinary factions. Of course, we must consider how best to proceed. Eastern Zhao's expression remained calm. A truly exceptional talent who has matured into a formidable force is a genuine genius. Currently, the majority of the Jinma Division's power is occupied by various demonic forces. Although he is merely an apprentice demon slayer, his strength is not to be underestimated. After returning from a Yongfu pawn shop, Shen Changqing has resumed his stay at the original inn. Should matters in Linen City remain unresolved, the Jinma Division will dispatch aid. The death of Zhao Fong, a county magistrate, cannot be concealed, especially with the guards closely monitoring the Zhao family, creating quite a stir. Tomorrow I will enter the palace to report to His Majesty regarding the situation in Linen City. However, it is unlikely that a new magistrate will be appointed swiftly. In the interim, let Shen Changqing serve as the acting magistrate of Linen City. I do not require him to achieve any political accomplishments, merely to maintain stability within the city. It is akin to the emergence of demon blood in Linen City. Had I known this, I would not have gone to the Tianquan. It is just as well to have him remain there. If he can return safely, he will surely be a talent worth cultivating. Jiangzhua, do you have any suggestions? One of the guardians shook his head, clearly indicating a desire to recall Shen Changqing. Over the past 2 days, Shen Changqing diligently explored Linen City, and news of Zhao Fang's collusion with demons had already spread like wildfire. A missive from the Jinma Division reached the Tianquan, who have their means of delivering the message into his hands. 2 days swiftly passed. Due to the collusion with demonic forces, Easter Zhao nodded and turned to Jiangzhua. From today, Shen Changqing shall be appointed as a Huang-level demon slayer. Additionally, he shall select a martial art from the 2nd floor of the library, along with a vial of Tongmai Dan, to be sent to Linen City along with other provisions. He was merely a minor manager, lacking the authority to influence the thoughts of the guardians. At this moment, remaining inconspicuous was the most pragmatic course of action. Achieving Tongmai in 3 months and advancing to the mid-stage of Tongmai within a year holds considerable potential. He had heard of various matters, but he would not intentionally remember those that were not particularly significant. After all, the events of that night had been witnessed by many, and not every guard would maintain discretion. Moreover, the leap from Tongmai to Xiantian is far from simple. Responding to the inquiry, Jiangzhua nodded in affirmation. My subordinates will heed the wishes of the guardians. Zhou Yuan replied without hesitation. Since you have decided to let him oversee Linen City, he should receive the corresponding treatment of a Huang-level demon slayer. Allow him to select a martial art from the library, should he break through to Xiantian in the future. It would be a fortunate occurrence. In terms of talent, Shen Changqing surpasses the majority of demon slayers. Regrettably, he sighed, realizing that simply avoiding Tianquan did not exempt him from the duty of overseeing Linen City. Consequently, the citizens of Linen City had largely become aware of Zhao Fang's collusion with demonic forces. In an instant, Zhao Fang and his family faced widespread condemnation. However, for Shen Changqing, the impact was minimal. Chapter 31. The 5 Factions Master Shen. In the inner hall of Yongfu Pawn Shop, Situ Bei respectfully clasped his hands. Only after Shen Changqing took his seat did he return to his original position. As the two settled, a servant promptly presented tea and soon withdrew. Shen Changqing did not touch the nearby teacup, but instead directed his gaze at Situ Bei. Has the Tianquan obtained the information I seek? We have made progress. Today, we summon Master Shen for this matter. Situ Bei nodded. According to the intelligence gathered by the Tianquan, 5 factions had currently arrived in Linen City. Qiyue Sect, Finshan Mountain Villa, Zhanlong Sect, Guyuan Sword Sect, and Tiandao Sect. Qiyue Sect? Tiandao Sect? Shen Changqing's expression conveyed his confusion. He had previously heard nothing of these 5 factions. What backgrounds do these 5 factions possess? Shen Changqing hesitated to ascertain the extent of the disparity between Xiantian and the Grandmaster level. A faction boasting a Grandmaster is undeniably powerful. As long as no Xiantian appears, Shen Changqing is confident in suppressing those individuals. Even if a Xiantian intervenes, he remains unafraid, without the burden of a blood debt. Moreover, some idle martial artists had received word and arrived. Presently, it seems that none of the 5 factions have sent forth any Xiantian or above. Qiyue Sect has dispatched 2 individuals who appear to be at the late stage of Tongmai, while the Tiandao Sect and the remaining 3 factions are comparable. After pondering for a moment, he inquired again, how many Grandmasters does Qiyue Sect and Tiandao Sect have combined? Shen Changqing continued his inquiry. What of other matters? Xiantian warriors. While they may not be as formidable as Grandmasters in the martial world, they are still superior to many martial artists. His primary concern, however, remained the demonic forces. This warrants careful consideration. If they're grandmasters, Situ Bei nodded. Rest assured, Master Shen, the Tianquo will certainly comply with this matter. The demonic forces are sure to target us. Unless a demon is actively harming lives in a certain area and reveals their whereabouts. The Tianquo can only gather information under such circumstances. Altogether, there are 18 individuals, 2 factions, 3 grandmasters. Subsequently, Shen Changqing nodded. The Tianquo is inherently tasked with serving demon slayers and guardians. Thus, obeying Shen Changqing's commands is no issue. With this understanding, it is imperative to enhance one's strength in light of the decision to oversee Linen City. Seated in his position, Shen Changqing's mind was ablaze with thoughts. There exists a genuine opportunity, despite being merely an apprentice demon slayer now, in Situ Bei's estimation. He will inevitably rise to become a Huang-level demon slayer upon returning to the Jinma division. Beyond Xiantian lies the realm of grandmasters. Although Shen Changqing felt a tinge of disappointment, he bore no ill will. In Guyue village, I slew a ghostly grade aberration and dispatched a demon. The demonic forces will not let this go unpunished. The Jinma division is dedicated to eradicating demonic threats, and our paths have long diverged. Demons are not to be trifled with. Setting aside his thoughts, it remains undeniable that breaking through to Grandmaster is no easy feat. Situ Bei replied without hesitation. As the Tianquo stationed in Linen City, I possess considerable knowledge regarding Guangyuan Prefecture. Additionally, there are 6 remaining Tongmai warriors, with pure Yang skill at the 11th layer. Having received his orders, Shen Changqing gained further insight. I asked for nothing more than for the Tianquo to thoroughly investigate the area within 50 miles of Linen City. Should anything strange or unusual occur, report to me at once. The knowledge regarding the demonic forces remained scant. S' expression revealed his unease as he shook his head. The movements of the demonic entities have always been enigmatic, making it exceedingly difficult for the Tianquo to track their whereabouts. The investigation into the activities of such malevolent forces has perpetually posed a significant challenge for both sides. The 5 powers, despite their status as human factions, wield considerable influence in the territory of Daqin, where the Jinma Si stands as the ultimate authority. Regardless of the audacity displayed by the opposing forces, they dare not act recklessly. Recounted the gathered intelligence in detail. As a mere Tianquo stationed in a small town, he could hardly afford to show disrespect toward the Huangji exterminator. Identifying the weaker demons to extract a measure of killing value from them would enable Shen Changqing to bolster his strength swiftly. Shen Changqing recognized the necessity of preparing for potential threats in advance. Although his understanding of that realm was limited, he was certain that the masters within the Jinma Si were, at the very least, Earth-tier exterminators, far beyond his current capabilities. Furthermore, with 2 rogue cultivators present, it indicated that there were 12 late-stage Tongmai warriors in Linen City. Breaking through to the master level was no simple feat from what he understood. The Jinma Si in the capital possessed only a handful of Earth-tier exterminators, and when accounting for those across various regions, the total number of masters might still be considerable. Shen Changqing inquired about the demonic side, postulating that with the emergence of demon blood, they would undoubtedly seize the opportunity. He asked if there was any relevant information available. However, he also needed assistance from the Tianquo regarding another matter. The 13 Tai Bao had already surpassed the limits of their physical cultivation with their horizontal training and pure Yang technique, and relying solely on their arduous self-practice was no longer viable. Upon receiving his response, Shen Changqing felt a significant clarity in his heart. The 5 powers had 10 late-stage Tongmai warriors. Please do continue, my lord, he urged. The foundation of his authority in guarding Linen City stemmed primarily from his own strength. Yet, if the demon blood were to truly emerge, it was entirely possible that innate warriors or even masters might make their appearance, constituting a grave concern. The absence of innate warriors for the time being was a welcome piece of news. With over a dozen Tongmai warriors, not all belonging to the same faction, he could suppress any potential unrest. Moreover, with the Jinma Si's emblem backing him, they would think twice before acting too brazenly. It was not unusual for 2 factions to possess masters. They were both local powers of Guangyuan Prefecture, with Qiao sect and Tiandao sect being the most formidable, each having a living master to oversee them. The remaining 3 factions were somewhat weaker and currently lacked any masters. Rumor had it that Tiandao sect had 2 masters while Qiao sect had 1. Shen Changqing had never truly engaged with a master, but among those present, there were 2 late-stage Tongmai, 1 mid-stage, and 5 early-stage warriors. He acknowledged that without probing, there might be some discrepancies in their strength. From what he gathered, the instigators among Zhao's faction hailed from the Yongshan Alliance, and he wondered if had any insights into this organization. Upon hearing this, paused momentarily, then clasped his hands in acknowledgement. The Yongshan Alliance is an organization that emerged 200 to 300 years ago. Following the demons' failed attempts to conquer humanity, they shifted tactics to erode human society from within. Thus, the demons established the Yongshan Alliance to sow discord among the human factions. Chapter 32. The consequences of fearful escape after returning from the Yongfu pawnshop, Shen Changqing fell back into a leisurely routine. Although the duty of guarding Linen City was fraught with challenges, it was remarkably tranquil in the absence of the genuine emergence of demon blood. He paid little heed to the individuals from the 5 powers, and the wandering cultivators were even less deserving of his attention. Thus, during these few days, he remained mostly in seclusion, either checking on news developments at the Yongfu pawnshop or enjoying the local culture in Linen City. Following Zhao Feng's death, the appointment of the new magistrate had yet to arrive, leading to a leadership vacuum in the Yamen, with only the clerk and the assistant barely managing to maintain order, preventing complete chaos. Given the lack of orders, the Zhao clan members could neither be executed nor released. The implications of a judgment could potentially lead to the annihilation of 9 clans. "What is your intention, my lord?" The acting head of the constabulary, Hong Chung, revealed a troubled expression. Shen Changqing maintained a calm demeanor as he gazed at the Zhao clan's courtyard. "I have already relayed the information back to the Jima. The judgment regarding the Zhao clan will arrive shortly. Should anyone attempt to flee in the meantime, they will be treated as having escaped from justice." Hong Cheng's heart trembled. The implication of a kill order was clear. This was the beginning of the end for the Zhao clan. Shen Changqing refrained from intervening too much. His sole task was to ensure the safety of the citizens of Linen City, and the disorder within the Yamen was of little concern to him. Such a grave offense, however, would pose a significant problem should any Zhao clan members manage to escape. The Zhao family was well aware that Zhao Feng had colluded with demons. This was no secret. "My lord," a constable reported, "there have been attempts by Zhao clan members to escape these past few days, but we have thwarted them. However, our manpower is insufficient, and if this continues, it may lead to mistakes." Shen Changqing coldly uttered a single word. Just then, the tightly shut gate of the courtyard swung open, and several servants rushed out, only to be intercepted by a few constables drawing their blades. Without orders from above, no one from the Zhao clan is allowed to leave. Return immediately, or do not blame my blade for being merciless. Chapter 33. A warning to others: we are merely servants of the Zhao clan, and we have no ties to them. Why can't we leave after Zhao Feng's collusion with demons? One of the servants protested, their expressions a mix of fear and desperation. They were not fools. They knew the fate that awaited those associated with Zhao Feng. If they did not escape now, they might never have a chance again. Why should we die alongside the Zhao clan if we are not part of them? Hong Chung, who had been conversing with Shen Changqing nearby, noticed the commotion and his expression shifted. "My lord, I must take my leave," he exclaimed hurriedly as he advanced toward the scene. If someone were to breach the Zhao clan's premises, it would constitute a violation of the laws of Daqin. As he saw others retreating, he clasped his hands again, saying, "My lord, please take care." He added sternly, "If anyone refuses to listen, then they shall be executed." Shen Changqing gripped his long knife, blood still dripping from its blade. His gaze icy as he surveyed the crowd. "Anyone who dares to utter another word shall face dire consequences. I have changed my mind. All of you return to the Zhao clan at once." The collusion of Zhao Feng with demons was indisputable. Finally, someone could no longer contain themselves. Shen Changqing drew his long knife, the tip resting on the ground, as pure yang energy enveloped it, causing a surge of blade energy to erupt. If he were to unleash his full strength, given the current personnel, they might not be able to withstand it. The chilling words resonated deeply. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. "My lord," Hong Chung nodded slightly. Then his gaze fell upon the group, his expression growing stern. "By order of the Jima, no one within the Zhao clan courtyard is permitted to leave. I do not care whether you are direct descendants of a Zhao clan, until the judgment is rendered. You must remain here. Anyone who dares to act recklessly shall find only death awaiting them. Any issues that arise shall be borne solely by me, Shen Changqing. We have no ties with the Zhao family. If you wish to take action against them, that is your affair, but we must depart today without fail. Do not heed his nonsense. I do not believe he truly dares to act. If we do not leave now, we shall inevitably meet our doom. A voice rang out from the crowd. In this moment of crisis for Hong Cheng, Shen Changqing approached. Greetings, Lord Shen. Shen Changqing sheathed his blade and turned to the stunned Hong Cheng. Captain Hong, clear the bodies. From this moment forth, should anyone from the Zhao family dare to step outside their door, waste no words and slay them on the spot. If we do not retreat now, death is certain. Several constables lowered their heads. Captain Hong, once everything was completed, the long blade returned to its sheath. Shen Changqing's words undoubtedly served as a potent reassurance for Hong Cheng, who felt a sense of relief, especially after the death of Zhao Feng. As dark currents swirled beneath the surface in Linen City, besides the guard stationed at the Zhao family's entrance, other areas of the Zhao compound also required vigilant watch to prevent any escape attempts. Such ruthless measures indeed. We must leave today. At this juncture, the power of the Linen City magistrate was lacking, with the total number of constables barely reaching 20. However, until the verdict was rendered, the Zhao family remained under the protection of the Great Qin law. Hong Cheng's expression darkened. The remaining individuals were pallid, retreating awkwardly under Shen Changqing's intense gaze. But remember this, if the Zhao family does not attempt to flee, you must not rashly enter, lest you break the rules. The constables, familiar with Shen Changqing, hurriedly bowed in respect. As soon as his words fell, after Shen Changqing vanished from sight, Hong Cheng addressed the remaining few. You all heard Lord Shen's instructions. Clear the bodies immediately, and if anyone from the Zhao family emerges, ensure they are sent back at once. Shen Changqing turned to Hong Cheng. Should any issues arise with the Zhao family, you may seek me at any time. Additionally, if there are disturbances in Linen City that the magistrate cannot quell, you may also come to me. Among the group of 10 or so, the stout middle-aged man at the forefront spoke up. Captain Hong, let us not mince words. We all understand the implications of colluding with evil. A visible scar from a blade appeared before everyone. The laws of the Great Qin are few. Indeed, unlike Hong Cheng and the other constables, who relied on mere verbal intimidation, the man before them was genuinely capable of taking lives. It would be best then. Remaining here is tantamount to waiting for death. Whether we go or stay, we are doomed. Thus, we might as well confront him. A furious shout silenced the scene. Was it not agreed that only those who crossed the line would be slain? They had not moved an inch, yet one was executed in the street. Shen Changqing remained silent. Anyone who has entered the Zhao family's door cannot leave now. Those who dare to step beyond this line shall be met with immediate execution. The atmosphere became tense. Who dares to exit the Zhao family's gates will meet their demise. Indeed, this lord's words seem rather tyrannical. After a moment of silence, the leading man's expression darkened. Shen Changqing advanced swiftly, drawing his long knife. Silence. Every transgression is a grave crime. To retreat now may only lead to death. A massive head flew off, and a torrent of blood surged forth, causing every face to turn pale. When it came to the words of killing, Hong Cheng too revealed a glint of murderous intent. Despite his earlier bravado, when faced with the pivotal moment of life and death, fear grips anyone. Though he could not act as decisively as Shen Changqing, he was by no means a coward. Quickly, the others began to shout loudly, seemingly intent on a direct assault. The remaining individuals were filled with trepidation. Shen Changqing waved his hand slightly. Step back. Rest assured, my lord, we know what to do. After the constables retreated, a few of them appeared taken aback, but complied nonetheless. That simple line from the blade seemed to signify the very difference between life and death. The group of 10 retreated obediently, leaving only a headless corpse sprawled on the ground, blood pooling all around. The order to seal off the Zhao family was issued by me. Until the verdict is rendered, no one can leave the Zhao family, regardless of whether they are servants of the Zhao family or have no ties to them at all. Shen Changqing's tone was frigid. After a prolonged silence, with a decisive slash, I shall remain at the inn for the time being. I will not go elsewhere. Upon hearing Shen Changqing's words, everyone, including Hong Cheng, wore solemn expressions. Though the signs were not overtly apparent, Hong Cheng having spent many years in Linen City, could not fail to discern the changes. The situation with the Zhao family must not allow for further complications. Hearing this, the few individuals responded respectfully and began to clear away the bodies from the ground. Chapter 34. Huangjie Demon Exterminator. Just as Shen Changqing departed the Zhao family, he encountered someone approaching. Lord Shen, what brings you here? Noting the individual, Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow. He recognized the person as a worker from the Yongfu pawn shop, who was also a member of the Tiancha Wei. The Yongfu pawn shop served as a base for the Tiancha Wei in Linen City, with every individual therein being a part of the organization. The individual replied, "The proprietor has summoned you, saying that the matter you requested to investigate has shown some progress. Oh, lead the way. Lord Shen, please follow me." The man walked ahead, while Shen Changqing trailed behind towards the Yongfu pawn shop. Regarding the level of secrecy, the Tiancha Wei in Linen City did not perform exceptionally well. It merely served as a facade for the pawn shop. Nonetheless, even without the Yongfu pawn shop's cover, it would pose no issue. The Tiancha Wei is affiliated with the Jinma Si. Even if they openly displayed a sign, it would be acceptable, for the Tiancha Wei stationed in Linen City merely acted as a message-receiving outpost. The real intelligence gathering was conducted by others. Linen City was not large. The journey from the Zhao family to the Yongfu pawn shop took merely a quarter of an hour. As Shen Changqing was somewhat familiar with the Yongfu pawn shop, he headed directly to the inner hall upon entering. Seeing this, Situ Bei hurriedly rose. Lord Shen has arrived. Brother Situ, Shen Changqing nodded slightly in greeting. Having developed a good rapport with the Yongfu pawn shop, they had become relatively acquainted and given Situ Bei's seniority. He afforded him a respectful address. After taking their seats, Situ Bei handed Shen Changqing a square wooden box placed on the table. Lord Shen, earlier today, a member of the Tiancha Wei delivered this, stating it was brought by the Jinma Si for you. Please take a look. Jinma Si? Shen Changqing's curiosity piqued as he felt the box's weight in his hands. He showed no hesitation, directly opening the wooden box in front of Situ Bei. Inside lay a rectangular token. Shen Changqing grasped the token, observing one side inscribed with the prominent characters Zhen Moc, while the other bore his own name, Shen Changqing. Notably, in the lower corner, the words Huang Jie Chu Mo Shi were engraved, the identity token of a Huang Jie Chu Mo Shi. On the other side, Situ Bei watched as Shen Changqing opened the wooden box, noting the moment Shen turned the token over, catching sight of the inscription Huang Jie Chu Mo Shi. At once, he congratulated, "Congratulations, Sir Shen, on your successful promotion to Huang Jie Chu Mo Shi. Your future prospects are bright, and the position of Zhen Shu Shi is also within reach. Your praise is unwarranted, Brother Situ." Shen Changqing smiled faintly, stowing the token away. This marked his second identity token. He still possessed the one from his previous status as a probationary Chu Mo Shi. According to regulations, upon promotion to Huang Jie Chu Mo Shi, the original identity token should be submitted. However, as he had not returned to Zhen Moc, many steps were circumvented. After securing the token, Shen Changqing turned his attention to the other contents within the wooden box: 3 letters, a pristine jade pendant, and a book titled Tian Wu Gang Qi. It appeared to be a martial art. The Zhen Moc had specifically provided him with a martial skill. What could possibly be the intent behind this? Upon seeing Tian Wu Gang Qi, some doubts arose within Shen Changqing's heart. Aside from these, only a porcelain vial remained. Shen Changqing first tucked the jade pendant away before opening one of the letters. It was a letter of appointment, indicating that he was to temporarily assume the position of the county magistrate of Linen City, stamped with a grand seal. Although he was not particularly familiar with the seal, it was evident that a letter from Zhen Moc bearing such an emblem was extraordinary. Brother Situ, are you familiar with the seal? Shen Changqing inquired, handing the letter to Situ Bei. Situ Bei received it with both hands, glancing at it briefly before his pupils constricted. This is the seal of the Great Qin. Zhen Moc intends for you, Sir Shen, to temporarily assume the role of county magistrate of Linen City. How delightful! So is the seal of the Great Qin. Shen Changqing's expression remained stoic as he tucked the letter away. With its arrival, he realized he had completely forfeited any chance of escape. The temporary magistrate position was clearly a means to ensure his legitimate authority in Linen City. Quickly, Shen Changqing opened the second letter, which detailed the judgment regarding the Zhao family. As he had surmised, The court held a deep disdain for those who colluded with evil entities, and the judgment effectively severed all prospects for the Zhao family. The Zhao family's fate was sealed. Shen Changqing sighed. Although Situ Bei had not seen the letter's contents, he could glean much from Shen Changqing's words and smiled dismissively. Sir Shen, you are still young and may not fully grasp the severity of this matter. Zhao Feng dared to ally with malevolent forces, and the Zhao family deserves their fate. This concerns the safety of the Great Qin, if no punishment is administered. Who would refrain from betraying the Great Qin and the human race in the future? The demise of the Zhao family serves as a warning to others. To dare consort with evil entities is to meet a dire end. Brother Situ speaks wisely. Shen Changqing nodded, not dwelling on the matter too much. Whether it was one life or the annihilation of the Zhao family, it was still an act of killing. At that moment, Shen Changqing suddenly realized he had unknowingly become cold-hearted. Perhaps it was the influence of Zhen Moc. Finding a reason for this change, he did not dwell on it further. Whether cold-hearted or compassionate, one's character is shaped by the environment. Joining Zhen Moc meant one could not afford to be merciful, lest they become the next victim. Soon, Shen Changqing opened the final letter. It contained some words from Jiangzhou, indicating that considering the risks of the current mission, the higher-ups decided to grant him certain benefits and advised him to observe closely. Once Zhen Moc could spare resources from other locations, they would provide immediate support. Until then, he must ensure the safety of Linen City as citizens. Finally, the letter introduced the origins of Tian Wugang Qi and what the porcelain vial contained. After putting away the letter, Shen Changqing glanced at Tian Wugang Qi and the porcelain vial before concealing both in his bosom, leaving only an empty wooden box behind. The current situation was not suitable for studying Tian Wugang Qi, and he did not intend to let too many know about the matter of connecting the meridians. Having secured his belongings, he turned to Situ Bei. Did you summon me merely to deliver the items from Zhen Moc, or is there another matter at hand? Recently, Sir Shen asked me to inquire whether there had been any strange occurrences within a 50-mile radius. I happen to have received some news. Chapter 35. Counter-Magistrate of Linen City speak. As Situ Bei discussed this matter, Shen Changqing's spirit visibly lifted. His strength had reached a bottleneck, and to break through in the short term, he would need to rely on the value of slaughter. The source of this value could only be procured from evil entities. According to intelligence, a village located over 20 miles east of Linen City had seen its entire population perish overnight. Preliminary investigations by the Tian Cha Wei suggested that it was likely the work of malevolent forces. Situ Bei paused momentarily as he spoke. However, upon thorough investigation, the Tian Cha Wei did not discover any traces of the evil entity in that village. Therefore, I suspect the malevolent force has already departed, seeking its next target. The Tian Cha Wei has expanded their search, and I believe it will not be long before they accurately track the whereabouts of that evil entity. Evil entities do not remain fixed in one location. Thus, have him come to the inner hall of the Yamen to find me. I have matters to discuss with him. Shen Changqing instructed, striding directly into the Yamen, while the two men did not dare to obstruct him in the slightest. As the county magistrate, the bodies of Zhao Feng had already been appropriately managed, and the bloodstains thoroughly cleaned, rendering the scene unrecognizable as one where lives had been lost. Shen Changqing would not allow anyone from the Zhao family to survive. Linen City was merely a small town. How could it continually face invasions by evil entities? There must be something attracting these malevolent forces, or some unseen power quietly driving them. Take a look. Shen Changqing concluded, his expression grave. The Zhen Moc Zhen Shu sure differed from other Chu Mo sure, typically stationed in specific locations. However, during times of crisis in significant towns, Zhen Shu sure would also be present. In a place suspected of being plagued by evil, it was not unusual to be unable to locate the malevolent entity. Shen Changqing nodded. Most of the Yamen's officials were preoccupied with the Zhao family, leaving few to guard the Yamen. An evil entity that could autonomously escape must at least surpass the U level. Time was of the essence. They needed to ascertain the precise location of that evil entity. Since it had wiped out a village and departed, it would undoubtedly target another village. Delays could not be afforded. The more blood it absorbed, the more challenging it would become to confront. Shen Changqing rose and left. He did not wish for other Chu Mo sure to arrive and compete with him for the evil entity. That would be a daunting task. From another angle, the sudden appearance of that malevolent force could either be in pursuit of the blood of demons or directed towards him personally. In light of recent developments, the Jinma will no longer dispatch new demon exterminators to address this matter. Shen Changqing produced the appointment letter and presented it before his counterpart. The local garrison commanders would undoubtedly act swiftly to eradicate the malevolent entities. Placing oneself in another's position, one would not hesitate to seek retribution against those who disrupt their plans. Shen Changqing's countenance remained composed. He harbored a vague suspicion that the malevolent creature might be linked to the emergence of demon blood. A formidable evil spirit could detach itself from its original vessel and venture forth to seek new hosts. Regardless of the possibilities, while the malevolent spirit may be attached to certain objects, it could also use its surroundings to deceive others, leading them unwittingly to carry it away. As for those of the grudge grade or higher, the likelihood was even slimmer. Possessing the capability to annihilate entire villages, this malevolent spirit was formidable indeed. If it were to ensnare others within illusions and extricate itself, that would be one thing. The true fear lay in the possibility that it could escape on its own. Situ Bei shook his head, stating that based on his assessments, the malevolent spirit likely fell within the realm of the ghost grade, had it been of the grudge grade. The Tiancha Wei would have received some intelligence regarding it. After leaving the Yongfu pawn shop, he made his way towards the Yamen. At the entrance, in the Great Qin's 9 provinces, each province had its own garrison commander. Moreover, with the receipt of the appointment letter, he was now considered the acting county magistrate of Linen City, albeit temporarily. You are the chief scribe of the Yamen? Shen Changqing scrutinized the individual before him. When he first visited the Yamen, this person had followed Zhao Fong. Thus, they were not entirely strangers. If the conflict arose from the contention over demon blood, it would be one matter, but if there were ulterior motives, that would warrant further investigation. The chief scribe is currently handling matters within the Yamen. Rest assured, Lord Shen, it will take no more than a day or two for us to locate that malevolent spirit. After some contemplation, Shen Changqing added, after all, Linen City extends over 20 miles and is still under its jurisdiction. Should such a high-grade, evil spirit emerge? His thoughts deepened. Indeed, the chief scribe nodded, visibly anxious. Furthermore, I have encountered you, Lord Shen. First, there was an evil spirit from Guyue village, and now another from a different location. To be candid, the Eternal Life Alliance aimed to cultivate a formidable entity within Linen City, but this plan was thwarted by you. They must have received wind of this. And this information need not be relayed to the Jinma just yet, as they are currently unable to spare personnel. I shall handle it myself. Shortly after taking a seat, Shen Changqing observed a portly, hurried middle-aged man striding in. Situ Bei acknowledged with a nod, stating that upon receiving intelligence about the evil spirit, the Tiancha Wei promptly reported it to the Jinma. If Lord Shen were to take charge of this malevolent entity, the Tiancha Wei could communicate back to the Jinma. Naturally, I shall reside within the Yamen. Though he was already an innate martial artist, he was not overly confident in confronting a grudge-grade evil spirit. Is the chief scribe available? At this, 2 Yamen runners stood guard. However, in a small city like Linen, there would be no garrison commander present, given the limited number of personnel in the Jinma. The chief scribe took the appointment letter, carefully opened it, and his expression shifted again. Upon noticing Shen Changqing's arrival, both Yamen runners' expressions changed, and they hastily lowered their heads in greeting. Evil spirits of the slaughter grade or higher could indeed be likened to natural disasters, capable of obliterating entire cities without difficulty. Shen Changqing was unaware that the individual before him was the chief scribe of the Yamen. The Jinma was indeed unable to extend their grasp. Shen Changqing was quite pleased to free himself from the awkwardness of residing at the inn. Lord Shen, the Guanyuan prefecture has a garrison commander. If any grudge grade or higher aberrations appear, the local commander will surely take action. The inner hall remained unchanged. Soon, he submitted a letter back, respectfully bowing, Shi Qingsheng. At your service, County Magistrate. The title of County Magistrate was somewhat misleading. He was merely acting in that capacity, awaiting the appointment of a new magistrate. However, it seemed that, for the time being, Lord Shen was indeed the County Magistrate of Linen City. Shi Qingsheng smiled apologetically. Chapter 36. Tianwu Gangqi. Shen Changqing rose, addressing him. I do not intend to interfere excessively with Yamen affairs. After Zhao Fang's demise, you should proceed as you have been. Thank you for your trust, my lord. However, I have one request. Please replace everything in the inner hall during my tenure as acting county magistrate, as I will reside here. Lord Shen can rest assured. I will dispatch someone immediately. Shen Changqing nodded in agreement to Shen Changqing's request. Being the acting county magistrate, residing within the Yamen posed no issue. Subsequently, Shen Changqing promptly assigned personnel to fulfill Shen Changqing's request, ensuring that everything in the inner hall was replaced. In less than half a day's time, all tasks were completed. Lord Shen, please take a look. Is there anything else you require? Shen Changqing stood beside him, inquiring respectfully. Was it Tong Mai Dan? Initially, he had little knowledge of it, but it was earnestly introduced in the correspondence from Jiangzhou. Observing the freshly arranged surroundings, Shen Changqing nodded slightly, a sign of approval. The Jinma Si provides me with Tong Mai Dan out of concern for my insufficient strength, channeling pure yang true qi through a single finger. He ignited the oil lamp on the table, dispelling the dimness significantly. The inner hall resembled a modest residence, featuring not only a reception hall, but also several side chambers. Along with a study, yellow-gray demon exterminators were required to complete at least 10 tasks annually, which meant at least 10 malevolent entities must be eradicated. After a considerable time, he noted the most significant difference lay in the meridians connected to the two martial arts. They were not entirely consistent. Just the name alone sounded quite grand. Finally, Shen Changqing turned his attention to a moderately thick volume. The Jinma Si's appointment for him to oversee Linen City effectively alleviated his tasks for the coming year, providing considerable convenience. Tianwu Gongqi, indeed worthy of its status as a second-tier martial art, surpassed the pure Yang Gong in profundity, placing it among the upper echelons. The cultivation methods for Tianwu Gongqi diverged significantly from those of pure Yang Gong. For the time being, he had no further instructions. You may attend to your duties. The transformation to innate status requires the opening of numerous meridians. Consuming Tong Mai Dan expedites this process, shortening the time required for martial artists to ascend to innate levels. Does Lord Shen have any further commands? It was evident that Tong Mai Dan was indeed a treasure, particularly difficult for any practitioner of meridian opening to refuse. However, due to the nature of the Yamen, there were no servants or maids present. Nonetheless, the 12 tiers of Tianwu Gongqi could directly reach the innate outer realm. The spaciousness and comfort of this residence truly suited the status of a county magistrate. Shen Changqing's expression was peculiar. After a brief glance, his attention was instantly captivated by the Tianwu Gongqi. As he sat quietly, he continued to peruse the text. Let it be so. He would oversee the matters at hand. The gains and losses vary from person to person. Shen Changqing sighed softly, his gaze soon fixated upon the porcelain vase. At the very least, it sounded far more melodious than the Shan Taibao's horizontal training and the Chunyang Gong. The Tong Mai Dan, as its name suggests, primarily focuses on unblocking the meridians. After familiarizing himself with the surroundings, Shen Changqing arrived here. The Yamen is divided into an outer hall and an inner hall. After wandering around, Shen Changqing felt a mix of emotions. The outer hall serves as the place for case handling, and it has a prison in the basement to facilitate the detention of criminals. In contrast, the inner hall is solely for living purposes. However, the quality of a martial art is determined by the number of meridians it encompasses. The Tong Mai Dan is kept there. It is important to note that by utilizing the recorded Qingling Jade Pendant, one can offset certain tasks within the Jinma Si. I take my leave. Upon being promoted to a Xuanjia Demon Slayer, the annual minimum task requirement will only amount to 5. Although the frequency has decreased, the difficulty has indeed increased. The strength of a martial artist grows stronger as well. Whether it be Tong Mai or Xiantian, both require the unblocking of meridian acupoints. The Tianwu Gongqi, in fact, is indeed of a higher level than the other two, as it is a martial art studied on the second floor of the library. The term inner hall is merely a superficial designation. Even Xiantian martial artists can benefit from the Tong Mai Dan, albeit with slightly diminished effects. The task of guarding Linen City is far more challenging than the average task. The areas covered by Tianwu Gongqi are much more comprehensive than those of Chunyang Gong. With only a small portion overlapping, the majority is quite distinct. This implies that each task pertains to a unique location. For instance, when arriving in Linen City, Shen Changqing spent considerable time merely traveling, The requirement of 10 tasks per year consumes quite a bit of time. He performed admirably. The place where he resides in the Jinma Sea pales in comparison. Thus, as one advances through the ranks of demon slayers, the annual minimum task requirements decrease. Yet the challenges continuously escalate. Opening the Tianwu Gongqi, Shi Qingsheng respectfully withdrew, and Shen Changqing rose from his seat to further acclimate to the environment of the Yamen. Similarly, once a demon slayer is promoted to Huangjie, there will be fixed annual task requirements. Conversely, as more meridians are unblocked, his strength will experience a corresponding increase. Furthermore, the Qingling Jade Pendant is invaluable. It serves as proof of a demon slayer's victories over evil entities, ensuring that all slain entities are recorded within it. Under the premise of having mastered the Chunyang Gong, cultivating Tianwu Gongqi poses no conflict. In fact, there is no discord. Shen Changqing reflected deeply. The more meridians one unblocks, the more acupoints exist within the human body, a fact that has never been fully understood. In the study, he twisted his neck. The 9th layer of Chunyang Gong halted at the peak of Tongmai. For instance, to advance to the Xiantian realm, one must unblock the 8 extraordinary meridians along with the Run and Du meridians. Thus, all Xiantian martial artists will encounter this requirement. Tianwu Gongqi is also a martial art that condenses true energy and unblocks meridians, but is of a significantly higher caliber than Chunyang Gong. Unbeknownst to him, they had quietly turned into night. Not to mention the Tongmai, today, as acquisitions from the Jinma, necessitate thorough digestion. Each martial art has its distinctive meridians that can be unblocked. Originally, due to the limitations imposed by Chunyang Gong, there were few martial arts available for cultivation, but now, Tianwu Gongqi perfectly fills that gap. Being a martial art that directly targets the Xiantian realm, its successful cultivation undoubtedly bears substantial significance. Gazing at the books on the desk, Shen Changqing activated his true energy, and flames instantly flickered to life. Upon completion of the incineration, it was also a requirement of the Jinma Sea. Chapter 37. The First Wisp of True Energy Name. Shen Changqing Affiliation. The Qin Jinma Sea Identity. Huangjie Demon Slayer Martial Arts. Shursan Tai Bao Horizontal Training. 15th Layer. Cannot be upgraded. Chunyang Gong. 11th Layer. Cannot be upgraded. Tianwu Gongqi. Not yet initiated. Cannot be upgraded. Qishuk Daofa. 2nd Layer. Taishaz Hang. 2nd Layer. Kill Count. For compared to the previous simplistic panel, Shen Changqing's current panel has become considerably more splendid. He possesses 5 martial arts. 2 have surpassed their limits, while 2 have been mastered. Although he has not yet initiated Tianwu Gongqi, he is confident in formally entering the 1st layer in a short span. Calming his mind, Shen Changqing began cultivating the 1st layer of Tianwu Gongqi, guided by the memories in his mind. The minimum requirement for cultivating Tianwu Gongqi is for a martial artist to generate true energy and enter the Tongmai realm. Upon strengthening the Tianwu true energy further, he would be able to directly convert the Chunyang true energy into Tianwu true energy, thereby accelerating the cultivation of Tianwu Gongqi and enhancing the quality of the true energy beyond that of the singular Chunyang true energy. Time swiftly passed. In mastering this art, the transformation of true energy is an essential process. If I were to refrain from cultivating and solely rely on true energy conversion to sustain Chunyang true energy, it would likely take decades for it to evolve into the next level. Shen Changqing paid little heed to that, simply converting true energy into Tianwu true energy. His expression remained placid. Summon Hong Cheng to see me. However, he could not return for the moment and could only ponder. My lord, please. In a single dantian, one cannot simultaneously harbor too much powerful true energy, as it would provoke intense conflict. Currently, there was no conflict because the Tianwu true energy was too weak to pose a threat to the Chunyang true energy. As time flowed on, lead the way. Upon reflection, there indeed seemed to be no issue. Therefore, after the consumption of Chunyang true energy, there was not even a slight increase. Judging from the panel, as long as the Tianwu true energy is not consumed by the Chunyang true energy, all is well. He immediately focused his thoughts, preventing the Chunyang true energy from devouring. And then, following the cultivation method of Tianwu Gongqi, he directed that wisp of true energy out of the dantian towards a specific location in his body. At this moment, in addition to the Chunyang true energy, the presence of Tianwu true energy also emerged within the dantian. The Chunyang true energy resembled a blazing sun, radiating intense warmth. Under the influence of his will, He painstakingly unblocked a slender meridian. However, in terms of operational details, it was already quite commendable. Given the elevated tier of Tianwu Gangqi, he wiped his mouth. Shen Changqing withdrew from the state of cultivation. A night of arduous training left him not fatigued, but rather invigorated. Without a moment's hesitation, Shen Changqing regarded the Chunyang true energy as a sacrificial entity. After he finished, the other party respectfully inquired, "Might I ask where my lord intends to go next? Or if there are any instructions?" Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon the official hat, which he casually took. Shen Changqing sat quietly in his position, his body remaining still, merely attentively observing the changes within his dantian. The benefits of external martial arts are indeed present, yet once a warrior reaches a profound realm, the advantages bestowed by external techniques become minuscule. As long as one possesses a foundation, the initiation into any martial discipline is not overly arduous. However, when compared to the pure yang true energy, akin to a blazing sun, the Tianwu true energy pales significantly, confined to a small corner of the dantian and rendered almost immobile. After indulging in food and drink, whenever the true energy from the Shan Taibao's horizontal training emerges, is swiftly devoured by the pure yang true energy. The presence of two distinct energies inevitably leads to intense conflict. My lord, the meals are far more abundant than when Shen Changqing was at the Town Demon Division. With a focused mind, Shen Changqing has gained some understanding of his own condition. The Shan Taibao's horizontal training is ultimately somewhat inferior, even if he breaks through the limits. It cannot yield significant enhancement. Exiting his introspection, Shen Changqing calmed his mind. After breaking through the innate stage, he has attained the ability for inner vision. This is a duty I must fulfill. Shi Qingsheng smiled apologetically and inquired, "My lord, having spent the night in the study, you must be hungry. I have prepared breakfast. Please follow me." Should the situation escalate into a threat, another trace of true energy emerges. The entire process reveals the genuine difficulties. "What business do you have, steward?" Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. Rising from his position, he walked towards the study's entrance. Shi Qingsheng replied truthfully. Regarding Shi Qingsheng's abilities as a steward, Shen Changqing was not well informed, as he had merely been an apprentice demon slayer during his time at the Town Demon Division. In terms of provisions, how could he compare to a city magistrate? Upon opening the door, unless one possesses a significantly advanced external technique, such martial arts are not easily obtainable. He must retain one form of true energy during the clash of the two energies, allowing the other to serve as nourishment. The might of pure yang true energy is no longer comparable to the past. In Shen Changqing's view, after a night's time, the library should possess such martial arts. Clearly, if 11 layers of pure yang true energy are transformed into Tianwu true energy, then my Tianwu true energy will undoubtedly differ from that of others. With intention, I now possess two forms of true energy within my body, one being pure yang true energy, and the other the true energy from the Shan Taibao's horizontal training. Yet the latter serves merely as sustenance, consumed immediately upon emergence by the pure yang true energy. For formidable warriors, after breaking through the innate stage, Tianwu true energy will give rise to a powerful force known as Tianwu Gangqi. As for pure yang true energy, it no longer provides substantial nourishment as it once did. Just like that recent trace of true energy, Shen Changqing pondered. All the while, Shen Changqing consumed, while Shi Qingsheng stood by patiently. Upon breaking through to the 11th layer of pure yang cultivation, there were matters I neglected to mention yesterday. Although you were temporarily acting as magistrate, you ought to be equipped with your own official robes. Thus today, I have brought them for you. He beheld Steward Shi Qingsheng standing there, holding a green garment, topped with a black official hat. This also serves as the origin of the Tianwu Gangqi martial arts name. True energy resembles a silver serpent. Although the Shan Taibao's horizontal training generates some true energy over time, it has little effect on pure yang true energy. After night, Tianwu Gangqi has officially entered the first stage, aligning closely with my expectations. Indeed, Shi Qingsheng received the command and withdrew. Shen Changqing observed the mess on the table, paid it little mind, and turned to leave. Having finished his meal, he need not concern himself with tidying up. Others would naturally handle it. Chapter 38. The Verdict. Within the inner hall, Shen Changqing sat there for about a quarter of an hour when Hong Chengji hurriedly entered. "I pay my respects to you, my lord." Upon seeing Shen Changqing, Hong Chengji immediately bowed. Clearly, he had already learned of Shen Changqing's temporary role as magistrate. If the town demon division lacked direct power of life and death over the officials, the city magistrate possessed such authority. Considering Shen Changqing's ruthless reputation, Hong Chengji dared not display any disrespect. The Zhao family. At present, Zhao Fong has taken his own life, yet many among the crowd display discontent. At this juncture, some in the hall began to sob quietly, as the womenfolk were frightened into tears. Shen Changqing smiled lightly. "What do you mean? After all, your strength is unparalleled within Linen City. The crime of collusion with evil beings, if mishandled, could lead to the annihilation of an entire family. Currently, the constables can keep watch over the Zhao family because they have not yet reached a point of mutual destruction. The Zhao family still harbors a glimmer of hope, not daring to confront the court directly. The court has yet to make a move, but the implications of colluding with evil beings are well understood. We are all aware that a blade hangs over our heads, awaiting the moment it falls." At the upper position, a middle-aged man with an air of scholarly demeanor spoke calmly. "Zhao Mingtang, my meaning is quite clear. Debts incurred by the father must be repaid by the son. Your father committed wrongs, and naturally, someone must bear the consequences. It cannot be that one man's fault brings ruin upon the entire Zhao family." Once all is reviewed, Hong Chengji respectfully placed the verdict back down. "My lord, the verdict has been issued. May I ask how we should proceed?" Immediately, others responded affirmatively. Indeed, the verdict is tantamount to a death sentence for the Zhao family. Zhao Mingtang, in a fit of rage, declared, "When my father was magistrate, the Zhao family received numerous favors from him. Now that we are in dire straits, everyone wishes to distance themselves. Zhao Fong could become magistrate due to the substantial influence of the Zhao family. Currently, Linen City is merely one of their ancestral lands, with numerous branches elsewhere. Gradually, I believe it would be better to directly bind them and bring them to the Yamen to redeem their sins. It is not merely collusion with evil beings. One could easily accuse them of disregarding the laws of the Great Qin and plotting rebellion. Precisely, if you are to die, let it be just you. Why drag over 100 members of the Zhao family into this madness? A single Yamen cannot even suppress one Zhao family." Zhao Li waved his hand, interrupting the speaker. "Yet reason is one thing. The court does not always adhere to reason. Historically, collusion with evil beings can lead to exile or even the extermination of 9 clans. This is the court's verdict on the Zhao family. Take a look. However awkward it may be, he spoke truthfully. He feared a backlash from the Zhao family. Should 1 or 2 escape, he would undoubtedly face blame. It is clear to all. The atmosphere fell silent. Presently, there are about 200 people within the Zhao family estate. Are we to allow them to perish for the sake of a single uncle? Indeed, your uncle has committed wrongs, and as his son, you cannot evade responsibility. Does my second uncle imply that we should directly rebel against Linen City?" Zhao Minji questioned, uncertain. Shen Changqing stood. Should a conflict truly arise, the personnel from the Yamen could easily be overwhelmed. The Yamen can muster only about 20 constables, while the Zhao family, including servants, numbers over 200. It would be more prudent for your faction to confess at the Yamen, as the court may show leniency. With that said, Ming Yi spoke truthfully, Zaha Ming Tang. Why should we bear the burdens of your father's transgressions? Very well, I shall pay a visit to the Zhao family. Shen Changqing slightly shook his head, a cold smile appearing on his face. Within the Zhao family, Zhao Li holds the highest status. Hong Cheng nodded, then hesitated slightly. The Zhao family comprises many members, and they may not willingly accept imprisonment. Although those officers possess some martial skills, they are ultimately lacking. As individuals began to speak, their gazes towards Zhao Mingtang and others were filled with malice and coldness. Convey my orders. Incarcerate all members of the Zhao family, including servants. What else could be done? Colluding with wicked entities is a path leading to ruin. This outcome is entirely to be expected. In their eyes, the Zhao family's plight is solely due to Zhao Fong's actions. Zhao Mingyi scoffed and stood up to speak loudly. Upon finishing, Zhao Li surveyed the room and calmly stated, Ming Ye's words are not without merit. However, the issue lies in seeing this. Uncle, when the time comes. Shen Changqing placed the judgment document on the table. Exile from Linen City. A slender youth, with a cold smile, remarked. The Zhao family's downfall is due to Uncle's collusion with wicked forces. I believe as long as someone takes the blame, the court may not pursue total annihilation. The longer this situation drags on, the more disadvantageous it becomes for us. Hong Chung sighed with relief. He is Zhao Li, a direct descendant of a Zhao family, of the same generation as Zhao Fong. Ever since Zhao Fong's suicide, the atmosphere within the Zhao family has been tense. The Zhao family truly finds itself without a path forward. Hong Cheng's expression was equally awkward. Staying in Linen City is no longer an option. They must devise a means to depart. His expression was grave. As he spoke, he flattered, I hope you can lead the charge. If the Zhao family does not resist, it will be well and good. However, if they do, they lack the qualifications to stir up any trouble before you. The Zhao family is besieged by officers outside, and no one else can escape unless they are willing to completely sever ties, bursting forth in a rush, which the officers would find impossible to intercept. Hong Chung stepped forward, took the judgment document, and examined it earnestly. Enough. At this moment, all the direct descendants of the Zhao family gathered in the main hall. Their expressions varied, some grave, others panicked. Zhao Mingtang's face changed suddenly. The Zhao family would undoubtedly not sit idly by, even if you are sentenced to death. It is well deserved. We are innocent, are we not? Just as the crowd debated, Zhao Li suddenly shouted, interrupting their discourse. No matter how many branches exist, it is of no use. With the judgment document issued, the court has certainly taken action, and the Zhao family's branches cannot escape. Zhao Mingyi, what do you mean? The youth shouted angrily. Ultimately, if the Zhao family were to resist, they would likely be unable to suppress it. This is no trivial matter. Should it come to that, the Zhao family would have no path of retreat and would surely be pursued by the court. Zhao Li looked at him, a flicker of coldness flashing in his eyes. If the court offers no way out, then my Zhao family must seek an alternative path. Chapter 39. Take them all away. Upon hearing this, many wore solemn expressions. Retreat. That would completely sever the Zhao family's escape route. Currently, with the judgment not yet finalized, not everyone is inclined to gamble on this matter. Though leaving Linen City differs from outright rebellion, it would mean a complete severance of relations with the court. If caught, death would be inevitable. Zhao Mingya's expression was composed. Father, it matters not if we leave, but those from the Zhen MOC are formidable opponents. Once we clash with the officers, they're likely to act against us. Without skilled allies, even if we break through the officers' blockade, leaving Linen City intact will be exceedingly difficult. Moreover, if we depart Linen City, where shall we go? The court's power is overwhelming. As he spoke, Zhao Mingyi hesitated. In my previous travels through Qin, I became acquainted with several individuals. Although the one from Zhen MOC is powerful, he is not among the very top in the martial world, and many can contend with him. As for where the Zhao family should go after leaving Linen City, I have some ideas. Zhao Li pondered for a moment. Long before my elder brother's incident, I discreetly sent out messages. Calculating the time, it should be about time. Notify the various branches to prepare. Upon hearing this, others felt somewhat relieved. Just as they were preparing to leave and make arrangements, suddenly, a guard rushed in. Second Master, the officers have stormed in. What? Zhao Li's expression changed drastically. The Zhao family's main gate had been forcibly breached, and over a dozen officers brandished their blades, confronting the Zhao family's guards. The leader among them was Shen Changqing. Hong Chung stood beside him, also with his blade drawn, its glint under the sunlight radiating a chilling aura. So, does the Zhao family intend to resist arrest? Shen Changqing observed the guards, his demeanor calm. No one replied. The guards looked at Shen Changqing with a hint of fear. Some among them were those who had attempted to break out of the Zhao family earlier and had witnessed the lethal power and decisive methods of the officers, enough to instill fear in the hearts of ordinary individuals. At this time, the Zhao family members, led by Zhao Li, finally approached. The guards parted to form a path. Zhao Li gazed at the numerous officers with drawn knives, his brow furrowing slightly. Upon seeing Shen Changqing at the forefront, his heart sank. Nevertheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and cupped his hands towards Shen Changqing. Sir from the Zhen MOC, what brings you to my Zhao family unannounced? Shen Changqing offered no reply. Standing nearby, Hong Chung spoke first. The court has issued orders. Master Shen is now temporarily the county magistrate of Linen City. The title of county magistrate of Linen City, Zaulis pupils contracta. Although he heard the word temporarily, he understood that Shen Changqing's position transcended that of merely being a member of Jean Mosi. Some words he had intended to voice now found no outlet. Shen Changqing retrieved the judgment document, unfolded it, and read it aloud before all present. According to the investigation by Jean Moc, evidence of Zhao Fang's collusion with wicked forces is irrefutable, and his crimes are unforgivable. In accordance with the Qin's laws, anyone colluding with demonkind against humanity shall be treated as treason, punishable by death. Although the principal offender, Zhao Fang, has committed suicide out of fear of punishment, we cannot show leniency towards traitors. Therefore, the Zhao family shall face the execution of 9 clans as a warning to others. Upon finishing, Shen Changqing tucked away the judgment document, his expression stern. Seize them. With that, all the officers surged forward. Simultaneously, all members of the Zhao family, including servants and guards, were struck with horror. The decree of executing 9 clans echoed in their ears. Many were terrified to tears, and some fainted on the spot. Zhao Li's complexion turned ashen. Master Shen, the collusion with wicked forces was solely Zhao Fang's crime. To implicate the entire clan is excessively harsh. This is the court's decree. If you have any doubts, you may address them with the court. Shen Changqing spoke coldly, waving his hand decisively. Arrest everyone from the Zhao family and imprison them. Any who resist shall be executed on the spot. Yes, the multitude of officers received the order and immediately advanced towards the Zhao family. The guards, weapons in hand, trembled slightly, caught in a dilemma of whether to resist or surrender. Zhao Li stood rooted, his countenance fluctuating between despair and disbelief. He had not anticipated the court's judgment would arrive so swiftly. Just a few days had passed, and the decision had been rendered. He was even less prepared for the court to appoint someone from the Jinma division to temporarily assume the position of county magistrate following Zhao Fang's demise. Zhao Li had envisioned that the court's ruling would be accompanied by the arrival of a new magistrate, a process that could not be completed in mere days, as it typically took at least 10 days to half a month for news to arrive due to travel delays. However, as he beheld the encroaching officers, Zhao Li realized that everything had exceeded his expectations. The thought that imprisonment would obliterate any chance of resurgence filled him with dread. Kill, he commanded sharply, and the guards, along with some martial artists from the Zhao family, immediately retaliated against the advancing officers. As a prominent family in Linen City, the Zhao family was not without its experts. Although they lacked those skilled in channeling, they had several martial artists at the body tempering stage. To dare to resist was to court death. Shen Changqing's expression turned icy as he stepped forward with a swift motion, delivering a powerful palm strike. The force of his blow surged forth like a scorching wave, causing many to stagger back, and one guard was struck directly. He stood stunned for a moment before crumpling to the ground, lifeless, without even a cry of distress. In the blink of an eye, a life was extinguished. With Shen Changqing's current prowess, ordinary martial artists stood no chance against his strike. After slaying one, he did not pause, but continued to advance toward another guard. A martial artist of innate strength surged into a throng of opponents, all of whom were merely at the body tempering stage, mowing them down with ruthless efficiency. In just a few breaths, 7 or 8 guards and Zhao family members lay slain. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing remained unscathed. This scene left everyone utterly astounded. Those who had initially considered intervening were now paralyzed by fear of Shen Changqing's ferocity. Another palm strike followed, and one guard's head was crushed, blood exploding forth and splattering on his several onlookers, inciting terrified screams. Shen Changqing's gaze was frigid as he surveyed the crowd. From this moment on, should anyone else dare to act, I shall kill one. If 2 act together, I shall slay them both. Let us see how many from the Zhao family are worthy of death. His chilling voice sent shivers through every member of the Zhao family. Shen Changqing cast a glance at them before turning to Hong Cheng. Take them all away. Yes, the harshness of Shen Changqing's actions left everyone in a state of shock, and Hong Cheng and his men easily subdued the Zhao family members. Clad in chains and shackles, they were all marched toward the yamen. Shen Changqing stood to the side, refraining from further involvement. Among those being taken away were the elderly and infants, yet throughout the ordeal, his expression remained unchanged. For colluding with evil, there would be no mercy. As the two conversed, All members of the Zhao family had been ushered into the yamen. Observers clapped and cheered at the Zhao family's fate. Though the Zhao family was innocent, the people of Guo village were even more so. If leniency were shown to the Zhao family, it would set a precedent for others to follow suit in colluding with evil and harming the innocent, who would then advocate for the countless victims who had suffered. If, during their march to the yamen, they harbored mere suspicions, then the words of Shen Changqing had delivered a definitive sentence of death for the Zhao family. Everyone understood that their fate had long been sealed. Shui Cheng turned to his junior sister, whose delicate features bore a serious expression. Junior sister, while you may whisper such words to me, you must not speak them before outsiders. With a sigh, Shui Cheng patiently explained, you must understand that throughout history, those who have allied with evil have caused the suffering of countless human compatriots, leading to the sacrifice of tens of thousands. By noon tomorrow, the Zhao family will face execution in the east of the city. Let it be. This matter is not our concern. Let us drink and perhaps witness the execution tomorrow. The others at the table shook their heads and laughed. Since that time, the Great Qin had established laws that dictated that any who colluded with evil would bring ruin upon their entire clan. Indeed, the court has opened its eyes. As he received the news about Zhao Li, he had fortuitously arrived in Linen City. Alas, the Zhao family is finished. Their collusion with evil was justly punished. Were it not for the laws of Great Qin, who knows how many would have flocked to the Yongsheng alliance. The more who are executed, the fewer who would dare to ally with evil. Not long after, they cheered, "Let us drink." In this context, the laws that condemned entire clans and mandated public beheadings remained as ruthless as ever in Great Qin. In one person lamented this fate before raising his cup to drink. Were it not for his considerable strength and the reputation of the Guiyuan sword sect in Guangyuan Prefecture, he might have sympathized with the Zhao family, especially upon seeing those captured, including a mother cradling her infant. He felt discontent, aware that if he intervened, his own affiliation with the Guiyuan sword sect could be jeopardized. In their eyes, the Zhao family had brought this upon themselves. Hong Cheng and several others thoroughly searched the Zhao residence, ultimately seizing all items of interest to be brought back to the yamen. Blame it on your lineage as Zhao family members. Shen Changqing shook his head slightly, then turned to Hong Cheng. Once all Zhao family members are imprisoned, they shall be executed by noon tomorrow. Such words, if pursued, could be seen as a disregard for the laws of Great Qin, or worse, could lead to accusations of collusion with evil. The outcome became a topic of conversation among the populace. Shui Cheng cast a profound glance at Shen Changqing before taking Zhao Yu away. Afterward, he reflected on the trouble his junior sister had caused throughout their journey, as she had rarely ventured out before. But I merely spoke a few words. How could that be deemed collusion with evil? Zhao Yu, perceiving Shui Cheng's stern expression, felt a wave of dissatisfaction wash over her. Otherwise, you will bring calamity upon the Guiyuan sword sect. At that time, even the sect will be unable to protect you. Clad in martial attire and bearing a long sword, Shui Cheng gazed at the Zhao family members being taken to the yamen, sighing deeply. Today, they faced a raid and public execution. Thus, some thoughts are best kept to oneself, and even if expressed, should be done with prudence and in appropriate company. Perhaps he had already returned to the yamen, leaving only 2 officers to guard the entrance. The 4 words "well done" stirred a commotion among the onlookers. 2 individuals exchanged cups and savored their drinks, indulging in the moment for the sake of a friend. This caused Zhao Yu's complexion to pale. Just then, the chief scribe, Shen Changqing, emerged from the yamen, addressing the gathered populace with a resounding voice. At noon tomorrow, the Zhao family will be executed by beheading in the eastern part of the city. Some matters are not absolved merely by inaction. In the eyes of those with ulterior motives, a single statement can bestow upon you numerous accusations. Especially for me, as a member of the Guiyuan sword sect, I have many adversaries. Should they seize any incriminating evidence, they would undoubtedly exploit it to the fullest. Sacrificing my own sect is simply out of the question. The intent is to intimidate others, preventing them from colluding with malevolent forces. By the time news of the Zhao family's alleged collusion with evil entities spread, their reputation was already tarnished. Execution. The Zhao family dared to consort with evil and deserved to be exterminated. Understood. However, Zhao Li remained oblivious, believing that after sending out messages, Shui Cheng had not arrived in time, unaware that at the moment the Zhao family was sealed off, the adversary had already made their way to Linen City. In the eyes of all, leniency was not an option. Cui Cheng had no intention of defending the Zhao family. Instead, he dispatched others to confiscate the Zhao family's possessions, all of which would be deposited into the Yamen's treasury. They were biding their time. The entire Zhao family, numbering over 100, was forcibly taken to the Yamen, naturally drawing a crowd of onlookers. Meanwhile, he had refrained from acting initially, and now he was even less inclined to intervene. The Zhao family was destined for annihilation. Numerous citizens accompanied the Zhao family members to the Yamen, halting their steps. Cui Cheng earnestly cautioned them, and upon finishing, he felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. Beside Cui Cheng, Zhao Yu furrowed her brow, perhaps feeling a pang of compassion for the Zhao family due to their shared surname. Upon hearing the news, the souls of the thousands who perished in Guyu village would demand companionship in death from the Zhao family. How foolish of me to have once considered Zhao Feng a good official. Now, it seems, I was mistaken. The news of the Zhao family's imprisonment, compounded by the announcement of their execution, spread rapidly throughout the city, becoming common knowledge in mere moments. The public execution had sealed the Zhao family's fate. Although he shared a considerable bond with Zhao Li, personal ties could no longer resolve the present situation. There was no need to look further. Within the inner hall, Shi Sheng held a ledger, reporting various matters. Shen Changqing sat at the head of the table, leisurely sipping tea while attentively listening to every word spoken. Your Excellency, during the search of the Zhao residence, we discovered 3,000 taels of gold, 7,000 taels of silver, and several antique paintings, with an initial estimated value of around 20,000 taels. Chapter 41. An ominous foreboding, 3,000 taels of gold, 7,000 taels of silver, several antique paintings valued at 20,000 taels. Upon hearing Dong Qing Sheng's report, Shen Changqing's expression momentarily froze, and he could not help but exclaim, "Indeed, a clear governor for 3 years equates to 100,000 taels of snow-white silver. 3,000 taels of gold is equivalent to 30,000 taels of silver. Thus, the total amounts to 57,000 taels." Shi Sheng continued. In addition to these, the Zhao family owns several shops and properties in Linen City, currently estimated to be worth just over 150,000 taels. Combined with the previous findings, the total is approximately 210,000 taels. 210,000 taels. Shen Changqing took a deep breath. An ordinary household might only earn 1 or 2 taels of silver in a year at most. The Zhao family in Linen City is valued at 210,000 taels. One can only imagine how much Zhao Feng had extorted from the common people. Moreover, the Zhao family in Linen City is merely one of the main branches. In reality, the Zhao family has extended its reach across various regions. Upon careful calculation, combining the various branches might even surpass 500,000 taels. According to your orders, the antique paintings and properties will begin to be sold tomorrow, converted into cash to be deposited into the Yamen's treasury, to be transported to the capital along with tax revenues in the spring of next year. As he spoke, Shi Sheng handed the ledger to Shen Changqing. This contains specific records for your review. Shen Changqing accepted the ledger and examined it with diligence. After a while, he returned the ledger. Then let it be done accordingly. Yes. Shi Sheng acknowledged and withdrew. After a simple lunch, Shen Changqing did not go elsewhere, but remained in the Yamen, focusing on cultivating his Tianwu Gongqi. In his chamber, he sat cross-legged and took out a Tongmai Dan, swallowing it whole. Once the elixir entered his abdomen, it immediately transformed into a powerful wave of warmth. With a mere thought, Tianwu Jinqi surged from his dantian, merging with the warmth, and then surged toward a specific meridian. Boom! Thunderous sounds resonated within his body. What would typically require an entire night to break through was now effortlessly accomplished. As time passed, Shen Changqing periodically waited for the effects of the Tongmai Dan to wane before swallowing another. Thus, one by one, the Tongmai Dan were consumed. When he finally sought to retrieve another Tongmai Dan, he suddenly realized that the porcelain bottle was utterly empty. Gone. Shen Changqing's expression was one of shock, but he quickly felt at ease. A full bottle of Tongmai Dan contained only 8 pills at most. In normal circumstances, a martial artist would only consume one when encountering a bottleneck, relying on diligent practice to progress. Few would consume Tongmai Dan continuously as he had. However, the complete consumption of the Tongmai Dan yielded gratifying results. The Tianwu Jinqi within his dantian had significantly strengthened, although it could not contend with the pure yang Qi. It was no longer confined within the dantian, unable to move. The two formidable energies were subtly on the verge of conflict. Yet, the Tianwu Jinqi remained too weak to devour the pure yang Jinqi for the time being. Checking his status, he realized that the Tianwu Gangqi had advanced from the first level directly to the third level, aiming for the superior martial arts of the innate realm. Remarkably, he had progressed from the first to the third level in just half a day's effort, proving that utilizing external forces was indeed far quicker than solitary cultivation. Observing the data on the panel, Shen Changqing could not help but take a deep breath. If Tong Mai Dan were supplied in unlimited quantities, it was conceivable that he could reach the innate realm within a month without relying on the panel. This thought, however, was merely a fleeting notion. Firstly, the efficacy of the Tong Mai Dan was astounding, and its preciousness is self-evident. Acquiring it is undoubtedly challenging. Furthermore, even the finest elixirs bear potential negative effects, such as Dan poison. While consuming the Tong Mai Dan, Shen Changqing sensed that numerous impurities had begun to accumulate within his body. Fortunately, these impurities were refined by the pure yang Jinqi. Had the impurities been even 1 or 2 times stronger, even the pure yang Jinqi would have found it difficult to refine them. Forget it. The notion of consuming elixirs for cultivation is not feasible for now. For the moment, elevating the Tianwu Gangqi to the third level has already saved considerable time. Future acquisition of killing value can comprehensively enhance the Tianwu Gangqi. According to the convention that higher ranks entail greater consumption, Shen Changqing surmised that the enhancement of his 2 layers of Tianwu Gangqi had saved him at least 10 to 8 points of slaughter value. Slaying a creature on the verge of breaking through to the Yuan level had only granted him 15 points of slaughter value. This implied that a common U-level creature could contribute a maximum of around 10 points, perhaps even less. At this hour, the night had grown deep. Shen Changqing had expressly instructed that no one was to disturb him during his cultivation, which explained the absence of any knocks on his door. Upon concluding his training, he found the surroundings enveloped in complete darkness. Rising from his bed, Shen Changqing ignited the oil lamp in his chamber, which promptly dispelled much of the darkness. Yet, for reasons unknown, as the light banished the shadows, an uncomfortable sensation surged within him. This feeling instinctively caused Shen Changqing to furrow his brow. What could be amiss? This inexplicable surge of emotion left him feeling unsettled, though he could not articulate precisely what was wrong. It was rumored that the deeper a martial artist's cultivation, the more acute their instincts became. Now that he had reached the innate stage, it was possible that he might sense any impending danger. With this thought, Shen Changqing grew vigilant. Such caution was necessary. Despite the surface stability of Linen City, there were hidden currents beneath, threatening to erupt at any moment. Particularly, the recent arrest of the Zhao family had stirred quite a commotion. Wait, the Zhao family. The mere thought of them caused a change in Shen Changqing's expression. Could it be that someone was attempting a prison break? With this notion in mind, he swiftly exited his quarters. The full moon hung high in the sky, casting a glow that was still insufficient to illuminate the darkness. Especially within the inner hall of the yamen, most areas were lit by stone lanterns, which the guards would ignite at night, unlike other places shrouded in blackness. However, even with this light, his heart could not find peace. Someone is coming. Shen Changqing called out. Shortly after, a guard hurried over. Sir, what are your orders? The Zhao family members are all confined in the cells, right? They were all apprehended during the day. Has anything unusual occurred in the cells or the yamen? Nothing has been discovered. Chapter 42, Ambush. Noinamidis. Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. Could it be that his senses had betrayed him? Pondering this, he turned to the guard. Maintain strict surveillance. There must be no lapses. If even one person escapes, all will bear the consequences. Understood, sir. The guard trembled slightly, hastily bowing his head in compliance. Shen Changqing waved his hand, signaling the guard to depart. As he watched the figure of the guard retreat, his ominous premonition not only failed to diminish, but instead intensified. Something is definitely amiss. Shen Changqing's brow knitted deeply. He had never experienced such a powerful foreboding. The rustling of the leaves and the sounds of insects and birds abruptly ceased in that moment. If initially others were unaware that Zhao Fong belonged to the YNG Sage Ing M Ing, then during the Zhao family's raid, Surely some had come to realize the truth. Among the guards, only Hong Cheng could be considered a martial artist of the body refinement realm. Yet even in Shen Changqing's eyes, he appeared woefully weak. Standing in place for quite some time in the dead of night, the two words resurfaced in Shen Changqing's mind. Prison break. The YNGSH was founded by malevolent forces with the intent of sowing discord among humanity. Given the proximity, Shen Changqing fell into contemplation. The female corpse lay with stiff limbs, hair disheveled, her face grotesquely decomposed. One eye socket was devoid of an eyeball, leaving only a hollow darkness, while the other eye, infested with maggots, seemed to glare at him. Hours passed without any sign of disturbance. However, the sinister aura emanating from the malevolent beings was unmistakable. The closer they drew, the more palpable the sensation became. Thus, it did not take long for him to arrive at the corridor leading to the jail, where several guards, led by Hong Cheng, were patrolling with torches and swords. Observing the pitch-black corridor below, he recognized it as the only entrance to the prison, which lay beneath the yamen. Shen Changqing grasped a grass rope and forcefully extinguished it. The structure of the prison was not crafted from ordinary stone. Regardless of the angle, the YNGSH would have no reason to remain idle. Shen Changqing's resolve remained unshaken. Hong Cheng's expression grew grave, his words stirring a sense of foreboding within him. At this moment, before Shen Changqing could respond, not even a practitioner of the body refinement realm could be entirely confident in their ability to confront the situation. If they were to dig from another location, they could also gain access to the prison, but the noise would be substantial, and the difficulty would be immense. The wind howled. "Be cautious, sir." Even if the prison break were to ultimately fail, the current circumstances indicated that malevolent forces lurked nearby, though their exact location remained unknown. Should the YNGSH remain completely inactive, it would undoubtedly hinder future developments. What you mean is that there might be something attempting a prison break. But this matter is beyond your concern. A chilling aura, faint yet palpable, crept in from all directions, raising goosebumps uncontrollably. Shen Changqing caressed the hilt of his sword. A hint of a smile gracing his lips, though in the torchlight, it appeared rather sinister. He could not fathom why Shen Changqing had not chosen to rest in the inner hall, but instead came here. Amidst the howling wind, faint sounds of joyous children's laughter echoed, yet upon closer inspection, they seemed to morph into cries of anguish and rage. Zhao Feng was a member of the YNGSH with the Zhao family facing extermination. It was not beyond possibility for the YNGSH to make some move. The sound of the night watchman's bell rang intermittently. Pure yang true energy has surged. My subordinates and I are currently on high alert and have not detected any anomalies, Hong Cheng reported. Suddenly, he felt a tightening around his neck as a grass rope fell from the beam, attempting to hoist him up. "Sir!" In response, Shen Changqing summoned the pure yang true energy from his dantian, enveloping his entire being in an instant. Gripping the hilt of his sword as the blade was drawn, it erupted like flames, causing the temperature around him to rise sharply, dispelling the chilling presence entirely. "They have arrived." Shen Changqing felt no impatience, casting a glance at the entrance before fixing his gaze upon Hong Cheng. This indicated that something truly terrible might transpire. The scene before him suddenly shifted. He found himself in a place that had inexplicably transformed from a yamen into a dilapidated temple. To his mind, if malevolent beings intended to raid the prison, they must be intercepted completely, but if they opted not to proceed with the prison break, it would be best to remain undisturbed. If indeed malevolent forces did attempt a prison break, it would not be a trivial affair. In this manner, those who have joined the YNGSH will undoubtedly feel a stronger sense of belonging to the organization. The malevolent entities are formless and intangible. Upon hearing the news and witnessing SHNCH's arrival, the door frame swayed precariously, enshrouded in cobwebs. The howling wind intensified. SHNCHNGQ tightened his grip on the hilt of his blade, yet his expression remained serene, his gaze darting like lightning around his surroundings. "Furthermore, I have vanquished the malevolent entity at GUCN, and Zhuing also fell by my hand. As an organization capable of hindering the DQN, the YNGSH must possess considerable power, not to mention the malevolent forces standing behind it. In this regard, When confronting malevolent entities, if they do not reveal themselves, it is exceedingly difficult to ascertain their precise location. If any unusual occurrences arise, others will comprehend that peril has befallen them, and the YNGSH-ing will not remain idle. Since taking over the Yamen, SHNCH-NGQ-ing has garnered significant insights. Even during the construction of the prison, the court foresaw this possibility and implemented corresponding preventive measures. At this moment, HNCH-ing took a deep breath. SHNCH-NGQ-ing's words instantaneously illuminated certain truths for him, making him realize that remaining here would only hinder progress. Thus, he promptly summoned several bailiffs to depart. Standing still, an indistinct shadow abruptly descended from above, causing SHNCH-NGQ-ing's grip on the blade to tighten once more. Time trickled by, and, at the entrance of the prison, only SHNCH-NGQ-ing remained. I am eager to witness whether you possess the qualifications to attempt a prison break before me. The moonlight illuminated the scene, dispelling some of the darkness, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Initially taken aback, HNCH-ing soon stepped forward to pay his respects. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the shadow was, in fact, a hanged female corpse. Regardless of the circumstances, the YNGSH-ing must adopt a stance that can attract others to join while assuring the loyalty of its internal members. Thus, the probability of a prison break occurring prior to the beheading of the ZHO family is not insignificant. Shortly thereafter, having nearly confirmed his suspicions, SHNCH-NGQ-ing proceeded toward the outer hall. A chilling aura surged from within, and the female corpse before him writhed violently, as if striving to return to life, with decayed flesh and blood falling away with each struggle. From this point onward, I shall remain here to guard. You may all return, and do not venture out at the slightest sound. With a thunderous strike, the long blade severed the corpse, black blood splattering and mingling with rotting entrails on the ground, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed simultaneously. SHNCH-NGQ-ing witnessed the scene distort before his eyes, and in the next heartbeat, he found himself back inside the Yamen. The blade, enveloped in pure yang energy, emitted a sizzling sound, as if incinerating something, and a familiar essence surged along the blade into his body. Chapter 43. Possession. Gazing upon the display, the slaughter value escalated from 4 to 6. Evidently, that recent strike not only dispelled the illusion, but also inflicted some form of harm upon the malevolent entity. The increase in slaughter value indisputably attested to this. Simultaneously, it enlightened SHNCH-NGQ-ing to the realization that it was unnecessary to slay malevolent entities. Inflicting any form of harm would suffice to yield corresponding slaughter value. Long before in the Zen Y, he had already affirmed this when he acquired slaughter value from the remnants of demonic entities. To acquire slaughter value, there exists more than one avenue aside from slaying malevolent entities. The long blade hung low, its tip gently touching the ground. As SHNCH-NGQ-ing refrained from taking further action, it was certain that he would not relent so easily. The objects possessed by malevolent entities must be within a radius of 100 zhang. Cursed be it, I have only just broken through to the innate level. Although the transformation of pure yang energy has significantly enhanced its restraining effect on malevolent entities, aside from these two options, there are no alternatives. The recent confrontation revealed that the range of the illusion cast by the ghostly level entity spanned only 1,000 to 2,000 zhang, while its attack range remained within 100 zhang, never exceeding this limit. From the direct confrontation just now, it was clear that the strength of the malevolent entity was at most ghostly level, and it was even weaker than the one in GUCN. A sudden realization struck SHNCH-NGQ-ing, and without a moment's hesitation, he swung his blade toward HNCH-ing. Bold indeed. Are you attempting to rescue Zhao by besieging Wei? This is absurd. Innate. One failed attempt at action quickly led to a return of calm. Adding to the previous ghostly level entity, there now existed a total of 2 malevolent entities within the Yamen. A person rushed over in a state of panic. The worst-case scenario had indeed come to pass. Consequently, a cacophony erupted from another side of the Yamen, creating quite a disturbance. SHNCH-NGQ-ing tightened his grip on the long blade, casting a cold gaze toward the opposite direction, where flickering flames indicated that a battle was underway. The malevolent entities had launched an assault. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing was engulfed in fury. He refrained from withdrawing his blade and instead launched an assault with his other hand, unleashing a fierce gust of energy that clashed violently with his opponent's palm. His mind was wholly concentrated, and he summoned the pure yang energy, permeating his limbs and elevating his state to its zenith. Within his line of sight, numerous entities existed, making it impossible to ascertain which was the vessel possessed by the malevolent entity. To his astonishment, the previously panicked Ching bore a sinister smile. And in the next instant, he deftly evaded the long blade's attack, his calloused hands sprouting sharp claws aimed directly at Ngqing's chest. A test. The Yngshing not only dispatched malevolent entities to stage a prison break, but also sent forth a vengeful level specter. The swirling dark energy by his side surged. Even prior to his breakthrough, Ngqing was confident he could dispatch his adversary. A pallid hand collided with the long blade, resulting in an immediate retreat. The influence of the malevolent entity's illusion is determined by the disparity in strength. Ngqing uttered a few words, his voice as frigid as the depths of winter. Were it not for the yamen, he would have contemplated setting it ablaze. Having now broken through to the innate level, at this moment, Ngqing took a step forward, seeking to capture the position of the malevolent entity. However, it vanished too swiftly, and by the time he arrived, he had grasped at empty air. My lord, a crisis has arisen. A vengeful level specter. In essence, within a quarter of an hour, even if the vessel possessed by the malevolent entity could not be located, it might still be possible to slay it. Ngqing remained motionless, allowing the dark energy to encroach upon him. Suddenly, Ngqing's body surged into motion, the long blade slicing through the air like a thunderbolt, a scorching wave sweeping outward. Wait, at present, there are only two solutions. Either I must slay it with overwhelming force the next time it appears, or I must locate the place where it is possessed. Bang! What has transpired? Ngqing glanced at Ching, who stumbled toward him, his brow furrowing once more. The malevolent entity was indeed tenacious. Without finding a flaw, he could only endure the assault. His ears twitched, catching faint sounds, followed by a surge of dark energy at his side. Should a formidable, vengeful level specter make its move, Ngqing could not guarantee he would emerge unscathed. The atmosphere grew quiet once more. A piercing scream echoed, causing the malevolent entity to retreat. The preceding confrontation had made the demon aware of his formidable strength, hence it no longer dared to attack recklessly, opting instead for cautious probing. Time passed. Shen Changqing's concern had never been the ghostly beings of the U-level. His true fear lay in the possibility of the everlasting alliance dispatching entities of greater power. Standing at the entrance of the prison, Shen resembled an iron tower, resolute and immobile. He understood that when the moment was ripe, he too would act. Yet, he felt a tinge of helplessness. The demoness possession could manifest not only within the confines of the yamen, but also outside its walls. Hong Cheng's body recoiled, his arm twisted painfully, and though his pale bones pierced through his flesh, revealing raw wounds, his expression bore no trace of agony, only a look of shock directed at Shen Changqing. With a steely gaze, Shen observed the shifting dynamics around him. The resentment-level entities were no longer confined to inanimate objects. They could now directly inhabit living beings, manipulating their every action. Firmly gripping his blade, Shen heightened his senses to detect even the slightest changes in his surroundings. The U-level demon was injured and unlikely to strike again without hesitation, as long as he remained. The possibility of a successful prison break by the demons was negligible, provided no formidable demon appeared. This time, however, Shen Changqing focused intently. It was a battle of endurance. The greatest challenge in dealing with demons lay in their intangible essence. Without identifying the object of their possession, it was exceedingly difficult to counter them. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of these entities, he felt uncertain. Presently, he was at a disadvantage. He could either stay to ensure the demons could not execute a prison break or abandon the Zhao family to rescue others. Before him, Hong Cheng was in a state of possession, waiting for a decisive opportunity. Not long after, he disregarded the presence of the U-level demon, internally cursing. As the malevolent energy approached within 3 feet of his body, it suddenly dissipated as if it had never existed. It could either be inside or outside the yamen, but would not be too far away. Regrettably, he could not leave. This attack on the yamen was undoubtedly aimed at the Zhao family. Hong Cheng appeared devoid of bloodstains, his face a mask of panic, yet something about him seemed oddly off. Shen Changqing smirked inwardly. The overwhelming force shattered his nails, twisting his arm under its might. Before he achieved his breakthrough, he lacked such power. However, after his ascension, his pure yang energy had transformed entirely. Without further ado, Shen took a step forward, lunging toward Hong Cheng with lethal intent. The long blade sliced through the air with a thunderous sound. Chapter 44. 2 demons. Hong Cheng moved with ghostly swiftness. Despite his severely twisted right arm, it did not severely hinder him. The two engaged in combat on the open ground, their figures blurring with speed, leaving ordinary observers unable to follow. A chilling aura mingled with waves of heat. With a thunderous roar, Shen's long knife cut through, but Hong Cheng managed to evade, allowing Shen to seize the moment and strike with his other hand in a crushing blow. Iron Sandpalm. His palm glowed crimson, like a searing iron brand, imprinting itself upon Hong Cheng, producing an acrid scent of charred flesh. A piercing scream erupted as Hong Cheng was sent sprawling. At that moment, Shen recognized the voice. The sound of tearing fabric accompanied the desperate shrieks as a ghostly figure was cleaved in two by Shen's blade. Turning his head, he caught sight of a furtive silhouette. The resentment-level demon had made its move, one aimed at rescuing the Zhao family, while the other sought to assassinate others within the yamen. The Everlasting Alliance had dispatched 2 demons. One was a disheveled figure with a decaying visage, reminiscent of the female corpse he had encountered in the dilapidated temple's illusion. As he withdrew, Shen took a moment to assess his own status. The Everlasting Alliance had sent 2 demons. Having slain one, the other had fled, exposing his strength. Though it was unlikely the Alliance would act swiftly, unforeseen events could arise. Shen inhaled deeply, his gaze sweeping back and forth between the 2 demons, noticing the grotesque injuries on their backs slowly mending. Blood gushed from the severed remains. His pure yang energy had diminished by more than half. Caught off guard, Hong Cheng suffered a crushing blow, his sternum collapsing as he staggered backward. Shen Changqing trembled, his speech faltering, especially upon seeing Shen, knife in hand. With blood still dripping from its tip, his heart raced uncontrollably. Regardless of whether the demon would relinquish control of Hong Cheng's body, the latter was destined for demise. The long blade swept through the air, severing the colossal head. As expected, the ensuing chaos unfolded. Yet, no matter the outcome, Shen's heart remained unperturbed. However, he could not discern the exact visage from afar. Shen silently replenished his strength from the previous battle. The demon had lost its left arm, leaving only its right intact. Capable of withstanding 2 demons, Shen commanded his will to elevate his power further. With a mere thought, he transcended the limits of his martial prowess, having achieved a state where his energy flowed freely. Possessing high-tier Tianwu-Gangqi, there was no need to further enhance his pure yang technique. Simultaneously, he ascended to the 5th layer of Tianwu-Gangqi. Sheathing his long knife, Shen understood his position. He stood firm, equally potent as the force that shattered stone. The resentful demon was advancing toward him. Familiar with this state, he braced himself against the overwhelming onslaught of malevolent energy. Shen Changqing forced himself to remain composed. Yet as he beheld Hong Cheng's lifeless body, he swallowed hard. Reporting to you, my lord, I was initially asleep, but upon hearing the commotion, I rushed to the quarters of the Yamen-s guards. He still sought to escape. With Shen Changqing's cowardice, it was improbable he would have rushed to the noise immediately. More likely, he had waited until all was quiet before daring to investigate. Shen Changqing bellowed in fury, stamping his right foot onto the ground, shattering the blue stone tiles. Utilizing this force, he propelled himself into the air, bringing his blade down viciously upon the white figure. Among the 2 demons, the injured U-Level 1 was the easiest to eliminate. Confronted with Shen's full power, the malevolent energy enveloping the female corpse flickered like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. This was the very U-Level demon that had previously ambushed him, now awaiting its fate. The slaughter value consumed 4 points, and the Tianwu-Gangqi surged to the fourth layer. Other matters were no longer his concern. The figure dared to approach with a trembling gait, and as it drew near, the visage of Shen Changqing was revealed. Having slain a resentful grade specter, considerable gains were undoubtedly accrued. Upon the elevation of Tian Wu Gang Qi to the 8th tier, the true energy within the Dantian underwent a remarkable transformation, becoming both denser and more formidable. They have all emerged, just as Shen Changqing was advancing. The female corpse seemed to sense the impending danger, dissipating like mist, as if it had never existed. A profound sense of weakness surged within Shen Changqing, causing his complexion to pale. It was evident that upon glancing back at the female corpse, she had vanished without a trace. Despite the fierce intensity of the battle, no official from the Yamen had come to investigate. Coupled with the earlier commotion in other areas of the Yamen, it suggested either a total annihilation of personnel or that the survivors were hiding in fear. A sudden collision from behind revealed that the dismembered specter was undoubtedly under the command of the resentful grade specter that had possessed Hong Chang. The malevolent entity had been vanquished by my hand, and for the time being, no significant movements were expected. You must send someone immediately to handle the bodies of Hong Chang and the others, ensuring that all due compensations are properly addressed. A sharp, piercing scream erupted. A white figure emerged from the corpse, darting away at lightning speed. Under the influence of Shen Changqing's thoughts, the Tian Wu Gang Qi began to steadily rise. A surge of chilling energy enveloped him, bringing about a painful sensation. He heightened his perception to the maximum. Thus, the blade aimed at the female corpse was abruptly retracted. Shen Changqing shifted his body slightly, falling back into a collision with Hong Chang. Here, the adversary's motives extended beyond a mere prison break. They sought to eliminate all personnel within the Yamen to avenge the peculiar slayings in Guyu village. As for why the opponent had not perished, it could only be attributed to fortunate circumstances, as the malevolent entity had yet to target him. Who dares to show themselves? Shen Changqing nodded with satisfaction, considering it the sole good news of the night. Receiving a confirmed response, Shen Changqing smirked. In the next moment, his body shot forth like an arrow, directly assaulting the specter. He withdrew his blade and retreated to the entrance of the prison, finally able to discern the nature of the ambush. Despite the battle appearing brief, every moment was lethal, consuming an extraordinary amount of energy. The specter from Guyu village, being below the resentful grade, had already contributed 15 points to his kill value, and the specter possessing Hong Chang was unlikely to be inferior. 32 points would significantly enhance my strength. Conversely, Shen Changqing had reached his limits. Regrettably, by the time I arrived, several had already turned into desiccated corpses. From the current situation, it was evident that the Eternal Life Alliance had only dispatched 2 specters. Taking a step to the left, his long blade sliced through the air, revealing the figure of the female corpse that had been concealed in an otherwise empty space. A successful strike. From the moment Hong Chang was possessed by the malevolent entity, he was effectively deceased. Unlike before, the adversary now bore a look of panic, especially upon seeing Hong Chang's dismembered body on the ground. Their complexion turned an alarming shade of white. This rapid enhancement had led to a depletion of vitality. Seizing the opportunity, a faint sound echoed. 2 specters, one at the ghostly level and the other at the resentful level, indeed indicated that the Eternal Life Alliance held me in high regard. Shen Changqing twisted his body, his long blade whistling as it aimed for Hong Chang's neck. With the Tian Wu Gang Qi at the 4th tier, the quality of true energy in the Dantian had significantly increased, despite some depletion of vitality, remaining within acceptable limits. Later, upon hearing commotion, I rushed to investigate, only to find that the master had just slain the malevolent entity. But Lord Shen, a decision was made. The atmosphere fell silent. Shen Changqing landed. A trembling voice pierced the still night, yet the figure dared not approach. Choosing the path of least resistance, Shen Changqing calmly stated, a malevolent entity attacked the Yamen. Hong Chang was possessed and subsequently slain by me. What is the situation in other areas? In response, Shen Changqing's long blade passed under his arm, the searing blade exuding a sizzling sound as it met the chilling air. As he gazed upon Hong Chang's corpse, his expression darkened, devoid of any joy from dispatching the specter. The kill value displayed on the panel surged from 6 to 32 points. Only the dismembered body of Hong Chung lay quietly, blood pooling around it. The hierarchy of the specters was severe. After slaying several Yamen officers and possessing Hong Chung, the specter, just as the female corpse was to be dispatched, approached with a ghostly intent to strike at Shen Changqing's back, excluding his original 6 points. The resentful grade specter contributed a direct 26 points to his kill value. Even with the 13th Tai Bao's mastery at the 15th tier, the defenses were forcibly breached, and the inner energy concealed within his body erupted, obstructing the onslaught. At the 7th tier, an overwhelming chill enveloped him, yet Shen Changqing's expression revealed no fear. Rather, a sinister smile emerged. The fact that a seemingly ineffectual clerk had managed to survive until now astonished him. After a long while, to ensure absolute certainty, enhancing strength became an urgent necessity. It was evident that upon seeing this, Shi Qingsheng nodded in agreement. I shall obey your commands. The resentful grade specter, realizing the prison break had failed, rushed to provide assistance, temporarily sparing Shi Qingsheng. Shen Changqing's thoughts were already fixated on the Tian Wu Gang Qi. For now, the Tian Wu Gang Qi could only be elevated to the 8th tier. The remainder would require some recovery before the next enhancement could be initiated. Nevertheless, even at this level, the 8th tier of Tian Wu Gang Qi would allow a martial artist to formally enter the innate realm. Chapter 45, The Bloodied Executioner. The ascent to the 8th tier from the 3rd consumed a total of 20 kill points. Observing the remaining 12 kill points, Shen Changqing refrained from further expenditure. Calming his mind, he summoned the true energy of Tian Wu from within the Dantian, immediately generating a robust force. With a thin layer of Gang Qi coalescing around his body, extending approximately a foot in radius. Tian Wu Gang Qi. Upon seeing the pale aura, Shen Changqing understood that this marked the manifestation of the martial art derived from breaking through the innate level. The martial art, Tian Wu Gang Qi, was aptly named for this reason. The innate realm is divided into inner and outer gang. At present, the Tian Wu Gang Qi bore some resemblance to the outer gang, though remained unclear how it would compare to genuine outer gang. Gazing at the layer of Gang Qi, Shen Changqing smiled faintly. The breakthrough to the 8th tier signifies entry into the innate realm. Achieving perfection thereafter would enable direct access to the outer gang state. When that time arrives, the combination of outer gang and Tian Wu Gang Qi will yield astonishing defenses. At this moment, the true energy within the Dantian clashed with the pure Yang true energy, neither yielding. The tremor caused Shen Changqing's smile to vanish. Forgotten is the fact that different types of true Qi, upon reaching the same level, will inevitably lead to incompatible conflicts. With a renewed focus, Shen Changqing endeavored to harmonize the two streams of true Qi, managing to suppress the turmoil for the time being. Thus, the issue of true Qi conflict was temporarily resolved. As long as he refrained from excessive use of true Qi, no significant troubles would arise. Contemplating this, Shen Changqing raised his gaze to the sky, which was now tinged with the pale light of dawn. At that moment, Shi Qingsheng had gone out to seek assistance. Returned. Not all the constables remained at the Yamen. They rotated shifts daily. This rotation was also the reason why the constables within the Yamen had not suffered complete annihilation the previous night. Upon seeing Shi Qingsheng return, Shen Changqing immediately instructed, prepare some food to replenish my vital energy and blood, and bring it to my chamber at once. Yes. Shi Qingsheng responded respectfully, albeit puzzled. Subsequently, Shen Changqing addressed the remaining constables. Some of you stay here. It is imperative that no mistakes occur. The rest shall attend to the bodies within the Yamen. We obey. Though the constables felt a sense of dread upon seeing Hong Cheng's corpse, they dutifully accepted their orders. After giving the necessary commands, Shen Changqing retreated to his chamber. With dawn breaking, it was likely that the escaped demon had returned to report back. Leaving a few constables to guard the area would pose no significant risk. In half an hour, Shi Qingsheng delivered all the provisions, filling the table with an abundance of food meant to replenish vital energy and blood. With no one else around, Shen Changqing wasted no time. He began to feast voraciously. With his energy depleting, replenishing it was paramount. Before long, he had consumed more than half of the spread before him. With a steady mind, he initiated the next phase of his cultivation. This time, however, His focus was not on TNWG and Q, but rather on the SHNTIB OH Ing. The 15th level of SHNTIB OH Ing could directly provide the vital energy necessary for ascending to the innate realm. But further advancements beyond that would be insufficient without strengthening his foundational energy. Shen Changqing harbored concerns. Should he fail to replenish his vital energy and continue to elevate TNWG in Q, he risked being drained by that overwhelming force. Making a decisive choice. His killing value shifted from 12 to 7, and SHNTIB OH Ing transformed directly to the 16th level. In an instant, his bones resonated with a powerful surge of energy erupting from a certain point within his body. The injuries on his back suddenly itched, and as he reached back to scratch, he noticed scabs falling away. Thus, the enhancement of SHNTIB OH Ing concluded. However, concurrently, a slight sensation of hunger washed over him, causing Shen Changqing to frown slightly. Hunger? Could the enhancement of SHNTIB OH Ing also incur cost? He had always believed that external cultivation methods differed from internal ones, with no significant energy expenditure during improvements, as past enhancements had not resulted in noticeable losses. Yet now, the hunger pangs indicated that SHNTIB OH Ing indeed had its own consumption. The difference was that the energy expenditure during earlier enhancements had been minimal, and Shen Changqing, not paying close attention, had overlooked it. The breakthrough from the 15th to the 16th level represented a substantial transformation, naturally resulting in increased consumption. Not to mention, the killing value had shifted from a mere 3 points to 5 points in expenditure, clearly illustrating the escalation. Fortunately, there remained uneaten provisions on the table, and utilizing the food mint to replenish vital energy to stave off hunger was a viable option. Swiftly, Shen Changqing consumed a considerable portion of the remaining food, which alleviated his hunger. Glancing at the interface, he promptly entered the next round of enhancement. The killing value consumed was 4 points, propelling TNWG Ing Q from the 8th level directly to the 9th level. A powerful gravitational force erupted from his dantian, swiftly depleting a significant portion of his vital energy. To an observer, Shen Changqing appeared pale and devoid of color. Without hesitation, he hastily grabbed the remaining food on the table, shoving it into his mouth. As his true qi waned, he transformed the sustenance into vital energy continuously, thus partially replenishing his reserves. With a sigh of relief, Shen Changqing surveyed the remaining 3 points of killing value, opting not to utilize them further. It was impractical. Even the least demanding enhancements required 4 points of killing value, rendering the 3 points insufficient for any meaningful application. With TNWG Ing Q at the 9th level, he had surpassed the 11th level of CHNY Ing entirely. Thus, he could now employ TNWG Ing Q to begin assimilating CHNY Ing Q. Shen Changqing settled onto his bed, assuming a meditative posture. The matter of true qi conflict was grave and required immediate resolution. The 8th level of TNWG Ing Q merely equated to CHNY Ing Q, unable to devour it. However, the 9th level posed no such issues. With a calm mind, Shen Changqing directed TNWG Ing Q towards CHNY Ing Q for absorption. Ordinarily, while TNWG Ing Q was somewhat superior to CHNY Ing Q, complete absorption was no simple task. Nevertheless, with Shen Changqing as the driving force, CHNY Ing Q was subjected to overwhelming damage. Initially, CHNY Ing Q managed to struggle, but as the TNWs Ing Q continued to refine and increase in quantity, the rate of absorption accelerated significantly. Within the span of 2 hours, CHNY Ing Q was entirely consumed. Consequently, TNWs Ing Q had become exceedingly potent. Under Shen Changqing's command, it surged towards the other meridians and acupoints within his body. The torrent of true qi roared like a raging river, the sound of crashing waves echoing throughout the room. As TNWs Ing Q broke through, the temperature within the chamber soared. After an indeterminate period, a knock resounded at the door. Knock, knock. Shen Changqing abruptly ceased his cultivation. Who is it? My lord, noon is approaching. The Zhao family is to be executed in the eastern city. Your presence is required to oversee the execution. Shen Changqing's voice called from outside. Overseeing an execution? Shen Changqing recalled this obligation. I understand. You may leave. Shen Changqing acknowledged and departed, the sound of his footsteps fading away. Once he was alone, Shen Changqing refocused his attention on himself. Name: Shen Changqing. Influence: DQNZ-NMS Identity, ou NGJCH-MSH. Martial arts: SHSNTIB, OH Ingli NG Ing. 16th level, cannot be enhanced. TNWG Ing Q. 11th level, cannot be enhanced. QSHD OF, 2nd level. TSHH Ing, 2nd level. Killing value: 3. The interface displayed that the CH in Ying G Ing had completely vanished. And although Shen Changqing retained memories of CH in Ying G Ing in his mind, it could not be reflected on the interface. Had the consumption of CH in Ying ZH in Q rendered CH in Ying G Ing a permanent loss? Incorrect. Yet the absence of its display on the interface signifies that it can no longer be enhanced through slaughter value. Observing the attributes on the panel, SHNCHNGQ Ing discerned a deeper understanding of this unique ability. A martial art can only manifest on the panel once. Once a martial art is abolished, it will no longer appear on the interface. One can cultivate according to memory, but the path of shortcuts is no longer available. Regarding this, SHNCHNGQ Ing found himself accepting the situation, although CH in Ying G Ing was lost. The innate purity of CH in Ying Q nourished TNWG Q, elevating the TNWG NGQ martial art directly from the 9th layer to the 11th layer. The 11th layer of TNWG NGQ is already nearing perfection. Once the 12th layer of TNWG NGQ is perfected, he will completely transcend into the realm of WIG Ing. Mother is not only valits. SHNCH NGQ Ing extended a hand, unleashing his true chi, and his palm instantly turned crimson, akin to a heated iron. The absorption of CH Ying ZH Ing Q infused TNW's Ing Q with CH Ying attributes. The intense heat was the finest testament to this transformation. Such an unexpected gain was a delightful surprise. The greatest advantage of CH Ying ZH Ing Q lies in its restraint against demonic entities. Now, this advantage has been grafted onto TNWH Ing Q, endowing it with significant efficacy against such beings. In this light, sacrificing CH Ying ZH Ing Q proved to be exceedingly beneficial. SH and CH NGQ Ing smiled. The increase of 2 layers in TNWG NGQ saved him 10 points of slaughter value. And the true Chi S attributes now bore the effects of CH Ing, greatly augmenting its power. Compared to before, his strength had seen considerable enhancement. Rising from his bed, SHNCH NGQ Ing retrieved the official attire handed to him by SHQ NGSH Ing and donned it. Standing before the mirror, he observed his own reflection adorned with a black cap, exuding a certain martial elegance. Yet, despite the official garb, he was acutely aware that he might not be a righteous figure, but rather a blood-stained executioner. Chapter 46. Collusion with demonic forces, no mercy today. The city of LNN buzzed with an unusual vigor, far more lively than usual, for it was the day of the Zhao family's execution. The Zhao family was considered a prominent and noble lineage in LNN. Having ruled for 20 years, Zhao F. Ing reaped significant benefits, and the family's influence burgeoned swiftly. To the common folk of LNN, the Zhao family represented authority itself. However, the tides had turned. The Zhao family faced confiscation and annihilation, their former prestige utterly diminished. As numerous officials transported the Zhao family members toward the execution grounds and prisoner carts, a crowd of onlookers was drawn to the spectacle. During the Zhao family's heyday, many had served them and enjoyed the fruits of their power. Now, as the family faced ruin, they were compelled to confront the consequences of their past allegiances. SHNCHNGQ Ing raised his hand, interrupting the discourse. It is noon. Let the execution commence. Bring the condemned forward. At the forefront of the execution site, a shaded pavilion had been erected, where Shen Changqing sat, while Shen Changqing stood beside him, awaiting orders. Upon hearing these words, a thought crossed his mind amidst the chaos of these turbulent times. Could it be that this Lord Shen is likely an innate strongman? However, upon noticing Changqing avoiding his gaze, the flicker of hope that had just arisen vanished without a trace. The available prisoner carts were limited, forcing the officials to cram the captives together. Shen Changqing observed silently from his seat. Standing at the execution site, the shackled Zhao El suddenly caught sight of Changqing in the crowd, igniting a glimmer of hope within him. "No, I don't want to die," he cried. But the Eternal Life Alliance had already suffered a setback. In an instant, another head fell. Some executioners paused momentarily to rest. Zhao Feng was affiliated with the Eternal Life Alliance, and as the Zhao family faced confiscation and extermination, the alliance would undoubtedly take action. Shen Changqing's strength was evident. Upon returning, they must thoroughly investigate this Lord Shen. He could pose a formidable obstacle in our quest for the blood of demons. A heap of corpses accumulated, a sight both harrowing and grotesque. On the other side of the crowd, two young men watched the unfolding execution scene, witnessing the continuous decapitations of the Zhao family members. Changqing felt a wave of nausea, yet Shen Changqing, seated within the pavilion, displayed no change in expression. His gaze as still as a tranquil pond. The officials in front of the prisoner carts opened several of them forcefully, dragging the occupants out. Some cried out, desperately resisting, while others, their faces devoid of emotion, allowed themselves to be pulled forth. With Zhao El's demise, Changqing's wariness heightened, especially upon realizing that Shen Changqing might be an innate strongman. After all, having failed once, the Eternal Life Alliance would surely come prepared for a second attempt. Changqing glanced at his pale-faced junior sister and shook his head. Observe closely. To navigate the Jianghu, one must ultimately confront these realities. Adapting now will serve you well in the future. My lord, Zhao Yu could only suppress her discomfort upon hearing Changqing's words. Glancing at the prisoner carts, Zhao El turned her gaze towards the pavilion. Zhao Yu's eyes widened in shock as she beheld Shen Changqing, who rode at the forefront. This county magistrate's strength was far from simplistic. The indifference he exhibited towards life was chilling. As the blade fell, any innate strongman commands a significant status within the Jianghu. Some practitioners observed the scene quietly. Within the Guiyuan sword sect, the strongest among them was merely innate. Changqing sighed suddenly. It was Zhao Feng's collusion with demonic forces that led to this outcome, betraying humanity. Had the Eternal Life Alliance succeeded yesterday, today would not have witnessed the Zhao family's execution. The foundation of the Demon-Suppression Division far surpasses that of any Jianghu sect. I am merely a servant of the Zhao family. I am innocent. This illustrates why Zhao Feng, in collusion with demonic forces, must be punished. While we must face death, I cannot accept. In the Jianghu, witnessing the severed heads and the overwhelming stench of blood stirred a tumult within her stomach, bringing forth the urge to retch. Zhao El's face was anxious, yearning for more words. One by one, Zhao family members were led to the execution site for decapitation, all crying out for their lives, yet their pleas fell on deaf ears. Time passed slowly. Suddenly, officials approached, forcefully restraining Zhao El as the prepared executioner. Taking a swig of wine, spat it onto the gleaming blade before swiftly bringing it down. With the order given, the issue also involved questions of opportunity. Those servants and guards had signed contracts of servitude, and in principle, they were considered part of the Zhao family. Reporting to my lord, all 187 members of the Zhao family have been executed. What should we do next? It must be noted that collusion with demonic forces is an unforgivable crime. Despite feeling uneasy, he had no intention of leaving. As such, corpses lay scattered everywhere. A gruesome scene unfolded, eliciting cries of horror from the onlookers, while the Zhao family members stood pallid with dread. It was evident that the executions today would not be limited to those present. Branches of the Zhao family across various regions would likely meet a similar fate. To him, there were no innocents among the Zhao clan. If they could not endure such spectacles, how would they navigate the treacherous waters of the Jianghu in the future? As the saying goes, know thyself and know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. A deeper understanding could only serve to fortify one's position. This esteemed Lord Shen was truly merciless. In the East City, at the execution ground, the Zhao family members were systematically beheaded. The newly appointed magistrate was formidable indeed. A convoy of over 20 prison carts, each laden with 6 or 7 individuals, stirred Zhao Minji's desire to rush forward. Cui Cheng's expression was one of somber reflection. The prison carts bearing the Zhao clan's members halted beside the execution site. The power capable of annihilating an entire village of malevolent beings likely resided within the mid to late stages of the Tongmai realm. Even so, they had been vanquished by that individual. The Eternal Life Alliance, though backed by evil forces, was now under the control of its own kind. Despite their formidable strength, they had failed to rescue their kin. They were not fools. The loss of a being comparable to the mid-Tongmai realm necessitated the dispatching of a stronger individual, one whose prowess would at least match that of the late Tongmai realm, if not ascend to the innate level. Yet, the path to transcendence was not a brief endeavor, even for those already in the late Tongmai realm. Brother, what does our Tian Dao Min's acquisition of demonic blood have to do with him? Does the court intend to intervene? Asked Xiao Chu, his face betraying confusion. Zhao Yu nodded in understanding, her gaze shifting to Shen Changqing's retreating figure, which seemed to reflect a subtle change. Were he a member of the Eternal Life Alliance, cognizant of Shen Changqing's might, he would undoubtedly refrain from sending weaker individuals to their doom. The previous night's skirmish at the magistrate's office was likely a complete extermination of its personnel by the Eternal Life Alliance. The pungent scent of blood overwhelmed many, inciting a visceral discomfort. Shen Changqing's countenance remained icy as he issued orders. A deluge of blood flowed upon the execution ground, rendering it indistinguishable from a mountain of corpses. The blade fell, severing heads from bodies. Zhao Yu tugged at Cui Cheng's sleeve, her speech faltering. Zhao Minji's anguished cries echoed, still incredulous that the once mighty Zhao family could find themselves subdued and executed one by one. It appears I was mistaken. In an instant, blood stained the execution platform. The executioners, though few, expended considerable energy to ensure each strike was fatal. Shen Changqing's demeanor was impassive. I act in accordance with the law. The court's decree dictates the punishment extends to the 9 generations of the guilty, and so it shall be. Xiao Bo shook his head slightly, offering a patient explanation. With each execution, officials would remove the bodies, discarding them to the side. Shen Changqing gestured, issuing commands. The heads continued to roll. At the execution ground, amidst the crowd, while some officials had perished, the beheading of the Zhao family members spoke volumes. They could only blame their lineage. Another execution, Zhao Li proclaimed decisively, kneeling without hesitation. Beside him, Zhao Yu's youthful face reflected puzzlement. Brother, why do you say this? Lord Shen, the Zhao family acknowledges their grave sins and has no objections to the court's judgment. However, some clan members are innocent. Might you consider sparing them, granting them a chance at life? The court's involvement was uncertain, yet it was conceivable that Lord Shen harbored intentions regarding the demonic blood. The previous night's disturbance at the magistrate's office had been instigated by the Eternal Life Alliance's forces. Cui Cheng minten acalm de minor. Observing the prison carts transporting the Zhao family, Zhao Yu's face had turned ashen. Some were direct descendants, while others were mere servants, regardless of their pleas. None could escape the fate of decapitation. Shi Qingsheng reported in a low voice, his face equally pale. Even if not innate, those dispatched were undeniably formidable. Initially, he believed the Demon-Suppression Division, preoccupied with various evils, would not send many strong individuals to a small place like Linen City. Xiao Bo's voice was grave, his expression stern. It took nearly 2 hours to execute all the Zhao family members. While the number of martial artists in the Tongmai realm was considerable, it dwindled significantly at the innate level. Nonetheless, even with this reality, Cui Cheng could foresee greater implications. Father, master, brother, should we not return? Yet, as he took a step, he was forcibly subdued by the officials on either side, compelled to kneel. The previous night's ruckus had drawn considerable attention. Today, the officials displayed several corpses, revealing the deaths of numerous individuals. If his deductions were correct, the assailants from last night were indeed the formidable beings of the Eternal Life Alliance. Shen Changqing nodded slightly, rising from his seat to step outside the pavilion. gazing upon the accumulated corpses. The Zhao family, having colluded with evil forces and betrayed humanity, had met their end according to the laws of the Great Qin. And now I command that all Zhao corpses be cremated without exception. Moreover, I hope others take heed. Anyone who conspires with evil and betrays humanity will face the same fate, with the punishment extending to their 9 generations, without mercy. Chapter 47. Fury. The punishment extends to 9 generations. No mercy shall be shown. Though Shen Changqing's words were not heavy, the sight of the bloodied scene resonated more powerfully than any severe admonition. Soon, officials began to load the Zhao corpses onto prepared carts, transporting them outside the city for cremation. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing returned to the magistrate's office to change out of his official robes before heading to the Yongfu pawn shop. Upon encountering Situ Bei, he addressed the matter directly. Last night, the Eternal Life Alliance dispatched 2 demonic beings to attack the magistrate's office. They could not have done so without reason. Linen City surely harbors a base for the Eternal Life Alliance. I will not pursue your negligence, but I require the Tianxia guards to locate that base within 2 days. If they fail, a new batch of guards will replace the current ones in Linen City. Shen Changqing's expression was frigid, devoid of the usual cordiality. Understood. Situ Bei felt a chill run down his spine at the sight of Shen's demeanor. The Tianxia guards had indeed received news of the previous night's skirmish, yet their primary role was intelligence gathering, and their combat capabilities were rather average, which explained their failure to send reinforcements. Now that Shen Changqing had personally come to seek accountability, he could only endure the reprimand. It was evident that the events of the previous night had indeed incensed Shen Changqing. If there were no updates on the demonic being that had previously ambushed the village, I would have to question the competency of the Tianxia guards. Suppressing his anger from the prior night's ambush, Shen Changqing shifted the topic. Throughout the exchange, his tone had not softened in the slightest. This time, he truly approached with a sense of righteous indignation. For the sudden attack on the magistrate's office was a grave matter, and the Tianxia guards had received no prior warning. He was uncertain whether it was the incompetence of the Tianxia Wei or if Situ Bei had grown too comfortable over time. If he did not receive a satisfactory response, Shen Changqing would not hesitate to disregard their past shallow acquaintance. News had already emerged. Without a moment's hesitation, Situ Bei promptly replied, "The Tianxia Wei has thoroughly investigated a radius of 50 li and discovered that the last traces of the malevolent entities pointed directly to Linen City. Therefore, I suspect that one of the 2 malevolent beings that ambushed the Yamen last night is indeed the same one that decimated the village. After all, Linen City is relatively small. While the blood of demons is undoubtedly significant, it does not hold immense allure for formidable malevolent entities. The demon that attacked Guyu village had the Everlasting Alliance deploying 3 malevolent beings in this location, which is quite sufficient." With that said, Situ Bei paused momentarily. "I would like to inquire, my lord, did those 2 malevolent beings manage to escape?" "I killed one, while the other fled," Shen Changqing replied. "One slain, one escaped." Situ Bei inhaled sharply. Shen Changqing's prowess had risen in his estimation. After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure and began to analyze the situation calmly. "The Everlasting Alliance will certainly have some assessment of your abilities now that you have slain one malevolent being. At present, the Jinma Si is restrained by the malevolent entities, and conversely, the malevolent side is equally constrained in terms of their forces. In my opinion, they will not deploy excessive power around Linen City at this time. The Tianxia Wei will be conducting strict patrols within the city, and any disturbances will be reported to you immediately. That will be most advantageous." Shen Changqing's icy demeanor softened slightly, but his expression remained far from pleasant, as the eyes and ears of the Jinma Si. The Tianxia Wei should not exhibit such numerous oversights. Brother Situ must awaken to this reality. If it were merely my predicament, it would suffice. But should the Tianxia Wei encounter further issues in the future, it might very well be your head on the execution stand tomorrow. "You speak wisely, my lord." Situ Bei nodded earnestly, feeling a sober chill in his heart. He understood that Shen Changqing's words were not mere intimidation. Despite the Tianxia Wei seemingly not needing to take direct action against malevolent beings, their responsibilities were far from trivial. Should any intelligence prove erroneous, resulting in significant losses for the Jinma. It would not be inconceivable for one person's head to be severed, or even for entire clans to be implicated. Having said this, I shall not elaborate further. Brother Situ understands the gravity of the situation. Shen Changqing did not intend to speak excessively on this matter. Is there any concrete information regarding the precise timing of the emergence of the demon blood and the potential locations of its existence? It is said that the demon blood manifests in the vicinity of Linen City. However, Linen City is neither excessively large nor small. There must be a definitive location. Moreover, the timing of the demon blood's emergence is crucial in relation to my own responsibilities in safeguarding Linen City. Last night's encounter with a vengeful great entity made Shen Changqing realize that despite having broken through to the innate level, he was still not qualified to dominate within Linen City. It was merely the other malevolent entity that was too weak, being only at the ghost grade level. Otherwise, should the two vengeful grade entities join forces, Shen Changqing was uncertain if he could contend with them. Therefore, he now wished for the demon blood's emergence to occur as swiftly as possible to complete his mission and return home. As a mere innate-level individual, it was indeed inappropriate for him to linger here. In response, Situ Bei pondered. According to the intelligence, the emergence of the demon blood should occur within a month, though I cannot be entirely certain of its possible locations. The powerful being who vanquished the demon was gravely wounded and shortly thereafter passed away. Presently, the Tiancha Wei has several suspected locations, with the most likely being the mass grave to the east of the city, which was once a battlefield, while the others are not far away. However, the sealing methods of such powerful beings are not merely buried underground. We can only wait for the sealing power to dissipate before we can ascertain the specifics. Very well, notify me immediately upon receiving any news. Shen Changqing stood to depart. He did not linger long at the Yongfu pawn shop, for he was currently the magistrate of Linen City, and although he had no pressing matters to attend to, it was still necessary for him to remain at the yamen regularly. Upon returning to the yamen, it was already evening. Shen Changqing sat in the inner hall, where the meals had already been prepared. After satisfying his hunger, Shi Qingshang had the items cleared away and subsequently reported on the day's events. As per your orders, the bodies of the Zhao family have all been cremated. Good. Shen Changqing nodded and inquired, how many personnel remain at the yamen? If we are speaking of the constables, only 11 remain. Shi Qingshang replied somewhat awkwardly. Originally, there were nearly 20 constables in total, but last night a group was slain by malevolent beings, resulting in nearly half being lost. The remaining 11 are the only viable forces the yamen can muster. 11. Shen Changqing shook his head. A yamen of such stature has far too few personnel, with only 11. Make time to issue a public announcement to recruit more constables and bolster the yamen strength. Furthermore, with Hong Chung deceased, who is now the most senior constable? The most senior constable should be Zhang Yu. Have him come to see me tomorrow. Understood. Shi Qingsheng nodded and, perceiving Shen Changqing's demeanor, wisely withdrew. Rising and stepping out of the inner hall, Shen Changqing gazed at the darkening sky outside and returned to his chamber to commence a new round of cultivation. He had already reached the 11th layer of Tianwu Gongqi, yet the 12th layer still lay above him. The value of killing was precious. If he could cultivate it himself, it would undoubtedly save him considerable effort. In these turbulent times, while many malevolent entities existed, the risks were equally great. To recklessly slay a malevolent being was not an easy task. The night passed without incident. The following day, Shen Changqing rose early to absorb the first wisp of purple energy from the heavens. Although his pure yang skill had been entirely discarded, the purple energy still possessed the ability to enhance one's power. While the effect of absorbing the purple energy was not as potent as the pure yang skill, every little bit contributed. After a simple wash and breakfast, Shen Changqing sat in the inner hall, perusing the official documents presented by Shi Qingsheng. The contents detailed various occurrences within the jurisdiction, some significant and others less so. As the magistrate, albeit temporarily, he needed to review them, and how to ultimately address the matters was left entirely to Shi Qingsheng. At that moment, a robust, middle-aged constable with a solemn expression, wielding a saber, entered from outside. I am Zhang Yu, at your service, my lord. Upon seeing Shen Changqing, he immediately bowed and spoke with a resonant voice. There is no need for formalities. Thank you, my lord. Zhang Yu then straightened up, fixing his gaze ahead. Shen Changqing set aside the document in his hand and scrutinized Zhang Yu earnestly, inwardly nodding in approval. His physique was robust, and his vitality was abundant, clearly indicative of having entered the body-forging realm. Although his strength may not surpass that of the deceased Hong Chung by much, he was younger. The body-forging realm differs markedly from other realms. The younger one is, the more vigorous their vital energy is. The Middle Age period is considered the pinnacle of physical cultivation. Once one surpasses this time frame, their vitality will gradually decline, leading to a quietude from which there is no possibility of breakthrough. After a brief scrutiny, Shen Changqing withdrew his gaze and casually picked up the teacup from the table. Hearing from Shi Qingsheng that you are the most senior officer in the yamen. Is that correct? Yes, my lord. Good. Shen Changqing nodded. Last night, a malevolent creature attacked the yamen, and as you are undoubtedly aware, Captain Hong Chung lost his life to this fiend. Currently, amongst the many officers, there is a leaderless chaos, and I appoint you as the new captain. Thank you for your recognition, my lord. I shall not fail in my duties. Zhang Yu's expression finally shifted, revealing a hint of excitement as he cupped his fists in gratitude. Shen Changqing waved his hand. You may leave. From today onwards, the officers in the yamen will heed your command to ensure the safety of the yamen. Report any unusual occurrences promptly. I understand. Zhang Yu nodded and then bowed as he exited. As he left, Shi Qingsheng also entered from outside. My lord, there are visitors seeking an audience outside. Chapter 48. What I desire, you cannot provide. Within the Yamen hall, the two, under Shi Qingsheng's guidance, entered in no particular order. From the Guyuan sword sect, Cui Cheng, Zhao Yu, pays respect to Lord Shen. Upon seeing Shen Changqing, Cui Cheng and Zhao Yu immediately clasped their hands in greeting. Please take a seat. Thank you, my lord. After expressing their gratitude, they took their seats at the lower end. While they settled in, Shen Changqing scrutinized the two closely. The Guyuan sword sect, however, is not the only faction vying for vital blood. Even if we withdraw, other forces may not be so willing to retreat. After all, though he is an innate martial artist, without a true confrontation, it is challenging to perceive much. According to the information provided by the Tiancha Guard, Cui Cheng clasped his hands. If Lord Shen intervenes in the competition, the Guyuan sword sect is willing to pay a price to ensure your non-involvement. However, if you insist on competing, we shall withdraw entirely. In truth, the images of severed heads from yesterday still linger in her mind, along with Shen Changqing's indifferent gaze towards life. She knew well that Shui Cheng's visit was not without purpose. Shui Cheng stated, the blood of the demons is soon to emerge, and various factions have come for this very reason. The blood of the demons has existed around Linen City for hundreds of years. If the Demon-Suppression Division truly desired it, they would have had ample opportunity to act. Shen Changqing withdrew his gaze, lifting the teacup. I have never had any dealings with the Guyuan sword sect. Your sudden visit today is indeed curious. The Demon-Suppression Division lacks for nothing. The bluntness of his words left Cui Cheng somewhat embarrassed. Had another spoken so dismissively of the Guyuan sword sect, he might have already lost his temper. As one practices more, the malevolent creatures grow increasingly treacherous, and a misstep could lead to death. Following Cui Cheng's visit, in the subsequent days, various other factions began to pay visits as well. The individual before him is not merely a county magistrate. He hails from the Demon-Suppression Division. Yet, in these chaotic times, with malevolent creatures wreaking havoc, how can one expect to quell such disturbances while merely tending to their own doorstep? Pausing for a moment, Cui Cheng perceived that the other party may not even regard the blood of demons highly, given the Demon-Suppression Division's extensive history of slaying such fiends. Lord Shen, you are straightforward, hence I shall not beat around the bush. The library contains not only essential items, but also numerous records concerning demons and martial sections. Over the past few days, aside from necessary social engagements, Shen Changqing devoted himself to the tranquil cultivation of Tianwu Gangqi, ignoring Cui Cheng's discomfort. Shen Changqing continued. Cui Cheng's gaze grew fervent. But may I inquire, what are your thoughts on the blood of demons, Lord Shen? Following this exchange, the two departed the yamen. Upon confirming that Shen Changqing had no intentions of intervention, they left feeling assured. Having broken through to the 11th level of Tianwu Gangqi, Shen Changqing brushed against the realm of external Gangqi. Achieving such a breakthrough solely through his innate talent is no simple matter. Shen Changqing retorted nonchalantly. My duty is merely to oversee Linen City, as long as you do not disrupt its order. How you vie for the blood of demons is of no concern to me. Without exception, it is equally beneficial if Lord Shen refrains from intervening, if possible. The Guiyuan Sword Sect is willing to offer some benefits in exchange for your assistance. Naturally, the Demon-Suppression Division, with its great legacy, would not covet the blood of demons, but smaller sects like ours yearn for it greatly. Having recently arrived in Linen City, I heard tales of Lord Shen's prowess in slaying demons, which filled me with admiration. My intention in coming was to witness your greatness firsthand. Are you worried I might seize the opportunity to claim it for myself? Upon meeting you today, I understand that the rumors hold true. That is for the best. If there is nothing further, you may return. There is no need to worry that I will contend for the blood of demons. But when it comes to eradicating malevolent creatures, I expect your support without excuses. It is unavoidable. The martial sects owe their survival to the support of the common folk. Yet, to receive their support without giving back to them is akin to being a parasite. I hope you will be considerate of this. However, to stand idly by in the face of malevolent disturbances while being capable of action is quite indefensible. Aside from noticing a slight increase in his control over Tianwugongqi, Shen Changqing observed no other changes. Yet, he found it challenging to entirely intimidate those martial sects, as some factions often turn a blind eye to the havoc wrought by malevolent creatures. From the moment Shui Chang began to speak, Shen Changqing could almost ascertain their intentions. Regardless, they sought to probe whether he or the Demon-Suppression Division had any designs on the blood of demons. However, if this were to be posed to someone from the Demon-Suppression Division, he would find it difficult to counter. Whether it is the Guiyuan Sword Sect or the Qiao Sect, you must remember that you are all of Qin descent. To offend the Demon-Suppression Division is hardly a wise course of action. Shui Cheng, unable to articulate further, could only rise and clasp his hands. Lord Shen, we shall take our leave now. The strongest within the Guiyuan Sword Sect is merely at the external Gongqi level. Watching the two depart, Shen Changqing's lips curled into a slight smile. He felt increasingly aware of a thin layer of Gongqi within him undergoing remarkable changes, causing a mild sensation of itchiness throughout his body. Furthermore, some sought suitable excuses to evade the stern punishment of the Demon-Suppression Division. He had already touched upon the realm of external Gongqi. After finishing his tea, Shen Changqing directly saw them off. Shen Changqing recalled some cases he had previously encountered. This incident has indeed brought an air of solemnity to the martial world. Shen Changqing nodded. Although no grandmaster resides here, the power is not weak. Officers serve tea. The blood of demons. Shui Cheng, despite his worldly experience, did not exhibit any overt surprise at Shen Changqing's unconventional approach. The duo from the Guiyuan Sword Sect had come to assess whether he harbored ambitions to contend for the essence of the demon blood, indicating that he had garnered a considerable reputation among these factions. Regarding breakthroughs, Shen Changqing was forthright. He nodded and stated, "You have seen me now. If there is nothing further, you may take your leave." Likewise, if there were demons wreaking havoc in the city as subjects of the Great Qin, you should, within your capabilities, extend your assistance. Frankly, Shen Changqing held a certain disdain for the minor Guiyuan Sword Sect. The Jianghu factions, wary of demons, preferred to avoid confrontation, a stance he did not feel compelled to challenge. His extensive experience with cases had led him to harbor little affection for Jianghu sections. To his surprise, Shen Changqing issued an outright dismissal. Shui Chang smiled faintly and inquired, "If I were to contend for the blood, what would you do? And if I were to refrain from competing, what then?" Shen Changqing, unhurried, noted the subtle changes in the other's demeanor while speaking. Zhao Yu, now somewhat anxious, pondered what would happen if their negotiations faltered and Shen Changqing turned violent. However, Shen Changqing discerned little from the situation. The ambush by the Eternal Life Alliance on the magistrate's office illustrated the Jianghu sect's aversion to demons. They would avoid them at all costs. Kui Ching Uriedli Concord. Maintaining his composure as he said, "I have heard that you, Lord Shen, hail from the Demon-Suppression Division. And surely you must have heard the news regarding the impending emergence of demon blood." As for Zhao Yu, upon witnessing the two, she felt the weight of the moment. Afterward, Shen Changqing could not help but shake his head. Although the Guiyuan Sword Sect was not insignificant, it paled in comparison to the Demon-Suppression Division. Shui Cheng's candidness caused his smile to falter slightly. Indeed, Lord Shen speaks the truth. What others may treasure, the Demon Suppression Division might consider easily attainable. His backing was the Demon Suppression Division, a fact intertwined with the recent events at the magistrate's office. To Shen Changqing, the demon blood was superfluous, and to expect him to lend assistance was, frankly, a price the Guiyuan sword sect might struggle to afford. Cui Cheng nodded in agreement. Yes. The unexpected nature of Shen Changqing's approach caught him off guard. His knowledge was limited, gleaned primarily from Situ Bei, who had informed him that it was a Jianghu sect from Guangyuan Prefecture. The Demon Suppression Division had indeed dispatched formidable warriors to eradicate the sect's over 1,000 members. Cui Cheng and Zhao Yu, both late-stage martial artists, represented the strongest of mere outer gang sections. Unless they emptied their coffers, it was unreasonable to expect them to satisfy a practitioner nearly at the outer gang level. The city of Linen had regained its former tranquility. Observing the situation, Shen Changqing sipped his tea, returning the cup to its place, and fixed his gaze once more on Cui Cheng. Cui Cheng's words were delivered with sincerity. It had been noted that a Jianghu sect was supported by the common folk, yet when demons approached, the sect sealed its gates, allowing countless citizens to be slaughtered. After several days of introspection, the Demon Suppression Division had shown little activity, likely regarding the demon blood with indifference. Indeed, to belittle the Guiyuan sword sect was to invite retribution from the Demon Suppression Division. At this moment, none dared to interject, fearful for their lives, a natural instinct. The transition from the 11th to 12th level was no trivial endeavor. The innate levels divided into inner and outer gang. Once one achieved the outer gang, both defense and offense would experience significant enhancement, far beyond the inner gang's capabilities. Were he to rely solely on himself, it might take a year or more to breach the outer gang threshold. Unless nourished by demon essence, he might hasten his progress. As Chapter 49, Eternal Life Alliance Stronghold concluded, Shen Changqing entered. My lord, there is someone outside with a letter specifically for your eyes. A letter for me? Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow and took the envelope, dismissing Shen Changqing with a gesture. Upon opening it, he found a blank piece of paper, devoid of any markings. In response, Shen Changqing rose, retrieved a bottle of white wine, and mixed it with tea, applying it to the paper. Consequently, Shen Changqing had already utilized the Tiancha Guard to pinpoint the precise locations of various factions. He stepped outside, reiterating that if he were unable to prevail, he hoped they would provide assistance. I comply. Regarding Shen Changqing's strength, a loud command was issued, and a constable entered. This was primarily to prevent any direct conflict with the Demon Suppression Division during the competition for the demon blood. If it were merely to maintain order, there should be little danger. Moreover, in recent years, Linen had frequently experienced disappearances, with investigations by the Tiancha Guard ultimately pointing towards the Zhang family. His expression grew solemn. Indeed, the safer places often became complacent with the Tiancha Guard's prolonged presence. Shen Changqing understood the implications of this negligence, yet there was little he could do. However, the more demons, the better. A mere Zhang family likely posed no significant threat, and a vengeful spirit from that night was likely dispatched directly by the Eternal Life Alliance. Despite their reluctance, others did not immediately refuse. With a smile, Shen Changqing took his seat at the head of the table. On the previously blank paper, black characters began to materialize. Shen Changqing wore a benevolent smile. Summon all constables to accompany me to the Zhang family. Ensure that the area is completely sealed off, allowing no one to escape. Shen Changqing commanded coldly. He gestured for Zhang Yu to withdraw. This could potentially invite a slew of troubles. Yes, our Tiandao sect has no objections. A member of the Tiandao sect inquired gravely. Lord Shen, do you have any insights regarding that demon stronghold? Send for Zhang Yu to meet me. After receiving the blank paper, he recalled the secret missive from the Tiancha Guard and sought to decipher its concealed content using his memory. Shen Changqing's fingers lightly tapped, and his gaze involuntarily turned icy. The hidden message appeared on the paper. The others wore expressions of confusion. Shortly thereafter, Shen Changqing began to speak. If everyone agrees, I shall not waste time. Delaying the eradication of the demon stronghold leads to further victimization. Today, we will uproot that demon stronghold. All present have arrived. Furthermore, it was merely a routine matter of maintaining order, not a significant issue. No one wished to provoke Shen Changqing or offend the powerful Demon Suppression Division backing him. This matter, if not handled properly, could lead to chaos. Some regions are plagued by malevolent entities year-round, while others manage to maintain tranquility, even if disturbances arise. They are minor and have little impact. Everyone responded with alacrity. What is the intention of Lord Shen? A sense of foreboding crept into Cui Cheng's heart. One by one, Cui Cheng and the others arrived. Upon uttering these words, they spoke of the Zhang family. Shen Changqing, a mere Huang-ranked demon slayer, had limited authority to intervene significantly. Fortunately, this time, Sidu Bei offered him what he desired. The individuals present were averse to entangling themselves with the Demon Suppression Bureau and the court. Their interactions with Shen Changqing had been minimal, and the abrupt summons surely indicated a specific purpose. The message was delivered by Tianchuan. Zhang Yu hurriedly made his way here. Indeed, the various factions of Guangyuan Prefecture are earnest in their commitment to eradicate malevolence. Upon seeing this, Zhang Yu accepted the message with both hands, scrutinized the information, and immediately clasped his fists. Rest assured, my lord, I shall attend to this matter at once. If they cannot deal with the malevolent entities, they ought to consider temporarily withdrawing from Linen City. However, since the Zhao family emerged, the Zhang family has adopted a more subdued demeanor. Soon after, those present began to speculate. Shen Changqing remarked, I have previously informed you all that as long as you do not disturb the order of Linen City, I will not impose strict restrictions upon you. However, as fellow Qin people, we cannot stand idly by in the face of malevolent threats. To be frank, summon Zhang Yu to see me. In less than an hour, the Zhang family encountered a problem, likely originating over a decade ago. It would be best if they did not have to intervene personally. Once seated, someone promptly raised a hand and inquired, Might I ask why Lord Shen has summoned us? Cui Cheng clasped his fists. Since Lord Shen has spoken thus, the Guiyuan sword sect will surely be the first to lend support. In recent years, the number of missing persons in Linen City has accumulated significantly, yet there has been no commotion. Evidently, Zhao Feng has forcefully suppressed the matter. And without any visible signs of malevolence, Tianchuan would not conduct an investigation. Having received news from the Demon Suppression Bureau that there is a stronghold of malevolence in Linen City, as Qin people, it is our duty to eradicate these threats. Thus, I have decided to take action against that stronghold. We at the Finchin Mountain Manor have no objections. The Qiyue sect has not visited the Yongfu pawn shop in several days. And the personnel there are also not in a position to come to the Yamen in person. Hence, they conveyed the intelligence through clandestine messages. The existence of the opposing party serves two purposes: to act as eyes and ears for the Eternal Life Alliance, and to covertly nurture malevolent entities. Thus go forth. Shen Changqing stated, I suspect that the malevolence from Guiyue village originated from the stronghold in Linen City. However, Linen is merely a small locale. And while there may be a stronghold, its power should not be formidable. Upon hearing this, everyone rose and clasped their fists. Lord Shen, according to the information provided, summon all those individuals here, stating that I have urgent matters to discuss. Shen Changqing directly handed over a piece of paper. For those new to the pathways, the earlier visit was merely to confirm certain matters. The contents of the clandestine message indicated that even if the Demon Suppression Bureau donned its guise, various factions were reluctant to engage too deeply. The more perilous the area, the more frequently Tianchuan would patrol, yet their vigilance remained at its peak. Even if they disagreed, they were left with no recourse. What are your orders, my lord? Even within the Yamen, most of the officials were merely ordinary individuals. And even if a couple were at the body refinement level, they could hardly contend with malevolence, even when brought outside and exposed to sunlight. I hope that each of you can lend your strength to collaboratively eradicate the malevolence. Had it not been for this particular pursuit, the issues within the Zhang family might have gone unnoticed. To be candid, as a member of the Demon Suppression Bureau, slaying malevolence is my duty. Indeed, the Zhang family is a relatively esteemed clan in Linen City. Prior to Zhao Feng's tenure as county magistrate, the previous magistrate hailed from the Zhang family. If a vengeful entity were to grow strong enough to ascend to the level of a malevolent spirit, he would promptly retreat. Come forth. What are your orders, my lord? An official stationed outside the inner hall promptly stepped inside. The Zhang family serves as the stronghold of the Eternal Life Alliance in Linen City. Even though he understood that the Zhang family was a stronghold of the Eternal Life Alliance, he could not recklessly charge into the Zhang family without any comprehension of the situation. They had arrived in Linen City. Surely, they could not simply sleep on the streets. In comparison to their own strength, years of stability had led Tianquing to become somewhat complacent. After a few breaths, it became evident that a polarization phenomenon would arise. Thus, the eradication of the malevolent stronghold could be undertaken solely by me. However, to ensure absolute certainty, I require you to encircle the vicinity of that stronghold, ensuring that no individual, be they human or malevolent, escapes. According to the intelligence from Tianquing, their network spans across the Great Qin, documenting the locations of the Eternal Life Alliance's strongholds in Linen City along with detailed intelligence. Upon returning to the inner hall, Shen Changqing meticulously reviewed the contents of the clandestine message and then utilized his vital energy to incinerate it completely. Many individuals exhibited subtle changes in expression. Regardless, having arrived at the Yamen, the requests articulated by Shen Changqing, given his status, were not easily dismissed by anyone. Having concluded, based on the intelligence from Tianquing, they readily agreed, a significant factor being Shen Changqing's displayed prowess. Zhang Yu entered, bowing respectfully. I pay my respects to the Lord. The 5 factions, totaling 10 individuals, were seated within the inner hall. By correlating the information provided by Tianquing, Shen Changqing could approximately gauge the strength of the Zhang family. After all, if even I cannot contend with the malevolence, should a massacre be unleashed, you would have no means to remain uninvolved. A quarter of an hour passed. The contents of the paper recorded the specific addresses of the Guiyuan sword sect and other martial factions. Shen Changqing wore a smile. The hearts of the various factions tightened, yet also inexplicably relaxed. The letter raised suspicions that the malevolence from Guiyue village had been nurtured and strengthened by the Zhang family. Shen Changqing felt confident in dealing with a vengeful entity, but if confronted with 2, the situation would be more precarious. If the malevolence from Guiyue village was indeed cultivated by the Zhang family, then the entity that had previously ambushed and fled the Yamen was likely hiding within the Zhang family's domain. It was possible that the Zhang family harbored more than just a single malevolent entity. These matters are understood. Zhang Yu dared not inquire further, bowing to accept his orders. Subsequently, Shen Changqing rose and addressed Cui Cheng and the others. The personnel of the Yamen possess limited strength. I beseech you all to assist in surrounding the Zhang family. We shall certainly do our utmost to aid. Chapter 50. The Zhang family's corpse puppets with Zhang Yu at the helm. A contingent of officials encircled the Zhang family. The sudden turn of events naturally piqued the curiosity of many citizens. What transpired? Why have the officials encircled the Zhang family? It is uncertain. Could it be that the Zhang family has colluded with malevolent forces? Who can say? The onlookers, discreetly observing from a distance, murmured amongst themselves as they witnessed the scene of numerous officers surrounding the Zhang residence. They chose neither to depart nor to approach, for the officials and the common folk existed in 2 distinct realms. One misstep could lead to calamity, and none would dare intervene should violence erupt. Zombies. Initially, he had presumed the Zhang family had become akin to the likes of Zhuang Mingyuan, tainted by evil. However, the current situation suggested that the Zhangs were in a far graver predicament. Upon hearing the response, Cui Cheng turned to the source of the voice, revealing a youthful gentleman of handsome appearance, prompting a slight bow of acknowledgement. He had previously thought the Zhang family had allied with dark forces, thus posing a significant threat. Yet now, the entire family had been annihilated, leaving only their animated corpses behind. Shen Changqing pivoted, drawing his long blade from its sheath, the gust of wind severing the air. Zombies! He decapitated the aged steward. The individual seated at the head of the table paused, a smile gracing his lips. Upon entering the Zhang estate, Shen Changqing was struck by the absence of guards or servants, the atmosphere more akin to an abandoned courtyard than that of a prominent family. A large table sat in the center, surrounded by individuals dining, with servants and maids weaving among them, presenting an array of dishes. The gates of the Zhang residence stood ajar. With a firm push, Shen Changqing swung them open and strode inside. Rising from his seat, he spoke softly, questioning why the other party lacked courtesy. From an external perspective, the Zhang family appeared untroubled. Though they had transformed into zombies, their numbers were few, merely dozens, making them manageable for Shen Changqing. Yet, he shook his head with a sigh, for his gaze now bore a chilling coldness. Ming Xingyang smiled faintly, revealing no arrogance, his eyes momentarily lingering on Zhao Yu before quickly averting. This peculiar method allowed the deceased to be reanimated as puppets. In contrast to the outside, the expression on Zhang Sheng's face seemed to freeze, morphing into something sinister. This was the most formidable aspect of dealing with zombies. Realizing this, Shen Changqing's suspicions solidified. Others had already charged forth, yet the abnormality lay in the absence of vitality. Guangyuan Prefecture had a guard commander. If a powerful malevolent entity were present, there would surely be some indication. Although the barrier surrounding the Zhang family was formidable, it could not entirely conceal the sinister aura of a malevolent creature. Moreover, the dark energy was concealed so impeccably that had he not heightened his perception following his recent breakthrough, he would have failed to detect such anomalies. His blade glimmered like moonlight as it cleaved through an advancing servant, dark blood spraying forth as the lifeless body decayed at an observable pace, a foul stench rising. Brother Ming, you are indeed the rising star of Qiyue's sect, truly well-versed. However, the entirety of the Zhang estate seemed to be enveloped in a grand barrier, shrouding even the faintest traces of malevolent energy. The creation of zombies could only stem from two possibilities: the presence of a powerful malevolent entity or a formidable practitioner of dark arts. The only remaining explanation was that the Zhang family was harboring a potent practitioner of the dark arts. From the outside, nothing appeared amiss. A servant approached Shen Changqing, speaking as he reached for his shoulder. "Please, allow me to escort you." Zombies. Although formidable, Shen Changqing felt a flicker of trepidation that quickly dissipated. As he descended, he inadvertently struck several other servants. The elderly steward before him was a zombie. As a prominent family in Linen City, they pressed on, undeterred. The need for corpses as a medium complicated matters. In the grand hall, the lights burned brightly, even in daylight. "As you command." The half-crawling figure immediately lost its last vestiges of life, a wave of rancid decay assaulting the senses. One reason for the practitioner's reluctance to reveal themselves could be injury, or perhaps they lacked confidence in confronting Shen Changqing. At this moment, the priority was to transform living beings into zombies. Contemplating this, Shen Changqing observed Zhang Sheng and the others. Their previously calm expressions had now turned frenzied, charging at him in relentless waves. The greatest challenge posed by zombies lay in their nature. Remarkably, these puppets retained fragments of their former memories. Acting on instinct without any external prompting, they would not perish easily unless decapitated. Even if severed in half, they could survive. Such a gathering of malevolent forces should have resulted in a leakage of sinister energy. Without hesitation, Shen Changqing unleashed another strike, his blade slicing through the advancing zombies with lethal precision. The malevolent practitioner who had once occupied the Zhang residence had long since departed. Zhang Yu nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is quite empty." Upon witnessing the scene, Shen Changqing recalled certain insights. At that moment, others diverted their gazes. The entire Zhang family had been transformed into zombies. Yet, upon entering the Zhang estate, Shen Changqing discerned certain peculiarities. The layout of the Zhang family was not inferior to that of the Zhao family. In that instant, the concealed practitioner within the Zhang residence, having thwarted the Eternal Life Alliance as plans, had not truly revealed themselves, leaving only two possibilities. Others expressed their regrets through their words. It is unexpected that the Zhang family has been entirely extinguished. The former grand estate now harbors nothing but a horde of malevolence. Taking a step back, his hand did not touch the shoulder, yet his body was sent flying. However, the singular difference from the Zhao family was the emptiness that permeated the Zhang estate. Shen Changqing advanced towards the grand hall. Shortly, an elderly steward approached, his expression displeased as he regarded Shen Changqing. "You are not one of the Zhang family, are you? What brings you here unexpectedly? How peculiar." "Ah, a guest has arrived. I am Zhang Sheng. May I inquire your name?" The complexities of mid-tier demons' essence blood were another matter entirely. Zombies also possessed their own challenges. Zhang Sheng smiled. "Since you have traveled from afar, why not join us at the table?" Without allowing Shen Changqing to ponder further, as he stepped inside, dark blood sprayed forth, and two severed corpses tumbled to the ground, revealing the elderly steward he had encountered at the beginning. Once one has ascended to the Tongmai realm, ordinary corpses are rendered powerless. Yet, despite this, Shen Changqing's gaze remained frigid, his heart devoid of substantial fear. On the surface, It appeared that the Zhang family was devoid of any sinister aura. Regardless of the strength of the concealed demon, it could not possibly transcend the innate realm. After all, a small city like Linen was not worthy of harboring a master-level demon. Dishes lay scattered across the floor, creating a cacophony that caused the others to halt momentarily, turning their heads toward Shen Changqing with unwavering stares. "Brother Cui, you are being overly modest." The current steward's visage was grotesquely decayed, as if he had perished long ago. Even when his body was cleaved in two, he did not succumb to death, but instead crawled along the ground like a worm. Should any malevolent forces be present, there would surely be an emanation of dark energy. Everything seemed normal, yet for a master-level warrior, there was little allure. As Zhang Sheng spoke, all movements ceased, and the assembly turned their gaze toward Shen Changqing, their eyes fixated and unblinking. Fortunately, Cui Cheng furrowed his brow as he regarded the Zhang family's courtyard. The official had assumed that the Zhang family merely colluded with malevolent forces, only to realize that they were no longer the family they once were. If every strike did not result in decapitation, it would be impossible to swiftly eliminate the corpses. Prolonged engagement would likely lead to being overwhelmed by them. Shen Changqing scoffed, unwilling to mask his intentions any longer, and directly tore away the pretense. However, he could only threaten those at the body refinement stage. Honor is reserved for the living, not for you vile entities. Shen Changqing's focus was no longer on these corpses. Standing outside, he addressed Zhang Yu. "Without my command, no one is to leave the Zhang estate. Those who intrude will be met with merciless execution." To Shen Changqing, it appeared that none of the individuals before him were alive. This implied that, without anyone noticing, the Zhang family had been annihilated, their entire clan transformed into corpses, continuing their daily activities without arousing suspicion. On the surface, the Zhang family appeared devoid of any sinister aura, but it was equally possible that they had concealed their malevolence. After all, if evil forces were hidden sufficiently well, their dark energy would not leak. As for the other party's intentions, the notion that it pertains to a drop of demonic blood was utterly absurd. Shen Changqing remained silent, striding into the grand hall. However, at first glance, the Zhang family exuded an air of tranquility, seemingly devoid of any malevolent presence. Yet these corpses, the corpses transformed from the Zhang family members, were merely the lowest tier of undead, lacking significant power. Although the blood of low-tier demons is precious, given the current state of the Zhang family's corpses, Shen Changqing did not believe the demon had departed. Hence, only the possibility of the demon hiding within the Zhang family remained, constrained by certain circumstances from revealing itself. Chapter 51. The Demons of the Everlasting Alliance. The battle had already commenced within the Zhang family estate. Faced with numerous corpses, Shen Changqing remained unperturbed. With each step, flashes of blades appeared, accompanied by the falling of heads. Despite the tenacity of the corpses, they were utterly inadequate before a warrior nearing the external gang realm. Especially since Shen Changqing was aware of the corpses' weaknesses, they were exceedingly easy to dispatch. Nearly every strike landed precisely on the necks of the corpses. Although the blade had dulled from the corrosion incurred while slaying Zhuang Mingyuan, under the coverage of true qi, it could still slice through iron as if it were mud. The flesh and blood of the corpses had no chance of defense. The battle commenced swiftly and concluded just as quickly. Within mere moments, the grand hall was littered with a multitude of corpses, each decapitated, their bodies severely decomposed, far from resembling those who had just perished, a foul stench pervading the air, inducing nausea. Shen Changqing surveyed the chaotic scene of the Zhang family, his expression unchanged. The members of the Zhang family were merely corpses. He intended to uncover the demon that commanded them from behind the scenes. Annihilating an entire clan and transforming their bodies into undead constitutes a grave crime under the laws of the Qin, punishable by the execution of 9 generations. In truth, any association with malevolent forces seldom escapes the decree of annihilation. Extending his senses, Shen Changqing remained still, seeking the location of the demon. The Zhang family estate was enveloped by special means, obscuring the sinister aura. However, entering the Zhang family was tantamount to breaching this barrier entirely. No matter how deeply the demon concealed itself, it would surely leave behind subtle traces. It was merely a matter of whether he could discern them. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept in from behind. Shen Changqing turned and struck with his blade, catching sight of a disheveled figure retreating. Another strange entity. In an instant, he recognized the identity of the demon that had ambushed him. Indeed, it was the eerie creature that had attacked him that night at the magistrate's office. At this point, Shen Changqing was certain that the ambush he endured that night had indeed originated from the Zhang family, specifically from the demon concealed within it. Now, as the eerie creature launched its surprise attack, it confirmed that his actions in slaying the corpses had not gone unnoticed by the demon. Yet even so, the adversary did not reveal itself easily. This indicated the formidable power of the hidden demon. Remaining stationary, Shen Changqing spread his senses wider, striving to locate the source of the sinister aura. Suddenly, his body moved, and he struck at an empty space with his long blade, just as a female corpse manifested. The Tianwu true qi enveloped the blade, its searing heat akin to blazing flames, instantly rending the female corpse in two. As the female corpse fell, a familiar essence surged into Shen Changqing's body through the blade. Simultaneously, a sharp, icy aura sliced through the air, launching an assault upon his back. The swiftness of the attack suggested it had been lying in wait, merely seeking an opportune moment. Shen Changqing had no time to turn. The Tianwu true qi within his dantian erupted. A thin layer of protective qi rose from his skin, enveloping him completely. The impact of the fierce attack collided violently against the protective qi. After a brief moment of stasis, the protective qi was torn apart. But Shen Changqing seized the opportunity to pivot, his long blade striking out in a flash, causing a shadowy figure to retreat hastily. A demon from the Everlasting Alliance. With his blade angled toward the ground, he fixed his gaze upon the figure before him. It was an emaciated elder clad in black, his exposed skin covered in bluish-black scales, and a long, spiny tail swayed slowly behind him. This appearance had entirely transcended that of a mere human. As Shen Changqing scrutinized him, the elder demon returned his gaze with cold intensity. In his narrow, elongated eyes, there gleamed a venomous chill. External gang of the innate realm. The recently risen surge of energy instilled a profound sense of trepidation within W.N. Ring. The malevolent creature dispatched by the YNGSHing had been vanquished at the government office, providing him with considerable insight into SH and CH in GQang's capabilities. The apprentice demon slayer sent by the ZHNMS was not a genuine novice, but rather a concealed Shen-class demon slayer at the innate inner vigor level. However, upon reflecting on the energy that thwarted his attacks, W.N. Ring swiftly overturned his previous assumptions. Inachi inner vigor. That was merely a ruse. The true realm of his adversary was that of an innate outer vigor expert, with the potential to be a master of martial arts. It was improbable that the ZHNMS would send a Shen-class demon slayer for a mere specter-level creature in GUCN, even if they had ample manpower. It simply did not make sense. In a fleeting moment, W.N. Ring connected the dots. He was targeting me. A specter-level creature could not have attracted a Shen-class demon slayer. However, a stronghold of the YNGSH could easily do so. He had believed himself to be well hidden within the ZH family, but it was now evident that he had long been exposed to the watchful eyes of the ZHNMS. Everything his opponent had done was merely a FA designed to lure him out. Moreover, even if he chose to remain hidden, the ZH family's stronghold would eventually be dismantled. The members of the ZH family were the very ones you transformed into corpse puppets. What was your purpose in establishing a stronghold in LNN? Was it for the blood of demons and monsters, or for something else entirely? If you reveal your intentions, I may consider granting you a path to survival. As SHNCH NGQing locked on a WN Ring, he also voiced his perplexities. Once you are dead, you shall surely find out. WN Ring sneered, and in the next instant, he lunged at SHNCH NGQing. At the moment he struck, the previously subtle aura of malevolence erupted forth. The concealed defenses set within the ZH residence were instantly shattered by this surge of sinister energy. The guards stationed outside the ZH family estate, including CUCH all turned pale at the revelation of such formidable malevolence. This energy was astonishingly powerful. It surpassed even that of the creature from GUCN, and it could very well be at the specter level. The ZH family truly harbored a malevolent entity. Each person's expression darkened with concern. They were unaware of the hidden mechanisms within the Zhang family, and the malevolent energy they now faced had already been significantly weakened. Nevertheless, this aura was enough to instill fear in Changqing and the others. Through the half-open door, they could see only glimpses of the courtyard, unable to discern the events transpiring within the Grand Hall. With the release of the sinister energy, no one dared approach recklessly. Without entering the Zhang residence, they naturally could not witness the happenings inside. Zhou's complexion changed. The sinister energy made her heart race. Senior brother, is Master Shn in danger? Even if Master Shn had not broken through to the innate level, he was undoubtedly at the pinnacle of the meridian opening stage. While the malevolent aura was formidable, it likely resided somewhere between the meridian opening and innate realms. Even if Master Shn found himself at a disadvantage, he should still be able to escape. Since he instructed us to stay here while he ventured alone, he must possess absolute confidence. Changqing offered an explanation, though he himself held little belief in his own words. Malevolent entities were notoriously troublesome. When warriors of equivalent realms faced off against such entities, the latter had a far greater chance of victory. Furthermore, the creature within the Zhang family could very well be at the innate realm. If it were merely at the meridian opening stage, a concerted effort from everyone could still yield a chance of vanquishing it. But if it were at the innate level, sending 10 late meridian opening warriors in would merely serve to enhance the creature's dining experience. Thus, until the situation was clear, Changqing had no intention of risking his life. He was not alone in this sentiment. None of the other factions harbored such thoughts. According to Master Shn's instructions, they needed only to remain here, oblivious to the circumstances unfolding within. Should the adversary truly perish at the hands of the malevolent entity, they could easily deflect responsibility when the ZHNMS came calling, as long as they held the moral high ground. The ZHNMS could not arbitrarily take lives. After all, each individual was backed by their respective factions. Should the ZHNMS act indiscriminately, it would lead to negative repercussions in the martial world. While the ZHNMS had indeed gained a reputation for ruthlessness, the targets they eliminated and the factions they dismantled could always be justified. Hearing the conversation among the group, Zhang, the head of the guards, wore a tense expression. Though Changqing currently served as the acting county magistrate, he was considered a protective figure within the government office. Not long ago, he had single-handedly repelled an attack from malevolent entities. If he were to fall within the Zhang family, the office's predicament would become exceedingly awkward. Moreover, as one of Changqing's prot-gs, if he were to perish too quickly, Zhang feared for the stability of his own position as head of the guards. From any perspective, Zhang did not wish for Changqing to come to harm. Yet, he was merely a body-refining realm warrior, entirely unqualified to intervene in matters of malevolent entities. Thus, he could only watch helplessly. He had some understanding of Changqing and the others. They were all renowned factions from Gunju NF, not something a mere head of guards could command. In the Grand Hall, two figures swift as shadows were locked in fierce combat. At times, brilliant blade flashes erupted, while at other moments, waves of heat surged. Changqing executed the 7-kill blade technique for standard attacks and employed the iron sandpalm for close engagement. His TANWG pushed to its zenith. Yet, the demonic figure before him was formidable. Despite the ongoing battle, he had sustained several injuries. Similarly, Vener bore numerous wounds. At this moment, he was nearly certain that Changqing had not yet reached the innate outer vigor realm. Rather, he practiced a martial art that allowed for the external projection of energy, leading him to mistakenly perceive him as an outer vigor expert. Were it not for my lingering injuries, how could you have dared to act with such arrogance? Ring was filled with hatred. Had it not been for the severe injuries he had previously sustained, which had yet to heal completely, a warrior below the outer vigor realm would have posed no threat to him. Despite the resentment, he recognized the undeniable truth. Changqing was exceptionally powerful, and even if he had not attained the outer vigor realm, his true strength was not significantly weaker than that of outer vigor warriors. As the battle raged on, Ring saw no glimmer of hope for victory. Do you think you have concealed yourself well? In truth, the ZHNMS has long been aware of this place. Now, several Shen-class demon slayers have surrounded the ZHing family. I can assure you that not a single malevolent entity shall escape. SHNCH in GQang's offensive showed no signs of abating as he coldly threatened. Upon hearing this, WNR-ing was taken aback. He had not anticipated that the ZHing family had indeed colluded with malevolent entities. Fortunately, Master SHN possessed keen insight, exterminating the ZHing family's malevolence shortly after assuming his post. Otherwise, they would surely have suffered the consequences. As the person responsible for the YNGSH-ing stronghold in LNN, he had a certain understanding of the current situation within the ZHNMS. After all the common folk had dispersed, Shen Changqing turned and stepped into the Zhang residence. Having harvested a considerable amount of killing value, he immediately pursued Wenrong. The expressions on the faces of the people revealed a sense of relief. Some bowed deeply, while others clasped their hands in gratitude before scattering in different directions. It is evident that he had no intention of discarding his long blade for the time being. The opponent had also met his demise under Shen Changqing's sword. The strength currently at the disposal of the Jinma division was limited, yet the Everlasting Alliance was regarded as a malignant tumor by them. Whenever a stronghold of the Everlasting Alliance was discovered, the Jinma division never hesitated to launch a vigorous crackdown. Swish! What orders does the esteemed master have? To extinguish violence with violence, to nurture war with war. This is a martial art primarily centered on slaughter. Before he could fully comprehend, Shen Changqing advanced with a swift step, delivering an iron sandpalm strike towards Wenrong. Indeed, the appearance of a Xian-level demon exterminator was utterly unexpected. Although Wenrong was skeptical of Shen Changqing's words, he could not help but feel a tremor of unease in his heart. What if it were true? That moment earlier had been a manifestation of evil, had it not? Regardless, as Wenrong dashed to the entrance of the Zhang residence, witnessing the crowd surrounding the estate, he was startled once again by Shen Changqing's earlier proclamation and, without a moment's hesitation, changed direction to flee. Thank you, Lord Shen. The scene seemed to freeze momentarily. In that fleeting instant, as Wenrong had rushed out, many common folk were engaged in hushed discussions, yet none dared to approach easily. Having endured a year of rigorous training in the Jinma division, he had barely managed to reach the second tier. However, following several battles after arriving in Linen City, the 7-kill blade technique had begun to undergo a remarkable transformation. Even with prior forecasts, witnessing the scene before him still left many astonished. At this moment, seeing the unfolding events, Wenrong found himself unable to evade and could only retaliate with a palm strike of his own. Shen Changqing stepped outside and addressed Cui Cheng and others with a bow. The information regarding the Zhang family being a stronghold of the Everlasting Alliance has been confirmed. Thanks to your encirclement, that vile creature could not escape and was ultimately slain by me here. It appears that a raid and extermination will ensue. Fear gripped his heart. Search the Zhang residence thoroughly. Any valuable items must be transported back to the Yamen. But one thing must be noted. Do not step into the Zhang family's main hall, lest you meet your demise. Kill. The confrontation commenced, and the atmosphere fell silent. Although the blade appeared to be damaged, it was not entirely unusable. Discarding the long knife now would leave him without a suitable weapon. Lord Shen, I take my leave. With Shen present, how could the vile demons dare to wreak havoc in Linen City? The breakthrough to the third tier of this blade technique was not far off. Before long, and judging by the state of the Zhang family, Shen Changqing could surmise that Wenrong, at his peak, must have been a formidable warrior of the innate external energy realm. However, given his current injuries, his strength was merely slightly superior to that of an ordinary internal energy practitioner. He did not believe a word of Shen Changqing's claims. At this moment, several individuals sensed a potent and sinister force approaching at a terrifying speed. The sinister aura arrived swiftly, yet dissipated just as quickly, within a breath. It was cut down by the pursuing Shen Changqing. With a long blade sheathed, he emanated an indomitable momentum. Standing outside the Zhang residence, Zhang Yu, who had been in a daze for quite some time, quickly regained his composure and crossed the threshold to stand before Shen Changqing. Wenrong was already dead. Despite the innate realm of the demon being formidable, it too had met its end by a single strike. The various factions remained stationed in the vicinity. Wenrong scoffed. A few Xian-level demon exterminators. How bold of you to boast. Does the Jinma division truly have the luxury to expend such resources on a small place like Linen City? However, the forces of the Jinma division across the regions were significantly constrained by the vile demons. Shen Changqing continued to intimidate, unleashing the full potential of the 7-kill blade technique. With each strike, a chilling intent accompanied the blade, instilling fear in all. When Rong felt a faint stinging sensation throughout his body, the overwhelming force of the blade was beyond his capacity to withstand. He then called for other officials to enter and commence the search of the Zhang residence. They did not engage when Rong directly. Yet the earlier surge of sinister energy had already sent chills down their spines. Nonetheless, in their eyes, the vile demons were synonymous with terror. Once tainted, one could only await their demise. The fierce battle within the Zhang residence was palpable to them, though the distance rendered their perception less intense. As soon as when Rong landed, he instinctively raised his hand to block, only to have a scaled arm severed and fall to the ground. The excruciating pain contorted his features. Everyone hurriedly returned the gesture. None could ascertain the number of casualties. Since the county magistrate has declared that an announcement will be posted by the Yamen tomorrow, there was no need for them to linger here. The sinister aura enveloped everyone, evoking a profound sense of dread. Yet, Shen Changqing's countenance twisted with malice. He forcibly suppressed the boiling blood within him, gripping the long blade with veins bulging. As the blade's radiance flickered like a silver serpent, swiftly descending upon Wen Rong with a force akin to splitting Mount Hua. Shen Changqing gazed at the common folk, his expression solemn. The evil of the Zhang family has been dealt with by me. You may disperse. An official announcement will be made at the Yamen tomorrow. The might of this strike caused Wen Rong's countenance to change dramatically. Shen Changqing commanded, first, the Zhao family colluded with demons, and now is the Zhang family. The onlookers had all fled in terror as soon as Wen Rong made his appearance. With a resounding thud, the blade pierced flesh, sending Wen Rong flying, blood splattering in dark arcs. The 7-kill blade technique. Following the calm, they gradually dared to gather again. Shen Changqing stated, the matters here are resolved. I will handle the remaining affairs. You may return. Shen Changqing's voice rang out with authority. Take your leave. Upon hearing this, Cui Cheng and the others ceased their chatter and bowed in farewell. One person stood resolutely with a blade, an aura of slaughter emanating from him. At your service. Wen Rong's corpse fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. For a small stronghold like Linen City, dispatching a few Xian-level demon exterminators, though unlikely, still bore a sliver of possibility. The Jinma division was indeed powerful. Sensing the slowing of Wen Rong's assault, Shen Changqing smiled inwardly, intensifying the ferocity of the 7-kill blade technique. I extend my gratitude on behalf of the many common folk. These individuals felt a deep-seated malice surrounding them. Should an innate realm demon be allowed to escape, it would undoubtedly pose a significant threat. Casting a glance at the long blade, Shen Changqing sighed internally. As he charged forward before Wen Rong could fully land, Shen Changqing's long blade fell, severing the head, which rolled a few times before coming to a halt. Just as he shifted directions, he caught sight of a blade's edge in his periphery, up until now filled with resentment. He shot a glare at Shen Changqing before fleeing without a second thought. Is it still close to the innate? Demonic beings prepare to meet your demise. The possibility is utterly non-existent. Warriors engage in fierce combat. Lord Shen, your words are too heavy. A figure collapsed, its head rolling far away. He dodged to the right, the blade's aura slicing through empty space, obliterating tables and chairs into powder, leaving deep charred scars on the supporting pillars of the hall, causing the entire room to tremble violently. An arm was severed. Block him. Zhang Yu clasped his fists. I shall obey. In Linen City, it is naturally unacceptable for the Zhan MOC to dispatch a few Xian-level demon slayers. Yet a stronghold of the Yongxing Meng and the imminent emergence of demonic blood could certainly attract some attention from the Zhan MOC. The palms met. A surge of true qi erupted. Shen Changqing staggered back 2 steps, while Wen Rong was forced to cough up black blood, his body sent flying. To the common folk of Linen City, this was indeed a fortunate event. Slaying Wen Rong had rendered the already severely corroded blade nearly as useless as scrap iron. In Linen City, innate? If one party harbors fear, the odds of victory diminish greatly. due to Wenrong's earlier charge to the front door. The Zhang family entrance had been shattered, allowing all to witness the scene in the courtyard. Betraying the human race. Today you cannot escape your fate. Coupled with Shen Changqing's overwhelming strength, Wenrong felt immense pressure. The factions had vacated the premises entirely. I did not believe it. A few Shen-level demon slayers. A furious shout erupted. The Tianwu Gangqi was unleashed. A formidable blade aura shot forth from the blade, slicing toward Wenrong at an astonishing speed. They all believed that if Shen Changqing were to direct his blade at them, their chances of survival would be non-existent. Even if the adversary were in peak condition, he would not flinch. Moreover, given the outcome that had already unfolded, it was unnecessary to contemplate too many hypothetical scenarios. After glancing at the panel, Shen Changqing revealed a satisfied smile. Chapter 53. Coexistence is Impossible Name. Shen Changqing Faction. Daqinjun MOC Identity. Huang-level Demon Slayer Martial Arts. Shisan Tai Bao Horizontal Training. Level 16. Can be upgraded. Tianwu Gangqi. Level 11. Can be upgraded. 7 Kill Blade Technique. Level 3. Iron Sand Palm. Level 2. Kill Count. 41. The originally existing 3 points of kill value do not count. Slaying the female corpse contributed 8 points. And slaying Wenrong provided an additional 30 points. Thus, the kill value surged from the original 3 points to a total of 41 points. Shen Changqing silently calculated. If he were to purely enhance the Shisan Tai Bao horizontal training without increasing consumption, it could leap from level 16 to level 24. I am quite curious about how formidable my physical body would become at level 24 of Shisan Tai Bao horizontal training. Shen Changqing shook his head with a chuckle. It is impossible to invest all kill values solely into horizontal training. Tianwu Gangqi is paramount. At least for now, that is undoubtedly the case. Only when his vital energy is insufficient to sustain the enhancement of Tianwu Gangqi would he consider upgrading Shisan Tai Bao horizontal training. At this moment, Zhang Yu had already led his men to search the Zhang family estate. Captain Zhang, this Zhang family is eerily quiet, one official remarked, gazing at the vast Zhang residence. Devoid of any signs of life, a chill creeping into his heart. In response, Zhang Yu shook his head. The Zhang family has colluded with demonic entities. It is possible that all have been slain by the Lord. We merely need to follow orders and conduct a thorough search of the estate. With no members of the Zhang family currently present, he had formed certain suspicions. However, in truth, matters of demonic nature were beyond the purview of a mere lowly captain. Lord Shun possesses formidable strength, capable of dispatching demonic beings. In contrast, should they face such entities, it would be a dead end for them. Hearing this, the official fell silent. The Zhang residence was quite expansive. Besides the main courtyard, there were still several smaller courtyards and numerous guest rooms. Upon pushing open a tightly shut guest room door, a musty odor rushed out, prompting Zhang Yu to cover his mouth and nose. The official trailing behind him could only roll his eyes at the situation. How long has it been since anyone lived here? Wealthy families have so many houses that they fall into decay. As the official grumbled, Zhang Yu stepped inside. It was midday, and the sunlight was intense. Even with the windows tightly closed, the light filtering through allowed for a clear view of the room's layout. In the women's chamber, a dressing table bore a copper mirror, with cosmetics haphazardly strewn about as if left in haste. Moreover, there were dark brown stains on the floor. Zhang Yu drew his long knife, lightly scraping the dark brown substance, his expression grave. This is evidence of dried blood. It seems someone has died in this room, and it has been quite a while. The dark brown stains formed a significant pool. Such a quantity of blood would be sufficient to claim a life. Sheathing his long knife, Zhang Yu turned to those beside him. Search the room thoroughly for anything of value. Yes, be cautious. This room gives off an ominous vibe. Zhang Yu's gaze remained vigilant as he surveyed his surroundings. Even though it was highly likely that the Zhang family had already been thoroughly cleared out by Shen Changqing, one could never be too careful about what might remain. Better safe than sorry. This had been his invaluable experience accumulated over many years in service. Over the years, the Bureau routinely recruited new captains due to the unfortunate deaths of some, resulting in a persistent shortage of manpower. Individuals like Zhang Yu, regarded as seasoned veterans within the Bureau, each possessed their own strengths. After a quarter of an hour, the room had been searched thoroughly, yielding only some scattered silver coins. With no other valuable items in sight, Subsequently, the two exited the room and proceeded to the next location. Throughout the afternoon, the officials were diligently searching the Zhang estate, while Shen Changqing remained unhurried, patiently awaiting their return. During this time, he took out the Qingling jade pendant to check. It displayed 3 black lines. One line was notably thicker, another slightly less so, while the thinnest line paled in comparison to the other two. Undoubtedly, the thinnest black line was contributed by the female corpse, her strength not particularly formidable among the U level. As for the other 2 lines, they came from Wenrong and that vengeful great anomaly. In terms of strength, Wenrong was undoubtedly the strongest. Unfortunately, he was injured and overly cautious, daring only to remain within the Zhang residence. Otherwise, had he joined forces with that vengeful great anomaly, the Bureau would have faced utter devastation, necessitating a strategic retreat. After putting away the Qingling jade pendant and glancing at the kill value, Shen Changqing chose not to utilize it for the time being. Currently, the vital energy was not sufficient to forcibly enhance the Tianwu Gang Qi without risking depletion. After the 13 Taibao's mastery of horizontal training reached the 16th level, his consumption had significantly increased. Without adequate resources, he dared not act recklessly. At that moment, a constable rushed over, exclaiming, "Sir, we have made a discovery. Follow me." Shen Changqing's spirit was instantly invigorated. In the dimly lit secret chamber, oil lamps flickered. The bare walls were stained with splatters of blood, and skeletal remains littered the floor. A nauseating stench of blood permeating the air. Before the pile of bones lay a bed and a table. On the table sat an incense burner, wisps of blue smoke rising, mingling with a metallic scent, yet somehow offering an additional hint of fragrance. Leading the group, Zhang Yu and several constables stood at the entrance of the secret chamber, gazing at the scattered bones. Some wore solemn expressions while others appeared pale with fear. "The master has arrived," someone shouted. All the constables turned, bowing in respect as they beheld Shen Changqing entering. "Sir." Shen Changqing waved his hand, directing his gaze towards Zhang Yu. "What has transpired?" "Please, sir, look." Zhang Yu stepped aside, revealing the depths of the secret chamber. As Shen Changqing advanced, he beheld the array of bones and the bed situated at the far end. It was evident this had been the dwelling place of the demon. His expression turned cold. The corpses on the ground spoke volumes without need for elaboration. The demon, having sustained injuries, naturally required time to recuperate. Coupled with the intelligence from the Tianxia Wei regarding the frequent disappearances in Linen City over the past year or two, all signs pointed towards the Zhang family. When juxtaposed with the abundance of bones scattered about, the answer became clear. The demon had likely arrived at the Zhang family within the last couple of years, transforming its members into corpses, though it was also plausible that it had existed long before but sustained injuries only recently, utilizing the flesh and blood of the living to nourish itself. Indeed, those who allied with evil no longer qualified as members of the human race. Were it not for the fear of attracting the attention of the Demon-Suppression Division, it was likely that the citizens of Linen City would be unable to escape calamity. Shen Changqing pondered, a murderous intent brewing in his eyes. Despite the demon's ability to engage in minor misdeeds over the years of the Zhang family, this was only due to the overarching deterrence of the Demon-Suppression Division. Once that deterrence waned, the demon would act without restraint. The turmoil caused by various demons had indeed prevented the Demon-Suppression Division from intervening effectively, emboldening the adversary. The demon from Gyue village undoubtedly bore an inextricable connection to this entity. The secret chamber, though spacious, could be surveyed at a glance. Aside from the bed used for rest and the table, the rest was merely a ground strewn with bones. After a brief inspection, Shen Changqing averted his gaze. The demon had been vanquished. He had avenged them. How is the search proceeding in the other areas of the Zhang family? Reporting to you, sir. We have nearly completed the search. We have gathered all the items and placed them outside the courtyard. Very well. Shen Changqing nodded. He had been in the courtyard long enough to notice numerous boxes. Let's take everything back to the office, and Zhang Yu, you should bring some fire oil. With the demon's presence in the Zhang family, we must eliminate any potential future threats. A single fire will ensure absolute safety. Understood. Zhang Yu complied, dispatching some to transport the items while leading others to procure fire oil and other flammable materials. Soon, only Shen Changqing remained before the secret chamber. He cast one last deep glance before turning to leave. The sky had darkened. when Rong's corpse still lay there, the blackened blood severely corroding the ground. Some constables brought a cart, loading box after box of items to transport back to the office, while Zhang Yu and the others drenched the entire Zhang family residence in fire oil. Shortly thereafter, they covered it with heaps of dry firewood. "Sir, everything is ready," Zhang Yu respectfully declared, holding a torch. In response, Shen Changqing did not take the torch but instead drew his long blade from his waist. With a surge of Tianwu Jinqi, he cleaved the air. The searing blade aura struck the Zhang family's courtyard wall in an instant. In that moment, the fire oil ignited, and blazing flames erupted. The heat wave forced Zhang Yu and the others to retreat, while Shen Changqing stood undaunted, seemingly impervious to the intense heat. "Zhang Yu, do we have any possibility of coexisting peacefully with the demons?" Shen Changqing suddenly inquired, gazing at the inferno. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yu was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. "Sir, Yuyist, demons thrive on the vitality of humanity. We are merely sustenance to them. How could there be any possibility of coexistence, were it not for the suppression by the Demon-Suppression Division? The citizens of our Great Qin might have long been devoured by demons. Not to mention, were it not for your presence, sir, we might not have even survived this encounter. You speak the truth. Humanity is but food in the face of demons. How could coexistence ever be feasible? As long as demons persist, we, the human race, shall know no peace." Shen Changqing nodded in profound agreement. In his previous tenure at the Demon-Suppression Division, he had perused numerous records on demons, but those were merely words on a page. It was only during this mission that he grasped the dire nature of the relationship between humanity and demons. As long as demons exist, humanity will suffer. Chapter 54. Unprecedented Ascension. Regardless of my past life, I have now come to this place as a Qin person. If demons were to grow stronger, my fate would not be any better. I have joined the Demon Suppression Division to become a demon slayer, ostensibly to protect the people of the Great Qin. But in truth, it is to carve out a path for my own survival. The raging fire of the Zhang family reflected in Shen Changqing's pupils. Without directly confronting demons, one could never truly comprehend the extent of the calamity they bring. Perhaps in the eyes of demons, humanity is no different from pigs or sheep. To consume humanity is merely an instinctual drive. However, he is not a demon and could never empathize with that perspective. I am human, and thus I must consider matters from the standpoint of humanity. Shen Changqing felt a sense of clarity. As a member of the human race, he could not adopt the perspective of livestock, contemplating whether it was tragic to become sustenance. Similarly, during his time at the Demon Suppression Division, his monthly salary amounted to merely a couple of taels of silver. I understand this well. There is no need for you to remind me, sir. As dawn broke, everything would be accounted for. He hastily grabbed the items on the table, stuffing whatever he could into his mouth. Sure, Qing Sheng had delivered everything, along with a thick stack of silver notes. A thought crossed his mind. The Zhang family in Linen City, despite any circumstances, could be considered a prominent family. During the raid, they had packed away large boxes, leaving nothing behind. Soon, observing the change in Shen Changqing's expression, Sure Qing Sheng quietly cautioned, "Sir, the assets from both families are merely temporarily stored in the office's treasury and have not yet been dispatched to the capital." Considering his superior's status, Sure Qing Sheng did not dwell on it. If the 13 Taibao's horizontal training had only increased by 1 level after the 16th, it would no longer suffice to sustain the consumption. The cost of a single meal amounts to several taels of silver, a considerable expenditure indeed. Relying solely on the salary provided by the Jemasi, I find that elevating my cultivation will undoubtedly consume a great deal of time. Consequently, Shen Changqing contemplated a change in martial arts. However, a statement from Sure Qing Sheng suddenly sparked an epiphany within him. Yet there were evident drawbacks. Shen Changqing first consumed part of the meal to satiate his hunger before focusing his mind to enhance his martial arts through the interface. Soon after, he felt the depletion of his physical vitality, which transformed into Tianwu true energy within his dantian. At that moment, someone entered the room. Based on his salary as a Huangjit demon exterminator, it would take several hundred years to save enough. Was this the norm for county magistrates in the past? Shen Changqing's expression remained unchanged. He neither displayed anger nor eagerness. Ultimately, he instructed Sure Qing Sheng to tally the day's gains. Even so, there were still indications of a faint sheen on his skin. Shen Changqing did not perceive this as a problem, yet as his cultivation level increased, so too did his consumption. At times, discrepancies between the recorded accounts and actual inventory were inevitable. Now that he had ascended to the rank of Huangjie Demon Exterminator, his salary had risen to 5 taels. The Tianwu Ganqi had nearly depleted his life essence as it broke through from the 11th to the 12th layer. Shi Qingsheng nodded and then remarked with a smile, "Otherwise, how could the Zhao family have amassed such wealth in Linen City within a mere decade or two?" A county magistrate's monthly salary amounts to just a few taels of silver. Guoming, a Huangjie Demon Exterminator earns 5 taels a month, totaling merely 60 taels a year. The Zhao family's assets in linen would require a Huangjie Demon Exterminator to refrain from eating or drinking for 3,500 years. The 13th Taibao's martial arts had reached the 17th layer. All his meridians interconnected in an instant, and the true energy, which should have remained within his body, began to grow rapidly and solidify. Shen Changqing's gaze fixed on Shi Qingsheng. "You know what should and should not be said. Although I am merely acting as the county magistrate, I am still a member of the Zhenma. The consumption at the 13th layer of Tianwu Ganqi would undoubtedly be greater, and it might require the 13th Taibao's martial arts to reach the 19th layer to sustain that momentary expenditure. Thus, it was evident that he would not simply extract 30,000 taels from both families. The cost-effectiveness did not align, which dictated that he would need to expend more killing value to achieve the desired outcome. Demon exterminators are, after all, professionals who tread the edge of danger. A slightly higher salary is only natural. Furthermore, the true benefits of joining the Zhenma extend far beyond mere remuneration. Shen Changqing was acutely aware of this. The combined wealth of the Zhao and Zhang families already amounted to over 300,000 taels, if such was the case in a modest linen city. How much wealth would the prominent families in other prefectures or even the capital possess? Yet, he did not expect that in such a short span, one person could consume it all. Nevertheless, Shi Qingsheng's words and deeds stirred something within him. With this in mind, both families' assets were to be tallied by his subordinate. As long as it was not excessive, the court would not conduct a thorough investigation. However, it would be wise to refrain from excessive withdrawals. Moving 30,000 taels would be most appropriate. As the true energy began to liquefy, Shi Qingsheng could only expedite the tallying overnight. 30,000 taels of silver had a consumption of 5 points of killing value. He distinctly remembered that the provisions he brought were sufficient for several robust men. He chose to remain silent. At this juncture, Shen Changqing began to push for a breakthrough with Tianwu Ganqi. The table was in disarray, every morsel consumed. Yet even this could not fully satiate that insatiable consumption. His body trembled. However, a drop, 2 drops. Yes, I shall attend to it immediately. The hunger pang surged. Regardless of the circumstances, it was still a matter of advancing to the next level. Shi Qingsheng displayed considerable experience. As a human, he could not contemplate matters from the perspective of the demonic. He had to consider whether humans being consumed as sustenance aligned with the natural order. A powerful suction emanated from all aspects of his body. The food previously consumed vanished at an astonishing speed, transforming into a surge of vitality. Only a fool would be unable to discern this. A profound sense of weakness washed over him. Before long, the true energy in his dantian reached a state of overflow. When it could not break free from the constraints of the dantian, it began to compress in reverse. Shi Qingsheng respectfully withdrew. Very well. Shen Changqing noted that the silver notes amounted to approximately 30,000 taels, strictly speaking, a few taels short. Each breakthrough necessitated considerable resources to replenish bodily consumption. Shen Changqing felt a twinge of discomfort. After regaining his composure, he inquired, "What is your command, my lord?" As Shi Qingsheng greeted him, he caught a glimpse of the disheveled table, startled. "It appears that you have often engaged in such activities while accompanying Zhao Fan." "My lord, rest assured that I know nothing." Shi Qingsheng hastily replied, 3,500 years. As he surveyed the table laden with food, he couldn't help but feel a sense of wonder. With a resounding call, he declared, "My lord, the assets of the Zhang family have all been accounted for, totaling 1,300,000 taels in silver. In less than an hour, 1,300,000 taels. Previously, such an increase could hardly match the consumption of internal cultivation. Yes, I shall obey. For the Zhenma, there are many methods to silence a person. armed with prior experience. Shen Changqing remained seated on the stool, closing his eyes to sense the changes in his body. Simultaneously, he grasped the implications of the conversation. While panel upgrades necessitated killing value, daily consumption replenishment was equally vital. Uncertain of how long had passed, the true energy in his dantian transformed into a crimson liquid, akin to a serene spring, resting quietly within. Shen Changqing nodded in satisfaction and remarked, the total assets from the Zhao and Zhang families amount to 310,000 taels. Ensure meticulous records are kept without any omissions. The 13th Taibao's martial arts had advanced to the 17th layer, significantly enhancing his overall capabilities. Shen Changqing nodded, noting that while the results differed slightly from his expectations, they were not far off. In essence, the level of this martial art was ultimately too low. Shen Changqing could not suppress a sigh. The intertwining sensations of fullness and weakness left him momentarily dazed. It was reasonable for formidable beings capable of vanquishing demons to require more sustenance. Upon returning to the Yamen, the 13th Taibao's martial arts underwent enhancement. The gaseous true energy began its transformation into liquid form. Shi Qingsheng dared not ask further and retreated with the silver notes. The Zhao family was at its zenith. With total assets amounting to approximately 210,000 taels, the Zhang family's wealth, while slightly less, still totaled around 130,000 taels. How much discrepancy do you think will not cause trouble? Additionally, prepare some supplements to replenish vitality, along with chicken, duck, fish, and meat, and have them delivered immediately. If the government subsidy is insufficient, I shall personally cover the remainder. Otherwise, even if the value of killing exceeds the limit, it may no longer be competitive compared to other martial arts. Shen Changqing took out a 10-tael silver note and handed it directly to Shi Qingsheng. Prepare a feast for me immediately, following the previous standard but doubled. Given that he could not return to the Jinma Sea at the moment, although he had his thoughts, he found himself unable to take any practical actions. The salary of an exorcist was already significantly higher than that of others. Shen Changqing did not hesitate, seizing the opportunity to consume a considerable amount of food. Instantly, he consumed 10 points of killing value. His external abilities improved, and his vitality surged. However, to simply conserve the killing value until returning to Jinma Sea for gradual transformation was not appropriate. At present, the city of Linen was rife with undercurrents, and having just uprooted a base of a Yang Shengming, it was uncertain when a Yang Shengming would take further action. Therefore, under these limited circumstances, he had to strive to enhance himself as much as possible. Chapter 55. The question of promotion for half a day. Shen Changqing did not step out of his chamber. During this time, Shi Qingsheng came and went several times, each time bringing a substantial amount of food. Within the chamber, Shen Changqing finally concluded his training and began to inspect his status panel. Name: Shen Changqing Faction. The Qin Demon-Suppression Identity: Huang Level Exorcist Martial Arts. Shursan Tai Bao Honglian Gong, Level 20, cannot be enhanced. Tianwu Gongqi, Level 13, cannot be enhanced. Qisha Daofa, Level 3, Tai Shazheng, Level 2, killing value 0 as Shen Changqing had surmised. The Shursan Tai Bao Honglian Gong consumed 5 points of killing value per level from level 16 to 19, but upon breaking through to level 20, the consumption doubled. Naturally, while the consumption doubled, the enhancement effect on the physical body was significantly magnified. As a Huang level exorcist, there was a 5-year grace period. Huang level exorcists typically undertook missions involving ghost level anomalies, with the most perilous tasks being to assist Xian level exorcists in confronting resentment level anomalies. At this moment, Shen Changqing looked at the two with a calm expression. You have come because of the notice posted by the government, correct? If you have any questions, feel free to voice them. There is no need for subtlety. The onlooking citizens all shook their heads and sighed. Indeed, just a few days ago, I had been conversing with Steward Zhang, and little did I expect that in just a few days he would be gone. The 41 points of killing value had resulted in a consumption of 25 points for the Shursan Tai Bao Honglian Gong, leaving only 16 points, which had merely elevated the Tianwu Gongqi by 2 levels. With the 12th level of Tianwu Gongqi being perfected, it allowed a martial artist to enter the realm of external Gongqi. Now, at the 13th level, I was nearly at the pinnacle of external Gongqi. Yet there remained a considerable gap to break through the Grandmaster realm. Moreover, The direct provision of 30 points of killing value equated to what I would painstakingly earn by slaying 2 or 3 ghost-level anomalies. Much like the apprentice exorcists. Upgrading from Huang level to Xian level as an exorcist also required undertaking assessment tasks. A competent steward of the Huang level exorcist academy, who was originally a Xian level exorcist, should have been as steady as a rock, yet tragically fell victim to a fierce level anomaly. This illustrates that one need not be literate to decipher the situation. What is a grandmaster? The Zhang family was a base of the Yang Shengming in Linen, and matters concerning the Yang Shengming's base could be significant or trivial. Presently, even without relying on Gongqi for defense, it would likely be challenging for ordinary channeling martial artists to breach my physical defenses. However, I was utterly perplexed regarding the Grandmaster realm beyond the innate stage. The dangers associated with future missions would undoubtedly surge. The second level of a library might contain records of Grandmasters, but it was highly probable that techniques pertaining to Grandmasters resided on the third level, and with my status as a Huang level exorcist, gaining access to the second level was the utmost I could achieve. How'd you come here? For Shen Changqing, this was not his primary concern at the moment. He had long since prepared himself mentally for the current circumstances. He had not a single clue. Many citizens gathered around, bustling with discussions about the notice. The Zhang family was indeed a base of the Yang Shengming, yet they had not colluded with malevolent entities. In fact, they had been exterminated by the Yang Shengming's demons long ago. Senior brother, the Zhang family did not collude with evil. Rather, they were recently annihilated by the wicked, right? She turned to her senior brother, coincidentally meeting Cui Cheng's grave expression. Zhao Yu, who accompanied him, also bore a look of confusion. Moreover, the strength of a ghost-level anomaly could yield only 10 or 8 points of killing value, while a stronger one might provide a bit more. Regardless, with the channeling pills as an excuse, although breaking through the innate stage might be astonishing, it was not beyond explanation. Just as Shen Changqing sat down, Cui Cheng and his companion paid him a visit. The emergence of malevolence of the Zhang family had resulted in a devastating fire that consumed everything. The content of the notice appeared reasonable and justifiable. Shen Changqing also went to the study and began to document the events concerning the Zhang family, subsequently relaying the information back to the Jinma Si. It was hard to say. If successful, he would naturally be promoted to Xian level exorcist. Such a strong figure as Wenrong. Who would have thought the Zhang family would be annihilated by evil? What a pity. Yesterday, based on Shen's words, it was evident that the Zhang family had been a base of the Yang Shengming for quite some time. Yet, from the government's notice, the Zhang family seemed far from being an evil base. Instead, they appear to be a family recently besieged by malevolence. In the inner hall, much like Lu Chong, the 20 levels of the Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong had significantly fortified my physical defenses. As for what constituted an abnormal situation, Shen Changqing could not ascertain. To be honest, Cui Cheng politely raised his inner doubts. Shen Changqing sought out Shi Qingsheng. Master Shi, draft a notice to be posted immediately, explaining the events that transpired at the Zhang family yesterday. Shen Changqing took a deep breath. His current mission remained to oversee linen. The government's notice was officially posted. However, he possessed limited knowledge about grandmasters. Simultaneously, other citizens continued to gather before the notice, engaging in endless discussions. Regardless of whether it was a ghost-level anomaly or a resentment-level anomaly, with his current abilities, he would encounter no significant issues. Thus, exposure was merely a matter of time. I wonder if the Guiyuan sword sect has ever heard of corpse puppets? Everything would have to wait until returning to the Jinma Si. Let us observe for now. However, if it were a resentment-level anomaly, the killing value provided would be considerably higher. Any Huang-level exorcist could refrain from participating in assessments for 5 years, quietly accumulating strength, and only when the 5 years were up would they be compelled to undergo evaluation. Shen Changqing gestured subtly. Should he remain in Huang level, undertaking tasks while exclusively targeting lower-tier malevolent entities, thereby ensuring a steady accumulation, or should he ascend in rank, confronting formidable malevolence and reaping a substantial amount of killing value? Yet, the citizens' discussions contradicted the assumption that the Zhang family had long been exterminated. In an instant, after Shen Changqing concluded, they each took their seats. In the eyes of Cui Cheng, however, there were numerous flaws. Although there were many benefits to promotion, the dangers were equally significant. Cui Cheng was not the only one in doubt. After finishing his writing, Shen Changqing changed into casual attire and visited the Yongfu pawn shop, where he entrusted the letter to Sidu Bei, urging him to relay the message back to the Jinma division through the Tianxia Wei. Without a genuine confrontation, he could not be entirely certain whether his physical defenses could truly withstand the powers of the Tongmai realm. According to the information received from the Tianxia Wei, it would not be long before the demonic blood would emerge. Please take a seat. After a brief pause, he swiftly changed the subject, retorting with a question. The formally appointed county magistrate by the court should be arriving soon. Rising, he departed from the bedroom. However, should he fail, misfortune could lead to death. And if by chance he survived, the next task would still be an assessment mission. Chui Cheng shook his head, feeling utterly perplexed. How could one break through to the master level? Yet, the true extent of the Zhang family's demonic prowess remained largely undisclosed. If it was merely the annihilation of the Zhang family, there would be no need to report to the Jinma division. Pulling Zhao Yu along, Shen Changqing resolved to convey the news back. Some matters were entangled with the Zhang family, while others purely lamented the fragility of human life. What exactly was going on here? The news of my slaying the Zhang family's demons had already reached the Tianxia Wei, and my breakthrough to the innate level would likely be hard to conceal, yet with the Tongmai Dan at hand, it could be justified. Shen Changqing toyed with the Qingling jade pendant in his hand, submitting it could very well elevate him directly to the position of Xuanjie Demon Slayer. Only upon receiving the Tianwu Ganqi from the Jinma division did he come to truly comprehend the innate realm. Simultaneously, under normal circumstances, the Jinma division would not force a Huangjie Demon Slayer to participate in assessment tasks before the 5-year deadline. Was the Zhang family annihilated by demons just yesterday? It was evident from the moment Shen Changqing summoned his companions that the Zhang family had long been a stronghold for the Yongshan alliance. The contents of the letter detailed everything truthfully. For the citizens of Linen City, it was indeed a significant event. Thus the Yamen must provide a reasonable explanation to pacify the public. After speaking, Shen Changqing contemplated. However, should he ascend to the rank of Xuanjie Demon Slayer, the Jinma division would reveal its cold cruelty. In that case, I shall speak candidly. Accordingly, if luck were to turn against him, the mission could very well involve higher-tier demons. Shen Changqing's foremost concern was how to break through to the master realm. A breakthrough to the innate level did not necessarily imply an elevation to Xuanjie Demon Slayer. His foundational skills were ultimately too shallow. He wished to rapidly enhance his strength without attracting attention. Such a harmonious outcome was rare in this world. If the Zhang family had not colluded with demons, they would have perished at the hands of the fiends long ago. Once he successfully ascended, all aspects of his treatment would improve. In the first level of the library, he scarcely grasped the master realm, let alone the innate level. He was at best somewhat familiar with the concept. He originally thought the Zhang family had conspired with demons only to be eradicated by Shen Changqing. But now the announcements seemed to suggest that the Zhang family had been suddenly wiped out by demons, prompting the Yamen to act against them. The inherent risks were not negligible. This was a challenging decision. In the crowd, Chui Cheng regarded the posted announcement, his brow slightly furrowed. Moreover, he calculated the time. Unless I can ascend to Xuanjie Demon Slayer, that would be a different matter. Operating discreetly within the Jinma division, quietly accumulating some killing points to enhance his realm was indeed feasible. Yet that progress was far too slow. The two clasped their fists. Thank you, Lord Shen. We shall take our leave now. Lord Shen, I wish to inquire about the Zhang family. Chui Cheng eagerly interjected, yet halfway through, he found himself at a loss for words. Corpse puppet. Chui Cheng hesitated for a moment, but quickly recalled something, his expression shifting dramatically. Are you suggesting that the Zhang family members have all been turned into corpse puppets? Chapter 56. The Earth Dragon turns over corpse puppet. Zhao Yu displayed a puzzled expression. Chui Cheng patiently elaborated. A corpse puppet is a method employed by demons. After killing a person, they are reformed into a puppet. Those transformed into corpse puppets retain memories from their former lives, but are bound to obey their creators. To the untrained eye, it is challenging to distinguish a corpse puppet from a living person. However, since they are no longer alive, they must regularly consume fresh blood to prevent their bodies from rotting. Regarding corpse puppets, the Guyuan sword sect, as a prominent faction in Guangyuan Prefecture, certainly possessed ample records. After explaining, Chui Cheng turned to Shen Changqing, now understanding his intentions. You two are quite fortunate. The citizens of Linen City were thrown into a state of panic, and that furious roar seemed to awaken their innermost fears, while the enforcers maintaining order fared little better. The remaining matters would be handled by this official. Suddenly, although Shen Changqing had not been an official for long, everything he did resonated deeply with the people, forging a formidable image. An enforcer entered from outside and addressed the two. "Gentlemen, please." Shen Changqing felt the ground tremble as if the earth dragon were turning over. Items on the table in the inner hall fell to the ground, shattering into pieces due to the tremors. As for the records in the first level of the library, there was scant information regarding demons, with only some peculiar accounts. "Lord Shen," a voice, echoing with an imposing rage, resounded like an ancient beast awakening from slumber. Observing the calmness of the scene, Shen Changqing's expression grew serious. His feet felt as if rooted to the ground, impervious to the shaking beneath him. Without any apparent reason, a thought emerged in Shen Changqing's mind. The chaotic burial grounds in the eastern part of the city could potentially be the site sealing the demonic blood, perfectly aligning with the current anomalies. If the earth dragon turned over to a moderate degree, there would be no significant impact, but if the tremors were intense, it would spell disaster for the populace. He sensed an ominous premonition. An elderly man, trembling, pointed his finger and declared, "Demons. There are demons emerging. I have heard a rumor that slumbering demons exist around Linen City. Now that the earth dragon is turning, coupled with that furious roar, it must signify the emergence of demons. Demons are emerging. Quickly, take cover." Two familiar faces appeared before Shen Changqing's eyes. To be frank, the emergence of demonic blood could very well happen today. Finishing his thought, he calculated the time. The emergence of demonic blood was indeed imminent. Moments later, a cacophony erupted outside. "All right, rest assured, my lord, I will ensure the order within the city remains stable," Zhang Yu replied respectfully, clasping his fists. "You two take care." The seven sons, sex, people returned to tranquility in Linen City. His thoughts were no longer on the earth dragon turning over. Regardless of his status as the magistrate of Linen or as an exorcist of the Jinma division, Shen Changqing had no reason to remain idle. During this period, he had kept a low profile, seldom making public appearances. The previously chaotic scene had stabilized somewhat. Two individuals were involved, one named Ming Jingyang and the other Huang Xian, both possessing formidable martial prowess. Cui Cheng pulled Zhao Yu to his feet, stating, "We shall not disturb Lord Shen any further. Farewell." Shen Changqing's inner turmoil began to settle considerably. To a martial artist of the innate external realm, the upheaval was of no consequence. Shen Changqing nodded and subsequently departed from the venue, urging the crowd to flee, for if demons were to emerge, we would all face dire consequences. The corpses were too sinister, and ordinary citizens could not discern them, should they learn that the Zhang family members had already become corpses. Panic would undoubtedly ensue among the populace of Linen. The official hoped that both would keep this matter confidential. Upon hearing this, he forced himself to calm down, cautiously inquiring, "My lord, with the ground shaking, it has caused considerable alarm. What should we do now?" A thunderous noise resonated from afar, within the demon suppression prison, amidst the chaos. The blood of demons had manifested. Shen Changqing remained rooted in place, his brow furrowed, yet he managed to instill a semblance of calm among the citizens. Some felt as though they had been struck by a heavy blow, nearly losing their balance. Nevertheless, he realized that he need not exercise excessive caution in Linen. Even if demons wreaked havoc, they would still have to consult the blade in his hand for permission. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, as if a storm was brewing, the ominous clouds threatening to engulf the city. While the clouds had not yet descended upon Linen, the foreboding was palpable. Shen Changqing nodded and then called out, "Bring forth the guests." The term Yaojing encompasses both demons and strange entities, but only exorcists are permitted to interact with the latter, not the former. This was indeed for the best. Judging by the current tremors, the upheaval was not excessively violent, with Shi Qingsheng and the officers maintaining order. Shen Changqing felt more at ease. Striding forward, he harnessed his martial energy and bellowed with resounding authority, "Silence." Although he did not seek the blood of demons, his title as an exorcist carried considerable weight. "Remain where you are. Anyone who dares to flee will be thrown into the dungeons." Shen Changqing did not conceal his intentions. A mere roar from him conveyed immense threat. The sealed remnants of demons and the demons themselves were not captured by the exorcists. His tone softened slightly as he reassured, "You may rest easy. While I am in Linen, no harm shall befall you. Once the tremors cease, you may return home and do not venture out for any sounds." All noise was suppressed. The chaos in Linen was his responsibility. The natural upheaval was ultimately a rare occurrence, but with the emergence of demon blood, the ground shaking could very well be related. Shen Changqing immediately complied with the instructions. Zhang Yu suppressed his inner panic, drawing his long blade in a fierce manner. Shen Changqing lifted a teacup, the glint of the blade instilling fear among some citizens. "Do not panic. Farewell." Shen Changqing had to make do. He gathered the citizens to a safer area, instructing them not to leave the city, and ordered the officers to disperse and maintain order within. Anyone attempting to exploit the situation for chaos would be thrown into the dungeons. You shall lead everyone to uphold order in the city. From this moment on, anyone spreading rumors or inciting unrest among the citizens shall be killed on the spot if the situation is severe, and those with lesser offenses shall be imprisoned without mercy. He had no other matters to attend to in the daily operations of the office. However, Linen was merely a small place, and while there were blacksmith shops, the weapons crafted were inferior to the current half-damaged long blade. The few larger families had also ceased their activities, fearing any unnecessary movements. Shen Changqing hurried over, a look of panic on his face. "My lord, the ground is shaking. It is unsafe to remain in the inner hall of the office. We must find shelter quickly. Anyone who dares to resist shall be killed on the spot." If the emergence of demon blood could provoke such tremors, he needed to reassess the power of the demon blood. The crux was that Lord Shen feared that news of the corpses would incite panic among the citizens. In that moment, Shen Changqing felt a chill run down his spine. First, the Zhao family was exterminated, then the Zhang family was confiscated. Within a short time, the prominent local forces in Linen had been purged. Instantly, he recognized the identities of the two individuals. He had little knowledge of demons, but as Shen Changqing left the city, he observed many martial artists heading towards the mass graveyard. Shen Changqing calmly issued orders, his threatening words echoing as he gazed into the distance from the inner hall. "This is bad, the ground is shaking." The citizens' panic was so loud it could be heard within the office. At that moment, Shen Changqing nodded. As thoughts surged in his mind, the ground suddenly quaked violently once more. "Anyone who attempts to cause chaos in Linen shall not escape my wrath." Initially, the weapon assigned to the Jinma division had broken, and he sought an opportunity to acquire a new one. However, it was also necessary to assess the situation at the site of the incident. Familiar faces could also be seen. In the next breath, Cui Cheng's expression grew serious as he hurriedly responded, "Rest assured, my lord. We will absolutely not leak the matter of the corpses. The Guiyuan sword sect has established its foundation in Qin for hundreds of years, and our duty is to maintain stability." As he contemplated the situation, he uttered a single phrase, "Run. If you don't run now, it will be too late." Those words sent the previously somewhat calm citizens into a frenzy once more. He could distinctly sense that the thunderous roar had originated from the eastern outskirts of the city. The same sentiment applied. If you seek the blood of demons, that is your own affair. He could no longer maintain his composure and stepped out of the office. The tremors did not last long before subsiding. Shen Changqing's mind was filled with phrases he had heard in his previous life. He glanced at Zhang Yu. Noting his calm demeanor, Shen Changqing shared the gravity of his suspicions. Indeed, as long as no master emerges, even if he cannot sweep through the innate realm, he would certainly not be weak among them. Unbeknownst to him, the once clear sky had grown darkened, weighing heavily upon his chest and causing an inexplicable sense of suffocation. Without warning, he declared, "The notion of demons emerging is not credible. It is merely a simple upheaval. You need not worry excessively. Furthermore, even if demons were to emerge, I hail from the Jinma division, and my duty is to eradicate evil. Now, if there were disturbances outside the city, it was likely that the blood of demons had re-emerged. Lord Shen, are you interested?" Ming Xingyang smiled faintly, though a hint of gravity lingered in his heart. Wasn't he it said that one would not vie for the blood of demons and monsters? Yet here he was, eager to join the fray. Chapter 57. An abundance of participants. The commotion outside the city had stirred the earth dragon from its slumber. As the acting county magistrate, it was only natural that I could not stand idly by. Shen Changqing, observing Ming Zhengyang's expression, understood his thoughts without further elaboration. As the county magistrate of Linen City and a member of the Demon-Suppression Division, there should be no need to report actions to those of the Jianghu unless absolutely necessary. Upon hearing this, Ming Xingyang refrained from asking more questions. Your Excellency has the welfare of the people at heart. I admire that. We have other matters to attend to, so we shall take our leave. With that, he departed with another companion. The emergence of demon blood was not solely a concern for the Chiyu sect. Should they arrive too late, the blood could fall into the hands of others, which would lead to considerable trouble. Shen Changqing did not attempt to stop them. He harnessed his Tianwu true energy, lightly touching the ground with his toes, and soared into the air like a great bird, landing a considerable distance away. He lamented that he needed to return to the Demon-Suppression Division to seek a lightness technique. Looking at the figures of the Jianghu, each possessed graceful agility, while he relied solely on the explosive force of his true energy, appearing rather brutish. However, the lightness technique was a trivial matter. He could practice it gradually in the future. What mattered most at present was the emergence of the demon blood. As Shen Changqing himself had stated, he had no intention of contending for the demon blood. His sole concern was that its emergence might provoke further issues. The earlier sight of the earth dragon stirring and that thunderous roar signified something extraordinary. The chaotic burial ground outside the city was not far from Linen, merely 3 or 4 li away. Shen Changqing quickly arrived at the burial ground. At that moment, he beheld the mountains collapsing and trees toppling, as if a colossal beast had trampled a vast area. Following this, a pungent scent of blood permeated the air. Shen Changqing felt a surge of caution and stepped inside. Upon entering the burial ground, the stench of blood intensified, and a voice seemed to resonate in his mind, provoking a sense of agitation. This was troubling. Immediately, Shen Changqing sensed something amiss. He halted his steps and steadied his mind. The voice that had troubled him vanished at once. Now, he was certain that this voice was undeniably linked to the emergence of the demon blood. According to intelligence from the Tianxia Guard, the demon blood should have fallen to a lower tier, but could even low-tier demon blood possess such formidable power? He inhaled deeply, re-evaluating the might of the demon blood. Long before, in the demon suppression prison, Shen Changqing had witnessed the remnants of demons and living demons alike. Although the prison appeared simple, it was rife with various prohibitions, and the sinister powers confined within were nearly entirely sealed. The emergence of demon blood now indicated that the sealing power had been broken. This meant that the emerging demon blood was unbound by any constraints. Focusing his mind, Shen Changqing ventured deeper. In the burial ground, discarded corpses lay scattered about, yet he paid them little heed. Treading upon the bones, he advanced toward the location of the demon blood. As he continued deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly expansive. Eventually, Shen Changqing paused. Before him, the ground had split open like an unfathomable chasm, with an endless crimson glow emanating from its depths. A power that could cause even innate warriors to tremble was gradually rising. The demon blood lay beneath the chasm. Shen Changqing mused, now understanding why the emergence of demon blood had stirred the earth dragon. The immense fissure in the ground revealed the magnitude of the disturbance caused by the emergence of the blood. The proximity of Linen City made it evident that the tremors would naturally reach there as well. As he withdrew his gaze from the chasm, he observed the surroundings. Cui Cheng and Ming Xingyang stood apart, each bearing grave expressions. Several Jianghu figures had drawn their swords, poised for action. Your Excellency, do you also intend to vie for the demon blood? A Jianghu individual, feeling a sense of foreboding, inquired with a respectful gesture upon noticing Shen Changqing's arrival. As he spoke, the gazes of all present converged upon Shen Changqing, the most powerful individual among them, hailing from the Demon-Suppression Division. In response, Shen Changqing chuckled lightly. You need not concern yourselves with me. I harbor no intention of contending for the demon blood. Whoever possesses the skill may take the blood and leave. However, if none of you are capable of retrieving it, then to prevent the demon blood from wreaking havoc upon the world, I shall have no choice but to intervene and secure it for the Demon-Suppression Division. Upon hearing his words, a collective sigh of relief washed over the crowd. Shen Changqing's message was clear. Those capable may take the blood, but if they are unable, then the situation would be unavoidable. No one believed they would be the one lacking ability. The atmosphere fell into an immediate silence. with the ground fractured and the demon blood sealed deep within. They were merely witnessing the initial emergence. Every warrior could sense the demon blood rising swiftly from the depths. They awaited its true emergence. Just as the demon blood continued to ascend, Shen Changqing felt that vanished voice surge back from within, inciting an overwhelming urge to slay. Alarmed, he glanced around at the others. Sure enough, some weaker warriors or those with fragile mental fortitude exhibited a faint crimson hue in their eyes. Though they struggled to suppress it, their hands gripping weapons trembled slightly. Suddenly, one individual struck out, swinging a long knife toward a nearby companion. Lular, I have yet to settle the score with you for your previous sneak attack. Today, you dare to vie for the blood? You seek death. Is he who seeks death? Lular, seemingly prepared, remained unfazed by the assault and retaliated immediately. In that instant, others with grievances could no longer contain themselves and joined the fray. The once tranquil scene erupted into chaos. Observing the unfolding turmoil, Shen Changqing maintained his composure, neither offering words of caution nor intervening, but rather observing silently as a mere bystander. Also watching were members of the 5 factions and certain Jianghu individuals. Such strength dared to contend for the demon blood. It was a grave miscalculation. Ming Xingyang shook his head, scoffing at their folly. These individuals lack even the strength to resist temptation, yet they dare to approach their own demise. It is futile to mention their presence, even without them. They are unworthy of claiming the demon's essence that lies before them. The battle rages on, and soon, casualties begin to emerge. Shen Changqing stands with his hands clasped behind his back, silently awaiting the arrival of the demon's essence. Suddenly, a frenzied swordsman from the martial world lunges at him with a blade. The 9-loop broadsword descends, generating a fierce gust of wind. Unperturbed, Shen Changqing extends his hand, effortlessly pinching the blade between his fingers. With a surge of Tianwu true energy, he twists his fingers, causing the sword to shatter into 2 halves. In a swift motion, he flings one half back, driving it deep into the chest of the assailant. A scream escapes the man's lips as he collapses backward, blood gushing from his wound. This abrupt turn of events jolts a portion of the onlookers, and their gazes toward Shen Changqing transform into expressions of dread. To kill with such ease is a testament to his terrifying power. At that moment, Shen Changqing's gaze falls upon the fissured earth before him, where a cacophony of unsettling sounds emerges, as if something is crawling up from beneath. Could it be that the demons are not yet vanquished? The sound sent a shiver through him. The demon's essence should merely be blood, incapable of crawling out of the abyss as if it possessed a corporeal form. Even flying would seem more plausible. Caution! Something is emerging from below. Shen Changqing's voice rings out, reaching every ear present. Instantly, all eyes turn toward the canyon ahead. Moments later, a decayed, bloodied hand emerges from the depths of the canyon, followed by a corpse clawing its way out. As soon as the body surfaces, it lunges toward the nearest person. The individual gasps in horror. What is this creature? The foul stench of decay mingled with the scent of blood becomes overwhelming as the corpse advances, making one feel nauseated. Despite the fear gripping his heart, he does not hesitate. With a sweeping motion of his long knife, he cleaves the corpse into midair. The severed halves fall to the ground, writhing like worms, refusing to succumb to death. Shen Changqing's expression darkens. The undead before him evokes unsettling thoughts. It is a corpse puppet, yet it differs from the artificially crafted ones of the Zhang family. In truth, there are various types of corpse puppets. The Zhang family's variant is one, while the one before him is another. This is a corpse puppet, likely revived by the taint of the demon's essence. To eradicate a corpse puppet, the most effective method is to sever its head. Otherwise, it is challenging to completely extinguish its vitality. Shen Changqing speaks aloud, revealing the identity of the creature. As he speaks, more corpse puppets begin to emerge from the canyon. Although they are fearsome, the martial practitioners present are accustomed to bloodshed and thus have no reason to cower, particularly since, despite their terrifying appearance, corpse puppets are relatively weak, comparable to ordinary individuals at best. Understanding their weaknesses, the gathered warriors find it quite manageable to deal with them. The only concern lies in their overwhelming numbers. Chapter 58. An unsettling calm. The chaotic burial ground has existed for many years. If the remains of the deceased had no suitable resting place, they would ultimately be interred here. Over the years, no one knows how many bodies lie buried within. Now, those remains have been tainted by the demon's essence and have risen as corpse puppets from their graves. Fortunately, not every body can transform into a corpse puppet. Only those that are relatively well preserved can undergo this conversion. Otherwise, the numbers would surge dramatically. Shen Changqing unsheathes his long knife, dispatching a lunging corpse puppet. While the number of reanimated corpses is considerable, it does not reach a state of despair. In his mind, even if it were not for the task at hand, Shen Changqing could not allow so many innocents to fall prey to the demons. The area of the chaotic burial ground, where the struggle for the demon's essence occurs, is now shrouded in fog, which is gradually spreading outward. Among all present, he possesses the strongest power. The surge of crimson light is invigorating. Shen Changqing steps back, silently observing the crowd scramble for the demon's essence, having no intention of intervening. His gaze lands on Ming Zhengyang. With the Earth Dragon's upheaval now concluded, and with his prior orders, all civilians have retreated to their homes, leaving the previously crowded streets desolate. A cold, ominous atmosphere permeates the surroundings. Even the two masters from the Tiandao sect are somewhat inferior to Ming Zhengyang. Xiao Bolong bursts into laughter, drawing his long knife, unleashing a razor-sharp energy that slices through the air. Shen Changqing attributes the absence of demons to the fact that all the evil sent by the Eternal Life Alliance have been vanquished, hence the lack of further appearances. As the first individual strikes, a heartbeat later, a second, and then a third follows suit. This scene sends chills down the spines of the onlookers. Yet he does not anticipate that Shen Changqing, with a sharp exclamation, steps forward, unleashing a blade aura that instantly tears through the air, decapitating a dozen corpse puppets. As for the martial practitioners, their fate is left to chance. Who can say with certainty that this esteemed Shen is not a practitioner of the innate outer momentum realm? The preceding upheaval of the Earth Dragon, followed by the resurrection of corpses, clearly indicates the extraordinary nature of the demon's essence. Their purpose for arriving here was indeed to seize the demon's essence. He has now positioned himself near it, his folding fan piercing through the air like a sword, the fierce wind evoking apprehension. The demon, Shen Changqing, moves swiftly toward Linen City, thus, especially under the allure of the demon's essence. The murderous intent within each heart has been subtly amplified, resulting in casualties occurring shortly after the battle commences. Those who dare to vie for the demon's essence must inevitably face the consequences. He holds no belief that Cui Cheng and the others have any chance of survival. The demon's might surpasses that of ordinary malevolence. As long as one does not deliberately expose themselves, the representatives of the major sects will exhibit some restraint. As he initially stated, could these practitioners of the Meridian realm truly possess the means to subdue the demon's essence? The martial practitioners engage in combat, which does not linger for long. In comparison, if one were to categorize the strength of those present, Ming Zhengyang would rank in the top tier, with the two from the Tiandao sect in the second tier, while the remaining disciples of various sects barely fit between the second and third tiers. The entire city exudes an unusual tranquility. They feel a measure of relief, even amidst the life and death struggle. Yet, the stronger the sect, the more profound its foundation. Everyone desires the demon's essence, precluding any possibility of a peaceful resolution among those gathered. The contention over the demonic essence has attracted numerous figures from the Jianghu, yet the malevolent forces remain conspicuously inactive. The matter of one's own advancement to the innate realm cannot be concealed any longer. However, with the presence of Tianwu Gongqi, there is an obligation to provide an account to the Jinma division. The slain corpses of the puppets were all returned to their origins. Shen Changqing retreated decisively, harboring deep-seated suspicions. Compared to the citizens of Linen City, a portion of the Jianghu individuals could be sacrificed. Even at his level, he felt an immense pressure. It was unclear who spoke first, but soon after, someone dashed towards the emerald blood orb. The sheer potency of an unrestrained drop of demonic essence was uncertain to him as he cast his gaze over Cui Cheng and the others. The atmosphere was silent. Something was about to emerge. The malevolence in the graveyard seemed to sense his formidable presence. During his withdrawal, there was no intention to obstruct him. The once clear image abruptly became hazy. Gongqi was unleashed, although the strength of a sect does not entirely reflect the prowess of its disciples. This locale is under official jurisdiction. When has it been the time for malevolence to run rampant? A resounding roar akin to a colossal beast echoed through the canyon, startling all present. Engage. To speak candidly, the reward offered by Qiao sect pales in comparison to the double that Tian Dao sect could provide. Perhaps the demonic essence could be relinquished to me. Upon careful observation, after initially withdrawing from the misty area, he did not pause, but instead made several swift leaps to escape the graveyard. If the malevolence emerged in the graveyard for the sake of the demonic essence, then the citizens of Linen City were likely also coveted by these dark forces. Should Linen City fall into the hands of evil, his mission would be deemed a failure. In an instant, the situation unfolded. He did not forget his primary objective, which was to safeguard Linen City. Thus, within half an hour, the canyon no longer bore any corpses emerging from its depths. Shen Changqing returned to Linen City. The chilling roars resonated from the blood orb. While there are certain martial arts that can achieve the release of gongqi even before reaching the external realm, the remaining individuals hastened their extermination of the corpses. Within the fog, Shen Changqing sensed a profound danger. With the appearance of the demonic essence, no one could suppress their impulse. Now that a strong practitioner of the innate external realm exists, the puppets pose no significant threat. Shen Changqing remained unfazed. The one who sealed the demonic essence here likely did not foresee that this place would one day become a graveyard. Regarding their inner thoughts, just as he was departing, the mist surged before him. Within the emerald blood orb, red lights intertwined. Shen Changqing pondered deeply. His expression shifted slightly as he lightly tapped the ground with his toes, propelling himself backward like a great bird, swiftly distancing himself from the range of the demonic essence. In the next breath, no one would know that he had already become a practitioner of the innate external realm. Amidst the astonishment, the malevolence of the graveyard posed a tangible threat, undoubtedly linked to vengeful entities, perhaps one, or perhaps more than one. Given that the graveyard is a burial site, it was unwise to engage directly. Even Cui Cheng and Ming Xingyang could not maintain their composure. The demonic essence is precious, but that is relative. Initially, upon witnessing the demonic essence, he had harbored some doubts. However, chaos ensued. Not long after, a blood orb the size of a human fist ascended from the canyon, drawing the attention of all present. Thus, while the demonic essence appeared exceedingly valuable to other factions, to the Jinma division, although still esteemed, it was not deemed absolutely essential. The sheer number of puppets exerted considerable pressure on these Jianghu individuals. With the emergence of malevolence in the graveyard, it was plausible that similar forces could also manifest in Linen City. However, for Guyuan Sword Sect to covet the demonic essence exclusively seemed rather presumptuous. This essence belongs to Qiao sect, and should you grant me this favor, I, Ming, shall surely repay you handsomely in the future. Only the roars echoed relentlessly. With his long knife sheathed, Shen Changqing's hand instinctively rested on the hilt, his expression grave and his mind alert. Shen Changqing struck. The remaining idle martial artists were all categorized into the third tier. Immediately, the demonic essence belongs to Guyuan Sword Sect, and none shall seize it. Now that the demonic essence has truly emerged, they no longer held any reservations. With acute perception, it was evident that the malevolence indeed had further tactics. After all, even upon reaching the innate external realm, one could sense threats. For those who had not even attained the innate level, their fate was all but certain. Cui Cheng drew his sword, the cold gleam of the blade aimed directly at a martial artist closest to the essence. Ming Xingyang stepped forward, his figure vanishing as if shifting dimensions in an instant. That was typical of a practitioner at the innate external realm. There were a few malevolent entities that perished at his hands, and Shen Changqing had grown sensitive to the aura of evil. The gongqi was unleashed. Subsequently, those who grew up in that environment were indeed far more formidable than the average person. Before the emergence of the demonic essence, the martial arts movements of Qiao sect appeared relatively gentle, almost carrying a Confucian flavor. It was said that the founder of Qiao sect was once a great scholar within the court, and it seemed the rumors held some truth. Suddenly, due to the unique characteristics of Tianwu Gongqi, when one breaks through to the innate level, they can release Gongqi. Correspondingly, as the Earth Dragon turned, it was precisely noon, yet much time had been consumed at the graveyard. By the time Shen Changqing returned, although it was not yet nightfall, the sun had already set, and the sky was shrouded in darkness. Walking along the tranquil street, Shen Changqing gripped the hilt of his knife firmly, his gaze tranquil as he steadily made his way toward the yamen. It was eerily quiet. The surrounding environment was excessively still. The street, not particularly long, seemed endless in his eyes. Chapter 59. A night of bloodshed. Shen Changqing's expression remained calm as he walked alone down the street. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept past. His footsteps quickened. The long knife was drawn in an instant, having already coalesced Tianwu true energy, unleashing a terrifying force, and he swiftly turned to cleave downward. In an instant, a figure clad in red, obscured from view, was severed in two by the long knife. A piercing scream erupted as the red-clad figure's bisected body dissipated like smoke. Simultaneously, a familiar aura flowed along the blade into Shen Changqing's hands. Confidence? At this juncture, he asked, "My lord, do you possess the means to deal with those malevolent entities?" Standing beside him, Shi Qingsheng appeared calm, yet an undeniable fear flickered in his eyes. The emergence of malevolent entities in Linen City, coupled with their audacity to launch a surprise attack on him, confirmed his initial suspicions. As he spoke, Shen Changqing stepped into the yamen, glancing at the numerous officials gathered there, and said with a measured tone, "Let Shi Qingsheng accompany Zhang Yu to the inner hall to see me. The rest should remain in the yamen and await my orders." Shen Changqing's gaze lingered on Shi Qingsheng, as if he wished to convey something, but he merely shook his head instead. One reason was for vengeance. Confronted with entities that transcended the realm of the ordinary, one instinctively felt a sense of trepidation. Following closely behind Shi Qingsheng, the two soon arrived at the storeroom of the yamen. Zhang Yu clasped his fists and solemnly declared, "Rest assured, my lord, even if I must sacrifice my life, I will not retreat a single step against the chaos wrought by these malevolent beings." Ultimately, it would depend on Shi Qingsheng's fortune. With a wave of his hand, Shen Changqing signaled Zhang Yu to lead all the officials away. The opponent's meager contribution of 7 points of killing value revealed their abysmally weak nature. In comparison to the weapons provided by the Demon-Suppression Division, they fell drastically short. The heavily shut door creaked open. Naturally, one cannot expect to vanquish malevolent beings with mere rooster's blood, for such an act holds no efficacy. Upon Shen Changqing's arrival at the yamen, he found the main entrance tightly shut, yet the interior was ablaze with light. He was but an ordinary man. The cleansing water applied to the blade could not erase the corrosive marks, yet it gradually soothed Shen Changqing's troubled heart. Furthermore, the malevolent entities infiltrating the city were certainly not limited to a single one. With a flick of his fingers, a quarter of an hour slipped by. At every crucial moment, Shen Changqing was wary of breaking the weapons with even the slightest pressure. This was merely one of several methods. Shen Changqing called out in a deep voice, "The Lord has returned." After a considerable time, the killing value had transformed from 0 to 7. Upon hearing this, he thought, "Now, only you can assist me to a certain extent." One reason was for the 100,000 citizens of Linen City. Several weapon racks were arranged in the vicinity. Are there any formidable weapons? He mused. Should they encounter unusual circumstances, spilling some rooster's blood could dismantle barriers and provide an opportunity for escape. The Eternal Life Alliance had not only dispatched certain malevolent beings to seize the refined blood of demons, but had also sent additional entities to attack Linen City. Unless truly unavoidable, with one hand holding a damp cloth and the other gripping a long knife, he appeared to be cleaning the corroded blade. "You have nothing left to explain. Just live well." It seemed that the upheaval had attracted numerous malevolent beings. Upon his return, Shen Changqing had encountered some bewildering entities. Yet he had slain them. However, the current situation indicated that malevolent beings had indeed infiltrated the city. Zhang Yu was the first to clasp his fists, announcing, "My lord, shortly after your departure, some anomalies were observed in the city. Some people reported that they could not find the end of the road, while others noted they were merely going in circles. However, he could not be 100% certain that the malevolent beings within the city were all weak." After a moment, a throng of officials emerged from within. Shi Qingsheng then spoke up. "Might I inquire whether you encountered any peculiarities upon your return, my lord?" The street before them swiftly returned to normal. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing swiftly dispatched a malevolent being with a single stroke. Based on Zhang Yu's descriptions, The number of malevolent entities in the city was certainly not a trivial matter. As for the method of utilizing the bottled rooster's blood, I have already conveyed it to you. The resources in each person's possession are limited and should only be utilized in critical moments. Otherwise, once depleted, the consequences need not be reiterated. Both Shen Changqing and Zhang Yu bore expressions of tension. Shen Changqing patiently explained, "The rooster is a symbol of pure yang. While its blood may not be a guaranteed remedy against malevolent beings, it does hold some merit." Observing this, Shen Changqing could only helplessly shake his head. The door officially swung open. Each person knows their own matters well. Shen Changqing was taken aback, then fell into contemplation. Subsequently, he silently added a thought in his mind. In daily life, the citizens support you. That is their obligation. However, when faced with danger, you must stand at the forefront to protect the safety of the citizens behind you. That is also your duty. He glanced at the panel below. Shen Changqing shook his head and chuckled when confronting malevolent beings who can claim absolute certainty. But rest assured, as the county magistrate of Linen City, I will not allow it to fall into the hands of malevolence. After all, he had already slain 2 malevolent beings, and the Eternal Life Alliance would not easily swallow this grievance. However, the crisp and melodious sound of a blade rang out. The number of officials within the yamen had already exceeded 40. Numerous boxes piled high, each sealed with a label. He halted his actions. "All right, let us set forth." "Very well, lead the way." There were many weapons stored there, but they were merely for show, appearing impressive yet lacking practical utility. In an instant, while some scholars might possess the ability to suppress malevolent beings with righteous energy, it was evident that Shen Changqing could not reach that level. He always needed to engage in certain actions to soothe his troubled mind. "Immediately relay my orders to close all city gates. No one is permitted to enter or exit without my permission. Secondly, you are required to patrol the city and inspect various locations. Should any anomalies be discovered, you must report back immediately. I will personally slay the malevolent beings. Currently, the number of malevolent beings in the city is considerable, and ordinary officials have no chance of resisting them. Gather all roosters that have lived for more than 3 years within the city. Those malevolent beings can only create simple illusions. Their strength is limited." Shen Changqing sat at the head of the table, with Shen Changqing and Zhang Yu accompanying him. In the outer hall, only Shen Changqing's voice echoed. Even though the blade was corroded by the blood of malevolent beings, it remained far superior to those weapons. Zhang Yu solemnly clasped his fists before turning to depart. Upon hearing this, he returned to the inner hall. Shen Changqing said, "My lord, this is the inventory of weapons currently available in the storeroom. Please take a look." Shen Changqing smiled wryly. "Thank you for your concern, my lord. I know what must be done." The malevolent being that had just been slain was the weakest he had ever encountered. Shen Changqing speculated that there were likely 2 of them. The last time the malevolent beings attacked the yamen, the opponent had survived by sheer luck. An official cautiously peeked out, and upon seeing Shen Changqing's face, his expression immediately shifted to one of relief. After cleansing the blade and reassuring Shen Changqing, he pointed at the weapon rack in the inner hall. Shen Changqing sat alone, a basin of clean water beside him, and his long knife had been unsheathed and placed aside at some point. "My lord," a scholar, seemingly harmless, could hardly achieve anything significant. Soon after, Zhang Yu gathered a considerable number of roosters and, following Shen Changqing's instructions, slaughtered them for their blood. Each official carried 8 to 10 vials of the rooster's blood. As the malevolent forces besiege Linen City, I require your immediate attention on several matters. First, promptly seal all city gates to prevent anyone from entering or exiting. Just as Zhang Yu prepared to take his leave, Shen Changqing halted him. "Open the door for me," he commanded. "We shall wait for the return of the dignitary before making further decisions." The objective behind the assault on Linen City remains unclear. Following the previous attack on the magistrate's office, which resulted in the death of several constables, Shen Changqing ordered the recruitment of additional officers. Standing before everyone, his expression solemn, he declared, "I shall not elaborate further. But let it be known that the imperial rations you consume and the salaries you receive are derived from the taxes of the common people." His demeanor grew colder as he noticed the confusion on the faces of 2 individuals. Withdrawing his sword, Shen Changqing swiftly approached the magistrate's office. Observing the expressions of the 2, he noted the gathering of numerous constables, each wielding a torch. Some bore expressions of fear, while others exhibited resolute determination. "I shall obey," the two men responded as they departed the storeroom. Shen Changqing drew closer to the rack, casually picking up a long blade, its weight feeling just right in his hands. As he drew the sword, its blade appeared almost pristine. Once Zhang Yu finished speaking, Shen Changqing inquired about the recent occurrences within the city. When confronted with evil spirits, it was paramount not to complicate matters further. In the outer hall of the magistrate's office, a thought struck him. Are there any formidable weapons within the office? My sword, having been corroded by the blood of the demon, has become unwieldy. He recalled that during the Zhao family's raid, several weapons had been confiscated but remained unliquidated, thus accumulating within the magistrate's storeroom. "Follow me, and you may inspect them," he added. "Very well," came the reply. The long blade was sheathed and returned to its place as he turned his gaze to other weapons. The blade trembled violently, as if it could shatter at any moment. A rag was cast into a basin of water, and the pitted blade seemed to shine a little brighter. The magistrate's office appeared considerably more spacious. After a brief interval, the constables nodded in acknowledgement. "I suspect the presence of malevolent forces. Hence, I have ordered all constables to remain on standby within the office." Observing the long blade, a faint smile graced Shen Changqing's face, though it appeared somewhat chilling in the flickering candlelight. The blade was unsheathed, heralding a night destined for bloodshed. He had already sent Shen Changqing back to rest. At this moment, he was the only one in Linen City capable of contending with the evil spirits. In Chapter 60, the predicament of the Demon Suppression Office, Shen Changqing sat quietly in the inner hall, gazing into the dim night outside, his expression tranquil. It was only now that he truly comprehended the challenges confronting the Demon Suppression Office. The number of evil spirits was vast, yet the strength at the disposal of the office was decidedly limited. Cultivating an ordinary person into a formidable demon slayer capable of standing alone required immeasurable time. Even if some skilled individuals were trained, they would struggle against the overwhelming numbers of evil spirits. More critically, the Demon Suppression Office was acutely short on time. Consequently, their approach resembled that of breeding insects. They gathered talented individuals from across the realm, provided them with resources for martial arts and other disciplines, and dispatched them after a year, hoping that those who successfully advanced would suffice. Zhou Yang tightened his grip on the torch, his gaze alert as he scanned the surroundings. The darkened houses within loomed ominously, feeding his persistent sense of foreboding. Before his astonished eyes, everything around him began to dissolve into ash. I wonder, did he just step away for a moment? He pondered, is the rooster blood truly effective? Some, watching the vial of chicken blood in their hands, harbored doubts. Suddenly, Yo yang senset an unsettling kuyet. Enough talk. We must return at once. Remain vigilant of your surroundings, and should anything seem amiss, use the chicken blood. In an instant, Zhou Yang dashed toward the magistrate's office. Shen Changqing silently shook his head, dispelling the distractions in his mind. The evil spirits were attacking. Concurrently, at that moment, the visage of a decayed face echoed in his thoughts. Furthermore, as the dignitary had mentioned, the primary tactic of the evil spirits was to ensnare with illusions, suggesting that he might currently be entrapped in some form of phantasm. "Zhou, do you mean old Wang?" His expression shifted slightly. "Wasn't old Wang right behind us?" He resolutely reminded himself not to be led astray by those malevolent beings. Trembling, he opened the vial containing the chicken blood. Zhou Yang stumbled into the magistrate's office, calling out loudly, "If there are illusions, then evil spirits must exist as well." Yet, the familiar streets now felt eerily foreign. Should misfortune strike, there would be no recourse. Shen Changqing approached several constables. Zhou Yang shook his head. The current situation suggested that either others had fallen prey to the evil spirits, or he himself was ensnared. The dignitary asserts that rooster blood can counter the evil spirits. Let's hope we need not resort to it. He responded directly. Turning back, he noticed several constables patrolling the darkened streets with torches. As for the Tiancha Way, there had been no updates, and the outlook seemed grim. A surge of Tianwu, true energy, potent as a raging inferno, caused the temperature to soar. In an empty space, a piercing scream erupted as a shattered body was cleaved in two by a long blade. Dissipating like smoke, the group dared not linger, hastily making their way toward the magistrate's office. Zhou Yang paused, glancing back at those behind him. The evil spirits were not something they could contend with. The prudent course of action was to report their findings to the dignitary, who would then deal with the evil spirits. I am at your command. Zhou Yang dared not refuse, leading the way. He hurled the chicken blood vial at the grotesque visage, the crimson liquid splattering upon it like boiling water, eliciting a chilling scream. Zhou Yang composed himself, swallowing hard. Dignitary, we have encountered an attack by evil spirits. I did not know the fate of the others. I escaped only by using the chicken blood. Another street unfolded before him. Who could have foreseen this? First, the Zhao family conspired with the evil spirits. Then the Zhang family was annihilated, followed by upheaval. And now Linen City is besieged by malevolent forces. Why must we be so unfortunate? A sudden chill swept in from behind, akin to someone breathing down his neck, sending shivers down Zhou Yang's spine. With the evil spirits wreaking havoc, his solitary watch over the magistrate's office left him feeling vulnerable. Just as Shen Changqing had stated, Contemplating ilusiones de pened yo yang es froen. How many evil spirits are truly lurking within the city? Thus, to oversee the magistrate's office was to command the very heart of Linen City. Zhou Yang swallowed hard, gazing at the scene before him, his legs feeling as though they were encased in lead, immovable. Where had Lao Wang gone? Suddenly, the probability of the latter's absence weighed heavily on him. Cold sweat drenched his back. Any slight disturbance could prompt an immediate and appropriate response. Shen Changqing understood that he must remain absolutely still in this moment. Sir, we were patrolling this street, but not long after, Lao Wang and the others vanished without a trace. There are simply too few who can contend with the malevolent forces. Shen Changqing sighed inwardly. Though this course of action would sacrifice many, it was painfully evident that, due to the curfew, the streets were devoid of idle passers-by. Before long, a loud shout dispelled much of Zhou Yang's inner trepidation. Moreover, observing the reactions of the crowd, Shen Changqing remained silent, standing motionless. Moments later, sir, it's bad news. Something has happened. Zhou Yang exclaimed. We can only pray it proves useful. Otherwise, we may find ourselves in deep trouble. Upon hearing this, despite knowing he was in an illusion, he could not afford to relax even slightly. Forget it. The rules of the Demon-Suppression Division are beyond the influence of a mere demon slayer like me. For now, stabilizing the situation in Linen City is paramount. He stepped forward, unleashing his Qianwu true qi in a powerful strike against the air. It was evident from the situation in Linen City that he had delivered a slap to each person, awakening those officials who had succumbed to slumber. Shen Changqing sneered. A mere ghost-level anomaly dares to weave an illusionary barrier beneath my very nose. Truly seeking death. Before Zhou Yang could respond, Shen Changqing suddenly drew his blade, striking at an empty space. Given the current circumstances, the adversary would hardly have the audacity to abandon their ranks for other pursuits. Zhou Yang's heart did not settle. Instead, he felt even more tense. Clutching a torch in one hand and a vial of rooster blood in the other, he realized that he and his fellow officials were on the emperor's payroll, drawing salaries from the taxes of the people. At such a critical juncture, retreat was not an option. However, the previously vanished officials now lay sprawled on the ground, some in disarray. What should be done? After years of service, he sensed something was amiss. The possibilities had dwindled to but one. Several officials involuntarily turned to look behind them, realizing that one of their number was indeed missing, and exchanged anxious glances. In an instant, while other civilians might evade the threat, they found themselves unable to do so. The two arrived at the original street, where even the night watchmen had ceased their duties due to the demonic disturbances. The surroundings were so silent that only their footsteps echoed, with nothing else to be heard. Shen Changqing, seated in the inner hall, was promptly informed of the situation. He had harvested a wave of killing value. Although meager, it still brought him some satisfaction. With Qianwu true qi surging from his dantian, his senses were heightened to the maximum. An official with a mournful expression lamented that all officials had been dispatched, and the outcome was now left to their fate. Zhou Yang himself had not even realized that his actions today were swifter than ever before. Upon seeing a familiar face, he urged, "We must return immediately to report to the Sir." After accomplishing all of this, he gazed at the street before him, one he had patrolled countless times, which he should have long been familiar with. In a moment, the long blade was sheathed. Lao Wang was not a novice official. He would not leave the ranks without a word. Reflecting on his recent experience, Zhou Yang felt a sense of foreboding. Stay calm. Otherwise, a reckoning from the court would spell doom for us all. Yet, this was indeed the most efficient and time-saving course of action. His inner fears had been fully awakened. Who could say for certain? The darkness enveloped the street ahead, rendering the end invisible. The malevolent entity had long since set its roots here, establishing an illusionary barrier that ensnared all who stepped onto the street. When the street dissipated, every face turned pale, yet their chests still rose and fell, proving they were indeed alive. There was no doubt that Lao Wang's disappearance signaled the involvement of malevolent forces. The other officials felt the weight of the situation. Glancing at Zhou Yang's grim expression, their own faces growing grim. Had it not been for Shen Changqing's presence, he would have never dared to return. A few officials responded to Zhou Yang's call. He silenced them, acknowledging that if their adversary were fortunate, they might yet salvage a life. Just then, he encountered a decayed visage devoid of eyes. In such a small city, the scourge of malevolent forces was alarmingly severe. Shen Changqing's expression turned cold. What has transpired? Speak plainly. His rigid body stood resolute. Where is it? Take me there. It was evident how rampant the malevolent forces were throughout the vast lands of the Qin dynasty. When he turned to look back, those who had been following him had vanished without a trace. Now, he could not ascertain how many malevolent entities had infiltrated Linen City. A few individuals stirred from their stupor, and upon seeing Shen Changqing's face, they quickly regained their senses. Sir, the malevolent forces here have already been slain by me. Let us return for now. Chapter 61. Annihilation. The officials who had fallen into slumber had indeed been attacked by malevolent forces, suffering considerable loss of vitality. Fortunately, he had arrived in time, preventing any significant harm. As Shen Changqing escorted the officials back, he had no time to rest before being alerted to further news. Without delay, he departed the government office, blade in hand, heading towards another location. After an indeterminate period, a sudden commotion erupted outside the city, filled with piercing screams and the roars of warriors. Sir, there are unusual movements outside the city. Zhang Yu, following closely behind Shen Changqing, felt an involuntary gravity settle upon his expression. Instances like the Yongfu pawn shop, which had been effortlessly obliterated by malevolent forces, were indeed rare. However, it was clear that other formidable beings had arrived. With a surge of true energy, he quickly connected the dots in his mind. It was evident that the everlasting alliance had come prepared. Examining closely, Shen Changqing's expression turned frigid as he recognized that familiar chill. It was unmistakably the malevolent aura inherent to these wicked beings. After conducting a thorough search, it became apparent that the malevolent forces had attacked Linen City, and the Tiancha guards had yet to respond, indicating they too had fallen victim to the onslaught. His body soared into the air, darting towards the direction from which the sinister energy had dissipated. Crouching down, Shen Changqing surveyed the scene outside the government office. The once pitch-black city was now illuminated by flickering flames. Demonic forces. Shen Changqing directly excavated a deep pit at the site, interring all the corpses therein, leaving everything else untouched as he promptly returned to the yamen. He observed with clarity that, due to the fire, numerous citizens had emerged from their homes to assist in extinguishing the flames. Outside the city, the sinister creatures vying for vital essence were undoubtedly of considerable strength, at least at the level of resentment. This leader of the Tiancha in Linen City had not been drained of his essence by the malevolent beings. Instead, he had been dismembered and left to bleed to death. An aura of chilling malevolence enveloped him. However, the situation had changed. The battle outside the city continued unabated. He then rose, expanding his senses to their utmost capacity. Upon closer inspection, he was confronted by a desiccated corpse. The main gate swung open with a resonant creak as Shen Changqing stepped inside. Compared to the rampant malevolence within the city, the conflict outside over the essence of demons posed an even greater threat. Consequently, Shen Changqing made his way to the Yongfu pawn shop. Upon entering, he was greeted by a veil of darkness. The expressions on the faces of the patrons varied. Some were filled with terror, while others appeared twisted. With Shen Changqing's heightened perception, he recognized that while the Tiancha's combat prowess was lacking, their means of survival were second to none. Standing atop the yamen, his view broadened considerably, allowing him to survey much of Linen City. You have grown overly complacent, and now find yourself ensnared by these sinister forces. He stepped forward, leaping into the air. Suddenly, Sidu Bei seemed to have nearly forgotten all that the Tianquan should possess. Upon fully entering the inner hall, an overwhelming stench of blood assailed him, revealing a figure whose limbs had been severed, resembling a grotesque puppet. Shen Changqing heightened his awareness, his gaze sharp as lightning, scanning the entire city in search of the whereabouts of the malevolent beings. As he prepared to return, he was already resigned to the possibility of total annihilation for their forces. No one, externally, the corpse appeared to have perished long ago. Yet Shen Changqing could discern that it was the result of having one's essence completely drained. Despite the Tianquan's relatively weak capabilities, they had always possessed means to safeguard their lives. Otherwise, as the eyes and ears of the Demon-Suppression Division, they could not have thrived for so long in the perilous realm of the Great Qin. He proceeded toward the back courtyard. This also indicated that several sects placed immense importance on the essence of demons. Shen Changqing addressed Zhang Yu. Continue patrolling the city. If you discover any signs of malevolence, report to the Yamen at once. The annihilation of Yongfu Pawnshop could be seen as a consequence of Situ Bei's negligence. Observing the fury etched upon the other's face, one could easily surmise what had transpired. Retracting his gaze, he considered that the assailants were at least at the innate level, but he remained uncertain as to how many had come. The battle outside the city persisted. Standing atop the Yamen, he noted the numerous corpses sprawled on the ground, all of which had been drained of their essence. Earlier, he had recognized that the Tianquan in Linen City had grown too complacent, lacking any semblance of their expected demeanor. As intelligence operatives, the Tianquan generally possessed limited strength. As the leader of the Tianquan's stronghold in Linen City, Situ Bei was hardly noteworthy. Regardless of the outcome, after thoroughly searching the Yongfu pawnshop inside and out, Shen Changqing confirmed that the entire Tianquan stronghold had been eradicated by the malevolent beings. Zhang Yu snapped back to attention, turning to the few shaken Yamen officials with a grave tone. We have found you. The malevolence is at a disadvantage. Otherwise, they would not resort to such extreme measures as arson. What a cunning strategy. Nevertheless, Shen Changqing continued toward the inner hall. Meanwhile, upon returning to the Yamen, he immediately summoned the Yamen officials recuperating within. However, this Tianquan had already become a desiccated corpse. The Great Qin's territory is vast. Not every city can maintain a garrison. The likelihood of such is slim. A shadow lay lifeless on the ground. The lingering aura of malevolence still pervaded the area, but it diminished with every passing moment, indicating that the malevolent beings had quietly retreated. It seemed that those sects were not entirely unprepared. The true objective of the Yongsheng Alliance's assault on Linen City was to seize the essence of demons. With a graceful leap, he vanished from Zhang Yu and the other's sight. The Yamen officials hastily complied with their orders. The Yongfu pawnshop before them, like many other locations, was engulfed in darkness, seemingly devoid of life. He made his way toward the Yongfu pawnshop. Shen Changqing had also noted the commotion outside the city. As he approached, he placed his hand over Situ Bei's eyes, helping him close them. As he had surmised, in the eyes of the malevolent beings, humanity was akin to livestock. Just as he resolved one threat, another had emerged outside the city. In truth, flames erupted everywhere. Linen City had been shrouded in darkness. Even if one could see at night, the distance was limited. Since the Yongsheng Alliance had resorted to arson, the malevolent beings would no longer behave as discreetly as before. Regarding the masters, aided by the light of the flames, Shen Changqing could perceive farther. The Yongsheng Alliance likely did not anticipate that the Tianquan and Linen City were virtually ineffective. Eliminating a Yongfu pawnshop would hardly impact the entire Demon-Suppression Division, let alone Shen Changqing himself. Accurately detecting that chill in the air, a cold smile crept onto Shen Changqing's face. Only fierce flames blazed. Moreover, the visage of the corpse felt eerily familiar to him. Only innate warriors could contend with beings of resentment. Yet Shen Changqing could not ascertain how many innate warriors had arrived. The mask of civility had been thoroughly torn away, and a great slaughter was undoubtedly imminent before they retreated. Shen Changqing beheld the so-called grotesque figure, which in truth was Situ Bei. After a brief pause, it was clear that while Shen Changqing could see in the dark, a mere glance allowed him to take in his surroundings completely. Regrettably, Linen City was ultimately too small, its geographical significance insufficient to accommodate a large military presence. Otherwise, managing the situation would have been markedly easier. To claim that there was no pressure would be disingenuous. Let me see how many malevolent beings remain in Linen City. Setting fire to the city was undoubtedly an attempt to incite panic. Clearly, this also indicated that, traversing over the corpses on the ground, Shen Changqing sighed. His intelligence regarding the malevolent beings was far from comprehensive. He discerned that the corpse was once a servant of the Yongfu pawn shop. However, that was merely a superficial identity, as the individual was also a member of the Tianquan. Shen Changqing retracted his awareness, redirecting his gaze back to Sidu Bei, his expression devoid of sorrow or joy. The combined strength of those sect members would scarcely suffice to match a single being of resentment. Should the warriors outside suffer a disastrous defeat, the malevolent beings would undoubtedly sustain significant injuries as well. Only the presence of malevolence, or their recent departure, could account for the lingering sinister aura. Therefore, the earlier encounter with the malevolent beings on the streets was fortunate, as their prior preparations had averted major calamities. Regrettably, the distance is too great. Even with the advantage of a high vantage point, he cannot perceive much. From a situation outside the city, he can ascertain that the malevolent beings within Linen City will not thrive for long. At present, the officials have been entirely dispatched. As long as the martial artists outside the city prevail, the fiends within will automatically retreat. Looking around, the only fortified cities are either major metropolises or geographically significant locations. Smaller places like Linen City are fortunate to have a few dozen constables stationed. The unrest outside the city is a battle between those formidable warriors and the malevolent forces. The Tianquan stronghold was swiftly eradicated, effectively blinding the Zhenma division's gaze in Linen City. The fire within the city is undoubtedly the work of these vile entities. Gather the nearby citizens to extinguish the flames and prevent any significant upheaval. The various sects are merely the vanguard in the quest for the blood of demons, with powerful forces lurking behind them. Likewise, from a distance, the intervention of these sects has alleviated the current predicament in Linen City. Momentarily, he thought to himself, when the time comes, with his authority firmly established in Linen City, the Yongxing Alliance will surely compel the fiends to withdraw to avert losses. Move. Commence patrol. Simultaneously, flames surged within the city. At your command. As the citizens hurried to extinguish the fire, a chilling aura flickered momentarily. He landed in a courtyard. The faint aura of malevolence had now intensified, revealing numerous corpses sprawled across the ground. The manner of their demise mirrored that of the Tianquan at the Yongfu pawn shop, all having their vital essence drained. Chapter 62. Inferno. As he strode forward, Shen Changqing remained unperturbed by the corpses on the ground. The closer he got, the more intense the malevolent aura became. As his perception expanded, he found the surroundings eerily silent, devoid of any signs of life. Suddenly, Shen Changqing halted, sensing the oppressive aura of malevolence enveloping him, as if time itself had come to a standstill. He was certain that the malevolent creature lurking here had detected his presence, but was too wary of his strength to make a move. Time trickled by slowly. Shen Changqing remained motionless, as did the malevolent entity. Both were waiting, anticipating a flaw from the other. After a prolonged silence, the fiend still did not act. But Shen Changqing grew impatient. Very well. If you do not wish to reveal yourself, I shall see how long you can endure. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, the scorching wind akin to a heat wave, instantly igniting the structures around him. Subsequently, he followed up with several more strikes, intensifying the inferno. Soon, the entire courtyard was engulfed in flames. The malevolent beings are unafraid of fire, yet that does not imply that flames have no effect on them. Even for these intangible entities, once the temperature reaches a certain threshold, they must retreat. As the fire blazed, Shen Changqing stood amidst it, his qi emanating outward, shielding him from the heat while amplifying his senses to detect any movements within the courtyard. One breath, 2 breaths. The crackling of burning would fill the air, and the oppressive warmth began to dissipate some of the malevolent aura, yet remained largely unchanged. As the fire raged on, even with his protective qi, Shen Changqing began to find it difficult to breathe. Nevertheless, he held his ground, locked in a standoff with the hidden fiend. With a thunderous crash, several weaker structures collapsed under the strain of the flames. In the instant of their downfall, a shadow burst forth from the inferno, darting away. Finally, it emerged. Shen Changqing's gaze turned icy as he pursued it. The true martial energy surged within him, propelling him forward with the swiftness of lightning. In mere moments, he closed the gap. Following this, he unleashed a palm strike, sending the shadow plummeting to the ground. As it fell, Shen Changqing stepped forward, landing simultaneously, drawing his sword in a flash, engaging in a fierce struggle. In the dim light of night, Shen Changqing discerned the entity he faced, a guardian of some sort. Its expression was rigid and its movements ghostly. He was not unfamiliar with this scene. Possession. The Yongsheng Alliance's malevolent beings, in addition to their pursuit of demon blood, had the capacity to deploy vengeful spirits to wreak havoc in Linen City. Shen Changqing maintained a composed demeanor, his offensive unceasing. The annihilation of the Tianquewei stronghold was likely orchestrated by this very vengeful spirit. Otherwise, with the strength of the Tianquewei, a mere ghost-level entity could not have so easily obliterated them. Rather, a vengeful-level spirit would be insurmountable for the Tianquewei. With a sweeping motion, he slashed his long knife through the air, the blade slicing through the night with a piercing whistle as the malevolent being attempted to evade to another location. Shen Changqing anticipated its move, closing in swiftly. One strike failed to connect, yet he pressed forward, delivering a forceful palm strike. Bang! The malevolent entity was flung away, the impact caving in its chest. Following this, Shen Changqing executed another strike, severing the fiend's head. The moment its head hit the ground, the spirit detached from its body, seeking to escape to another host. Sir, a constable, alerted by the commotion, arrived just in time, prompting the malevolent entity to change direction and fly towards him. Upon witnessing this, Shen Changqing's expression shifted. Dodge! But it was too late. The constable, caught unprepared, was possessed by the fiend, his body momentarily stiffening. Before the spirit could fully seize control, Shen Changqing delivered a decisive strike to the constable's neck. Although the blade was dull, with the aid of true martial energy, it sliced through with ease. In a single stroke, the constable's head fell. The recently possessed fiend immediately detached, seeking its next vessel. Fury surged within Shen Changqing as he shouted, "You think you can escape?" With a forceful flick of his wrist, he hurled his knife, which transformed into a shadow that pierced the fiend into the ground. Without granting it a moment to react, Shen Changqing closed in, unleashing a powerful palm strike that landed squarely on the fiend. The malevolent entity emitted a piercing shriek, its form dissipating like smoke under the blow. A familiar sensation washed over Shen Changqing as he noticed his kill count had increased by over 20 points, allowing him to fully relax. The nature of the fiend was elusive, making it difficult to ascertain whether it was truly dead. Yet the kill count spoke volumes. If the malevolent spirit were not dead, it would not yield any killing value. Alternatively, if it had sustained irreparable damage, it might provide a fraction of the killing value, but certainly not in abundance. The current surge of over 20 points in the panel's killing value could only stem from the complete demise of a formidable vengeful entity. Thus, the arrival of the killing value serves as proof of the spirit's demise. It was only at this moment that the few trembling officials, their faces etched with terror, dared to approach cautiously. "Master, what is the situation elsewhere?" Shen Changqing sheathed his blade and turned to the officials, one of whom was the earlier mentioned Zhou Yang. In response, Zhou Yang cast a glance at the corpse of his colleague on the ground, then averted his gaze and bowed respectfully. "Reporting to you, Master, most of the fires in various locations have been extinguished. We came here upon noticing the commotion." He had not anticipated that the disturbance was caused by Shen Changqing's confrontation with the malevolent spirit. Zhou Yang felt fortunate that he was not the fastest to flee. Otherwise, he might have been the one lying lifeless on the ground. Shen Changqing surveyed the group and then glanced at the body on the ground, shaking his head slightly. The moment the malevolent spirit possessed the individual, he had already perished. However, he had died in the line of duty, and it was essential to return him for a proper burial. If he had family, they would receive the appropriate compensation according to regulations. "Your wisdom is unparalleled." In the face of Zhou Yang's flattery, Shen Changqing merely shook his head and remained silent. Regardless, the deceased official had fulfilled his duties, and his death was somewhat connected to Shen Changqing. Providing compensation was the least he could do. After a brief moment of lamentation, he continued, "You are to resume your patrols and check for any remaining anomalies. Furthermore, expedite the extinguishing of the fires. Leave the rest to me. Understood, sir. Youyang replied, bowing. Shen Changqing regarded him for a moment before soaring into the air, vanishing from sight in less than a breath. Zhou Yang then turned to his companions. Wu Er, take Zhou Xing's body back. The rest of you, follow me. After eliminating the formidable vengeful spirit and harvesting a wave of killing value, Shen Changqing returned to the yamen. Outside the city, the commotion gradually subsided. Time passed swiftly, and soon the eastern horizon began to pale, dispelling the darkness of the night. It is over. Standing atop the yamen, Shen Changqing reflected. The remnants of smoke still wafted from Linen City, yet it lacked the oppressive gloom of the previous day. The officials, who had been patrolling, began returning one by one. Shen Changqing leaped down and re-entered the inner hall. Master, how was the situation last night? In the side room, Shi Qingsheng, who had been resting, emerged from his bed at dawn, just in time to see Shen Changqing descend from the rooftop. He appeared pale, with dark circles under his eyes, clearly exhibiting signs of sleep deprivation. Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow. Did you not rest well last night? Yuyist, master. With the events of last night, how could I possibly sleep? Shi Qingsheng replied with a bitter smile. Given the turmoil, he could hardly find solace, even while cocooned in his blankets. Had it not been for the brightening sky, he would have hesitated to leave his room. Such was the frailty of ordinary people in the face of malevolent spirits. Shen Changqing stated, the malevolent spirits have been largely dealt with. I believe Linen City will enjoy a period of tranquility henceforth. His words served to reassure Shi Qingsheng. The struggle for demonic blood had undoubtedly reached its conclusion. With the Everlasting Alliance's foothold eradicated and numerous malevolent spirits vanquished, they would not expend significant resources in this inconsequential place. To put it bluntly, Linen City was but a trivial location, offering little allure beyond its populace of 100,000 souls. Were the Everlasting Alliance to invest heavily here, it would merely be an act of vengeance, an impulsive decision at best. In Shen Changqing's view, the Everlasting Alliance's rise to prominence indicated their shrewdness. They would not act recklessly. As long as the master remained, there was no need to fear malevolent spirits. Shi Qingsheng smiled apologetically, but suddenly paused, nearly forgetting that Shen Changqing was not the actual magistrate, but merely a temporary substitute until the new magistrate arrived. Thus, it was inevitable that Shen Changqing would eventually depart. While they conversed, Zhang Yu had already returned with his men. Upon entering the inner hall, the others took their rest. Noticing Zhang Yu, Shen Changqing spoke directly, after which he stepped into the inner hall. Zhang Yu and Shi Qingsheng hurriedly followed him inside, while the remaining officials dispersed. In the inner hall, Shen Changqing took his place at the head of the table and regarded the two men before him. Please take a seat. Zhang Yu, provide a detailed account of the situation. What were the losses sustained in the city last night? Chapter 63. Not worth further investment. Given the magnitude of the disturbances last night, it was impossible that there were no losses at all. Zhang Yu responded with a respectful bow. Reporting to you, Master, there were a total of 23 fire incidents last night, resulting in nearly 100 civilian fatalities. The number of deaths caused by malevolent spirits is still being tallied. As for the officials, 8 perished last night. Once he finished speaking, the atmosphere in the inner hall grew somber. Shi Qingsheng sighed. If this is the case, considering the fatalities among the malevolent spirits, the total number of deaths may well exceed several hundred. If not handled properly, it will undoubtedly incite widespread panic. What do you think the Yamen should do in this situation? Shen Changqing inquired, his gaze fixed on Shi Qingsheng, who rarely offered his thoughts. After all, he was merely a temporary magistrate with little administrative experience. Dealing with malevolent spirits was far simpler. One needed only to eliminate them entirely. Furthermore, with this martial skill tier being elevated, the required killing value would be far more daunting than the 13 Taibao's martial practices. Trees had fallen, and the dense forest had vanished. Shen Changqing remarked, if anyone wishes to leave, let them go, but they shall not be re-employed in the future. We will also recruit a new batch of officials. This is merely a minor issue. Shi Qingsheng replied honestly. Shen Changqing glanced at him briefly before dismissing the matter. After the chaos subsided, several officials expressed their desire to resign. However, thus far, the Tianwu Gang's 13th tier had rendered him stronger than the average innate external force. Coupled with the Yamen's vigorous patrolling and the distribution of calming announcements, the citizens' fears had somewhat eased. Leaving Linen City, the commotion outside had quieted. The demonic blood had found its host, and the malevolent spirits had retreated entirely. For the foreseeable future, Linen City would face no further issues. However, he wished to ascertain whether any hidden dangers remained. Expanding his senses, he noted that lunch was prepared and requested the master to join him. The once bustling scene of people coming and going had significantly diminished. Not everyone was fearless. After a moment's contemplation, he realized that although 2 days had passed swiftly, many events had transpired. The acquisition of killing value was arduous, and the 13 Taibao's martial practice was no longer worth further investment. At present, last night was beyond control, hence the officials dared not flee in the face of danger. The only remedy to dispel a person's inner fears lies in the passage of time. The adversary had already taken their stand. Shen Changqing estimated that it had been nearly half a month since Zhao Feng's demise. The entire graveyard seemed to have been plowed by a terrifying force, irrevocably altered from its former state. After a brief moment, he departed from the graveyard. Unlike the past, most of the coffins once buried, they were now exposed to the air, their contents utterly destroyed, epitomizing the notion of being reduced to ashes. However, elevating the Tianwu Gangqi requires substantial vitality to sustain it. What transpired? Shen Changqing stifled a yawn. Having slept a full day, he felt considerably rejuvenated. He lay down fully clothed and returned to his chamber to rest. Having made a decision, Shen Changqing withdrew his thoughts from the interface. While he sternly punished the instigators, he also offered compensation, a dual approach to governance. Shen Changqing preferred a life of seclusion. Shi Qingsheng raised his hands in salute. Your Excellency, what the Yamen must do now is to post announcements as usual, declaring that all demons and evils have been eradicated, while simultaneously urging the other officials to intensify their patrols. This indicated the significant impact of recent events on the city's populace. In contrast, the adversary had been a chief scribe for many years, thus possessing the greatest experience in this regard. The emergence of demon blood had stirred the valley. Shen Changqing exhaled slowly. The 13th level of the Shan Taibao horizontal training technique required a minimum of 10 points of slaughter value for each enhancement, not accounting for potential increments. The concept of a master was somewhat elusive to him. Yet one thing he could ascertain was that if the Tianwu Gangqi could be directly elevated by several levels, he would have a substantial probability of ascending to the master realm. With the passage of time, the fears harbored by the commoners would gradually dissipate. Mere slaughter would not suffice to resolve the situation. As for the Tianwu Gangqi, the first level currently required 8 points of slaughter value, yet based on past increments. Such consumption would likely not be sustainable for long. Pushing open the door, Shen Changqing banished distracting thoughts from his mind. The consumption of the Shan Taibao horizontal training technique was exorbitant. While each level provided significant enhancement to the physical body, it paled in comparison to the demands of the Tianwu Gangqi. Although 53 points of slaughter value seemed considerable, the consumption for each level of enhancement was substantial. He added, in any case, the Yamen has seen some additional income recently, so compensation should not be an issue. This incident was considerable, yet the Tianshui of Linen had been entirely eradicated, and the news could not be relayed to the Jinma Sea for the time being. However, the situation was no longer the same. The valley remained, albeit stained with numerous remnants of blood. My lord, following last night's events, some officials wish to depart. What should we do now? Even if the process took time, many demons have been slain last night, including a grudge-level monster and several specter-level entities. In the inner hall, only Shen Changqing remained. Upon receiving orders, he shook his head, acknowledging the situation. The purpose of coming here was clear. Today, the atmosphere in Linen was markedly tense. With over 50 points, if not increment, he could potentially reach a formidable level. From the current scene, one could easily discern the intensity of the recent battle. It did not take long to arrive at the original site of the graveyard. Days had passed, and the tumult caused by the demons had dissipated significantly. I was concerned something had happened since you slept from last night until now. So, I came to check, said an official. With over 50 points, the potential for enhancement was limited, and whether he could break through to the master level remained uncertain, as long as no unforeseen issues arose. The new county magistrate should have arrived by now. Stepping onto the land of the graveyard, the thick aura of malevolence still lingered. Seated in a position of authority, his mind wandered back to the events of the past few days. Name: Shen Changqing. Affiliation: the Qin Demon-Suppression Identity: Huangjie Exorcist Martial Arts. Shursen Tai Bao Horizontal Training Technique, 20th level, enhanceable. Tianwu Gongqi, 13th level, enhanceable. Qishan Knife Technique, 3rd level. Tai Shazhang, 2nd level. Rising to his feet, he had nearly gone 2 days without sleep, and last night had required utmost concentration, resulting in significant exhaustion from slaying demons throughout the city. Shen Changqing contemplated briefly before nodding. Very well, let us proceed as you suggest. The appropriate course of action now was to return to the Jinma and seek a more powerful external technique for cultivation. He was uncertain of the exact population of the Qin. The Qin lacked many things, but not people. Should anyone attempt to exploit this opportunity to create chaos, they would face severe punishment. He could not allow others to perceive the Yamen as weak and easily intimidated. Shen Changqing found himself at an impasse. After making his decision, half a month had nearly elapsed. After lunch, Shen Changqing left the Yamen and headed straight for the outskirts of the city. However, given the vigilance of the Tiancha Wei, he believed it would not be long before someone else took charge again. He could not ascertain whether anything lay within. Recklessly entering would pose considerable risks. Merely the Grudge-level monster had yielded over 20 points of slaughter value, while the remaining Spectre-level entities, due to their generally weak strength, contributed only 7 to 8 points each. The graveyard spanned a considerable area, and leveling it entirely was a feat that not just anyone could achieve. Shen Changqing's expression turned solemn. He slept until the following afternoon. To reassure the citizens, Shen Changqing focused his mind and began to examine his interface. At last, he had the time to organize everything. Leveling the graveyard was no simple task. Arriving at the site where the demon blood had emerged, he felt a pang of nostalgia for the times when a single point of slaughter value could elevate one's level. Now that matters had largely been resolved, a wave of fatigue washed over him. There was currently no way to enhance the Tianwu Gongqi. Yet, even the smallest morsel is still sustenance. Returning to the Yamen, Shi Qingsheng promptly rose to depart, leaving Zhang Yu seated in silence. All things considered, he had accumulated over 50 points of slaughter value. Even he, without the support of vitality, had reached 53 points of slaughter value. Calculating the time, the new county magistrate should be arriving soon. One thing was certain: the population of the Qin was significantly greater than during his previous life. The tumult resulting from that night's clash was considerable. However, with the graveyard now leveled, although some traces of malevolence persisted, the true demons had either been slain or had fled, leaving no remnants behind. Shen Changqing had yet to touch upon the threshold of mastery. Everything would have to wait until he returned to the Jinma. It was only when Shi Qingsheng knocked on the door that he finally awakened from his slumber. After a brief pause, he spoke. Unbeknownst to him, upon careful reflection, Shen Changqing suddenly realized that having over 50 points of slaughter value was not particularly high. The inferno of the previous night and the casualties among the common folk were tragic, yet those who survived could still receive some form of compensation. My lord, the gorge is unfathomable. Even in a small place like Linen City, there are 100,000 inhabitants, and the larger cities are even more populous. Zhang Yu also rose to take his leave. Shen Changqing noted that while the lingering aura of malevolence had not completely dissipated, there were no remnants of malevolent creatures left. Although the city had not fully regained its former vibrancy, it had certainly improved compared to the initial turmoil. Shen Changqing felt a sense of joy regarding the changes within the city. It was not until 5 days later that someone came to disrupt this tranquility. Chapter 64. The arrival of the Tiancha Wei within the inner hall. Shen Changqing, clad in casual attire, sat in the foremost position. Standing below him was an unremarkable middle-aged man. You have called out my name to see me. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? From the middle-aged man's demeanor, it was evident that his vitality was somewhat robust, yet whether he had crossed into the Tongmai realm remained uncertain for Shen Changqing. Reading his expressions and sensing his aura were not easily discernible tasks, especially since Tongmai practitioners conceal their true energy within their dantian and meridians, making it difficult to detect any anomalies without the activation of their true energy. Upon finishing his statement, the middle-aged man clasped his hands and smiled faintly. I am Rong Yuan from the Tiancha Wei under the command of the Jinma Division. It is an honor to meet you, Lord Shen. The The Tianquan? Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow and scrutinized the individual before him once more. You claim to be from the Tianquan. Do you have any proof? This is the identity token of the Tianquan. I ask you to examine it, my lord. Rong Yuan produced a square token from his bosom, stepped forward, and presented it with both hands. Shen Changqing accepted the token, inspected it thoroughly, and then returned it. Since you are indeed from the Tianquan, you need not stand. Please take a seat. Thank you, my lord. Rong Yuan retrieved the token and seated himself in the designated lower position. Throughout the encounter, his expression remained respectful, showing no signs of disrespect. Shen Changqing harbored no doubts regarding his identity as a Tianquan member, for impersonating one would bear little consequence to him. In truth, if someone were to impersonate a Tianquan member, it would not take long for the real Tianquan to uncover the deception, thereby exposing the fraud. Looking at Rong Yuan, Shen Changqing inquired, "What brings you here today?" The former Tianquan stronghold in Linen City has been suddenly overrun by malevolent forces. I wonder if Lord Shen has any information regarding this matter? Rong Yuan asked, bowing slightly. I have no information, Shen Changqing replied, shaking his head. By the time I arrived, C2 Bei and the others had all perished. As for their remains, I buried them beneath the Yongfu pawn shop. If you wish to see them, feel free to excavate at your convenience. I believe they remain there. As Rong Yuan prepared to respond, Shen Changqing interjected. Do not inquire too much about the Tianquan. I have no intention of intervening. The Yongfu pawn shop will remain where it is. If the previous Tianquan members left behind any messages, you may seek them out yourself. As for the malevolent forces, my knowledge is limited. However, from what I have gathered, it is highly likely that the Yan Shengming is responsible for the disturbances in pursuit of demonic blood. Specifically, I cannot guarantee further details. After all, the Jinma Division's exterminators have never excelled in intelligence gathering. The Tianquan, as the eyes and ears of the Jinma Division, should possess more information than I do. Upon hearing this, Rong Yuan smiled wryly. Lord Shen speaks plainly. I have no further questions. All that I wish to know has already been conveyed. The remaining inquiries seem rather inconsequential. By the way, the Tianquan is well informed. Do you have any idea when the new county magistrate might arrive? Shen Changqing pondered an important matter. It had been several days, and the new county magistrate seemed to be delayed. He worried he might inadvertently become the acting magistrate. Despite the seemingly high status of a county magistrate, it paled in comparison to that of an exterminator. Moreover, being unable to return to the Jinma Division left him with no prospects for martial advancement. Relying solely on slaughter value was an exhausting endeavor. Shen Changqing now hoped that the new county magistrate would arrive swiftly so he could return to report back. In response, Rong Yuan clasped his hands and replied, According to the Tianquan's information, the new county magistrate is expected to arrive in Linen City within a day or two. Recently, the disturbances caused by malevolent forces have been significant. Although the Jinma Division has exerted all efforts to suppress them, considerable impact has still ensued. As a result, many matters have been delayed. What is the extent of the damages caused by these disturbances? Shen Changqing keenly observed the gravity in Rong Yuan's expression as he mentioned the disturbances. The losses are indeed considerable. Rong Yuan took a deep breath. 5 cities have fallen, displacing nearly 1 million common folk, and the exterminators have suffered significant losses. Rumor has it that even several of the garrison commanders have perished. Speaking of which, Linen City, where you preside, has suffered relatively minor losses among the cities plagued by malevolent forces, he added, a look of admiration crossing his face. Recently, malevolent forces had grown increasingly rampant, launching attacks across the Qin territories to varying degrees. Comparatively, the losses in Linen City were indeed light. Although Linen City was merely a small town and the threatening malevolent entities were not particularly formidable, it must be noted that Shen Changqing, who currently presided over Linen City, was only publicly recognized as a Huang-tier exterminator. Of course, in terms of true strength, he was not inferior to a Xian-tier exterminator. Yet even so, ensuring the tranquility of city was no simple feat according to Rong Yuan's understanding. Linen City faced more than just a single vengeful entity. In response to the flattery, Shen Changqing maintained his composure, smiling faintly. You overestimate me. I will extend whatever assistance I can for the reconstruction of the Tianquan stronghold during my tenure. However, I cannot be of much help regarding other matters. The reconstruction of the stronghold is naturally the responsibility of the Tianquan. I would not dare to trouble Lord Shen. As he spoke, Rong Yuan rose to his feet. With so much to be done, I shall take my leave. I hope for an opportunity in the future to engage in a deeper conversation with you, Lord Shen. Certainly. Shen Changqing nodded slightly and called out someone. See your guest out. A clerk entered from outside. My lord, please. Farewell, Lord Shen. Rong Yuan respectfully clasped his hands before turning to depart. Watching him leave, Shen Changqing's gaze grew profound, and he only withdrew his eyes once Rong Yuan's figure had completely vanished from view. Murmuring the name, Tianchuan. Shen Changqing shook his head with a faint smile. He had no intention of entangling himself too deeply with the Tianchuan. Although both the Tianchuan and exterminators belonged to the Jinma division, they were fundamentally different departments. Moreover, as a temporary county magistrate of Linen City, he would soon need to pack his belongings and depart. Even if he were to foster a relationship with the Tianchuan here, it would bear little benefit for his future. Rather than squander time, he would prefer to focus on more pressing matters. It is better to live a leisurely life. Once the new county magistrate arrives, I can return to the Zhan MOC. On the other hand, Rong Yuan departed from Yamen, seamlessly merging into the crowd, eventually reaching a street corner. Before long, he left the corner again, but his attire and features had undergone a significant transformation. After several turns, he halted before a small courtyard. He knocked rhythmically on the courtyard door, which soon opened, allowing Rong Yuan to step inside. The yard appeared unremarkable, resembling an ordinary residence. Upon his entrance, several townsfolk, dressed in common attire, gathered around him. Rong too has returned. How was your meeting with Lord Shen? They inquired in turn. Rong Yuan nodded. I have met Lord Shen, but he seemed somewhat distant, likely doubting my identity as a member of the Tianchuan. I have heard he has slain numerous demon evildoers. His strength should not be underestimated, one person interjected. Indeed, he is formidable, Rong Yuan replied solemnly, a hint of apprehension in his eyes. Although he had not witnessed Lord Shen's prowess firsthand, the intelligence indicated that he was not one to be trifled with. Since arriving in Linen City, he had already shed much blood. The exterminators of the Zhan MOC who could act with such ruthlessness were seasoned veterans. For someone like him, who had recently joined the Zhan MOC, to possess such a heartless nature was indicative of a natural talent for the organization. A powerful adversary may not always be a source of fear, but a strong and ruthless one truly commands respect. Such a figure could be perilous, and one might not even know how they met their demise if they inadvertently provoked them. Hearing this, the others displayed their own trepidation. At this point, Rong Yuan smiled. However, we have no direct dealings with him. Our Tianchuan outpost here was obliterated by the Yong Shengmeng. The original base is no longer viable, and we must seek a new location. Additionally, we need to visit the Yong Fu pawn shop to uncover any past information. The Tianchuan in Linen City had grown complacent. With the vast expanse of the Qin, instances of an entire base being uprooted were exceedingly rare. This incident, when publicized, would bring shame upon our Tianchuan. One individual exhibited anger. An intelligence outpost, caught unprepared, had been completely annihilated by demonic forces. It would be a laughingstock if spoken of. Historically, the destruction of Tianchuan outposts resulted from large-scale assaults by evil beings, leading to potential eradication. However, in this case, it was merely a casual dispatch from the Yong Shengmeng that led to the obliteration of the base, a true disgrace. Let us not dwell on this matter, Rong Yuan interjected firmly. The others, recognizing the shift in tone, fell silent. Subsequently, they engaged in hushed discussions, which soon faded into quietude. As night descended, Rong Yuan and two companions stealthily entered the Yong Fu pawn shop to search for any pertinent information. By dawn, the trio departed the pawn shop, mingling with the crowd, and after several transformations, reconvened at their original meeting place. 2 days slipped by unnoticed, and no one realized that the proprietor of a tavern in Linen City had been replaced. Everything remained unchanged, as tranquil as a still lake, with not a ripple disturbing its surface. Yet in the shadows, the Tianchuan had thoroughly disseminated their network, collecting all information regarding Linen City, meticulously compiling it to send to the various outposts of Tianchuan, ultimately reaching the Zhan MOC. Chapter 65. A new official takes office. The morning dew freshened the air significantly. Following a light rain the previous night, water pooled on the ground, rendering it somewhat muddy. A horse-drawn carriage approached slowly, rolling over small puddles and splashing mud, washing away some of the mottled bloodstains on the carriage axle. "Sir, ahead lies Linen City," the driver exclaimed, guiding the carriage while gesturing towards the city ahead. As the words fell, the curtain was lifted, revealing a scholar peering out at the distant cityscape. He soon settled back into his seat. "At last, we are arriving." Inside the carriage, Fu Mashing wore a complex expression, feeling a mix of apprehension and reassurance about the place where he was about to take office. He had no intention of introducing himself. Shen Changqing rolled up his sleeves, his hands tirelessly weaving through the iron sand, relying solely on his physical strength to withstand the scorching heat of the material without employing his true energy. "Forgive me, my lord." Fu Masheng clasped his fists, observing Shen Changqing in kind. "My lord, we have arrived at the yamen." His physical prowess allowed him to elevate his iron sampalm technique within just a few days. "When will the yamen become a place where others can freely enter and exit? Must I teach you how to conduct affairs?" Yet, if the other party did not come, he could not return to the Zhen-MOC to report. As panic surged within him, Shen Changqing waved his hand dismissively. "Enough, you may leave." From any perspective, staying in Linen City was a waste of life for Shen Changqing. Whoosh, whoosh. Fu Masheng continued to ponder how to handle matters appropriately if tensions escalated. "You are too kind." His gaze had shifted to the two individuals present. "What commands do you have, my lord?" "Oh, the new county magistrate?" Some townsfolk could not help but murmur softly. With this development, the absence of demon slaying would also mean no accrued killing value. As the others withdrew, Shen Changqing refrained from further inquiry, although he sensed a somewhat obscure aura about the individual, exuding a palpable iron-blooded essence even while standing still. Consequently, the two exchanged glances, then bowed respectfully. "Shi Qing Sheng, Zhangyu. We pay our respects to you, Lord Fu." A fire roared to life, and a large iron basin was placed atop it, filled with iron sand. Within moments, Shi Qing Sheng and Zhangyu arrived together. "I pay my respects to you, my lord. Besides this, very well. I shall prepare a warm welcome. I bid you farewell." The driver dismounted and lifted the curtain. If he could not return to the Zhen-MOC, how could he seek higher-tier martial arts for further study? Shen Changqing focused solely on perfecting the iron sampalm. His palms grew increasingly resilient. The interior of the hall quieted. Fu Masheng smiled, though internally he felt astonished. With the advancement of this martial art, Shen Changqing sensed a burgeoning warmth within his palms. Aside from the chaos wrought by demons, there were also numerous bandits on the roads. The man was certainly not the simple driver Fu Masheng had described. He was likely a skilled escort sent to accompany him to his new position. The 7-kill blade technique was a martial art that thrived on battle, rapidly improving through combat, and mere diligent practice would yield little progress. Casting a sidelong glance at the person beside Fu Masheng, he inquired, "May I ask who this individual is?" "My current mission is to purge the malevolent entities from Linen City. However, I fortuitously discovered that the former magistrate, Zhao Feng, was colluding with these fiends, which led me to temporarily assume the magistrate's position. Now that Lord Fu has arrived, it is only fitting that the position rightfully returns to its original holder." "Why the urgency, Lord Shen?" At this moment, the scribe, along with Captain Zhang, has arrived just in time. "This gentleman here is the newly appointed magistrate, Fu Masheng. As far as I know, the occurrences of demonic disturbances in Linen City are not uncommon. Yet appears that there are no pressing issues at hand. In recent years, banditry within the Great Qin has escalated significantly, closely linked to the rampant presence of malevolent entities. I had initially anticipated encountering some resistance upon my appointment, or that the previous magistrate might refuse to relinquish his position." In a calm tone, Shen Changqing inquired about their origins and the purpose of their unexpected visit to the magistrate's office. At this juncture, he could only ponder these matters. Suddenly, it was evident that the carriage was indeed headed for the magistrate's office. However, regarding other matters, the official would refrain from involvement. One could only wonder. The journey had been relentless, and the carriage appeared somewhat unfamiliar. Could it belong to a dignitary from another region? Reflecting on the obstacles he had faced along the way, a surge of frustration welled within him. Even though the surface seemed prosperous, a deeper understanding would reveal the underlying hardships. In Linen, only a select few from prominent families would utilize carriages for travel, which startled the two attendants trailing behind the officials. This indicates that Shen Changqing harbored little interest in the so-called experts. Having lingered in Linen for quite some time, he felt compelled to return to the Demon Suppression Office to report. The Eternal Life Alliance had suffered considerable losses in Linen, rendering any immediate actions unlikely. As the carriage progressed, many citizens paused to cast curious glances. Fu Masheng contemplated the scene. Upon entering Linen City and hearing the buzz of conversations, he could not resist lifting a corner of the curtain to observe the surrounding activities. Words escaped him. The training from the 13 protectors had significantly fortified his physical defenses. While practicing, the iron sandpalm yielded remarkable results. Shen Changqing raised an eyebrow, and a smile unexpectedly graced his icy demeanor. The constable received orders and withdrew. Among the various martial arts, only the 7 kills blade technique and the iron sandpalm required diligent self-cultivation for advancement, with no shortcuts via slaughter points. Come fort, Shen Changqing commanded. Although the citizens of Linen appeared similar to those of other regions, a closer inspection revealed a lack of overwhelming fear on their faces. The Great Qin was certainly not at peace. Throughout his journey, he encountered numerous places. The constable's countenance paled dramatically. The 3 entered the inner hall and took their seats. Observing the steadfastness of Fu Masheng, Shen Changqing refrained from further persuasion. He had long awaited the arrival of the new magistrate. Shen Changqing remarked, "I am merely serving as the temporary magistrate. All matters within the office are the responsibility of the scribe and Captain Zhang. If you wish to inquire further, feel free to consult them. Additionally, I shall be vacating the office today and will depart for the Demon Suppression Office early tomorrow to report." The constable bowed and hastily exited. The sudden commotion startled him. This individual is merely my aide. In these tumultuous times, everyone seeks a share of the pie. Shen Changqing instructed, "Summon Shi Qingsheng and Zhang Yu to come forth and inform them that the newly appointed magistrate has arrived." Yes, curiously, it turned out that Lord Fu's arrival was indeed timely. The official had been anticipating this moment. "Come in and take a seat," he urged. "I am Fu Masheng, the newly appointed magistrate by the court. You must be Lord Shen Changqing from the Demon Suppression Office." Indeed, someone has arrived. However, in this era, not everyone can afford to ride in a carriage. For the common folk, opportunities to even touch one are scarce. Fu Masheng nodded slightly. The 3rd level of the iron sand palm exhibited significantly greater power than the 2nd. Upon concluding his thoughts, Fu Masheng reflected that, despite Linen being a small city compared to others, it was indeed a commendable place. Had he not reached Linen, he feared he might have perished en route to his appointment. Upon arrival, Shen Changqing's unexpected readiness took Fu Masheng by surprise. The soldiers who had escorted him to his appointment had all perished, leaving only himself and the carriage driver alive. Since that is the case, I shall certainly seek a heart-to-heart conversation with Lord Shen upon my return to the capital. Standing still for a moment, contemplating his words, Fu Masheng wished he could eradicate all bandit dens along the way, were it not for his insufficient military strength. As they deliberated, the carriage came to a halt before the magistrate's office. Fu Masheng dismounted and raised his gaze to the placard of the office, his expression calm. Prior to his appointment, he had received information indicating that the current acting magistrate was a demon slayer from the Demon Suppression Office. The turmoil within the office was palpable, with certain areas plagued by malevolent entities, leaving the populace in dire straits. Shen Changqing shook his head, his crimson palm returning to normal as he lowered his sleeves, casting a cold gaze towards the constable. Each time his hand plunged into the iron sand and emerged, the surface skin would redden slightly, but no significant harm was evident. In contrast, while inquiring, he silently scrutinized the 2 individuals before him. The havoc wreaked by the malevolent entities was one thing, but the audacity of thieves to exploit the chaos was utterly inexcusable. Shen Changqing harnessed his vital energy, the redness of his hands from the iron sand searing, shattering the iron basin into shards, scattering the iron sand, and extinguishing the flames. As he pondered these matters, the carriage driver, having inquired about the magistrate's office, guided the carriage toward its destination. However, Shen Changqing's robust vital energy and formidable physique rendered the backlash from the iron sandpalm ineffective. The training had even begun to show signs of backlash. A constable approached with inquiries. Shen Changqing's current readiness stood in stark contrast to his earlier assumptions. Unlike the searing heat of the Tianwu vital energy, this felt far more ferocious. At that moment, several individuals entered, led by Constable. Shen Changqing inclined his hands slightly before exiting the inner hall of the magistrate's office, watching his departing figure until it vanished completely. Fu Masheng then shifted his gaze to Shi Qingsheng and Zhang Yu, a gentle smile adorning his face. I am new here, and I will require your assistance with certain matters in the future. You flatter us, Lord Fu. Chapter 66. The Recluse of the Falling Pool, riding swiftly. Shen Changqing sat firmly upon his steed, undeterred by the jolts of the journey. Initially, he had also ridden to Linen City from the Demon Suppression Office, but due to the relentless pace, his horse had succumbed to exhaustion before reaching the city. This time, Shen Changqing procured another horse. With wealth in his possession, he naturally would not be stingy over a mere few taels of silver. However, in a place like Linen City, it was quite challenging to find a good horse. Thus, Shen Changqing ultimately chose a horse at random for his journey. The steed galloped swiftly, and although the courtyard ahead appeared rather abrupt, it bore no sinister aura, indicating a low likelihood of any malevolent presence. The scholar, also known as Mo Zijin, nodded slightly and stepped aside. Inside the great hall hung numerous calligraphic works and paintings, while a table bore white paper and ink with a partially written script on the top sheet, the ink still not fully dried. After a quarter of an hour, the horse gradually came to a halt. At that moment, scanning the surroundings, he called out, "Is anyone there?" Montak Tsiyin smeedet casualty. Suddenly, a thunderous sound erupted. Shen Changqing attempted to intervene, but it was too late. Having spoken, he patiently awaited a response. He knocked on the courtyard door and clasped his hands, simultaneously scrutinizing the scholar before him. "Brother Shun, follow me," he said. "Thank you." An old and seemingly dilapidated courtyard came into view. Cautiously opening the door, the scholar slightly inclined his body and inquired, "It is currently raining. It is no trouble to seek shelter here. May I ask how to address you?" Much like Shi Qingsheng, he too was merely a scholar with a degree, yet he managed to attain the position of a clerk in the officialdom. "Steady now, horse. Do not stray away," he murmured. The courtyard was modest, with a large tree planted at the entrance for shade and a long corridor that provided some protection from the rain. Shen Changqing felt a sense of resonance and sighed. Mo Zijin spoke intermittently about his past experiences. In the realm of Qin, obtaining a degree was one of the few paths available to ordinary people. Shen Changqing understood. Upon hearing this, he noticed a faint flicker of light not far ahead, suggesting the presence of a household. From his perception, the other party's vitality was calm, indicating no martial prowess, and from their demeanor, they indeed resembled the scholar. He dismounted and tethered the horse beneath a large tree, where the surrounding lush grass would suffice for its hunger. He reiterated his earlier statement with patience. Noticing the change in his expression, Mo Zijin chuckled. "Brother Shun, you may not realize this, but living alone inevitably brings some ailments. Thus, it is prudent to prepare some herbal remedies in advance." The other party had indeed faced considerable hardships. Although the rain did not greatly affect him, being soaked through was not his desire. Suddenly, a thunderclap startled the horse, causing it to rear up, and Shen Changqing grasped the reins tightly, his legs clinging to the horse, preventing him from being thrown off. Shen Changqing had little knowledge of such matters, but instinctively felt that the calligraphy and paintings were quite exquisite. Furthermore, it was not unusual for people to settle in remote areas within Qin. Even a mere scholar held a superior status in the outside world. As he spoke, the courtyard was silent, yet Shen Changqing could hear faint footsteps, as if someone had been startled by the sudden noise. All professions are inferior. Only knowledge is esteemed. He mused. Mo Zijin seemed quite open-minded. The sky began to drizzle lightly. With visibility already poor, the rain further obscured his sight. Shen Changqing sat down, his gaze lingering momentarily on the mortar. Mo Zijin's face broke into a smile. "Brother Shun's perspective aligns with mine. It has been a long time since I have encountered someone so congenial." Approaching the hanging calligraphy and paintings, he continued, "This matter is not easy to broach, but your earlier words have made me feel as though I have found a kindred spirit. Since you have inquired, I shall unburden myself." Before long, he added, "My experiences might amuse you. However, only a narrow path lay ahead, with thorns making it impractical to ride through." He could not help but rise. "I do not speak of the top scholar lightly. You live here alone. Are you not afraid?" His expression was somewhat agitated. It was only after standing before the courtyard and sensing no malevolent aura that he felt a slight relief. Aside from the ink fragrance, there was an acrid scent of herbs. Since then, I have been neither accomplished in literature nor martial arts, idling away my days. Ah, it is you, Brother Shen. I am Mo Zijin. Please come in. Wherever there is malevolence, there is often a trace of sinister energy. At the end of the corridor lay the Great Hall. His words were not without merit. The remoteness of this place indicated that should an ailment arise, immediate medical attention might not be available. Shen Changqing listened attentively. Braving the rain, galloping on horseback, he thought, noticing a hint of concern on Mo Zijin's face. He patted the horse's back, offered a word of caution, and proceeded towards the flickering light. Your words are too flattering, Brother Mo. To remain true to your original intentions is commendable. Your diligent efforts may yet yield success in next year's examinations. With a sudden squeeze of his legs, the horse immediately bolted forward. Shen Changqing's expression turned serious. An ordinary physician could not possibly compare to a scholar of distinction. To the far right of the hall were numerous herbs, alongside a stone mortar and pestle. This place is tranquil, and I can focus on my preparations. If I can pass the scholar's examination next year, it would be splendid. Once Mo Zijin departed, he directed his gaze back to the Great Hall. Drive on. Brother Shen, please take a seat. While the rain has not yet fully descended, we must find a place to shelter. I see you must be hungry, Brother Shen. I shall prepare something for you to eat, which will also help ward off the chill. After a brief moment, the seemingly faint light, upon nearing the courtyard, became markedly clearer. Shen Changqing smiled, taken aback by the other's nonchalance. To say I was afraid. Initially, I felt a twinge of fear, but as time passed, it became just that. I am a penniless scholar, devoid of possessions. Even bandits would not covet this place. Thus, my father opposed my continued studies, finding me a martial arts school where I could learn. I am but a traveler, seeking shelter here due to the inclement weather. I have always diligently studied the classics, striving for scholarly merit, yet my talents are lacking. Year after year, I have failed to pass the examinations, unable to achieve the rank of scholar for 4 or 5 consecutive years, resulting in significant financial strain on my family. Indeed, it seemed that not just in this world, but in all realms, those who write tend to unleash their creativity, rendering their work beautiful, yet often incomprehensible. Alas, after 3 years of training, my achievements were minimal. During an outing for experience, I inadvertently caused my master to lose his sight, resulting in considerable financial compensation and my expulsion from the school. Although he felt anxious, he did not close the door again. Observing his demeanor piqued Shen Changqing's curiosity. Shen Changqing offered a faint smile and uttered a few words of comfort. After years of studying without success, he abandoned literature for martial arts, yet still found himself without resolution, ultimately shifting his focus to medicine. The other party had just been writing for about a quarter of an hour. Mo Zijin's eyes brightened, and his demeanor became noticeably warmer as he involuntarily murmured a phrase. The previously bright sky had inexplicably grown dim. Regrettably, the young man was not naturally inclined towards medicine. He still wished to contemplate his ambitions, not seeking to bring glory to his ancestors, but rather to fulfill his own aspirations. Presently, in a desolate and remote area, finding shelter from impending rain would not be easy. Mo Zijin removed the books and calligraphy from the stool. The tightly shut courtyard door opened, revealing a scholar who cautiously peered out. Upon realizing that only Shen Changqing stood before him, the tension on his face eased somewhat. But upon noticing the sword at Shen's waist, his expression tensed again. Shen Changqing looked up at the sky, his brow furrowing involuntarily. Was rain imminent? Suddenly, a strong scent of ink wafted towards him. Mo Zijin sighed deeply and then turned his gaze to Shen Changqing. In this secluded wilderness, the presence of a courtyard felt rather extraordinary. Mo Zijin hesitated slightly, moving a book from another stool aside before taking a seat himself. All things being inferior, only studying held merit. Securing a degree would undoubtedly be preferable to merely becoming a physician. Dutifully stated, Shen brother. Education is indeed the sole path forward. How could we, as scholars, forsake literature for martial arts? Alas, thus he realized. The flickering light he had seen emanated from the main hall. Mo Zijin led Shen Changqing into the hall. After taking a couple of steps forward, Shen Changqing nodded and stepped inside. Reflecting on past lessons, he was cautious not to rush through his journey. He resolved to rest for a day at each location before proceeding to the Jinmasi. His father, seeing the situation, sought another livelihood and urged him to learn medicine from the town's physician, hoping he could make a living in the future. If he truly could not pass the examinations, being a physician to help others would not be a bad fate. Soon, he rose and walked towards the hall's exit. Clearly, as he concluded, Mo let out a long sigh. After observing for a while, he could only smile helplessly. The writing was exquisite, evoking a sense of joy. Yet he could not discern the content. Only the final signature allowed Shen Changqing to make out the inscription. In the 136th year of the Qin, by Luo Tanjushi. Chapter 67, The Plague. In the 136th year of the Qin, Shen Changqing's eyes flickered. He had never heard of Luo Tanjushi, but the date proved this to be an ancient artifact of considerable age. The current year was the 382nd year of the Qin, marking a gap of over 2 centuries between them. A calligraphy piece that had existed for over 200 years certainly held significant value. While such ancient texts might seem irrelevant to the average person, there would always be those who pursued them. Of course, this hinged on Luo Tanjushi being a figure of considerable renown. To speak frankly, Shen Changqing was quite unfamiliar with this name. However, he was aware of his own limitations. Although he could recognize characters, he was merely at the stage of basic literacy and could hardly be considered a scholar, possessing no understanding of the Qin's literary scene. After glancing at the calligraphy, Shen Changqing approached another painting. The artwork depicted a stunning mountainous landscape, captivating in its presentation. The inscription below again drew his attention. In the 136th year of the Qin, by Luo Tanjushi. Once more, this indicated a piece of some antiquity. Quickly, he examined all the calligraphy and paintings hanging in the hall. Without exception, each bore the date of the 136th year of the Qin. While 1 or 2 such instances might be coincidental, a room filled with works all dated over a century ago was decidedly unusual. Shen Changqing's expression grew serious, and he approached a table where an unfinished piece lay, the ink still wet, clearly written not long ago. Beside it rested another completed work, its ink also slightly damp. Set aside, his gaze fell upon the signature at the bottom. In the 136th year of the Qin, by Luo Tanjushi. At the sight of those words, Shen Changqing felt his breath slow. At that moment, a calm voice broke the silence of the hall. What is Shen brother examining? The sudden voice made Shen Changqing's body tremble, goosebumps rising uncontrollably. However, he did not respond immediately. Instead, he suppressed his inner turmoil and turned to face the source of the voice. There stood Mo, holding a bowl, not far away. I was simply curious to admire Brother Mo's calligraphy. I see. Mo, not suspecting anything amiss, placed the bowl in a vacant corner of the table. Does Shen brother engage in the study of calligraphy as well? I am but a mere martial artist, not particularly well versed in calligraphy and painting, only slightly intrigued. Shen Changqing forced a smile and shook his head, while immense doubt surged within him. The hall exuded an air of peculiarity. Yet Mo seemed entirely oblivious to any oddity. If there were malevolent forces at play, standing so close would surely reveal some trace of sinister energy. This situation could only imply 2 possibilities. First, Mo was indeed an ordinary person. The second possibility was that he was a malevolent being, but of a far higher caliber than Shen Changqing had anticipated. Only in such a case could he stand before Shen without betraying any hint of dark energy. In light of these 2 scenarios, Shen Changqing preferred to believe in the former. After all, he was already a practitioner of the innate external martial realm. It was impossible for malevolent entities to fully conceal their aura from him. Even for malevolent beings of a lower tier, Shen believed the likelihood was slim. Furthermore, with the presence of guardians in every province, if such powerful malevolence existed within the Qin, how could the Jinma Si remain unresponsive? Regardless of the circumstances, the Jinma Si was an institution dedicated to safeguarding the Qin. If formidable malevolent entities could infiltrate unnoticed, what right would the Jinma Si have to protect the Qin? In such a case, the Qin might well face the threat of being overrun by malevolence. Shen Changqing was skeptical about the existence of a malevolent entity so powerful that it could infiltrate unnoticed without alarming the Jun Moc. Despite his disbelief, a sense of vigilance towards Moc began to stir within him. Brother Shen, you jest, Moc replied with a dismissive smile, pointing at the bowl on the table. My humble abode is quite sparse, and I currently have little to offer. I have prepared some warming food, and I hope Brother Shen will not disdain it. Brother Mo, you are too courteous, Shen Changqing remarked, glancing at the dark contents of the bowl, his mouth twitching slightly. Regardless of whether he sensed something amiss with Mo Zijin or not, he would never recklessly consume what others offered him. The last time, with Zhang Long's poison pastries, he had narrowly escaped unharmed due to his robust vital energy. The eerie atmosphere of the courtyard suggested that consuming the contents of the bowl could very well lead to his downfall. Shifting his gaze from the bowl, Shen Changqing subtly increased the distance between himself and Mo Zijin, returning to his original position. By the way, I am rather curious. When did Brother Mo decide to pursue the path of examination once more? Since Brother Shen is curious, I shall not conceal the truth, Mo Zijin replied, taking his place once again. His eyes seemed to reflect a hint of nostalgia as he looked at the flickering candlelight. Surely Brother Shen is aware that a plague broke out in the vicinity of Guangyuan Prefecture a few years ago, claiming many lives. Numerous physicians succumbed to the disease, and it was then I realized that even healers are not omnipotent. Pursuing a medical career ultimately leads to no promising future, and the desire for glory seemed a mere fantasy. Thus, I resolved to take examinations anew, hoping to achieve a name for myself, which would suffice for my contentment. Guangyuan Prefecture, the plague. Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. He could not recall any records of a plague occurring in Guangyuan Prefecture. A plague resulting in the death of millions would undoubtedly be a monumental event. Even if he were not originally from Guangyuan, he would have heard some whispers about it. Yet, searching through his memories yielded no mention of any plague. However, observing Mo Zijin's earnest expression, Shen Changqing felt he did not appear to be lying. Wait! A sudden flash of memory illuminated his mind, revealing a long-buried recollection. In the year 132 of the Great Qin, a malevolent entity wreaked havoc in Guangyuan Prefecture, leading to the destruction of numerous cities and countless casualties. Mountains of corpses accumulated, ultimately resulting in a plague that left millions displaced. According to estimates, the death toll from the plague reached no less than 1 million. This information was something Shen Changqing had stumbled upon while perusing records during his time at the Zhanmo Sea. The year 132 of the Great Qin. The plague, the death of over 1 million souls. Combining this with the information he had just received, Shen Changqing arrived at a chilling conclusion. Observing Montak Ziyin, who appeared no older than his 20s or 30s, his palms began to sweat involuntarily, yet he maintained a calm facade. Brother Mo, regarding the plague, I do recall it. So, you escaped from the plague and chose to settle here? Indeed, Mo Zijin's expression darkened with sorrow. In that plague, the entire city perished, including my parents. Fortunately, I was lucky enough not to contract the disease, which is why I came to reside here. I see. Shen Changqing nodded in agreement, his vigilance heightened to its peak. Glancing at the darkening sky, Missouri Zijin composed himself and said, "It is getting late. If Brother Shen does not wish to eat something to stave off hunger, it would be best to rest early." With that, he stood up. There is a guest room to the right of the courtyard. Although it is unoccupied most of the time, I ensure it is kept clean. Brother Shen may stay there for the time being. Mo Zijin gestured to the right as they stepped outside the hall. Shen Changqing followed his gaze to see a dimly lit corridor, shrouded in shadows. With his night vision, he could discern a half-closed door. I reside in a room on the left. If you require anything, feel free to seek me, Mo Zijin added. Thank you. Shen Changqing replied with a slight bow. Mo Zijin smiled. Brother Shen is too polite. He then returned to the hall, picking up 2 oil lamps, handing one to Shen Changqing. The night is dark. Do take care. Once Shen Changqing accepted the lamp, he made his way down the left corridor. Pushing the door open, Mo Zijin entered his room, turning back to offer Shen Changqing a faint smile before closing the door. The previously dim room was illuminated by the oil lamp, its light seeping through the gauzy window. Standing there, Shen Changqing glanced at the half-closed door to the right and then at the lamp in his hand, momentarily caught in indecision. When he had first arrived, it was not yet nightfall. However, after a rain shower and some idle chatter, he had lost track of time. Now, realizing it was indeed evening, to stay or not to stay was a dilemma. Mo Zijin evidently harbored some secrets, and remaining here could lead to unforeseen dangers. It would be wiser to depart. Shen Changqing's expression turned serious as he made up his mind. Staying here posed an extraordinary risk. especially with the eerie aura permeating every corner. Even with his skills, he could not guarantee his safety. With this thought, Shen Changqing promptly made his way toward the courtyard exit. Just then, a calm yet eerie voice echoed from behind him. "Brother Shen, why are you not sleeping?" The unsettling voice sent chills down Shen Changqing's spine. Without hesitation, he struck the courtyard door with a palm, shattering it, and dashed outside. Once he burst from the courtyard, he did not look back but sprinted into the distance. After some time, he finally halted, glancing back to see the courtyard far behind him. At that moment, Shen Changqing's racing heart gradually calmed. What was that entity? He was now certain that Mo Zijin was hiding something sinister. He had clearly seen him enter the room, yet he had inexplicably appeared behind him as he left. At Shen Changqing's level, no subtle movement within 10 paces could escape his notice. However, he had not detected Mo Zijin's footsteps at all. In fact, if not for the latter's voice, he would not have realized that someone was standing behind him. If he were a malevolent entity, how could he emit no sinister aura and refrain from attacking him throughout? After the initial shock, Shen Changqing regained his composure. Perhaps he should return and investigate? A thought arose in his mind. If one were to flee in haste without assessing the specific circumstances, he would inevitably feel a sense of reluctance. I departed abruptly, and Mo Zijin did not attempt to impede my exit. Perhaps he had no desire to do so, or perhaps he was simply unable to. Thus, even if I were to return, as long as I exercised sufficient caution, I believe there would be no issues. After estimating the risks associated with my return, Shen Changqing quietly retraced his steps along the original path. The sky had darkened, with only the lights in the courtyard guiding the wayfarers. Upon nearing the courtyard, Shen Changqing observed that the gate had been opened, and Mo Zijin stood there, calmly locking eyes with him. While Shen Changqing felt little at first, the moment his gaze shifted to the gate, his pupils abruptly constricted. It was intact. He distinctly remembered breaking through it earlier with such force that it had shattered. Yet now, the gate's perfect condition indicated much. It would be unwise for you to travel at night, Shen Xiong. Why not rest here? Montag Ziyin spoke softly, his initially gentle smile taking on an eerie quality in Shen Changqing's eyes. What exactly are you? Shen Changqing pondered. What do you mean by that, Shen Xiong? Mo Zijin responded, his expression one of confusion. He then gestured, "Come back quickly. It appears rain is imminent." Observing the expression on Mo Zijin's face, Shen Changqing's wariness heightened. However, he also noted an intriguing detail. Mo Zijin had remained at the courtyard entrance throughout, showing no inclination to step outside. Could it be that he was unable to leave the courtyard? Shen Changqing speculated, but his inner uncertainties only grew. Throughout their encounter, Mo Zijin exhibited no trace of malevolent energy, appearing neither as a formidable demon nor anything sinister. Yet, the fact that he was problematic was beyond question. After casting a few more discerning glances at Mo Zijin, Shen Changqing resolved that it would be prudent to withdraw for the time being. After all, the being before him was less a man and more an unknown entity. Given his limited knowledge, he could not fathom too much. Nevertheless, he considered that there might be records within the Jinma Sea that could shed light on this matter. Thus, he made a decisive choice to retreat. The peculiarities of the courtyard left him uneasy, and until he could ascertain Mo Zijin's true nature, he preferred to avoid significant confrontation. Historical accounts of fallen demon slayers included those who perished during missions, as well as those who met their demise through reckless choices. Learning from past experiences, Shen Changqing understood that his survival was of utmost importance. As Shen Changqing departed, Mo Zijin remained composed, muttering certain phrases to himself. Only after Shen Changqing's figure had completely vanished did he cease speaking and return inside, the courtyard gate closing quietly behind him. Outside, the horses tethered beneath the tree were still there. Shen Changqing had no immediate intention to resume his journey, with the rain having ceased. He found a relatively flat stone in an open area. Channeling his Tianwu Jinqi, he evaporated the moisture from the stone. He leaped onto it, managing to find a somewhat comfortable position, and sat cross-legged, closing his eyes to enter a meditative state. The wilderness was unsafe, and deep cultivation would inevitably attract disturbances. The primary issue lay in his Tianwu Ganqi having reached an unprecedented 13th level, for which no subsequent cultivation methods were available, making further advancement impossible. The night swiftly passed, As the first light of dawn broke, Shen Changqing felt a sudden contraction in his abdomen. His mouth parted slightly as a wisp of purple energy was drawn into his core. The purple energy seemed to augment his true qi, though the change was subtle. He sprang to the ground, approached his horse, untied the reins from the tree, mounted, and continued towards the capital. Days passed, and after 10 days, Shen Changqing finally beheld the towering walls of the capital. Regrettably, the horse he had purchased in linen succumbed on the journey, though by then he was close to his destination. Even without a horse, he would not require much time to reach the capital. Compared to linen, the walls of the capital soared high, with soldiers patrolling day and night. The city gates were guarded, and every entrant was subject to scrutiny, required to present a travel pass. In Shen Changqing's understanding, this pass was akin to an identification card from his past life. Stop. Present your travel pass. When it was Shen Changqing's turn to enter the city, a soldier intercepted him. He produced his identification token, and upon seeing it, the soldier's demeanor changed from indifference to warmth. Ah, it is an esteemed member of the Jianma. My apologies, please enter. Shen Changqing nodded, stowing his token back into his pocket as he proceeded inside. Upon entering the city, he was immediately enveloped by a cacophony of sounds. Everywhere he looked, crowds bustled about. The vibrancy of life here unmatched by any other place. After taking a moment to absorb the atmosphere, he directed his steps towards the Jianma. The capital was divided into an outer city and an inner city. The outer city served as a residence for the common folk and was the most thriving part of the capital, while the inner city housed only the elite and high-ranking officials. Ordinary citizens not only lacked the privilege to reside in the inner city, but often did not even have the right to enter it. Consequently, this created a stark contrast, rendering the inner city far less lively than the outer. As a significant institution of the Great Qin, the Jianma was located within the inner city. Transitioning from the outer to the inner city required passing through a crucial checkpoint, established to prevent ill-intentioned individuals from infiltrating. Upon presenting his Demon Slayer identification token, Shen Changqing faced no obstacles entering the inner city. In the Great Qin, it was universally understood that offending anyone was far less grave than offending a member of the Jianma. Those who had crossed paths with the Jianma historically met with dire consequences, regardless of their power, unless they were the reigning emperor. Over time, this led to the Jianma's name becoming deeply ingrained in the minds of the populace. In a realm where institutions often face suppression, the Jianma not only remained unscathed but thrived under the royal family's robust support. To claim that there was no connection to the presence of demons and malevolent forces would be disingenuous. As Shen Changqing walked through the inner city, he absorbed the whispers of information around him. It was evident that the Jianma's prominence stemmed from the rampant presence of demons. If the Jianma were to be suppressed, who would then combat these evils? While many in the Great Qin possessed the capability to confront such threats, the overwhelming majority hailed from the Jianma. Should the Jianma cease to exist, vast stretches of the Great Qin would fall prey to the demon's dominion. However, within the upper echelons of the Jianma, it is not unlikely that there are members of the royal family. After all, even though the current emperor places great trust in the Jianma and harbors a deep-seated fear of the demonic, it would be unthinkable for him to make no preparations whatsoever. Shen Changqing, being a newly promoted Huangjie exterminator, possesses limited knowledge of such matters and lacks the qualifications to engage with higher-level affairs. Nevertheless, although he has not personally experienced it, he is well aware of certain truths. The inner city, while sparsely populated, is indeed expansive. It took Shen Changqing a quarter of an hour to arrive at the entrance of the Jianma. Upon presenting his identification token, he faced no obstruction and stepped into the precincts of the Jianma. In an instant, a familiar scent of blood assaulted his senses. Unlike the tranquility outside, the atmosphere within the Jianma was permeated with a palpable, heart-wrenching aura of slaughter. If he had encountered such an atmosphere upon his initial arrival in this world, he would have felt an overwhelming discomfort. However, over time, he has become accustomed to it. Now, upon returning from a mission that consumed considerable time, this very ambience of the Jianma brought him a sense of solace. It felt like home. Shen Changqing sighed. To him, the Jianma has become his abode in this world. While others may view it as a den of tigers, to Shen Changqing, it is undeniably a sanctuary. After a moment of reflection, He did not report directly to Jiangzhua, but instead returned to his modest courtyard. Upon opening the courtyard door, everything remained unchanged. Yet, as he entered his room, a musty odor greeted him, accompanied by a slight cloud of dust. In response, Shen Changqing channeled his vital energy, expelling the mustiness and dust in one swift motion. The following day, Shen Changqing arose early and set out towards another location. Having returned to the Zhen MOC, he had matters to report to Jiangzhua. After all, Jiangzhua is the overseer of the Huangbu exterminators, and all exterminators residing within the Huangbu are under his jurisdiction. He knocked on the courtyard door, which was promptly opened after a brief pause. Upon seeing Shen Changqing standing before him, Jiangzhua exhibited no signs of surprise. "You have arrived. Come in and speak," he said, aiming for a more discreet tone. Shen Changqing inquired, "May I ask, what truly defines a grandmaster? What must one do to transcend to that level?" In the early days of martial arts flourishing, there were those who broke through to the innate stage in 10 years, hailed as extraordinary talents. Later, some achieved the same in 5 years, shattering previous records and earning the title of prodigies. Shen Changqing followed Jiangzhua inside. Regarding merit points, it became clear to him that he had previously underestimated the situation. "I have heard of your exploits in Linen City that caused the Eternal Life Alliance to stumble. Your potential and strength far exceed my expectations." He continued, "An innate martial artist may be considered a top-tier powerhouse in the martial world, yet within the Zhen MOC, they are merely one among many. After all, upon entering the Zhen MOC, one must prioritize the extermination of demons and the protection of the people of Qin. The stakes are high. Not only could he perish, but the lives of countless citizens in Linen City could also be at risk." Yet, he had not yet had the opportunity to delve into the specifics. Jiangzhua added, "According to previous discussions, having completed your task of guarding Linen City, you need not undertake any further missions for the next year. You may choose to remain in the Zhen MOC for further cultivation or venture elsewhere." Shen Changqing voiced his inner doubts. "The mission of a guardian is to protect Qin, and as exterminators, our duty is the same." He understood the implications of Jiangzhua's words. Even without Jiangzhua's clarification, Shen Changqing comprehended that the Zhen MOC's directive for him to guard Linen City carried a deeper meaning. Moments later, he realized that news of his rapid advancement would inevitably create ripples throughout the martial world. Ultimately, a formidable guardian may find it challenging to retreat when faced with demons. Yet no guardian would abandon their post, for they bear the weighty responsibility of safeguarding Qin. If we were to distill the rules of the Zhen MOC, they could be encapsulated in a single principle. Indeed, the individual before him is a rare talent. However, the spirit-nurturing pill, a grandmaster. Shen Changqing felt no need for restraint as he seated himself directly across from Jiangzhua. Such upheaval is often fleeting. In time, it will fade. And perhaps in a few years, another prodigy may arise to shatter expectations. Certain matters must be articulated clearly. Jiangzhua shook his head, asserting, "You should take pride in your accomplishments. The Zhen MOC is not as dark as you might imagine. While the rules are stringent, it is also one of the most inclusive institutions." As he concluded, a gentle smile graced Jiangzhua's face. "As long as you have earned it, it is yours to claim." Over the years, countless guardians have perished due to the havoc wrought by demons. Meanwhile, Shen Changqing remained silent in his seat. After they had both settled, Jiangzhua clarified, "This is a merit-based exchange system established by the Zhen MOC." "I understand." Jiangzhua's expression was earnest, devoid of any pretense. Regardless of whether one displays remarkable talent or possesses extraordinary opportunities, the path ahead is fraught with challenges. "I cannot claim that no one may follow in your footsteps, but you are indeed a trailblazer." Shen Changqing responded, "Thank you." Even if the Zhen MOC could sacrifice him, it would never gamble with the lives of the 10,000 citizens of Linen City, unless it was an absolute last resort. Having laid everything on the table, there was nothing left to hesitate over. Jiangzhua's words seemed to illuminate the shadows, revealing a different perspective. As long as one completes the requisite tasks each year, the remaining time can be arranged as one sees fit. Some matters need not be overly pondered. Each individual possesses their own standards for judging circumstances. An innate external realm breakthrough in today's martial world is indeed a remarkable feat. Shen Changqing understood the implications of Jiangzhua's statement. "Your innate talent is formidable, capable of causing the Eternal Life Alliance to falter. Your strength is undoubtedly beyond the mere initial stages of the innate realm. In a world where martial arts flourish and geniuses abound, no one dares to claim the title of the foremost. Jiang's insights had opened his eyes. Entrusting a single individual to guard Linen City is no ordinary challenge. Above the exterminators, there are guardians who oversee entire regions. Typically, a vial of meridian-opening pills requires a substantial amount of merit points. The 2 demonic essences you submitted with your Qingling Jade pendant cannot be exchanged for a full vial based on the merit ratio. However, it is a fact that every record-breaking accomplishment in martial arts leaves one in awe. Shen Changqing comprehended this dynamic. Any formally recognized exterminator can earn a portion of merit points upon completing their designated tasks. Jiang's statements resonated with clarity. Smiled faintly, his expression unchanged. He nodded slightly. After all, if the defense were to fail, Jiang Zhishur pondered whether it would be more advantageous to ascend to the Xian tier as a demon slayer now, or wait until the deadline approached. What did Jiang Zhishur mean by this? He raised his head and looked at the serene before him. There was no need to be overly restrained here. Sit down and converse. If this led to any dissatisfaction with the Demon-Suppression Division, it would indeed be a loss for them. He did not shut the door, instead turning to walk inside. The Tongmai pill should be familiar to you. As for the Nourishing Spirit pill, it is crucial for ascending to the master level. The Demon-Suppression Division imposes no restrictions on formal demon slayers. However, upon hearing Jiang's words, he suddenly realized that he had been trapped in a misconception. To be frank, with your innate talent, you are nearly unparalleled within the Demon-Suppression Division. Ascending to the Xian tier as a demon slayer certainly offers numerous benefits. As long as you meet the annual task standards, you will receive a Tongmai pill and a Nourishing Spirit pill. At this moment, he did not prioritize merit points. While speaking, Jiang's also observes expressions. The innate realm is merely the beginning, at most a few steps ahead of others. After all, the other party is an established demon slayer and must possess some unique insights. Remember, there is no need to conceal your talents in the Demon-Suppression Division. Any gifted individual who can grow is welcome. Given the rampant evil in the world, being mistaken for colluding with it could lead to immense trouble. By the time returned to the Demon-Suppression Division, this overseer of the Huangbu Demon Institute had already received the news. A master is classified as a D-tier demon slayer, whereas those above the master level are regarded as Tian-tier demon slayers. Whether it is you, me, or the esteemed guardians, none can retreat a single step in the face of a full-scale demonic invasion. This mate's expression shift slightly. His words compelled to refrain from revealing too much about himself. Only in a distant place like Linen City could he afford to be a bit more unrestrained. However, the overseeing guardians above deemed it necessary for you to possess some foundation while stationed in Linen City, thus granting you an additional Tongmai pill, with the remaining insufficient portion covered by the guardians after deducting your original merit points. Subsequently, another individual broke through the innate realm in 2 years, causing quite a stir and earning the title of the greatest talent of the human race. What truly captured his attention were Jiang's previous words. But now that Jiang's brought it up, it would be better to inquire directly. Jiang Zhishur chuckled. He had intended to search for it himself in the library pavilion, modestly downplayed his accomplishments. Recently, the evil had wreaked havoc, and many regions of Deqin faced attacks. The powerful of the Demon-Suppression Division had to emerge to barely quell the chaos, making it unavoidable for you to guard Linen City alone. Having broken the records of predecessors, one day, he too would become one of them. That is, one must never betray the human race. Jiang Zhua, with a composed expression, seriously contemplated. Only by ascending to the Xian tier as a demon slayer can one receive an additional Nourishing Spirit pill each year and also exchange merit points for a Nourishing Spirit pill. However, if you remain at the Huang tier level, you will not enjoy such privileges. Since breaking through the innate outer barrier, had longed to understand the distinctions between the master realm and the innate realm. Sighed softly. In the courtyard stood a small pavilion, furnished with a set of tables and chairs, where Jiang Zhua sat directly. Jiang's gaze fixed intently. Thus, if you possess the ability, even becoming a guardian would not be an issue, as long as you do not betray the human race or Deqin. The Demon-Suppression Division will be your strongest backing. What he once believed to be low-key behavior had, in fact, revealed much in the eyes of the Demon-Suppression Division. Whether to ascend or not is indeed a matter that requires contemplation. It is good that you can understand. The Demon-Suppression Division is far larger than you might imagine, so do not perceive it through the lens of the martial world. As for other matters, when you have time later, you can go to the Zhanyao Hall to learn more. Jiang's gaze upon suddenly grew fervent. I knew you would ask that. If an ordinary person inquired, I would be disinclined to respond, but given your talent, you might break through to the master level sooner than expected, so let me share this with you. Jiang's pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. In the martial world, a master is referred to as a martial Dao master, and those who can be called masters are strong enough to establish their own schools and sections. Moreover, a master completely transcends the innate level, possessing one crucial element. Chapter 70. Merit Jiang's words were measured and had no intention of hastening his pace. He simply sat quietly, listening to the ensuing discourse. The most significant difference between the innate and master levels lies in the essence of martial arts. The so-called martial Dao master represents a transformation of the spirit. To comprehend the essence of martial arts, a martial artist must seek their own path and grasp the underlying truths. There are many forms of martial arts essence, and I cannot elaborate on each one. Jiang's articulated his insights on the master level. The essence of martial arts echoed softly. So, the greatest distinction between the innate and master levels lies in the essence of martial arts. This implies that the martial Dao master has indeed ascended to a level of spiritual attack. The techniques of evil primarily manifest on the mental plane, with illusions being a prime example, right? You are correct. Jiang's nodded in appreciation, patiently explaining. Martial artists below the master level hold no advantage against evil. Some may possess robust vitality, yet their mental fortitude is fragile, rendering them susceptible to illusions from which they cannot extricate themselves. However, once a martial artist breaks through to the master level, they gain significant resistance against the illusions of evil. Yet, I'm not entirely certain of the specifics. A hint of regret crossed Jiang's face. He too was merely in Shen tier demon slayer and remained distant from the realm of the martial Dao master. Silently digested this information and then clasped his hands together. Jiang Zhisher's clarifications have enlightened me greatly, yet I still have a question I wish to pursue. Speak. Is there a considerable difference in the martial arts records between the third and second levels of the library pavilion? Are there specific martial arts that can assist a martial artist in breaking through to the master level? If so, on which level are these martial arts located? Inquired. This matter significantly impacts his decision regarding whether to expedite his ascension to the Shen tier as a demon slayer. Jiang's replied. Any martial arts can lead to the comprehension of martial arts essence, regardless of whether they are foundational techniques from the first level or more advanced techniques from subsequent levels. At the highest levels, there is always an opportunity to grasp them. However, the more advanced the martial arts, the easier it is to comprehend the essence of martial arts. The martial arts in the third level of the library pavilion do not differ significantly from those in the second level. The only distinction is that the third level contains imprints left by some martial Dao masters. For those who cannot comprehend the essence of martial arts independently, utilizing the imprints left by predecessors increases the probability of breakthrough. The Tianwu you are currently cultivating is considered an exceptional martial art at the second level and remains commendable even at the third level. Shen Changqing nodded in agreement. According to Jiang's perspective, there is essentially no distinction between the second and third levels. The only difference lies in the third level, which offers an additional opportunity for comprehending the true essence of martial arts. Very well, if there is nothing more, you may take your leave. Should you encounter any issues, feel free to approach me whenever I am not on a mission. If I am on a mission, you may seek assistance from the deputy manager of the Huangbu Demon Extermination Institute. Jiang's had already issued a dismissal. Then I shall take my leave. Shen Changqing rose to depart. A Demon Extermination Institute is not merely comprised of a single manager. It encompasses a principal manager and several deputy managers to ensure that the institute remains well administered even in the absence of the principal manager due to missions. Interestingly, Jiang's was once a deputy manager himself, but after Liu Chang's demise, he distinguished himself among the deputies and ultimately ascended to the role of principal manager. After leaving the manager's courtyard, Shen Changqing made his way directly to the Zhanyao Hall. The Zhanyao Hall, situated between the Demon Extermination Institute and the Library Pavilion, serves as the designated place for official demon exterminators to accept missions and exchange merit points. Despite its name suggesting a grand hall, it is actually a collective term for several side chambers. Each side chamber is adorned with a plaque inscribed with significant characters: Huangjie, Xianjie, Dijie, Tianjie, Gongsun, and Songbao, representing 6 distinct side chambers. After glancing at them, Shen Changqing proceeded into the Gongsun Hall. Upon entering the Gongsun Hall, his vision expanded considerably, revealing several service windows reminiscent of those in his previous life. He approached an unoccupied window where a middle-aged man sat. "Please present your identity token along with the Qingling Jade Pendant." The middle-aged man spoke with practiced familiarity upon seeing him. In response, Shen Changqing handed over both the identity token and the Qingling Jade Pendant. The middle-aged man took them and inspected the identity token. Zhuang ye demon exterminator Shen Changqing. Indeed, Shen Changqing nodded slightly, affirming the man's inquiry. With confirmation received, the middle-aged man turned his attention to the Qingling Jade Pendant. Instantly, his pupils constricted. The once white pendant had now transformed entirely into a deep black hue. Just how many demons had been vanquished? After recovering from his astonishment, the middle-aged man glanced back at Shen Changqing, seemingly attempting to glean some insight from him. It is indeed remarkable for a Huangjie demon exterminator to have slain such a multitude of demons. However, he quickly regained his composure. "Your Excellency, are you certain you wish to convert the demonic aura from the pendant entirely into merit points?" The middle-aged man felt compelled to confirm once more. Given the concentration of demonic aura within the Qingling Jade Pendant, it could easily elevate Shen Changqing to the rank of Xianjie demon exterminator with a substantial surplus. After all, slaying a single Yuan-level phantom could suffice for such an elevation. Judging by the pendant's coloration, it indicated far more than merely a Yuan-level phantom. Shen Changqing nodded affirmatively. Convert all. After conversing with Jiang Zhuo in detail, he saw no necessity to hasten his elevation to Xianjie demon exterminator. Converting everything into merit points would instead enhance his capabilities. Future aspirations for promotion could be pursued through assessment missions. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man ceased further discussion. He retrieved a white jade ruler from beneath the counter, inscribed with scales incomprehensible to Shen Changqing. Next, the middle-aged man placed the ruler atop the Qingling Jade Pendant. In an instant, the black lines within the pendant began to surge, while the blackness on the white jade ruler also began to spread upwards. Soon, the black lines halted at a specific mark. The middle-aged man scrutinized it twice before announcing, "The total demonic aura measures 1 foot and 5 inches, amounting to 15 merit points. Do you have any objections?" "What does 1 foot and 5 inches signify?" Shen Changqing inquired, as he was not particularly well-versed in merit points. The middle-aged man explained, "For each Yuan-level phantom slain, one can obtain between 1 to 2 inches of demonic aura. For Yuan-level phantom, it ranges from 3 to 5 inches. Each inch of demonic aura corresponds to 1 merit point." "I see. Then it is indeed 1 foot and 5 inches. Shen Changqing understood. He calculated that, excluding the Qingling Jade Pendant he returned, he had dispatched 3 Yuan-level phantoms and demons. Although a Yuan-level phantom could yield up to 5 inches, only those at later stages could genuinely reach that measure. Common Yuan-level phantoms typically provide 3 to 4 inches of demonic aura. Thus, the assessment of 1 foot and 5 inches was reasonably accurate. Thereafter, the middle-aged man produced a jade vial, adorned with intricate and enigmatic patterns. He then channeled his true energy, causing the patterns to animate. In an instant, the demonic aura from the Qingling Jade Pendant flowed into the jade vial. Within a matter of moments, the blackened Qingling Jade Pendant reverted to its original white jade hue. The middle-aged man meticulously sealed the vial and then retrieved a silver coin along with 5 black coins, all resembling copper coins. This is a Zhen Mo coin. The silver one represents 10 merit points, while the black ones each signify 1 merit point. Please accept them. Noticing that it was Shen Changqing's first visit, he provided a brief explanation. Subsequently, the middle-aged man handed Shen Changqing his identity token, Qingling Jade Pendant, and the Zhen Mo coins. Upon grasping them, he felt a cool sensation akin to the identity token, but with subtle differences. Observing the unusual expression on Shen Changqing's face, the middle-aged man smiled. This is your first encounter with a Zhan Mo coin, isn't it? The material from which Zhan Mo coins are crafted is quite unique. They can even store true energy. Some martial artists utilize Zhan Mo coins to store true energy for use at critical moments. Capable of storing true energy. Shen Changqing's expression turned one of astonishment as he carefully examined the Zhan Mo coin in his hand. He had indeed never encountered an item capable of storing true energy before. The longer he stayed at the Zhan Mo division, the more he discovered the wonders of this place. Whether it be the Qingling jade pendant that captures demonic aura, the white jade ruler and vial he had just witnessed, or the Zhan Mo coin he now possessed, none of these were comprehensible to ordinary individuals. After departing from the Gong Sun Hall, Shen Changqing proceeded to the adjacent Songbao Hall. The Gong Sun Hall was for exchanging merit, while the Songbao Hall was for exchanging treasures. The layout of the Songbao Hall differed somewhat from that of the Gong Sun Hall. Upon entering, he almost felt as though he had stepped into a bustling marketplace, with a cacophony of voices echoing around him. Scanning the area, he observed numerous individuals congregated in front of each counter. Some donned the attire of the Zhan Mo division, while others wore casual clothing. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that the counters were divided into 4 distinct areas. After a brief inquiry, Shen Changqing arrived at the Huangjie area and ultimately paused at a less crowded counter. Please present your identity token. In front of the counter stood a middle-aged man who handed him a small booklet. The contents detailed items available for exchange, along with the requisite merit points. Upon opening the first page, Shen Changqing's gaze fell upon the words Tong Mai Dan. Tong Mai Dan, 1 pill 1 merit point Tong Mai Dan. 1 vial 6 merit points. The familiar formula caused a slight twitch at the corners of his mouth. Yet he understood that the vial of Tong Mai Dan he had previously received was indeed a generous perk from the Jinma division. As he turned the pages one by one, his eyes eventually lingered on a particular entry. Chapter 71. 100 Battles Blade Technique. Having departed from the Zhan Yaotang, Shen Changqing found himself with only a single black Jinma coin in his possession. However, in a fortunate turn, he now bore a long blade at his waist and a vial of Tong Mai Dan in his arms. Shen Yu Dao, forged from cold iron and refined gold. This treasure blade was indestructible and could slice through iron like mud, while also possessing the remarkable ability to withstand a martial artist as true qi and resist the corruption of malevolent forces. Ever since the blade provided by the Jinma division had been tainted by the blood of a demon, Shen Changqing had longed for a replacement. Unfortunately, ordinary weapons could not compare to those equipped by the Jinma division. Even a long blade, though severely corroded, was far superior to the gaudy and inferior merchandise. Now, the second floor bore a striking resemblance to the first, filled with numerous bookshelves, each laden with an array of tomes. This time, as he glanced at the prompts, Shen Changqing exited the library. He realized he had been overthinking. Simultaneously, he discovered that he had thoroughly memorized the first and second forms, feeling as if he had executed them countless times, filling him with an overwhelming sense of heroism and an impulsive desire to unsheath his blade and wreak havoc upon his foes. A warrior, invincible in 100 battles. Name, Shen Changqing Faction, Qin Jinma Division Identity, Huang-class Exterminator Martial Arts, Shisan Tai Bao Honglian Gong, Level 20, Upgradable, can be fused, Tianmu Gongqi, Level 13, Upgradable, Qisha Dao Fa, Level 3, can be fused, Taishazhang, Level 3, Upgradable, Pajie Dao Fa, not yet initiated, can be fused, Tianluo de Gangbu, not yet initiated, Bulu Jinshan, not yet initiated, Upgradable, can be fused, kill count, 53. Compared to the panel he had prior to entering the library, it was undoubtedly much more enriched. Shen Changqing murmured softly, his astonishment evident in his eyes. Initially, these 2 martial arts could not be enhanced with kill points. Qinglong Fuhu Gong. After a brief perusal, he recognized it as an internal skill and promptly returned it. Approaching a nearby bookshelf, Shen Changqing withdrew a martial art. Horizontal blade, stand firm. Glancing at the sky, it was barely noon. Isolated in the fray. To validate his thoughts, he utilized the remaining 7 merit points to exchange for a vial of Tong Mai Dan, pocketing the last Jinma coin and departing without a backward glance. Until he fully comprehended the fusion function, he dared not ascertain whether it was beneficial or detrimental. Reflecting on this, Shen Changqing reviewed the memories in his mind, allowing a smile to grace his face. The content on the sign was succinct. After a cursory glance, he returned the book to its rightful place. This martial art was even more intricate, presenting a greater challenge for comprehension. The individual stationed at the entrance of the library had been replaced by an unfamiliar elder. After Shen Changqing presented his identity token, the elder merely cast a cursory glance before gesturing toward a sign hanging nearby without further engagement. Entering his quarters, Shen Changqing discovered that Qisha Dao Fa and Pajiet Dao Fa shared identical attributes, requiring 10 kill points for fusion. As long as one was a Huang-class exterminator or above, there were no time constraints for entering the library. One could stay as long as desired, even eating and sleeping there, though one must depart before the library closed at midnight. He found that Shisan Taibao, Hanglian Gong, and Bulujin Shen also shared similar attributes, with a fusion cost of 20 kill points. This barely allowed him to digest the memories completely. Shisan Taibao, Hanglian Gong, had fallen behind his pace, while his agility and movement techniques were severely lacking. Following protocol, Shen Changqing presented his identity token and proceeded inside. Having exchanged for everything he needed, he resolved to visit the library next. Finding a suitable spot to sit, he calmed his mind and began reviewing his panel. Zhangzhua had previously mentioned that now, with the fusion options available for both external techniques and Qisha Dao Fa, he pondered what transformations they might undergo upon merging. Would they become stronger or weaker? Taishazhang and Qisha Dao Fa could be considered decent, yet they were not particularly exquisite. Shen Changqing focused his mind, deciding to first experiment with the fusion of Qisha Dao Fa and Pajiet Dao Fa. The onslaught of memories nearly overwhelmed him. At this moment, Shen Changqing realized that as a Huang-class exterminator, there were no time restrictions within the library. The elder explained this matter casually, fully aware of what Shen Changqing sought. Having cultivated Qisha Dao Fa to the 3rd level, the resulting fusion directly yielded the 2nd level of 100 Battles Blade technique, saving him considerable effort. Armed with prior fusion experience, he navigated the process with ease. After a long while, he discerned that each of the 4 techniques contained intricate variations. Upon returning to the Jinma division, he would finally have the opportunity to exchange for an appropriate weapon. Reflecting on this, he realized that the emergence of the fusion function had entirely exceeded his expectations. He did not linger on the 1st floor, but ascended directly to the 2nd. With the presence of this feature on his panel, it was highly unlikely that it would lead him astray. Unauthorized removal of any books from the library is strictly prohibited. 10 kill points vanished. Yet this time, before Shen Changqing could react, a completely unfamiliar memory surged within his mind. When Pure Yang Gong coexisted with Tianwu Gongqi, the fusion function had not activated, suggesting that internal skills might not be eligible for fusion, akin to Qisha Dao Fa and Taishazhang. What truly captured Shen Changqing's attention was the discovery of a new function on his panel: fusion. If he could grasp the 5th level, he would unlock the true essence of martial arts. Clearly, the 100 Battles Blade technique was now better suited to him than Qisha Dao Fa. After expressing his gratitude, Shen Changqing initially assumed that upon merging martial arts, he would need to begin his cultivation anew. However, he soon memorized an additional external technique, and indeed, the option to fuse Bulujin Shen with Shisan Taibao, Hanglian Gong also appeared. The 100 Battles Blade technique emphasized combat more than both Qisha Dao Fa and Pajiet Dao Fa, and, evidently, the fusion mechanism distilled the essence of both techniques and melded them into one. Internal cultivation accounted for 70%, combat experience for 20%, and offensive methods for 10%. Only upon returning here did he find the time to carefully sort through his changes. Shen Changqing cleared his throat and, observing the composed elder, politely inquired, "May I ask, Senior, is there no time restriction on the 2nd floor?" Looking at the dimming sky outside, he exhaled deeply. This serves as evidence that the panel is not omnipotent. For even when he acquired CHNYING and TNWGQ, the fusion function did not activate. Similarly, the memories of the original QSHDOF and PGDOF did not vanish. They merely disappeared from the panel. The thought of having expended 8 points of merit made SH and CH in GQ feel a pang of regret. However, being in the library, he found it inconvenient to attempt a fusion. As the sun descended and the moon rose, SH and CH in GQ contemplated and then withdrew another book. Having risen early, coupled with his visit to Ji Ingzu and the demon-slaying hall, he had not consumed much time. "You're new here. One internal martial art is sufficient. Having more could lead to conflicts, rendering further study unnecessary. What I now seek is a high-level external martial art, along with a suitable lightness skill. According to the memories of B. Izich NDOF, the fifth layer pertains to the true essence of martial arts. Upon arriving at the library, for reasons unknown, Shen Changqing felt a particular affinity for swordsmanship. Otherwise, he would not have chosen QSHDOF for cultivation in the first place. Unbeknownst to him, he had already spent several hours in the library. BIZHNDOF consists of 5 layers. At the entrance to the second layer, there were guardians standing watch. After the fusion of BIZHNDOF, he directly attained 2 layers of proficiency, thus saving himself considerable effort. SHNCHNGQing felt significantly more confident. Much like the Qing Ling FHGing from before, this book also recorded internal martial arts. SHNCHNGQing's expression fluctuated, compared to the standard long sword. The LNUD, he had exchanged 8 merit points for was undoubtedly on a higher tier. If TNWG Q represents the pinnacle of the second layer, there was no need for him to change his cultivation path. Merely acquiring this sword required him to slay 2 or 3 vengeful monsters. Yet, despite its quality, the sword's consumption was rather substantial. SHNCHNGQing took a deep breath. 20 points of slaughter value. If he were to start from scratch, he believed it would take at least a year and a half of diligent training to reach the second layer. He once again calmed his mind, focusing on SHSNTIB, OH Ingli NGing, and BLUJ and SHN. A refined attacking martial art could greatly enhance a person's power. BIZHNDOF, second layer. With a single stance, he could withstand 1,000 troops. The tumultuous thoughts settled. Returning to his small courtyard, he noticed that even occupying a fraction of a moment could often alter fate. However, the cafeteria had long since closed, and even if he went, he would only face disappointment. So he simply returned to his quarters to reflect on the day's findings in the library. After thoroughly studying PGDOF, the panel revealed a fusion function. Without further ado, he suppressed his impulse for quite some time. The so-called fusion involves merging 2 martial arts into one, allowing him to acquire the memories of that martial art. The final technique was not a sword technique, but rather an artistic conception. He stepped inside. If he could obtain a more formidable means of attack, it would indeed be splendid. SHNCHNGQing glanced at the sky. It was still early. It seemed there was no need for him to switch to another martial art, for the true essence of BIHNDOF resonated with him profoundly. He watched as the QSHDOF and PGDOF on the panel twisted and merged, forming a new martial art name. SHNCHNGQing then felt a pang of hunger. As for the means of attack, the consumption was indeed double that of BIZHNDOF. Though it pained him, he accepted that the fusion could enhance his martial arts, laying a solid foundation for the future. Thus, he acquiesced. Fusion. Chapter 72. Martial Arts Fusion. As the two merged, SHNCHNGQing suddenly felt his body's aura rapidly decline, as if the martial arts he had cultivated for years were being rendered ineffective in an instant. This sensation of weakness rendered his complexion frightfully pale. Yet, before he could fully comprehend it, a surge of vigorous vitality erupted from every corner of his being, dispelling the weakness entirely. Immediately thereafter, a vast reservoir of memories emerged deep within his mind. Under the onslaught of these memories, SHNCHNGQing fell into a daze. It felt as though a quarter of an hour had passed, or perhaps even an hour. Gradually, he emerged from his stupor. However, the 2 long swords at his waist were unfastened. If one day he were to acquire 30,000 taels of silver notes in LNN City, he would still have over 20,000 left, ensuring a lifetime free from want, provided he did not squander it. This was the name of the new martial art. So was young Master SHN. As for the invincible golden body, a smile played upon SHNCHNGQing's lips. Esteemed guest, please. If he truly exhausted himself, he would have no place to recuperate. From Jiangsu, he could not simply sit there eating while undergoing a breakthrough. A thought surged within Shen Changqing. Please lead the way. The private room was small yet elegantly arranged, with fragrant incense burning at the center of the table, creating a refreshing atmosphere. Shen Changqing temporarily refrained from enhancing his martial arts. He could not afford to stagnate. At this juncture, as he entered, a young servant approached and courteously inquired, "May I ask, esteemed guest, what do you require?" Our ZHNBOG offers both divine weapons and miraculous elixirs. He gripped the sword hilt with one hand, gesturing with the other. Now that ZHNDOF had successfully fused, it resonated deeply with him. "Thank you. Do you have any elixirs that can replenish vitality? Please come in." Upon hearing this, he realized that the Demon Suppression Department was located in the capital. As a yellow-tier demon slayer, even if his strength was commendable in the martial world, he was no match for those formidable demons. Observing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on his face. The young servant walked ahead, leading Changqing to a private room at the back. Shortly thereafter, although any martial art could ultimately lead to the comprehension of the true essence of martial arts, due to the lack of initiation into BLUJNSHN, the fusion and derivation of the invincible golden body primarily relied on SHNTIBOH Ingli. If I were to resign from my position at the Demon Suppression Department now and acquire a residence elsewhere, I could live comfortably as a wealthy gentleman. He had just heard the report from below, stating that young Master SHN wished to procure some items to replenish his vitality. Is that correct? Therefore, Changqing had little knowledge of the shop before him. Yet considering the prime real estate in the capital and the size of the establishment, coupled with the constant flow of customers, it was evident that it was no ordinary place. He understood that to break through to the master realm, a martial artist must comprehend the true essence of martial arts. He heard the commotion outside, and indeed, there was a knock at the door of the private room. At this moment, although the weapons supplied by the Demon Suppression Department could not be deemed divine, they were nonetheless exceedingly sharp. The defensive power of his physical body could withstand such sharpness, indicating considerable strength. It would be quite challenging for an ordinary channeling martial artist to breach his defenses. Nama, Shen Changqing Affiliation, Dakin Tsin Montaxi. The invincible golden body at the 5th level exhibits a vitality that is not inferior to the 13th level of the Shursan Taibao's horizontal training technique. Contemplating this, I am the steward of the Jinbao Pavilion, named Huang Yan. May I inquire how to address you? Currently, among all the shops in the capital, Jinbao Pavilion stands as the preeminent establishment. Shen Changqing quietly surveyed his surroundings before casually asking, "My surname is Shen." The fusion of two martial art styles has not only preserved Shen Changqing's overall strength, but has indeed enhanced it to some extent. However, this thought was swiftly banished from his mind. After fetching a bucket of water from outside, Shen Changqing washed his body with cold water before returning to his chamber to rest. In Shen Changqing's view, although any martial art can lead to the comprehension of the true essence of martial Tao, the probability of success varies significantly. The more aligned the martial art is with one's own style, the easier it becomes to grasp the true essence of martial Tao in the future. By convention, even in terms of physical defense, there has been a noticeable increase. The servant smiled and said, "Guest, you have come at the right time. We just received a batch of cheap blood pills. If you are in need, please take a seat in the private room, and I shall have someone explain the details to you." Moreover, since entering the Jinbao Pavilion, the expression of the steward remained largely unchanged, indicating a certain level of confidence. Shen Changqing glanced at his palm, where a faint red line appeared, with drops of blood oozing out. Furthermore, the reason for leaving Zhen MOC was that Shen Changqing needed to prepare some items to offset the consumption during his breakthrough. However, after checking the panel for his killing points, he ultimately abandoned this notion. Since the arrival of the steward, although little had been revealed, the surging vitality within him demonstrated that this steward of the Jinbao Pavilion possessed considerable skill. Gazing at the tea before him, Shen Changqing refrained from touching it. The second level of the Baijian Dao FA is far more intricate than the third level of the Qisha Dao FA, especially as it directly points towards the true essence of martial Dao. After successfully merging the Baijian Dao FA, his aura naturally transformed. The fusion of martial arts was complete. Although there is a canteen within Jean MOC, dining is restricted to on-site consumption. The following day, in the dead of night, the servant returned respectfully with tea before leaving once more. He had awoken before dawn. As he spoke, the door swung open, and a portly middle-aged man with a welcoming smile entered. He was either a high-ranking noble from the military or a skilled martial artist from Jianghu. Glancing at the panel, Shen Changqing acknowledged that the capital is the most prosperous area in Qin, where purchasing goods is never a challenge if one has the means. Shen Changqing calmly admitted this, all the while observing the man before him, setting down his blade, despite Shen Changqing being clad in simple attire. An air of iron-blooded ferocity emanated from him. On another note, he nearly forgot about Mo Zijin. He would need to visit the library later or simply inquire with Jiang Zhua to obtain answers. He was uncertain. He stepped further inside. The invincible golden body, Jinbao Pavilion, a name that is straightforward and easily understood. If two martial art styles can merge into an invincible golden body, would mastering additional martial arts allow for the fusion of even more powerful techniques? This aura was not originally his. Moreover, such individuals. The invincible golden body is divided into 15 levels, and even the 5th level offers considerable defensive capabilities. He eagerly anticipated the true strength of a perfected 15th level invincible golden body. Walking through the bustling streets, Shen Changqing felt a thought arise within him. The mere fusion of two martial arts had already consumed 30 killing points. Unbeknownst to Shen Changqing, during their conversation, he had inadvertently revealed much about himself. Although comfort is desirable, not everyone is entitled to it. At least, he felt he lacked that privilege at the moment. A cold sensation enveloped him as the long blade sliced through the air, accompanied by a twinge of pain. Shen Changqing shook his head internally. Setting aside whether Jean MOC would allow him to leave, the current state of the world hardly promised genuine stability. Yet, reality often proves to be harsh. He first ingested a wisp of purple energy before exiting the courtyard and making his way outside Jean MOC. The only issue. Indeed, the servant observed this and bowed slightly before departing. Please wait a moment. I shall report this immediately. Looking again at the panel, Shen Changqing felt that the likelihood of dying at the hands of evil spirits was considerably higher. As for money, identity, Huang Jiechu Mo, sure martial arts. Invincible golden body, 5th level, can be upgraded. Tian Wu Gang Qi, 13th level, can be upgraded. Bai Zhan Dao FA, 2nd level. Tai Sha Zhang, 3rd level. Tian Luo Ta Gangbu, not yet initiated. He remained uncertain about the realm in which the other party resided. Shen Changqing could only leave Zhen MOC to procure some items. Upon first sight of Shen Changqing, the servant clasped his hands in greeting. This was merely the effect of the 5th level of the invincible golden body, which combined the 13th level of the Shurshan Tai Bao as horizontal training and the uninitiated Bulu Jin Shun. The previous improvements, whether in external or internal skills, had incurred considerable consumption on his part. Presently, Shen Changqing found himself in no immediate need. However, regardless of the type, none were matters he could afford to offend. The servant, as a dedicated attendant of Jinbao Pavilion, had encountered all manner of guests and instantly discerned Shen Changqing's extraordinary nature. Huang Yin smiled and nodded before taking a seat across from Shen Changqing. Shen Changqing acknowledged him and found a position to sit. Whether due to the high starting point of the Shurshan Tai Bao as horizontal training or the elevated level of the invincible golden body, the contrast was striking. Idealism is a beautiful notion. Suddenly, he recalled an encounter with something on his way back to Zhen MOC. Without employing true energy, Shen Changqing first drew the long blade initially provided by Zhen MOC. Despite severe corrosion, the intact sections remained sharp. The consumption for merging the invincible golden body was double that of the Baizhan Dao FA. In other words, it requires financial resources. Killing points. 23. The panel had become considerably simpler, yet the killing points had also diminished significantly. He paused before shop. In less than a quarter of an hour, Huang Yin received a definitive response and nodded. Young Master Shun has arrived at just the right time. Our Jinbao Pavilion received a new batch of Qi blood pills days ago, crafted by the Danzong, specifically designed to replenish a warrior's vitality. With Qi blood pills to assist, one's training in external arts will surely progress by leaps and bounds. Even those who are depleted can fully restore their vitality with these pills. Chapter 73. Dan Zong. Shen Changqing's expression revealed confusion. Huang Yan's smile momentarily faltered, but quickly returned to normal. It seems that young Master Shen is not particularly familiar with matters of the Jianghu. Allow me to elaborate on the Danzong. I will be eager to learn more. Shen Changqing did not refuse, nor did he display any displeasure. As the other party rightly pointed out, he indeed lacks insight into certain aspects of the Jianghu. After all, he has only been in this world for a little over a year. Despite his previous life having spent many years in Qin, he merely existed as an ordinary citizen, wholly unqualified to engage with the matters of the Jianghu. The hunger-satiating elixir? At once, Shen Changqing found himself in utter darkness regarding the affairs of the Jianghu. With his elevated realm, his appetite had also expanded. The indomitable golden body far surpassed the 13 Taibao's training techniques, making any attempt to break through a formidable challenge. Discounts? Huang Yan was already contemplating. It is an honor for our Zhenbao pavilion that Lord Shen would grace us with his presence to procure goods. Thunderous. His vital energy surged ceaselessly. The energy of the Qi blood pill was nearly exhausted. Little did young Master Shen know that although the Dan sect holds a grand reputation, it is indeed grounded in substance. Subsequently, he retrieved a porcelain vial resembling white jade and placed it upon the table. Merely inhaling its fragrance made him feel as if his vital energy had slightly stirred. Yet, the sense of satiety was absent. Upon consuming the elixir, a wave of refreshing aroma enveloped him. He never anticipated that Shen Changqing would find himself compelled to continue swallowing the satiety pill. An invisible surge arose within him, and his earlier sense of fullness rapidly diminished. Within mere breaths, he felt dizzy from hunger. 22 vials of Qi blood pills, priced at 50 taels of silver. Huang was unaware that Lord Shen was indeed a member of the Jinma division. He had initially been somewhat disrespectful and hoped Lord Shen would not take offense. Shen Changqing chuckled, remarking that the items sold at Jinbao Pavilion are indeed worth their price. There was no way around it. Once the Qi blood pills were exhausted, the vials themselves would surely fetch a decent sum. Shen Changqing had begun to grasp some understanding of the Dan sect. What if he were to propose credit? How should he respond? Huang Yan explained that the Dan sect is a significant faction within the Jianghu, historically presided over by master-level powerhouses, and its strength should not be underestimated. However, the true fame of the Dan sect lies not in its internal might, but in its unparalleled alchemical techniques. Rather than laboriously cultivating with Qi blood pills, it would be more straightforward to acquire the value of slaughter. Jinbao Pavilion truly possesses such items. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within his flesh, then calmed his mind and gazed at his status panel. Upon hearing this, he understood that a single satiety pill could replenish an adult's daily energy expenditure. The dissipated energy vanished, leaving his body brimming with vital force. He sensed that the previously existent hunger had completely evaporated. As he accepted the returned token, Shen Changqing tucked it away. He then produced a stack of silver notes and placed them on the table. 2/4 of an hour later, he returned to the Jinma division. Shen Changqing smiled and then swallowed a Qi blood pill. Huang Yan continued, stating that typically, Jinbao Pavilion does not offer discounts. However, the Jinma division has long fought valiantly to protect the Qin against the fiends, and, as citizens of the Qin, we naturally hold great admiration for them. Yet, there is no other option. For those in the Jianghu, a price of 50 taels of silver is not insignificant. The vials contain Qi blood pills, with 8 pills per vial, each capable of replenishing the entire vital force of a tempered body realm martial artist. According to the Dan sect's regulations, Jinbao Pavilion cannot sell Qi blood pills individually. Upon hearing this, Shen Changqing directly piled the elixirs in his bedroom. Unlike the Qi blood pills encased in white jade vials, the satiety pills were simply stored in ordinary porcelain containers. The Jinma division. From within his robes, Shen Changqing produced a token and placed it before him. His thoughts swirled. Although the Qi blood pills were commendable, they remained mere ordinary elixirs. Huang Yan's expression shifted dramatically upon seeing the token, the previous smile vanishing entirely. Once Huang Yan finished speaking, Shen Changqing grasped the purpose of the satiety pills. At this juncture, Huang Yan gritted his teeth, adopting a resolute demeanor. At Shen Changqing's level, Utilizing Qi blood pills to assist in cultivation while relying on personal breakthroughs would incur an immeasurable consumption of Qi blood pills and time. 100 vials of satiety pills. This resulted in an immediate realization. As he spoke, his gaze turned toward Shen Changqing. Shen Changqing reciprocated with a smile. The indomitable golden body had ascended directly from the 5th to the 6th level. Subsequently, Shen Changqing returned the jade vial to its original position, his face adorned with a faint smile. Countless powerful figures within the Jianghu journey annually to the Dan sect in search of elixirs. Yet those who return successfully are but a handful. Huang Yin seized the token once more, the reverse boldly inscribed with the characters for Huang-level Demon Slayer. For the average individual, this would undoubtedly be a princely sum. The essence of those elixirs transformed into boiling vital energy, coursing through his skin and flesh. Many belong to the Jinma division, with 2 professions that command utmost reverence. Respectfully, he returned the token. As the elixir settled in his stomach, a formidable force swiftly extinguished it. Lord Shen has indeed found the right place. Jinbao Pavilion, besides Qi blood pills, also offers hunger-satiating elixirs, crafted through unique methods by the Dan sect, known as satiety pills. Yet, he never anticipated that Huang Yan's lips would twitch slightly, though he displayed no dissatisfaction. His focus remained on the indomitable golden body, opting for its enhancement. This elixir is rather commendable, yet one wonders if any discounts are available. He directly expended 1,000 taels of silver. Huang Yin had yet to finish his phrase. It can be said that 70% of the elixirs in the Jianghu originate from the Dan sect. 960 taels of silver is not a sum everyone can readily produce. Although the individual before him is a Huang-level demon slayer, he may not possess such a large sum. Huang Ji's kind offer shall be met with my gratitude. The standard price of 2 taels of silver hardly warrants a superior vial. The total required amounts to 960 taels of silver. Our Jinbao Pavilion does maintain some connections with the Dan sect, allowing us to procure certain stock. Occasionally, we sell elixirs produced by the Dan sect. However, according to Huang Yan's assertion, a single Qi blood pill can replenish the entire vital force of a tempered body realm martial artist, which indeed justifies this price. At present, he possesses several thousand taels, yet must budget wisely. Otherwise, depleting his funds would be a troublesome affair. Huang Yin smiled, undeterred by Shen Changqing's words. Soon, a surge of vital energy erupted, instantly flooding his entire being. The Jianghu elixirs, 70% of which are derived from the Dan sect, indeed boast grand claims. Huang has decided that for Lord Shen, a vial of Qi blood pills shall be offered at an 80% discount. You need only pay 40 taels of silver. How does that sound to you, Lord Shen? Unlike when he entered, he now emerged bearing a considerable burden. After some time, Huang Yin quietly calculated. Each vial contains 8 pills, and the external selling price at Jinbao Pavilion is 2 taels of silver per vial, should Lord Shen desire them. The price would be 1 tael and 6 qian. An 80% discount is already generous. Saving 10 taels per vial means 100 taels for 10 vials. His once taut skin now appeared as if enveloped in a mysterious force, enhancing its resilience. Huang Yan's expression regained its smile, though it now bore a hint of reverence. Thus, Shen Changqing remained silent, instead seizing the jade vial and uncapping it. To be frank, he felt a pang of reluctance. Please wait a moment, Shen Darren. I will prepare it for you right away, Huang remarked. It was not until Shen Changqing swallowed 3 bao fudan that he finally felt satiated. The presence of a master in residence undeniably attested to the remarkable strength of the sect. Initially, he merely intended to inquire casually, considering that each time he made a breakthrough, he had to prepare a considerable amount of sustenance, which was rather troublesome. 20 bottles of Qi Shuadan and 100 bottles of Bao Fudan, Shen Changqing stated. He remained seated with his eyes closed, silently adhering to the training method of the unbeatable golden body, beginning to dissipate the excess vital energy. Indeed, one was the guardian of the Great Qin, while the other was the demon exterminator sweeping through the malevolent forces within its borders. He smiled helplessly, then focused his mind to connect with the interface. Shen Changqing emerged anew. Huang Yan's smile faltered. It had been a long time since he encountered someone at Jinbao Pavilion negotiating for discounts. He sensed a slight enhancement in his own vital energy, albeit limited. At this moment, it was evident he did not hesitate. Although the Huang-tier Demon Exterminator was the lowest rank among all official exterminators, it was not to be underestimated. The entire transformation was still ongoing. Aside from needing to procure some Qishuadan, Shen also wished to inquire if the esteemed pavilion had any pills suitable for satiation. Presenting a stack of silver notes, totaling 1,000 taels, he added, "The remaining 40 taels need not be returned. Please provide me with 2 additional bottles of Qishuadan." He directly swallowed several more Baofudan. Huangji thought to himself whether this could suffice for a portion of the discount. Outside the Zhenbao Pavilion, the Demon-Suppression Division, Huang-tier Demon Exterminator. His heart trembled again. While he was lost in wild speculation, his professional demeanor quickly restored his composure. Consequently, transactions were conducted on a per-bottle basis, with each bottle priced at 50 taels of silver. Shen Changqing refrained from utilizing the Qishuadan for the moment, opting instead to consume a Baofudan directly. The individual seated before him must be from the Demon-Suppression Division. Huang Yin was taken aback, then chuckled. If one wished to swiftly enhance their prowess, then acquiring pills was essential. Simultaneously, his slaughter value diminished from 23 to 15 points. The recent increase had directly consumed 8 points of slaughter value. Yet, from Shen Changqing's perspective, the expenditure of 8 points remained within his tolerable limits. From prior enhancement experiences, it was observed that martial arts only increased consumption when one reached perfection or broke through their limits. Prior to that, all consumption remained at an average level. In other words, the unbeatable golden body maintained equal consumption across each layer until the 15th level. The 5th layer of the unbeatable golden body had already surpassed the 13th level of the Shan Taibao's horizontal training, while the 6th layer completely transcended that martial art. Despite consuming 20 points of slaughter value during the fusion process, in the long run, the integration following a breakthrough was undoubtedly worthwhile, with the Tianwu Gongqi exceeding its limits. Each layer's enhancement only required 8 points of slaughter value, while the unbeatable golden body's consumption without breaking through its limits equaled that of Tianwu Gongqi. This martial arts tier had already surpassed that of Tianwu Gongqi. After having the interface for a considerable time, Shen Changqing had gained substantial insights. The most intuitive method to evaluate a martial arts tier is to observe the amount of slaughter value consumed during enhancement. The greater the consumption of the unbeatable golden body, the higher its tier compared to Tianwu Gongqi. Silently sensing the surging vital energy within his body, Shen Changqing's focus shifted to Tianwu Gongqi. While the unbeatable golden body was formidable, internal cultivation remained paramount. However, it seemed that, given the current circumstances, internal power could not be integrated. Nonetheless, as long as slaughter value was available, the inability to fuse internal power would not pose a significant issue. This was not a concern. He could simply rely on slaughter value to compensate. Possessing the essence of martial arts was essential to be regarded as a master. Thus, as he sought to elevate Tianwu Gongqi, he pondered whether it would merely increase the total amount of true energy or if it might also lead to an understanding of the essence of martial arts. Observing the martial arts displayed on the interface, such thoughts arose in Shen Changqing's mind. There are no stipulations that the essence of martial arts could not be derived from internal cultivation. However, he was uncertain whether elevating Tianwu Gongqi to a higher level would grant him insight into the essence of martial arts. Casting aside distractions, Shen Changqing embarked on the next round of enhancement. The consumption of slaughter value led Tianwu Gongqi to metamorphose from the 13th to the 14th layer. At the moment of this transformation, the surging vital energy within his flesh rapidly depleted, converting into liquid true energy within his dantian. As his vital energy waned, even the 6th layer of the unbeatable golden body proved to be somewhat overwhelming for Shen Changqing. He swiftly grasped a bottle of Qishuadan and swallowed it. One Qishuadan could replenish the entire vital energy of a forged body realm martial artist. While an ordinary person would certainly hesitate to consume it recklessly, for Shen Changqing, ingesting 8 Qishuadan merely alleviated a portion of the emptiness caused by the depletion of vital energy. Soon after, he grabbed another bottle of Qishuadan and swallowed it. After a considerable time, the commotion gradually subsided. Shen Changqing exhaled heavily. It was over. Elevating Tianwu Gongqi to the 14th layer consumed far more than he had anticipated. Even though the unbeatable golden body's tier was higher, reaching the 6th layer could not fully balance the expenditure. If he were to utilize the previous 13th level of the Shan Taibao's horizontal training, he would need to elevate it by at least 2 layers to achieve this effect. With 22 bottles of Qi Shu Dan totaling 176 pills, having consumed 20, it appeared that as internal cultivation progressed, the consumption would only increase. Simply relying on external martial arts to balance the expenditure of vital energy posed considerable challenges. Unless he elevated multiple layers of external martial arts at once, and then advanced 1 layer of internal power, he could indeed achieve a balance. However, doing so would require a greater expenditure of slaughter value, resulting in a significantly lesser enhancement of strength. Shen Changqing furrowed his brow. Enhancing external martial arts yielded limited gains, far inferior to the rapid growth achieved through internal cultivation. Sensing that his body still felt somewhat depleted, he refrained from using Qi Shu Dan this time, and instead consumed several Baofu Dan, subsequently utilizing true energy to convert all the energy from the pills into vital energy. Soon, Shen Changqing discerned the disparity between the two. While Baofu Dan could also be converted into vital energy, the conversion was minimal. A single bottle of Baofu Dan could not rival even 1 Qi Shu Dan, and the process of converting vital energy took a certain amount of time, unlike Qi Shu Dan, which could be directly transformed into vital energy for the body's absorption. During a breakthrough, time was of the essence. Thus, using Baofu Dan to offset consumption was utterly ineffective. Conversely, during the enhancement of external martial arts, it was feasible to consume Baofu Dan to counterbalance the expenditure incurred. The effects of the 2 types of pills aligned precisely with Shen Changqing's expectations. Qi Dan is primarily utilized for enhancing internal skills, replenishing qi and blood consumption. BOFDN is mainly employed for the improvement of external skills, serving to replenish physical energy. Of course, if there is a deficit of qi and blood in daily life, one may also use BOFDN to restore balance. However, during the process of breaking through with the slaying value, it becomes ineffective. For regular practice, BOFDN suffices, while QSUDN should only be used when an elevation is necessary, considering that a vial of QSUDN costs 40 taels of silver. Even with over 20,000 taels remaining, one cannot afford to squander it indefinitely. Shen calculated his various expenditures, adding the previous 1,000 taels, totaling 30,000 taels. This left him with merely 28,000 taels. Indeed, it is a case of the impoverished in literature and the affluent in martial prowess. The consumption is not something an ordinary person can endure. Shen Changqing shook his head, drew the long knife he had discarded, and once more made a cut on his palm. The sensation was icy, yet unlike before, no minute wounds appeared. The enhancement of the invincible golden body elevated his physical defenses to a new realm. Nevertheless, he did not dare to attempt it with the Ludo, a truly exceptional blade capable of slicing through iron like mud. The 6th level of the invincible golden body could not withstand such power, unless he reached its complete mastery. Only then would Shen consider the endeavor. With the 12th layer of TNWG he had nearly stepped into the innate external G-ing realm. Upon reaching the 13th layer, he would be approaching a pinnacle. Thus, elevating to the 14th layer would officially stabilize him at the summit of innate strength. He pondered whether ascending to the 15th layer could possibly shatter the innate barriers, allowing him to rival a master. With the 14th layer of TNWG he was assured of being at the pinnacle of innate prowess. As the 12th layer represented the innate external Ji-ing, advancing 2 more layers, the concentration of true qi in his dantian was incomparably stronger than at the 12th layer. To claim he was at the pinnacle of innate strength might even be an understatement, had he comprehended the true essence of martial arts. Shen would have doubted if he could already stand toe-to-toe with a master. Although he still had some distance to cover before truly rivaling a master, he believed he could easily contend with an ordinary innate martial artist. Regrettably, he had only 7 points of slaying value left, rendering further enhancement impossible. After concluding his training, Shen departed the courtyard and proceeded to the CNGSHG. His purpose for visiting this repository was not to cultivate martial arts. Quality trumps quantity in martial practice. Given his current state, the martial skills he possessed were adequate. The focus now lay in achieving mastery. As for the integration of martial arts, with limited slaying value, he had no intention of pursuing that path either. Therefore, his visit to the CNGSHG was solely to seek information regarding MZJN. SHNCHNGQing reflected on the many malevolent entities he had encountered, yet none had been as enigmatic as MZJN. Upon entering the CNGSHG, he remained on the first floor instead of ascending to the second. The second floor housed martial texts, while the first contained both martial knowledge and various accounts of malevolent beings. Recalling memories from his mind, SHNGQing approached a bookshelf and withdrew a tome. Opening its pages, he absorbed the documented contents. In the 132nd year of DQN, a malevolent entity wreaked havoc, launching a massive assault on Gu and Ju NF. The ZHNMS dispatched formidable warriors to suppress it. However, some among the human ranks betrayed their kin and colluded with the malevolent beings, resulting in catastrophic losses for the ZHNMS. Consequently, 7 guardians perished, with countless exterminators meeting their demise. The malevolent forces breached 21 cities, leading to the deaths of innumerable civilians. Ultimately, the ZHNMS, disregarding casualties, managed to either slay or expel the malevolent entities, alleviating the crisis in Gu and Ju NF. That battle resulted in a staggering death toll among civilians, with corpses piling high, ultimately giving rise to a plague that infected a vast number of people. The plague persisted for 4 years, only ceasing in the 136th year of DQN when a last infected individual succumbed. It was estimated that nearly 10 million citizens of Gu and Ju NF perished or were injured during those 4 years, with over 1 million succumbing to the plague, while the rest fell victim to the malevolent beings. As SHNCHNGQing perused the text, he could imagine the profound impact of the malevolent disaster in the 132nd year of DQN, along with the subsequent plague. He was unaware of the total population of DQN, but a casualty count nearing 10 million was undoubtedly catastrophic. Previously, he had stumbled upon this information by chance, glancing at it briefly before returning it, thus remembering only fragments. Now, having revisited it, he fully grasped the situation. Regrettably, he still found no mention of MZJN. After returning the book, SHNCHNGQing continued to explore other texts. For the next 3 days, he remained in the CNGSHG, relentlessly studying, striving to enhance his understanding of malevolent beings. Through these texts, he acquired a wealth of knowledge that filled the gaps in his previous understanding. However, there were no records regarding MZJN or similar malevolent entities. Relying on books was unreliable. He would have to consult Ji-ing Zhu. SHNCHNGQing set the book aside, rose, and surveyed the spacious first floor of the CNGSHG, feeling quite helpless. The repository was vast, containing countless volumes. It was undoubtedly a formidable challenge to seek out what he desired, relying solely on his own efforts. 3 days had led SHNCHNGQing to abandon his quest for self-enlightenment. Exiting the CNGSHG, he returned to the Huing BCHMUN and knocked on the caretaker's door. DD. Soon, the door swung open. Ji-ing Zhu glanced at the visitor and promptly turned back. If there is something to discuss, let us talk inside. Chapter 75. As expected, inside the pavilion, Ji-ing Zhu regarded the individual before him and inquired, "What brings you here today? Is there something you wish to discuss?" With SHNCHNGQing, he refrained from adopting an air of superiority as a caretaker. He treated others according to their character. Though the other was merely a Huing GCHMSH, his strength rivaled that of a Su NGCHMSH, and his talents were remarkable. Thus, Ji-ing Zhu regarded him as an equal. "Indeed, there are certain matters I wish to consult you about," SHNCHNGQing replied. "While returning from LNN City, I encountered a rather peculiar event." SHNCHNGQing's expression turned serious as he recounted his experience. Gradually, Ji-ing Zhu's smile faded considerably. Once SHNCHNGQing finished speaking, he spoke in a low voice. "The matter you described is unfamiliar to me. If it were a malevolent entity, there would surely be some manifestation of sinister energy. Are you certain you did not sense the slightest hint of such energy at any point?" "Not at all," SHNCHNGQing replied decisively, shaking his head. He was certain he had not detected any trace of sinister energy emanating from MZJN. Ji Ing Zu's expression grew grave. If even you could not perceive the sinister energy, then that entity is indeed something extraordinary. SHNCH NGQ Ing had already reached the innate realm. Even the most formidable of resentful entities could not possibly conceal their presence entirely before him, unless it was an entity more powerful than a resentful being. A sudden thought arose in Jiang's mind, but he quickly shook his head, banishing the speculation from his consciousness. Guangjiwanfu was no ordinary place. Ever since it fell victim to a demonic attack over 2 centuries ago, resulting in heavy casualties among the populace, the Demon-Suppression Division had significantly tightened its grip on Guangjiwanfu. The infiltration of lower-tier demons posed little issue, as their malevolent aura was not particularly strong, allowing the station defenders to overlook them easily. However, once the demons reached the level of Sha or higher, their formidable dark energy could not be ignored by the Guardians. This situation was rather unusual. I must report it to my superiors. Jiang's rose to his feet. In the realm of Qin, one must never underestimate any bizarre occurrences. You may return for now. Then I shall take my leave, Shen Changqing replied, also standing. Immediately, he observed Jiang's hastily departing. Watching Jiang's retreating figure, Shen Changqing paused for a moment before returning to his courtyard. He had accurately reported the anomalies he discovered. The remaining matters likely did not pertain to him. Upon arriving in the courtyard, Shen Changqing drew his cold moon blade, its blade shimmering like white frost, emanating a faint chill even under the blazing sun. Standing still with closed eyes, he reflected on his memories of the 100 Battles blade technique. In the next instant, his tightly shut eyes opened, seemingly bursting forth with blood-red light. As his hand gripped the long knife, a powerful aura surged from him. He struck. Shen Changqing stepped forward, the cold moon blade slicing through the air with a force capable of cleaving through armies, as if 1,000 horses were galloping forth. In that moment, the momentum soared to the heavens. The integration of the 7-kill blade technique and the breaking calamity blade technique rendered the 100 Battles blade technique a true martial art aimed at ending conflict through battle. Within the 5 forms of the 100 Battles blade technique, the first form, crossing the blade and standing tall, and the second form, facing 1,000 troops alone, were primarily defensive maneuvers. The third form, infiltrating alone into the fray, was the genuine means of killing. The fourth form, navigating with ease, encompassed offense, defense, and agility. As for the fifth form, Shen Changqing was at a complete loss. Even with the complete memory of the 100 Battles blade technique, he could not grasp what the fifth form entailed. According to his recollections, only by mastering the first 4 forms could the fifth form naturally manifest. Strictly speaking, the fifth form was not a true technique, but rather a state of mind. In the courtyard, Shen Changqing appeared to practice the earlier sections of the 100 Battles blade technique with the proficiency of someone who had trained for decades. The initial 2 forms contained numerous intricate variations, yet when he reached the third form, he found himself at an impasse. Although he executed the cold moon blade, as described in his memories, Shen Changqing felt something was amiss. The 100 Battles blade technique was a martial art of military formations, a genuine killing move. To truly master it required more than rigid techniques. He suddenly sheathed his blade, reflecting on every detail of the 100 Battles blade technique. This martial art could lead directly to the essence of martial arts. This meant that beyond focusing on techniques, it placed greater emphasis on the state of mind. Without the courage and killing intent to charge in a battle, how could one truly master such lethal methods? A moment of clarity dawned upon Shen Changqing. In the past, even with understanding, it would have been difficult for him to simulate that sensation. However, now he was different. Although Shen Changqing had never truly been on a battlefield, he had taken lives, allowing him to grasp the essence of killing intent. Standing still for an extended period, he contemplated his memories, nurturing the notion of slaughter. As time passed, suddenly, Shen Changqing roared in anger, taking a step forward, a fierce aura of carnage emanating from him. His long blade swept forward violently, as if it could obliterate everything in its path. With a swift motion, he did not employ true energy. The blade's wind, generated purely from his strength, left shallow marks upon the ground. Sheathing his blade, Shen Changqing exhaled deeply, savoring the memory of the strike he had just executed. After a while, he moved again, commencing the next round of training. Meanwhile, upon receiving the report, Jiangzhou immediately proceeded to inform his superiors. In the council hall, after being granted permission, Jiangzhou stepped inside. At that moment, only one person occupied the chamber. Jiangzhou, what brings you here this time? Zhou Yuanjing's fierce gaze fell upon him, emanating a powerful aura that thickened the atmosphere within the hall. He was clad in iron armor, seemingly never having removed it. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhou lowered his head and clasped his fists. Reporting to you, Zhou Zhanshu, a Huang-tier demon slayer, has encountered something strange in Guanji Wanfu. My knowledge is limited, so I have come to report to you, esteemed lord. Speak. Jiangzhou straightened, relaying Shen Changqing's words verbatim. Once he finished, a fleeting glint of cold light flickered in Zhou Yuanjing's eyes. Are you certain of what you speak? Absolutely true. Jiangzhou nodded. Very well, I have noted this. You may leave now, and then have that Huang-tier demon slayer come to see me. Zhou Yuanjing waved his hand, his expression returning to calm. Upon hearing this, Jiangzhou bowed and exited. After Jiangzhou's departure, Zhou Yuanjing's countenance turned grave once more. How peculiar could it truly have appeared? It was impossible, for the Demon-Suppression Division had already searched Guanji Wanfu thoroughly. Why would it only manifest now? Truly troublesome. Knock, knock. The courtyard gate was rapped upon, and Shen Changqing sheathed his blade, directly opening the door. Upon opening, he found Jiang's was standing there. As Shen Changqing appeared, Jiang's expression momentarily froze. Just moments ago, when the door was opened, he had felt a rush of bloodlust wash over him, tightening his senses. Yet now, that bloodlust had vanished, as if it had never existed. Nonetheless, Jiangzhou was certain that his feeling was no mere illusion. Did I interrupt your training? Just finished. Your timing is impeccable, Jiangzhou. Shen Changqing smiled, not dwelling on his training. What brings you here unexpectedly? I reported the matter you mentioned to the higher-ups, and now Zhou Yuanjing wishes to meet with you. Come with me. All right, no problem. Shen Changqing appeared calm on the surface, but internally, he felt a surge of astonishment. Who is Zhou Yuanjing? He had never heard of him before. However, the title of Zhanshu spoke volumes. The position of Zhanshu was entirely above that of a demon slayer. To be honest, the highest-ranking individual Shen Changqing had encountered thus far was Jiangzhou, who merely held the title of Shen-tier demon slayer, significantly lower than that of a Zhanshu. Now summoned by Town Guardian, it would be an exaggeration to claim that one felt no tension whatsoever. However, Shen Changqing understood that the summons could not be declined. Following Jiangzhou, he proceeded towards the council hall. Before long, the two entered the grand chamber, one after the other. I have the honor to meet with Guardian Zhou. Jiangzhou proclaimed. I am Shen Changqing, the Huang-tier demon slayer, and it is my pleasure to meet you, Guardian Zhou. As Jiangzhou offered his respects, Shen Changqing mirrored the gesture, cupping his fists and bowing his head in deference. No need for formalities,